Lin Yang, who died from overwork, unexpectedly traverses into a fantastical realm and awakens the laid-back system. As long as he refrains from striving, he is bestowed with infinite rewards. With the intriguing twist of having an empress sister in the womb desiring to share fortunes, he is unperturbed gifts of primordial purple energy and the true essence of Pangu await him. Immortality and eternal vitality are his for the taking. Upon his birth, he encounters an immortal emperor intent on refining the world for longevity. Attempting to thwart his laid-back approach, Lin Yang simply smites him with a casual slap, forever leaving behind the legend of the infant heavenly emperor. When urged to diligently cultivate, he effortlessly employs the 9 heavens' leisurely steps, vanishing into the mundane world to revel in a carefree life of indulgence and pleasure. The aloof empress playfully implores, "Brother, share your invincible secrets with me?" Lin Yang, with a casual smile, replies, "Secrets? I simply embrace idleness." Chapter 1. The Diligent Empress and a Laid-Back Lin Yang. Wait, didn't I just die from overwork? Am I reborn? Lin Yang opens his eyes, glancing at his small arms, quickly confirming his new reality. He has indeed been reborn, now nestled in the womb. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the laid-back system. A system? Splendid. And then? Lin Yang waits, but silence ensues. Truly, a laid-back system that merely offers a prelude and then falls mute. Come forth. Ding! The system responds lazily. Damn it. What use are you? Just leave me alone. Lin Yang is at a loss. Detected host's refusal to bind, aligning with laid-back system's criteria. System bound. Rewards. 3,000 scriptures. True eye of breaking illusions. The system's voice echoes. Wow, this is possible? Lin Yang's lips twitch as his mind fills with countless scriptures and insights about this world. So this is a fantastical realm. He takes a cursory glance, entirely uninterested. When needed, the information will surface in his mind. He prefers to remain mentally idle. The laid-back system. How delightful. In my previous life, my ambition was excessively strong, focused solely on grand achievements. Yet, my peers were all caught in a relentless competition. Not only was I unable to repay my mortgage, but I also worked myself to death. Lin Yang laments, in this life, I shall exert no effort whatsoever. Should I be fortunate enough to be born into a wealthy family? Ha! I shall simply be a wayward scion. It is settled, how utterly perfect. He beams with joy. Surveying his surroundings, he suddenly notices a trembling infant in the corner. Wait, I have a twin sister. Lin Yang is taken aback. Upon seeing the infant, his true eye of breaking illusion sparkles. A reincarnated empress. How extraordinary. But why does she seem frightened of me? Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of the Empress Lin Jiuyu, he appears as an immensely terrifying being. The 3,000 scriptures contain the essence of myriad paths with a mere thought. His soul experiences profound elevation. Lin Yang's soul level is incomprehensibly higher than that of the Empress. Unconsciously exuding a formidable pressure, he instills great fear in the Empress. An original chaotic soul. What kind of being is my twin brother? Gulp. Lin Jiuyu's heart races with trepidation. Do not provoke him. He must be a formidable practitioner reincarnated to experience the mortal realm. Hello. Lin Yang cannot yet speak, so he merely waves at the Empress with an innocent grin. Cackling unbeknownst to him, his smile appears utterly terrifying to the Empress, nearly bringing her to tears. Why is he smiling at me? Does he intend to devour my soul as sustenance? As the Empress' mind races with wild conjectures, in her chamber, Lu Ruyan, pregnant for 3 years, gently caresses her belly, radiating warmth. Ruyan, I have just returned from the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The Master of Celestial Secrets foretold that your day of childbirth is merely 3 days away. A man clad in a golden dragon robe enters the chamber. His presence is unfathomable, exuding an indescribable nobility. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, adorned with a jade sword, he walks with an air of profound elegance. The maidservants bow their heads to him. Master of the house, Lin Tianyuan, the head of the immortal Lin clan. The immortal Lin clan stands as one of the most prestigious powers across the vast realms. For only families that have produced immortal emperors may be deemed immortal families. The legacy of the immortal emperor transcends time as long as their name endures. They remain unblemished by the passage of time. No one dares to covet the immortal clan, for the gaze of the immortal emperor continues to protect these families from the shadows. This is the innate divine water I obtained from the master of celestial secrets, which can enhance the innate energy of the fetus. Lin Tianyuan produces a vial of celestial liquid and presents it to Lu Ruyan. Wonderful. Lu Ruyan beams, her beauty captivating the eye in that moment. Flowers shy away, and the world pales before her radiance. Lin Tianyuan is filled with excitement. In 3 days, he shall become a father. To prepare for this, he has procured the most extraordinary treasures, vowing to forge the most perfect foundation for his child throughout history. With these divine herbs and treasures, my child shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the realms and achieve the status of an immortal emperor. Lin Tianyuan is brimming with anticipation. A child born into the immortal Lin clan, blessed by fortune and bloodline, will at the very least possess the foundation of a sage. Now, investing without restraint, his child shall possess imperial potential. After consuming the divine water and treasures, Ruyan, please rest well. I shall prepare for the grand birth ceremony in 3 days. After instructing Lu Ruyan, Lin Tianyuan strides away with purpose. Lu Ruyan's face is alight with joy, her eyes shimmering with affection. This usually composed and commanding man reveals an endearing side, overwhelmed with excitement. Gulp she consumes the numerous divine treasures, beginning to refine them. Fear not, my baby, I shall ensure you achieve a perfect innate foundation. Buzz the refined essence of innate energy settles within her. The empress, curled in the corner, gazes hungrily at the essence of innate energy. Yet, she hesitates to act, for her brother's soul pressure is too fearsome. Lin Yang, feeling bored, wishes to tease his future empress sister. Unfortunately, she does not spare him a glance. Truly an empress, so aloof. He muses. Since she ignores him, he decides to indulge in a profound slumber. Lin Yang glances at the essence, utterly disinterested, and promptly drifts into deep sleep. Judging by the essence, it appears that the family he has been reborn into possesses considerable material wealth, enough to ensure a life of luxury. What more is there to say? The plan to be a wayward scion is now in motion. Time to sleep. At this moment, he yearns for nothing more than to sleep soundly. His past life was fraught with competition, leaving him utterly exhausted. He has often dreamed of a life unburdened, where he could blissfully sleep for 3 days and nights, free from care. Zzz, he falls into a peaceful, infant-like slumber. The empress tilts her head in confusion. Wait, it seems my brother has no interest in innate essence. I understand now. The empress realizes, nodding decisively. Such a prominent figure must have an utterly complete innate foundation. Why would he need any supplements? With this thought, she resolves to exert herself. In this life, I, Lin Jiuyu, shall not fall short of anyone. Even if you are a remarkable being, if you choose idleness and refuse to strive, you shall inevitably be surpassed by me. I shall attain an unparalleled and perfect foundation. She raises her tiny fist, motivating herself, swimming towards the essence. Lin Jiuyu's small face is earnest as she diligently begins her refining process. In a hazy dream, Lin Yang hears the system's notification sound. Detected that the host is unambitious, preferring to indulge in sloth. Reward the auspicious aura of Hongmeng, the true essence of Pangu, and automatically forge the immaculate primordial foundation. Chapter 2. Eternal Life, immortal and indestructible upon detecting the host's carefree slumber lasting 1 hour. The reward is the Pangu Heaven Opening Visualization Diagram 1. After 8 hours of sleep, the reward is the Qinglian Imperial Weapon 1. Following 24 hours of sleep, the reward is a seed of the Enlightenment Tree 1. The host. How long have I slept? Lin Yang opened his eyes and sensed a plethora of new knowledge within his consciousness. A brief glance at the system's space nearly blinded him with radiant treasures. What the? System, did you take advantage of my unawareness to stuff me with so many items? Such a breach of decorum. Stretching lazily, he discovered that his divine sense could now perceive everything around him. There was no need for action. Simply sleeping would continuously enhance his divine sense through the Pangu Heaven Opening Visualization Diagram. This sensation was utterly delightful. Lin Yang couldn't help but recall the idle cultivation games he played on Blue Star. Huffing and puffing, the tireless empress beside him, unwilling to slacken her efforts, noticed Lin Yang's awakening and blinked her large eyes. This lazy brother finally woke up, with the aid of a divine treasure and miraculous herbs. She had established a foundation so perfect that it was unprecedented in her understanding. It was exponentially stronger than her previous life. With her unparalleled innate talent, she was destined to become an immortal in this lifetime. Even if you are a terrifying powerhouse reincarnated, you must start from scratch after your birth. If you remain this lazy, there will surely come a day when I surpass you. Lin Jiuyu's gaze was resolute, her heart brimming with anticipation. She despised those who wallowed in lethargy. Once I attain the pinnacle of cultivation, I shall tread upon you, urging you to strive diligently. Lin Yang suddenly glanced in her direction. Lin Jiuyu's mind went blank. Her small hands froze in panic. Oh no, has this terrifying existence gleaned my thoughts? Is he preparing to silence me? What should I do? I'm so frightened. Mother, come save me. In a state of utter disarray, Lin Jiuyu felt a wave of relief wash over her when Lin Yang merely murmured, "It seems quite lively outside." Phew! Lin Jiuyu patted her chest, grateful that her thoughts had not been eavesdropped. Yet soon, a sigh escaped her lips. It appears this formidable being has no interest in my musings, deeming me no threat at all. Truly, those of great power are often arrogant. Lin Yang paid little heed to this imaginative girl, extending his divine sense outward to observe the world, indulging in the unfolding spectacle. The empress, too, was struck by wonder as her divine senses expanded, her eyes widening in astonishment. My heavens, to what terrifying family have I been born? As the bells of the birth celebration rang, numerous powerful beings from the Lin family made their appearances. Strong presences descended like raindrops from all directions, each aura potent enough to make the stars tremble, resonating with the great Tao. Truly, there were saints aplenty, and great saints trod the earth. Could it be that I was born into an imperial family? No. Lin Jiuyu's heart raced. This scene of prosperity could not possibly belong to an ordinary imperial clan. This was undoubtedly a celestial family, a lineage from which immortals have emerged. Otherwise, such splendor could not exist. She swallowed hard, feeling as if she were in a dream. In this life, perhaps she could truly become an immortal. In her past life, she had emerged from humble beginnings, an orphan from a young age. Through relentless cultivation, she had battled her way to become a great emperor, only to fall in her quest for immortality. Always lonely, she yearned for the warmth and care of elders and family. Now, to learn of her birth into a celestial family, her eyes brimmed with boundless hope. In this lifetime, I shall strive diligently, tread the path to immortality, and truly become an immortal. Only with absolute strength can I protect my family and safeguard my lineage. The loneliness and regrets shall no longer exist. Lin Jiuyu's eyes burned with fervor, her spirit ignited with determination. Lin Yang's gaze was equally fierce, yet his thoughts diverged entirely from hers. This is bliss, absolutely perfect. This family clearly belongs to an exceedingly powerful lineage. I can now fully relax. No more need for effort. Long live idleness. Cultivation? I have no desire for such endeavors. With such a magnificent background, living as a carefree scion is the true path. The life of a second-generation prodigy is mine to embrace. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the essence of life. Reward received. The divine ability of immortality. The host's karmic ties have transcended the river of time, no longer shackled by the constraints of the temporal Tao, capable of eternal existence, immortal and indestructible. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Is this immortality? Countless cultivators defy the heavens, vying for immortality, shedding their blood in pursuit of eternal life. Yet here I am, simply contemplating idleness, and I've been granted what these cultivators seek as their ultimate goal. It is truly exhilarating. Not quite. Immortality is merely theoretical. If the body is weak, there remains the possibility of being slain. This still impacts my idleness, doesn't it? Must I first cultivate to the pinnacle before I can truly relax? That would be no different from my previous life. No. System, you must do better. This golden finger you bestowed upon me is far too modest. Lin Yang felt that he must not lose sight of the bigger picture. Experiencing a joyous life must take precedence. Thus, he resolved to rely on his identity as a second-generation heir to leisurely enjoy life. Sensing the host's concerns regarding his idle future, the system granted the divine ability, indestructibility. Henceforth, the host's body and soul shall be impervious to destruction, immortal and indestructible. Lin Yang couldn't resist extending his small finger to give the system a thumbs up. Truly, my creators are my parents, and my understanding is the system. When I feel sleepy, you deliver comfort. I shall affectionately refer to you as the most considerate system of all realms. Meanwhile, the many powerful beings of the Lin family had gathered. The birth of the family head child was a momentous event for the immortal Lin family and the entire 3,000 realms. Except for the hidden old monsters, all Lin clan members were present. At the celebration venue, strong figures filled the space. Only those who were great saints could enter the hall. Only those of the imperial realm had the chance to enjoy tea. Only treasures of heavenly materials and divine artifacts were deemed worthy as gifts. Yet Lin Tianyuan, the family head, wore an anxious expression, pacing outside the delivery room. Out of caution, he had summoned the strongest midwives in the realm, as well as top-tier powers like the Empress of Life, to oversee the birth. It was a situation guaranteed to be without mishap, yet he remained restless. No matter how exalted one's status, the nerves of becoming a father for the first time are inescapable. Boom! In the next moment, the heavens and earth resonated. The sky erupted in a cascade of colors, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Joy shone in Lin Tianyuan's eyes. A child has been born. A celestial phenomenon had descended, heralding great fortune. The elder of heavenly secrets, stroking the divination board, appeared shaken. The birth of a child accompanied by such an anomaly indicates at least the potential of a saint. With sufficient resources, it might not be a dream to forcibly elevate them to the level of a great emperor. This is a top-tier anomaly. Family head, your child possesses the potential of a great emperor. The elder of heavenly secrets marveled in awe. The potential of a great emperor, combined with the terrifying resources of the immortal Lin clan, may indeed allow for the pursuit of transcendent immortality. In this era of celestial demise, where true immortals are scarce across the 3,000 realms, if the immortal Lin clan were to produce another genuine immortal, would they not reign supreme across the realms? Chapter 3. The Empress or the Nine-Tailed Fox. I desire them all. In the next moment, the baby's lusty cries shattered the heavens. The 3,000 seas trembled. Billions of strands of purple chi surged forth. Countless chaotic demons danced and bowed, and 10,000 celestial birds and exotic beasts sang in unison. In the sea of suffering, blue lotuses blossomed, and the bright moon ascended the ocean night after night. Pangu opened the heavens. Nuwa created mankind. The emperor of humanity battled in the void. Countless terrifying anomalies illuminated the sky, as if the universe were newly born, unfurling a grand, epic scroll. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring in awe at the heavens, where these terrifying anomalies intertwined. Even the elder of heavenly secrets was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Throughout history, no such records exist. These top-tier anomalies surged forth as if unrestrained, as though fearing they might miss a grand celebration. This is the legendary celebration of the Tao's birth. The elder of heavenly secrets trembled. What manner of terrifying existence is this, that even the Tao would celebrate their birth? As he calculated, the divination board in his hands shattered, and he nearly disintegrated into ashes. Had it not been for the ethereal vibrations emanating from the depths of the Lin clan's ancestral land, he would have been directly crushed by the great Tao. The venerable elder Tianji was drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. Clan leader Lin, your son seems truly destined to defy the heavens. Lin Tianyuan was acutely aware of Elder Tianji's esteemed position and remarkable accomplishments within the 3,000 realms. The fact that even Elder Tianji nearly faced annihilation by the great Tao was both alarming and a source of immense pride. This is indeed his son. The great Tao itself must come to celebrate his birth. His son possesses the potential of an immortal emperor. He shall undoubtedly lead our Lin clan back to its former glory, forging an immortal legacy of unparalleled magnificence. Lin Tinyuan's smile was ear to ear. At this moment, Lin Yang and Lin Jiu were brought forth. Upon seeing his exuberant father, Lin Yang was momentarily speechless, internally scoffing. I merely came to sponge off my old man for some gold coins. I advise you to abandon this fanciful notion of a father basking in his son's glory. How delightful they appeared, with their charming features. The more Lin Tianyuan gazed at his children, the more he cherished them. Lu Rian also emerged. Beings of their caliber, though childbirth was taxing, still managed to stand. It was time to name them. Without names, the celebration could not commence. Observing Lin Tianyuan's uncontainable joy, Lu Ruyan gently reminded him. Yes, yes. Lin Tianyuan nodded fervently, gazing towards the heavens. Among the 3,000 realms, only the solar star and the lunar star endure eternally, illuminating the vast expanse. My children shall be as unique and invincible as the sun and moon. He clenched his fists. I shall name my son Lin Taiyang and my daughter Lin Taiyin. What say you? Lu Ruyan was at a loss for words. Could you not be more sensible? Look, our son is nearly rolling his eyes to the heavens. What? My son rolled his eyes. Lin Tianyuan was taken aback. Looking down, he saw Lin Yang disdainfully raising his middle finger. The room fell silent. Ahem. Lin Tianyuan broke the awkwardness, proudly exclaiming, See how precocious my son is. He can even give a middle finger right after birth. Indeed, the young master possesses extraordinary innate intelligence. Such is the caliber that even the great Tao must celebrate. The clan leader is wise. The clan leader is sagacious. The midwives and servants echoed in agreement. Since my first name does not meet your approval, how about Lin Tairi? Lin Tianyuan slapped his forehead. Glunting at Lin Yang. This time, he received 2 middle fingers in response. All right, perhaps you should refrain from naming, otherwise. The children might resort to using their feet to express their discontent. Lu Rian covered Lin Tinyuan's mouth and, after contemplation, suggested, Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. I believe our son should be named Lin Yang. As for our daughter, there are 9 moons in the lunar realm. Let us choose a name with the character 9. The moon is also known as the lunar entity among the populace. Hence, our daughter shall be named Lin Jiu. Your name is less impressive than mine. Mine is far more formidable. Lin Tianyuan dismissed her notion. Yet upon looking down, he was astonished to see both his daughter and son giving enthusiastic thumbs up, their eyes sparkling with delight at their names. Lin Tianyuan's face flushed crimson, and he waved his hand. Enough, it appears I am not suited for naming. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Seizing the opportunity, he made a hasty exit. This was too embarrassing. He could not bear to stay a moment longer. The celebration officially commenced. The sound of the Tao resonated. Brilliance illuminated the sky as the immortal Lin clan welcomed guests. The pinnacle powers of the 3,000 realms arrived to pay their respects. A multitude of prominent figures flooded in, too many to count. Only representatives from other immortal clans or immortal dynasties would warrant Lin Tianyuan's greeting. Brother Lin, your child is remarkable. From birth, he has stirred the 3,000 realms. Originally, I intended to present you with an immortal elixir as a gift. But now it seems I must bestow upon you 3. No, 10, exclaimed Lin Tianyuan's good friend, the leader of the Undying Ji clan, as he entered with hearty laughter. Clan leader Lin, our Undying Phoenix dynasty has recently welcomed a young phoenix, endowed with unparalleled gifts, destined to inherit the throne from our empress. Might you be interested in an alliance of our children? A regal woman, radiating ethereal light and warmth, descended gracefully. It was none other than the empress of the Undying Phoenix dynasty, Feng Qiuhuang. What a coincidence! Our Qingxiu fox clan has just given birth to a 9-tailed young fox, the second of its kind since the dawn of chaos, destined for immortality. I too wish for her to form a bond with your son. The enchanting Qingxiu fairy also appeared, her steps mesmerizing, captivating even the most stoic of emperors. The Empress Feng Qiuhuang and the Qingxiu fairy exchanged fiery glances, while the guests watched in astonishment. Are we witnessing the dawn of a golden age once more? Such extraordinary prodigies emerging in the 3,000 realms. Lin Tianyuan merely smiled faintly, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The Empress and the Qingqiu fairy were known for their aloofness, rarely engaging with their peers, let alone expressing a desire to marry off their prodigies. There was no rush. His son's marriage would be a decision for him to make. Lin Tianyuan stroked his chin. However, should both of you be open to a non-traditional arrangement, I could very well promise the marriages of both your heirs to my son. Clan leader, you are quite greedy. The Qingqiu fairy responded with slight displeasure. As leaders of immortal legacies, their pride was not easily compromised. The Empress frowned slightly. How could the future Empress of the Phoenix dynasty share a husband with another? Ha ha! If neither of you are willing, I shall not press the matter. My son is already celebrated by the great Tao. His achievements are destined to be unparalleled. Let be known, you may come to regret this. Lin Tianyuan made no concessions. In his heart, his son was undoubtedly deserving. Not just 2, but even 200 or 2,000 would be acceptable. Chapter 4. Encountering an immortal emperor's cataclysm at birth? Naturally, the Empress of the Phoenix dynasty and the Qingqiu fairy nodded with pride, confident that their offspring would not be outdone by any other. Brother Lin, your 2 children should have completed their cleansing and incense offerings. It is time to assess their innate talents, is it not? We have come to witness the ultimate genius who has shaken the 3,000 realms from birth, to see just how terrifying his gifts might be. Indeed, indeed, the leaders of various immortal lineages echoed enthusiastically. Splendid. Lin Tianyuan waved his robes. Then let the talent assessment commence. Lin Jiuyu and Lin Yang were carried forth. Let's first test my precious daughter. Lin Tianyuan placed Lin Jiuyu upon the altar, and all eyes were fixated upon her. Buzz. The altar suddenly radiated with 9 colors of light, instantly revealing her unparalleled potential, invincible, but did not cease there. The 9 colors surged skyward, and the heavens shimmered with chaotic brilliance. The potential of an emperor. Congratulations to the undying Lin clan, for in this era of fallen immortals, another emperor is destined to arise. No, the manifestation of this talent is still ongoing. Elder Tianji's hoarse voice resonated. The guest's eyes widened in disbelief. Above the heavens, chaos whirled, as if the very fabric of existence was being unveiled, revealing the celestial ladder beyond the chaos, the path to immortality. The Lin clan was truly destined to defy fate, birthing a true immortal in this age of fallen immortals. Could it be that our assumptions were wrong? And the celebration of the great Tao is in honor of this girl, to possess such potential in an era of fallen immortals. The Lin clan is indeed blessed with extraordinary fortune. The leaders of various factions were deeply shaken, contemplating which of their own descendants could possibly match this future female immortal. With Lin Jiuyu's presence, the Lin clan could thrive for at least another 1,000,000 years. Even the most immortal legacies would evoke envy. Ha ha ha. Truly, she is the daughter of Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan was immeasurably pleased. With the resources of the Lin clan at her disposal, Lin Jiuyu is destined to become a future celestial being. Lin Jiuyu proudly lifted her little head, glancing at her brother Lin Yang beside her. After all, she was a reincarnated emperor, having laid down an unparalleled foundation even in the womb. Possessing celestial talent was only to be expected. Lin Yang yawned, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Lin Jiuyu puffed her cheeks, feeling quite displeased with her arrogant brother. Nevertheless, she was equally curious about just how terrifying Lin Yang's innate gifts truly were. Now it is my son Lin Yang's turn. Lin Tianyuan awaited with great anticipation. As Lin Yang was placed upon the altar, the entire 8 desolation realm trembled. This scene surpassed everyone's expectations. Was this defying the heavens? A mere display could shake the 8 desolation realm. The head of the Ji family widened his eyes in shock. In the next moment, the sky was torn asunder, and boundless chaotic light surged in. The 8 desolation realm was riddled with cracks, as if it could not withstand an immense pressure, on the verge of collapse. This reaction was certainly not caused by a mere talent test. The leaders of the top-tier forces quickly realized their expressions changing drastically. An unknown, terrifying catastrophe was descending, threatening to obliterate the entire 8 Desolation realm. It was an apocalyptic calamity. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms revealed a look of dread, his celestial device shattering once more as he spewed forth a mouthful of old blood, his body nearly fracturing. Protect the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms. Lin Tianyuan moved swiftly, employing supreme magic to shield him. Together, they channeled vitality into him to assist in his calculations. The leaders of the immortal legacy forces stepped forward. The Empress of the Phoenix Dynasty, the Fairy of Qingqiu, the head of the Ji family, and others unleashed their terrifying powers to stabilize the nearly collapsing spirit of the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms. Buzz! Before the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms, an illusory light curtain gradually opened, revealing events occurring in the far reaches. On the plateau of the 8 Desolation realm, a formidable figure, towering and terrifying, was enacting incomprehensible divine powers. Beside him, 2 coffins shattered, releasing 2 supreme beings identical to the terrifying figure. 3 figures devoured the heavens and earth, threatening to engulf the entire 8 Desolation realm. This was the legendary 3 Lives Celestial Emperor. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms recognized that figure, his complexion paling. A Celestial Emperor? How could there still be Celestial Emperors in the age of celestial destruction? Moreover, had not the 3 Lives Celestial Emperor already fallen in the great calamity of celestial destruction? Everyone felt a chilling fear, overwhelmed by an indescribable terror. The legend spoke of the 3 Lives Celestial Emperor representing the past, present, and future, his power unfathomable. Eons ago, he sought to sacrifice all beings from 3,000 realms to achieve immortality. Now, after an endless slumber, he was awakening, intent on devouring the entire 8 Desolation realm to restore his power. Panic spread among those present. Did he know that today all the top forces had gathered in the Lin clan, choosing this day for his apocalyptic designs? The spatial barriers of the realm were sealed. Even true immortals could not break through. Were they to be devoured by the resurrected 3 Lives Celestial Emperor? The leaders of the top forces were frantic, their faces ashen, to return from death only to plot the consumption of all top leaders from 3,000 realms. This was the audacity of the 3 Lives Celestial Emperor. This was the overwhelming might of the Celestial Emperor. What would they do? The realm was sealed, leaving them no choice but to await their demise. All the top powers were in chaos. Even Lin Tianyuan's expression tightened. This was a Celestial Emperor, even among immortals. He was the strongest, let alone in the current age of celestial destruction, where true immortals were nowhere to be found. In such circumstances, to contend against a Celestial Emperor, it was an impossible endeavor. They could only gamble on the ancestral land. Lin Tianyuan's gaze was resolute. Within the ancestral land lay many ancient beings of the Lin clan, slumbering old monsters and self-sealed ancient deities. Even he, as the clan leader, was unaware of the true terrors of the Lin clan's ancestral land. However, he understood that if the Lin clan's foundation were fully unleashed, perhaps they could seize a glimmer of hope amidst this apocalyptic calamity. Alas, watching the chaotic birthday celebration, Lin Yang sighed deeply. How unfortunate to be born into a time when a celestial emperor sought to annihilate the world. Such misfortune. Perhaps he ought to buy a lottery ticket if such a thing existed in the 8 Desolation realm. Brother, what should we do? Think of something. The Empress sent a mental message. She too was in a state of panic. After all, she had finally found family in this life, establishing an unparalleled foundation, only to be threatened with annihilation as soon as she was born. She was unwilling, her desire for survival intensely strong. What more could be done? Await death. Those great emperors and sages were helpless against this. What could they, mere newborns, do? Lin Yang resigned himself. Alas, he had thought this life would be enjoyable, yet it had turned out the same as before. Just as he had a glimmer of hope to be a carefree young master, it was extinguished once more. Though he possessed the attribute of being indestructible, if the world were to be obliterated and his family no longer existed, where could he go to indulge in idleness? Huh? Lin Jiu was bewildered. Damn it, brother. You. Although her first reaction was anger, she suddenly realized that Lin Yang's words held a certain truth. Regardless of their noble origins, they were merely newborns at present, faced with the annihilation of a celestial emperor. What could they realistically do? Perhaps this was fate. Having lived 2 lives, they were destined to face turbulent paths. The empress was heartbroken, her eyes reddening, falling into profound sorrow. Suddenly, Lin Yang Molfet, a glimmer of hope sparked in the empress's eyes. Could it be that this formidable brother was finally about to reveal his power? Yet to her surprise, Lin Yang merely turned over, lying on his side. The empress and Lin Yang faced each other, both utterly confused. What are you staring at? Lying like this will at least be more comfortable when death comes. I suggest you find a cozy position to lie down as well. Lin Yang kindly transmitted his thoughts. I'll be damned. The empress was exasperated. You ungrateful wretch. Lin Yang stretched lazily, flipping over, his back facing the empress, peacefully closing his eyes. At the moment his eyes shut, the system's voice echoed, ding. External forces detected obstructing the host's idleness. Reward: invincibility. Note: 1 minute of invincibility can be obtained daily, allowing the host to ignore realm and instantly defeat opponents. Chapter 5. Celestial Emperor? A single slap to kill. Huh. Lin Yang's eyes flew open. Invincibility skill? How intriguing. To ignore realms means I could even defeat a celestial emperor? Lin Yang was astonished. Very well. The system promptly replied. Lin Yang's heart soared. Having finally obtained a divine start in this life, he had no desire to restart. Even though the attribute of being indestructible meant he wouldn't need to restart. If the world and his family were destroyed, what would he have left to indulge in? He'd merely become a vagrant drifting through the chaotic void. Damn it, old man. So you're the one hindering my idleness, huh? Lin Yang gazed at the colossal head of the 3 lives celestial emperor manifesting in the void. His eyes icy cold. When unable to defeat the enemy, one could naturally await death in peace. But when merely lifting a finger could clear away obstacles, there was no need for hesitation. Action was called for. He had reincarnated to live freely, to enjoy life. Whoever obstructed his enjoyment of life would meet their end. Boom! The void split open, chaotic energy spewing forth, shattering all creations. The heavens collapsed, the world overturned. Countless beings perished in this turmoil, transformed into vitality. Consumed by the cavernous maw of the 3 lives celestial emperor above. It seems you are the most delectable feast in this realm. Above the immortal Lin clan, the head of the 3 lives celestial emperor peeled back the chaotic light, revealing his true the emperor among immortals, possessing mastery over boundless paths. Has already stepped into the transcendent realm of the river of time. In the presence of such beings, these sovereigns appear weaker than mere ants. An immortal lineage's ancestral land? Ha ha ha. What a sumptuous feast that far exceeds my expectations. The 3 generations immortal emperor grinned, as if the heavens themselves had split in 2. He stood amidst the void, his mere head overshadowing all sight. Gulp. All eyes were gravely fixed upon the head of the 3 generations immortal emperor. Esteemed ones. To battle is to face death, and to refrain from battle is also to face death. I refuse to be humiliated and become fodder for others, those with courage. Come and challenge me. Ascend to the heavens and challenge the emperor. The 3 generations immortal emperor has slumbered for countless ages. Now, in this era of immortal demise, he has just awakened, his power perhaps not even a fraction of its former peak. If we unite, we can surely vanquish the immortal emperor. As cultivators, why should we hesitate to fight? Defy the heavens and challenge the immortals. Many sovereigns of great powers rose, transforming into beams of radiant light, charging towards the heavens. The great path was in turmoil, brilliance filled the skies, and various extreme fluctuations emanated from their beings. The 3 generations immortal emperor opened his mouth wide, swallowing all the ascending cultivators into his belly, erupting into maniacal laughter. Not enough for a feast. Bring me more. The terror of the 3 generations immortal emperor plunged everyone into despair. Is this the might of an immortal emperor? Even upon revival after eons, lacking even a fraction of his peak power, he still possesses this overwhelming invincibility that instills profound hopelessness. In the boundless despair, the 8 desolate realm trembled once more. The chaotic brilliance ravaging the heavens and earth was inhaled by a diminutive figure who stepped upon the heavens, dissipating entirely. What? This scene left many top-tier figures in a daze. Who is that? It appears to be an infant. The infant was shrouded in endless chaotic brilliance, allowing onlookers only to glimpse his silhouette, obscuring his true form. The sounds of 3,000 scriptures swirled around him, chaos clashing upon his body, as if worlds were being born and perished. Truly, an unparalleled majesty. Who approaches? State your name. The 3 generations immortal emperor regarded the shadow of the infant with trepidation. Within these 3,000 realms, there exists a being even he cannot fathom. Is it an old rival? Or something from the highlands? It doesn't seem like. Who else could pose a threat to me? No matter how he pondered, he could not discern the origin of this figure. Endless eons have passed, and even the river of time is nearly dried up. Who could it be that still refuses to let me go? A tempest of fury surged within the 3 generations immortal emperor, his gaze fixed angrily upon the infant's figure. Who are you truly? The terrifying inquiry reverberated across the 8 desolate realm, causing the 3,000 realms to tremble in response. The might of the immortal emperor was palpable. I am your grandfather, Lin Yang below it, waving his little arm. Is it really you who calls yourself the 3 generations immortal emperor? With a mighty slap, the endless chaos transformed into an enormous hand descending from the heavens. He was pressed for time. 1 minute of invincibility left no room for idle chatter. This is the power of immortality. A look of profound terror spread across the face of the 3 generations immortal emperor. No, I specifically endured until the era of immortal demise. This world should have no immortals left. Who are you? How could you scheme to such an extent? I refuse to accept this. I will defy the heavens. He unleashed all his cultivation to confront the chaotic palm. Yet alas, with his strength diminished to a mere fraction, facing Lin Yang's invincible palm was like striking a rock with an egg. Boom! The great path was obliterated, like a boulder crushing an egg. The colossal form of the 3 generations immortal emperor was instantly shattered. The remnants of the emperor's corpse scattered, and his will dissipated within the river of time. Flee! The past and future selves of the 3 generations immortal emperor felt an overwhelming terror, tearing through the chaotic barriers of the realm to escape. But in the next moment, the force of causality formed a colossal palm above them. A causality attack. This is the realm of sacrificial pathways. Boom! They did not even have time to howl in despair. As the past and future selves of the 3 generations immortal emperor crumbled beneath the palm, erasing all traces of their existence. Buzzing. With the eradication of the 3 generations immortal emperor, the 8 desolate realm ceased its turmoil. The heavens began to close, the chaotic light receded, and the fissures in the earth gradually healed. The essence of life generated by the immortal emperor's demise rejuvenated the 8 desolate realm, elevating its status. The concentration of spiritual energy surged 100-fold, and various spiritual herbs and divine substances were rapidly birthed. It can be foreseen that the immortal Lin clan, who governs the 8 desolate realm, will reap infinite benefits from this. Clapping his hands, Lin Yang declared, "That's a wrap." With a thought, he vanished into the chaotic brilliance of the heavens, returning to the altar of the Lin clan. Throughout it all, no one noticed his actions. After all, the power of immortality he wielded could completely isolate the threads of causality, time, and the laws of the great path. Now, he should be able to lie down in peace. Stretching his arms, Lin Yang yawned and turned over to sleep. Only the empress beside him gaped in astonishment. glancing up at the sky and then back at him. She had been watching Lin Yang closely, yet just moments ago. It seemed as if he had vanished for a few seconds, and then the 3 generations immortal emperor was slain, restoring tranquility to the 8 desolate realm. Was it just my illusion? The empress furrowed her brow, then shook her head. How could that be? I have forged an unparalleled foundation. My senses are terrifyingly acute. How could I possibly be disoriented? He definitely disappeared for a few seconds. Could it be that the shadow of the infant in the heavens is actually this? Brother, this absurdly terrifying conjecture left her tossing and turning, sleepless through the night. What a disaster. Insomnia from birth. Chapter 6. The legend of the infant heaven emperor as the great calamity of heaven and earth dissipated. The leaders of many top-tier forces who survived breathed a sigh of relief. After a celebratory feast, they hurried back to their respective realms. What a fright. Today's cataclysm nearly shattered their hearts. Buzz. Deep within the ancestral land of the Lin clan, several terrifying wills on the verge of revival gradually faded. I told you my child is a blessed star. He can turn misfortune into fortune. Lin Tianyuan exclaimed joyfully, kissing Lin Yang's cheek fervently. Lin Yang pushed him away in distaste. Do you not understand that men should not be so intimate? However, he couldn't help but note that his old man was quite handsome. He would likely grow up to be just as appealing. Lin Yang felt quite pleased, further enhancing his image as a prodigal son. Although this calamity caused significant damage to the 8 desolate realm, the fall of the 3 generations immortal emperor also brought immense opportunities. The Lin clan must seize this chance, Lu Rian advised. Lin Tianyuan nodded gravely. After the era of immortal demise, the 3,000 realms would rarely see true immortals. The benefits brought by the fall of a genuine ancient immortal emperor are immeasurable. Even the top-tier forces would be envious. A titanic battle sparked by the emperor's corpse is inevitable. As the clan leader of the Lin clan, he could not avoid this impending conflict in the 8 desolate realm. Then I shall trouble you to care for the 2 children, Lin Tianyuan said, nodding. He understood that this was a trial. If the Lin clan could weather the storm, it would be a great opportunity. Otherwise, it would be a grave crisis. However, he was not afraid. The Lin clan is an immortal lineage with profound roots. They certainly possess the ability to consume an immortal emperor's corpse. The 8 desolate realm is the territory of the Lin clan. Anyone who dares to extend their claws will have those claws severed. A flicker of murderous intent shone in his eyes as he soared into the sky, heading towards the distance. Lu Rian watched Lin Tianyuan depart, looking down at her children with unwavering determination. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm you in the slightest. While the immortal emperor's corpse is indeed precious, Lin Yang's extraordinary talent will undoubtedly make him a thorn in the side of some top-tier forces. A storm is brewing. Lu Rian sighed. Lin Yang gazed upon his mother, whose unparalleled beauty was complemented by an ethereal aura cultivated through her cultivation practices, a sight that was simply breathtaking. With such remarkable looks from both parents, one could only wonder how striking he would become as he matured. Lin Yang could hardly contain his laughter, already envisioning a future where he was irresistibly handsome, backed by an invincible lineage, captivating the attention of countless beauties across the realms. Could it be that his imagination was merely playing tricks on him? Lin Jiuyu puffed her cheeks in contemplation. Lin Yang's innocent and pure smile was in stark contrast to the formidable infant he had been moments ago. No need to dwell on it. She would seek an opportunity to test his strength in due course. At that very moment, on the boundless highlands, the enigmatic progenitor opened his eyes, gazing toward the 8 desolate realms. Someone has disrupted my plans. How intriguing. From the depths of the 6 Paths ruins, shrouded in endless ghostly energy, an ancient voice echoed. The old monster of 3 lifetimes has perished. Who was the culprit? Itenolungimados. Let the factions contend. The one who laughs last shall undoubtedly be the Lord of Reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. During this time, countless top-tier forces invaded the 8 desolate realms, coercing the Lin clan to share the remains of the emperor. Lin Tianyuan led his troops into battle, embroiled in a relentless struggle of iron and blood. The allure of the celestial emperor's corpse was too great, and at every moment, powerful beings fell in the shadows of this brutal conflict. Astonishingly, amidst this bloodshed, Lin Yuan displayed a terrifying ruthlessness, his strength shocking the 3,000 realms. The Lin clan revealed merely a glimpse of their profound heritage, sending tremors through the immortal factions. The various clans gradually recognized that the Lin clan's rise was nearly unstoppable. The terror of the Lin clan's foundation far exceeded anyone's imagination. One after another, forces chose to withdraw from the 8 desolate realms. In the words of the retreating warriors, a chilling legend began to circulate, once again shaking the entirety of the 3,000 realms. It was said that an unfathomable and terrifying existence guarded the 8 desolate realms. This being, resembling an infant, possessed inscrutable powers, capable of slaying celestial emperors in an instant. 8 years prior, it was this entity that quelled the cataclysm wrought by the 3-lifetime celestial emperor. The Lin clan's invincibility was undoubtedly due to the guidance of this infant powerhouse. As the legend spread, it grew ever more extravagant, culminating in the claim that this infant powerhouse was the true spirit left behind by the immortal celestial emperor who founded the Lin clan. This spirit exists in the world solely to protect the Lin clan. In the era of celestial demise, this news detonated like a bomb. Once ignited, no one dared to covet the Lin clan's interests. In fact, to avoid incurring the wrath of this terrifying existence, they even erected monuments and temples in honor of the infant true spirit, continuously extolling its virtues. They conferred upon it the esteemed title, Emperor Infant. Ha ha ha! Within the tavern, Lin Yang laughed uncontrollably, pounding the table. The storyteller before him scratched his head in confusion. No worries, dear sir, please continue. Lin Yang waved his hand. He simply could not contain himself. It was amusing how a mere casual display of power had led to such grand declarations. The title Emperor Infant. Who was the genius behind such a laughable name? Surely it wasn't his father, who was notoriously poor at naming. Young friend, how can you laugh so brazenly? If it weren't for this Emperor Infant, our 8 desolate realms would have crumbled long ago. All living beings would have been consumed by that 3-lifetime celestial emperor. In truth, without the Emperor Infant, you might never have had the chance to be born. Indeed, the old gentleman speaks truth, echoed the surrounding audience, fervently supporting the storyteller. Every being within the 8 desolate realms held deep gratitude for the Emperor Infant. Many households revered the image of the Emperor Infant, frequently offering prayers and devotion. To disrespect the Emperor Infant was to insult their very faith. Lin Yang shrugged. I merely find the title quite humorous. Humorous? It is undeniably majestic. You, young child, are utterly lacking in decorum. Be wary of the Emperor Infant's wrath, protested a girl with horn braids. Exactly. Do not insult our idol, asserted a spirited young boy, his eyes brimming with admiration for the Emperor Infant. Let me just say, is it possible that your idol is actually me? Lin Yang pointed to himself, directly inquiring. Ha ha ha! Where did this child come from, speaking so grandly? If you are the Emperor Infant, then I must be the ancient ancestor, the creator Pangu? Exactly. Little kids should be careful when lying, but they might wet their beds at night. The adults erupted into laughter. In such a tavern, the audience was mostly light-hearted folk, seeking amusement to alleviate the tedium of daily life. Lin Yang was well aware of this, and he relished the lively, vibrant atmosphere. I never tell lies. Lin Yang shot a teasing glance at the spirited boy. But you, at 16, how is it that your mother still spanks you for wetting the bed? Utter nonsense. My mother promised not to let anyone know about it. The boy stammered, his face flushing crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Ha ha! The crowd of men, women, and children laughed heartily. Little brother truly hit the nail on the head. Little brother is impressive. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. How can we speak of such things in public? The girl with horned braids blushed, peering through her fingers at the charming boy. Although Lin Yang had deliberately donned common attire, his innate charm was beyond compare, adorably captivating. Even the most stoic of witches would find themselves softened by his presence. Old man, has the tale of the emperor infant concluded? Is there more to tell? Lin Yang, knowing no one would believe he was the emperor infant, turned to the storyteller. He had lived this life with a carefree spirit, unencumbered by pretense. He spoke freely and acted as he pleased. Yet, regrettably, he had spoken the truth for 8 whole years, and no one believed him. Wasn't that infuriating? Of course. The storyteller shook his head, about to begin anew, when a grand sound of gongs and drums resonated from the horizon. The crowd turned to see the majestic dragon horse army galloping across the sky, a terrifying pressure causing the heavens to tremble. Upon the dragon horses, the strong wielded their powers with an air of divine elegance, radiating like celestial beings. Bathed in countless rays of dawn, they exuded an aura of authority, brandishing divine weapons as if they were celestial soldiers descending to the mortal realm. My heavens, where do these celestial soldiers come from? Look at that flag emblazoned with the character for Lin. Could it be the heavenly soldiers of the immortal Lin clan have arrived? What? Our 8 desolate realms are ruled by the immortal Lin clan? Such a grand display. Are we to engage in battle again? This is beyond the concern of us common folk. We should quickly kneel in greeting. The terrified citizens felt their knees weaken, bowing in reverence. The immortal Lin clan was a true deity within the 8 desolate realms, revered to the utmost by the populace. In the midst of the crowd, only Lin Yang stood tall, refusing to bow. In fact, he rolled his eyes at the celestial soldiers and made an obscene gesture. What on earth is this little ancestor doing? Several nearby citizens caught sight of Lin Yang's actions and nearly fainted from shock. The girl with horn braids quickly tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve. Kneel down. You'll get in trouble. Lin Yang reminded unfazet. Boom! As the dragon horses landed, the imposing celestial soldiers indeed strode toward Lin Yang. This is it. Little brother is in trouble. Oh dear, I quite like this child. He is so charmingly cute, but alas, he has provoked the Lin clan. The citizens shook their heads, feeling pity for Lin Yang. The Lin clan was generally benevolent towards ordinary folk, yet they showed no mercy to those who dared to challenge them. The girl with horn braids squeezed her eyes shut in fear. But in the next moment, the citizens heard a synchronized sound of kneeling. The celestial soldiers all dismounted, kneeling in unison, just as the citizens stood in bewilderment. The leading celestial general hastened forward, kneeling before Lin Yang with great reverence, and respectfully declared, I am Lin Chongji, humbly requesting the young master to return to the clan. Chapter 7. Foolish child, foolish child. The young master? He is the scion of the Lin clan. The girl with lamb horn braids was so startled that she quickly released the corner of Lin Yang's garment. The young master of the celestial clan. How could a mere ordinary girl like her ever dare to approach him? The audience trembled in fear, realizing that they had just been listening to a tale alongside a celestial scion and had even dared to jest about him being a mere child. All was lost. The wrath of the celestial clan could lead to rivers of blood. Even a vast northern wilderness dynasty, with its millions of subjects and endless territories, was but a trivial existence before the immortal Lin clan, let alone these ordinary commoners. They all felt an overwhelming dread, their faces paling to the extreme, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Are you mere tailgaters? No matter where I go, you can find me? Lin Yang looked speechlessly at Lin Chongji. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongji was immensely excited, exclaiming, If the young master is willing, I shall devote my eternal life to being your personal guard. It would be my greatest honor. The tailgater of the celestial scion. Even a sage would not have the privilege to undertake such a role. Lin Yang was speechless. The people in this world were generally agreeable, yet their thought processes seemed rather unusual. Although it felt like they were flattering him, the sincerity in their eyes did not appear to be feigned. Speak quickly. I am busy enjoying the mundane world. Lin Yang expressed his dissatisfaction. He had repeatedly stated that they were to come find him discreetly. With such a grand display, how could he continue to frolic in the earthly realm? Did they not see how terrified these commoners were upon discovering his true identity? It seemed he would have to find another city to amuse himself. Lin Yang was at inwardly. Forgive me, young master. The clan leader insists on seeing you. Thus we were specially dispatched to invite you home. Lin Chongji maintained an utmost respect. Father has returned to the clan? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Lin Tianyuan had been away at war for 8 years and had not returned to the Lin clan. The young master is truly exceptional, extraordinarily wise. Lin Chongji continued his flattery. Very well. Lin Yang shot Lin Chongji a glance. Though his father was somewhat unreliable, he treated Lin Yang well. Now that he had finally returned, it was indeed time to pay him a visit. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he mounted the back of the jade Qilin, a birthday gift from his father. Riding upon a legendary celestial beast was an unparalleled luxury throughout the 3,000 realms. Even some ancient cultivators would covet it enviously. Young master, how shall we deal with these rebellious ones? Lin Chongji inquired, glancing at the bowed commoners surrounding them. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to show disrespect to the celestial scion. How could these lowly ants dare to jest with him? It was simply intolerable. Oh! Lin Yang nearly forgot, pulling out a gold ingot and tossing it onto the storyteller's table. The tale was well told. A reward is in order. The storyteller, recognizing the cue, immediately began bowing profusely. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Watching the bowing elder, Lin Yang sighed, suddenly recalling the saying, a sorrowful thick wall has now formed between us. He had just enjoyed himself thoroughly, and they had all received rewards. Casually, he distributed some silver coins. Thank you for the young master's bounty. Amidst the chorus of gratitude, Lin Yang rode the jade Qilin skyward, transforming into a celestial rainbow, vanishing into the horizon. The scion of the Lin clan. The girl with lamb-horn braids stared blankly at the celestial rainbow dissipating in the sky, clutching her silver coins, her bright eyes shimmering with longing. Do not dwell on it. That young gentleman is a celestial being, destined to have no connection with mere mortals like us, the storyteller interjected, sensing the girl's feelings. Old grandpa, can mortals truly not cultivate into immortals? The girl with lamb-horn braids asked, raising her head. The storyteller opened his mouth, chuckling in silence. Patting the girl's shoulder, let me tell you a story. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, a prodigious genius was born in our northern wilderness dynasty. He began cultivating at the age of 3, achieving perfection within 3 months, and reached the pinnacle of innate power within a year. By the age of 6, he was already a formidable spirit transformation expert. At 18, he secured the title of martial champion of the Northern Wilderness Dynasty with his perfected Qi-Si realm strength. At 25, in his prime, he entered the Dao Palace realm, establishing himself among the world's elite. At 50, he defeated a great master of the Dragon Transformation realm, becoming the youngest martial alliance leader in the history of the Northern Wilderness. At 100, when war broke out between the Northern Wilderness and the Southern Barbarians, with millions of troops descending like dark clouds, he boldly intervened, showcasing the might of the divine Aperture realm, single-handedly turning the tide of battle. After achieving unparalleled supremacy, he secluded himself for 3 decades. At his 300th birthday celebration, he stepped into the King realm, opening the heavenly gate with a single sword strike. This tale ignited boundless admiration among the audience. What a phenomenal genius, what an unparalleled hero, to become invincible in just a century of cultivation, seeking solitude to conquer, to open the heavenly gate after 3 centuries and ascend to immortality. I know, he is the Northern Wilderness sword god, Shun Songsheng, our pride in the Northern Wilderness dynasty. The youths present were filled with fervor. The story of Shun Songsheng had undoubtedly inspired countless passionate young individuals to embark on their cultivation journeys. Yet, was the story truly at an end? Yes, old grandpa. Do you know what happened afterward? The girl with lamb-horn braids, captivated, asked with sparkling eyes. If I could be as outstanding as the Northern Wilderness sword god, perhaps I could stand alongside that celestial scion, right? And then, the storyteller stroked his beard, letting out a long sigh. As you all know, the 8 wilderness realms are divided into the mortal realm and the celestial dome. Only upon reaching the King realm can one ascend to the celestial dome realm. After Shun, Songsheng opened the heavens with his sword and entered the celestial dome. He was received by the sword god sect. And then, the audience gasped, their breaths quickening. It was the first time they had heard of the sword god's tale after entering the celestial dome. A celestial prodigy, upon entering the dome, surely became unrivaled and accomplished remarkable feats. 700 years have passed. With his talent, he must have reached a terrifying level of cultivation. Surely he is now the leader of the sword god sect. The youth's faces flushed with excitement and anticipation, observing their eager gazes. The storyteller shook his head and slowly revealed the truth. Upon joining the sword god sect, Shun Sangxing became a registered disciple, serving as a gatekeeper. After 700 years, he barely qualified to become an official disciple. The storyteller stroked his beard, filled with lament. What? How can this be? He is the pride and legend of our northern wilderness dynasty. Gatekeeper? A registered disciple? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The audience refused to believe, and those who had taken Shun Sangxing as their goal turned red with embarrassment, eager to argue. These are merely rumors. They may not be true. Treat my ramblings as nonsense. The storyteller did not wish to dispute with them, but instead looked at the girl with lamb horn braids. What I must tell you is, the Sword God sect is only a second-tier force within the Celestial Dome. Among the 6 divisions of powers, Imperial Clan, Overlord, Top Tier, First Tier, Second Tier, and Third Tier. It ranks just above the last tier. What? Is that young master brother at the top tier, the Imperial Clan? The girl with lamb horn braids inquired, puzzled. The storyteller shook his head. Then, is it the Overlord tier? The girl grew even more confused. The storyteller gathered his courage and spoke clearly. The Lin clan is the only immortal celestial clan of the 8 wilderness realms. The celestial clan transcends all. They're the rulers of the realm and the sovereigns of all powers. Even the imperial clans are but ants before the celestial clan, easily extinguished with a breath. This is the immortal celestial clan. Gulp. The audience felt a chilling dread penetrating their very cores, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. They only knew that the Lin clan was the sovereign of the 8 wilderness. However, for the phrase master of the 8 desolations, they possessed no concrete understanding. After all, in their perception, the Northern Desolation dynasty was already boundlessly vast. The tales spun by the old storyteller shattered their worldview, revealing that the Northern Desolation dynasty was merely an inconspicuous entity among the multitude of mortal dynasties. The most formidable genius ever born from the Northern Desolation dynasty had ascended to the celestial realm, only to be deemed worthy of guarding the gates for a second-rate power. And that young heir was none other than the son of the Immortal Forest clan's chief. This meant he was destined to become the master of the 8 desolation domains. Gulp. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the tremendous and terrifying background of that adorable little boy they had just encountered. To share the experience of listening to tales with such a personage was truly a life well lived. Indeed, the audience nodded in deep agreement. Only the girl with the horn braids murmured, acquired, innate, spirit transformation, Chi Si, Tao Palace, dragon transformation, divine aperture king. Is this the realm of cultivation? If one can attain the rank of king, they could ascend to the heavens and stand under the same sky as that little brother. I have made my decision. I shall cultivate. She clenched her fists, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at the spot where Lin Yang had disappeared. The old storyteller, observing the girl's fervent gaze, recognized that his efforts to dissuade her had been in vain, and he could only shake his head and sigh. Foolish child. Foolish child. He understood, well, that no matter how hard she tried, she could never breach the fundamentally infinite barriers of class. Even if she exhausted every ounce of her strength, possessed celestial opportunities, and became a prodigious talent, she would still lack the qualifications to guard the gates for the Lin clan, let alone meet Lin Yang again. Chapter 8. The Living Yama and the Indulgent Mother Whoosh. The Dragon Horse army soared through the skies, while Lin Yang languidly reclined atop the Jade Qilin. Over the past 8 years, the slothful system had remained consistently generous, bestowing upon him rewards through various tactics that even Lin Yang could not have imagined. Sleeping had become a basic skill for leveling up. He was so lethargic that even neglecting to use the restroom triggered a critical reward. The items he received were all of the highest caliber. Within the system's realm, imperial weapons were being churned out in bulk. Legendary techniques that could serve as the foundational arts of celestial clans piled up like mountains. Revitalizing elixirs were plentiful, capable of granting a second life, serving as mere snacks. Amidst this overwhelming accumulation of resources, his power surged frantically. 8 years had passed, and he had completely lost track of his own strength. If one were to describe it with a single word, it would be invincible, at least within the immortal forest clan. He felt no one could pose a threat to him. Whoosh! The army broke through the skies, its might awe-inspiring. They soon returned to the Lin clan. Lin Tanyuan emerged from the main courtyard, his face beaming with joy. After 8 years of battles, he had repelled numerous immortal forces. Now, returning triumphantly to his clan marked the pinnacle of his success. Patriarch, I have fulfilled my duty, Lin Chongji exclaimed exuberantly. To witness this unparalleled patriarch, invincible across the 8 desolations, was an honor beyond measure for him. As an immortal clan, the Lin clan was prosperous, with some collateral branches boasting populations in the hundreds of thousands. Most Lin clansmen would never have the chance to meet the patriarch in their lifetime. Rise! Lin Tianyuan casually rewarded Lin Chongji with a bottle of heavenly restoration elixir. Gulp! Is that a potion that can significantly enhance one's innate talent? Thank you, Patriarch. Lin Chongji's hands trembled. A single bottle of heavenly restoration elixir could be worth a sage's life. Many powerful beings would go to great lengths for the sake of such an elixir. Even a sage king would not hesitate to act. My son, Lin Tianyuan turned around and embraced Lin Yang tightly. I owe you so much. After your birth, I have been away for 8 years, and I have yet to hold you even once. Rest assured, now that I am back, I will repay you tenfold, 100-fold. Lin Yang looked at Lin Tianyuan, who was on the verge of tears, and smirked. Father, you need not be so melodramatic. Cough, cough. Lin Tianyuan chuckled awkwardly, then waved his hand with spirited determination, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Though I have been away waging wars these past 8 years, I have always been thinking about your growth plan. Fear not. I have already devised a detailed cultivation plan for you until you turn 18. Given your innate talent, if you adhere strictly to my plan, you shall undoubtedly become a king before the age of 18. What? Lin Yang was speechless. How was this any different from the parents of the previous world who pushed their children to excel? After 8 years of absence, he was immediately urged to study, with a 10-year plan laid out for his future. It was terrifying, simply a devil. By the way, during my absence, has your mother been supervising your cultivation? How many hours do you practice each day? You are still young. You must prioritize your health and not overexert yourself. Lin Tianyuan's concerned words warmed Lin Yang's heart. It seemed he had misjudged his father. He still had a conscience. I believe practicing for 15 hours a day should suffice. Any more would be detrimental to my health. Lin Tianyuan continued. Lin Yang was bewildered. Are you truly my father? You seem more like a living Yama. Huh? Lin Tianyuan suddenly noticed that as the dignified patriarch of the immortal clan, he could not discern the cultivation level of his merely 8-year-old son. Could it be some treasure concealing his aura? That made sense. Since Rian adored her child so much, she must have bestowed a powerful protective treasure. Lin Tianyuan nodded, placing his hand on Lin Yang's shoulder to assess his strength. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted, sending Lin Tianyuan flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Nearly meeting his end. Father, are you all right? Lin Yang looked at the tattered clothes of Lin Tianyuan, feeling both fortunate and secretly pleased. He was glad he had not become Thanos' dad, and secretly delighted that this living Yama had met with retribution. No. Cough. Lin Tianyuan coughed out a plume of black smoke, utterly speechless. To think, after a lifetime of heroism, battling across the 8 desolations and vanquishing countless immortal forces, he would be sent flying by his own 8-year-old son, nearly facing Yama himself. The commotion drew the attention of many powerful beings within the Lin clan. A graceful figure swiftly flew out, arriving before Lin Yang. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her delicate hands gliding over him. Little Yang, are you hurt at all? After confirming that Lin Yang was unharmed, Lu Ruyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, she noticed Lin Tianyuan, who was spewing black smoke. Tianyuan, who has harmed you to such an extent? Lin Tianyuan was even more speechless. His son was biological, while his husband was an accident, right? Cough, cough. Let us discuss this at home. Lin Tianyuan gathered his composure and stood up, waving his hand dismissively at the onlookers. Is there nothing better to do? What are you all standing around for? Hee hee, it's good to see your fine patriarch. The Lin clansmen reluctantly dispersed. Within the opulent inner hall, Lin Tianyuan consumed a source fruit, restoring himself to normalcy. Ruyin, have you placed a restriction on probing our son as strength? That was rather underhanded. You nearly caused my demise. Lin Tianyuan sipped his tea, calming his rattled nerves. Indeed, Lu Ruyin nodded matter-of-factly. I simply did not want others to know that our son has not been cultivating. What? Lin Tianyuan spat out his tea, leaping to his feet in disbelief, his eyes wide. Not cultivating? Yes. Our son is still so young. How could you bear to make him suffer the trials of cultivation? Lu Ruyin placed her hands on her hips, staring down Lin Tianyuan. Little Yang is exceptionally gifted. He can start cultivating whenever he wishes. Moreover, even if he never cultivates in this lifetime, it matters not. Our Lin clan possesses the strength to protect him throughout his life. All I desire is for my son to be happy. If he does not wish to cultivate, then we shall use sacred herbs and immortal medicines to elevate him to the status of emperor and immortal. As long as our family can be together, joyfully, that is all that matters. You, foolish, you are far too indulgent with the child. Lin Tianyuan slammed his palm on the table. You dare to raise your hand against me. Lu Ruyin shot a glare. Accustomed to being domineering outside, and now you wish to be the emperor at home? Lin Tianyuan's expression stiffened. Regardless of the deep affection he shared with Lu Ruyin, willingly accepting her authority, he dared not act recklessly due to her noble lineage. Lu Ruyin's background was not only formidable, but possibly even more so than the Lin clan. In the vast realms, who wouldn't desire to marry into an immortal power? Yet Lu Ruyin was acknowledged to have married down when she wed into the Lin clan. And you indulge him so? Lin Tianyuan lamented. He's my son. Lu Ruyin's son. Who else should I pamper? Lu Ruyin retorted, standing her ground. Lin Tianyuan, overwhelmed by the fierce aura of the tiger mother, sat down, gulping down 3 cups of tea to regain his composure. And what my precious daughter? How is she? Your precious daughter is just like you. A true fanatic of cultivation, Lu Ruyin replied, resting her forehead. This is all you're doing. If you weren't so obsessed with cultivation, could our daughter have turned out this way? Lin Tianyuan's frown lifted, his face breaking into a smile, only to be replaced by a look of bewilderment. How could this possibly be his fault? Lu Ruyin's anger had diminished considerably as she continued. Just as you've returned, there has been some trouble in the heavenly court, and I must attend to it. For now, you'll have to take care of the child. I know you are a cultivation fanatic, but if you dare pressure the child into practicing, don't blame me for being rude when I return. Understood, understood. Lin Tianyuan's eyes sparkled as he rose. But since we have been apart for so long, why not take the evening to reconnect? You rogue. Lu Ruyin shot him a playful glance. Be sure to clean up. I'll be waiting for you tonight. All right. Lin Tianyuan exclaimed joyfully, abandoning any thoughts of urging Lin Yang to cultivate. He embraced Lu Ruyin and happily rushed to the bathing area. Lin Yang silently turned away, recognizing that his formidable parents were truly oblivious to their surroundings. However, he welcomed the peace and strolled back to his small courtyard. Upon opening the gate, a terrifying pressure descended from above, potent enough to shatter a mountain. Lin Yang shook his head in disbelief, casually extending his hand to dispel the oncoming force. In the next moment, a girl found herself restrained, her formidable energy unable to escape even trace. Unfair, unfair. The fiery girl stomped her foot. Sticky brother, let me go. Lin Yang smiled slightly and pushed her gently. The girl tumbled to the ground, covered in dirt, and stood up, exasperated. Could you not find a different way to welcome me? Lin Yang Thea said. Lin Juyue glared at him, her teeth clenched. You old brother. How on earth do you cultivate? I trained diligently from dawn till dusk, and despite my innate talent, I've only reached the 9th level of the king realm. You, on the other hand, lounge about and sneak out to play, yet you effortlessly overpower me. It's so unfair, absolutely unfair. As she spoke, tears of frustration welled in Lin Yue's eyes. Anyone faced with such a disparity would feel despair, a sense of futility in their efforts. You don't understand. The Tao follows nature. To comprehend the great path, one must maintain tranquility and peace of mind. Lin Yang began to fabricate. You're lying. Lin Yue gritted her teeth. You simply refuse to reveal your secret. Lin Yang felt a chill. Could his sister have discovered his? You must have mastered the art of cultivating in dreams. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with insight, as if seeing through everything. Oh, Lin Yang exhaled, grinning weedily. Yes, yes. Stinky old brother. Quickly tell me the secret to cultivating in dreams. Lin Yue clung to Lin Yang's arm, pouting. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Lin Yang did not refuse, handing her a scroll of scriptures. Why are you agreeing so readily? Lin Yue questioned, suspicious. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading the lazy sleep technique. The influence of the lazy sect has expanded to 2 people. Reward, Buddha Kingdom in the palm. The system chimed. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. He had little desire for completing tasks, having already achieved invincibility. Acquiring an extra ability was of little significance to him. Moreover, this system seemed a bit flawed, as sometimes neglecting tasks yielded greater rewards than completing them. Looking at his delighted sister, Lin Yang chuckled to himself. The lazy sleep technique was his own creation. Once initiated, it enforced 3 days and nights of sleep. Imagining his sister's gratitude after receiving sufficient rest warmed his heart. Chapter 9. My dear child, I implore you to cultivate. Even for a mere second, Lin Tianyuan and Lu Ruyin, having enjoyed their brief reunion, were inseparable these days, leaving little time to attend to Lin Yang and his sister. It wasn't until Lu Ruyin departed that Lin Tianyuan finally had the opportunity to prepare a lavish feast. As Lin Yang entered the dining hall, he sensed that this meal would undoubtedly be a trap, yet he remained resolute in his commitment to laziness, believing no one could sway him. Where's your sister? Lin Tianyuan inquired, puzzled. Her? She is probably still sleeping, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Lin Tianyuan glanced at the sky, his expression perplexed. It was already noon, and she was still asleep? Didn't T. Lu say our daughter was a cultivation fanatic? Is this truly the case? Well then, son, sit down. This dragon's liver and phoenix's gall is a delicacy rare even in the 3,000 realms. Do savor it, it's exquisite. Lin Tianyuan biamed et Lin Yang. Lin Yang sampled the dish, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Tianyuan. This old fellow was clearly up to no good. Ahem. Lin Tianyuan cleared his throat. With Lu Riyin's intimidation, he dared not coerce Lin Yang, but opted for temptation. 8 hours. If you cultivate for 8 hours a day, I'll prepare dragoness liver and phoenix's gall daily, along with other delicacies. Lin Tianyuan coaxed, believing that a child would be easily swayed with a little indulgence. That is not coercing, is it? Lin Yang scoffed. Poof! Lin Tianyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. This was dragon's liver and phoenix's gall. Even he rarely indulged in it, unless it was a momentous occasion. Ye the master's decree. The young clan leader must commit to 2 hours of daily cultivation before being permitted to leave the confines of his home. The gatekeeper, a Lin clan guard, declared with utmost righteousness. Damn, that living Yama! Lin Yang retorted. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Tianyuan let out a cold snicker. Humph. You think you can outmaneuver me, your old man? You're still too young. Thus, he decided to forego any outings, opting instead for a leisurely nap at home. Enjoying life comes in many forms, and infuriating that living Yama father of his was certainly one of them. Lin Tianyuan stumbled slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure. Oof, let us see how long you can endure this. He brimmed with confidence. Children are inherently playful. Surely, he would relent within a few days. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Yang collapsed onto his bed. What delightful dream might he conjure tonight? His dreams were entirely customizable, offering an unparalleled sense of realism. Whatever pleasures he desired, He could indulge without fatigue. Unperturbed, Lin Tianyuan squatted outside Lin Yang's room, waiting patiently. Day turned to night. 3 days and nights passed, until bloodshot eyes finally emerged. Yet Lin Yang remained elusive. Are today's children truly this composed? He rubbed his chin, contemplating how to outmaneuver his seemingly unyielding son. A thorough and thoughtful strategy was essential. Just as Lin Yang was preparing to gather the final cat-eared maiden to create his harem of beauties, a piercing scream shattered his dreams. He jolted awake to find Lin Jiuyu, fierce and menacing, pouncing upon him, her little fangs biting into his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Lin Yang exclaimed, swiftly pinning Lin Jiuyu onto the bed. "You deceitful brother! You tricked me!" Lin Jiuyu squirmed vigorously. "What kind of wicked technique did you give me? After practicing it, I slept for 3 whole days. You owe me that precious time of cultivation. I was already weaker than you, and you resort to such despicable means to hinder my progress. I despise you. I truly despise you. Is that all?" Lin Yang delivered a sharp slap to Lin Jiuyu's rear. "Feel for yourself the state of your cultivation. Do not unjustly accuse the innocent." Huh. Lin Jiuyu paused, and only then did she realize that the constraints of her rank in the 9th layer of the monarch realm had loosened. She was on the brink of a breakthrough. Staring in shock at Lin Yang, she asked, "You didn't truly play tricks on me? Is this sleep technique genuinely a supreme skill? When have I ever deceived you?" Lin Yang smirked, revealing a quintessential Dragon King grin. Boom! With a slight focus, Lin Jiuyu began cultivating in accordance with her newfound realization, and her realm surged forward, ascending to the status of a venerable. Cultivation is divided into 4 stages. First step, postnatal, innate, spirit transformation, Qi Si. Second step, Dao Palace, dragon transformation, divine aperture, monarch. Third step, venerable, heavenly king, emperor of humanity, celestial sovereign, celestial venerable. Fourth step, sage, sage king, great sage, sage of saints, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Each major realm consists of 9 minor realms. In truth, you are simply too tense. Now that you have relaxed, advancement comes naturally. Lin Yang smiled gently, offering guidance. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Sometimes, the longest road is indeed the quickest path. To enjoy life is also a form of cultivation. Embracing a laid-back approach to training is an attitude in itself. Let the applause resonate. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Jiuyu was momentarily dazed by his words. Though she didn't fully grasp their meaning, they sounded remarkably profound. "By the way, have you seen our father since his return?" Lin Yang inquired casually. "Huh, when did he come back?" Lin Jiuyu, having slept for 3 days, was completely unaware. Her deepest yearning was for familial affection, which fueled her relentless pursuit of cultivation. Now that Lin Tianyuan had returned, she naturally wished to see him. "Where is Dad?" Lin Jiuyu scratched her head, puzzled. "Over there, hiding in the bushes." Lin Yang gestured toward the nearby foliage. Cough, cough. An exceedingly awkward Lin Tianyuan emerged from the thicket, clearing his throat with an air of righteousness, internally lamenting. "This wretched child can see through my concealment techniques? Truly peculiar. Hey, Dad, why were you hiding in the bushes? Don't you enjoy walking?" Lin Jiuyu inquired with concern. Do not dwell on trivial details. Lin Tianyuan's face flushed red, hastily changing the subject. "Jiuyu, I've heard from your mother that you have been diligent in your training. I'm heartened by this. So I selected this Phoenix Dance sword as a gift for you. Do you like it?" He presented an imperial weapon to Lin Jiuyu. "What a gorgeous sword. Far more tasteful than the ugly one my wretched brother gave me." Lin Jiuyu exclaimed, enamored. "Has your brother ever gifted you a sword?" Lin Tianyuan asked, surprised. Wasn't it said that his son had no interest in cultivation? How could he be interested in swords? His suspicions grew. Lin Jiuyu brandished the broken sword at her waist. "This is the one. My brother is so stingy. He gave me a broken sword. Ha ha." Lin Tianyuan shook his head in amusement, but before his laughter could escape, he was struck speechless, exclaiming, This is the 3 lives celestial sword." He scrutinized the remnants of the sword in his hands, then suddenly turned to Lin Yang. My little ancestor, this is the personal weapon of the three-lives celestial emperor. I searched the vastness of the world and could not find it. How did you acquire it? I found it in the back mountain. Lin Yang lied without blinking, casually stating, it seemed quite sharp, so I thought to give it to Jiu Yu as a birthday gift. I assumed she would find it ugly and toss it aside. Yet she has kept it close. Found it in the back mountain. Lin Tianyuan was on the verge of collapse. What unfathomable luck is this? Yet, as he pondered further, he felt a pang in his heart. His son not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also had heaven-defying fortune. If only he would apply himself in cultivation, he could effortlessly ascend to immortality. The more he thought, the more his heart ached, and he instinctively clutched his chest. Father, are you all right? Lin Jiuyu's small face turned anxious. Me fine. Lin Tianyuan took a deep breath, his eyes regaining their sharpness as he spoke solemnly. Once the news of the three-lives celestial sword's appearance spreads, it will undoubtedly alarm the 3,000 realms. Its allure will far exceed that of a shattered imperial corpse, inciting tremendous chaos. We must keep this secret. For the time being, I cannot concern myself with you two. I need to confer with the ancestors of the ancestral land regarding this matter. Lin Yang's heart leaped with joy. Did this not imply he had a chance to sneak out? Do not entertain such thoughts. Lin Tianyuan saw through Lin Yang's inner musings. Unless you can meet my demands, you shall not leave the Lin family. What demands? Lin Yang preset eagerly. Defeat the guardian of the purple bamboo forest secret realm. Lin Tianyuan's tone was grave. The purple bamboo forest was a superlative secret realm crafted specifically to hone the Lin clan as prodigies. Throughout endless ages, even the clan as strongest prodigies had only succeeded in overcoming it at nearly 50 years of age. The guardian of the purple bamboo forest, as described by Lin Tianyuan, was an immensely powerful puppet at the 9th layer of the Saint realm. No matter how formidable Lin Yang's talent, it was inconceivable for him to succeed before the age of 18. Oh, the purple bamboo forest secret realm? Where is it? Point me in the right direction. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Entering the purple bamboo forest requires at least heavenly king-level strength. You have yet to cultivate, so you can't even enter the door. Lin Tianyuan grinned, finally feeling he had Lin Yang cornered. Lin Yang was speechless. Why not say so earlier? The requirement is so low. The threshold is merely heavenly king level. The guardian is probably just a saint, right? His father truly underestimated him. Have you realized the gap? You should learn from your sister. She is already at the venerable level and only needs to advance one more step to enter the purple bamboo forest for trials. Lin Tianyuan imparted earnestly. Lin Jiuyu blushed at his words. She understood all too well the terrifying power of Lin Yang. Though he claimed not to have cultivated, he could subdue her with just a finger. A mere heavenly king level? Her brother could likely suppress it with one hand. Oh, is that so? Lin Yang aimed in the direction Lin Tianyuan had indicated and unleashed a sword strike. Lin Tianyuan smiled with relief, for it seemed that his son had finally ignited the flames of ambition within him. Recognizing the gap is a good start. I shall make a trip to the ancestral land. Upon my return, I will personally guide your training. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and soared deep into the ancestral land. Lin Yang shrugged indifferently. He had never been one to elaborate unnecessarily. Clapping his hands, he turned and made his way toward the gate of the Lin clan. Where are you off to, you old rascal? Lin Jiuyu inquired. Out for some fun. Lin Yang replied with a slight smile. The mortal realm is the true place to savor life. Do you understand the charm of listening to melodies in the bustling marketplace? Ah, never mind, you are still too young. These are matters for adults. When you grow up, I shall take you out for some enjoyment. Why do you speak with such an air of maturity? We were born on the same day. Lin Jiuyu pouted, her cherubic face displaying her indignation. And didn't our father prohibit you from going outside? The guards are all saints. There's no way you could slip past them. Hee. Lin Yang replied with a knowing smile. Is that so? Are the saints truly formidable? We shall see how stubborn you are later. Lin Jiuyu hastened to catch up, eager to witness her elder brother's downfall for the first time in her life. At the entrance of the Lin clan, the gatekeeper, a sage of the 9th realm, sighed helplessly upon seeing Lin Yang, about to offer a warning. However, Lin Yang instantly melded into the void, stepping forth to appear outside the Lin clan's gate like a phantom. The protective formation of the clan had proven utterly ineffective. The two guarding saints were rendered powerless. The two saints stood frozen, their heads turning stiffly to behold Lin Yang, who waved at them with a smile, stirring a tempest of shock within their hearts. What on earth is happening? Is this an illusion? No. They quickly realized that Lin Yang had employed the Void Great Shift, a technique that even saints could not easily execute. Yet the young clan heir had mastered it to perfection. They felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat beating on their backs. The young clan heir, who had never engaged in cultivation, could actually perform the Void Great Shift? And he was only 8 years old. Lin Jiaoyu gazed in astonishment at this scene, her eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief, sudden clarity, confusion, envy, and jealousy. My dear brother, you have hidden your abilities so well. How cruel to deceive your sister. Chapter 11. My son is so strong. The ruthless empress. I want to go out too. Lin Jiaoyu exclaimed repeatedly this. The two Lin clan saints were drenched in cold sweat. They had already failed in their duty to watch over the young clan heir. Yet it seemed the clan leader had not issued a decree forbidding the young princess from leaving. As they hesitated, Lin Jiaoyu transformed into a blaze of fire and dashed out of the Lin clan's gates. What to do now? What else could they do? They hurried to report to the clan leader for a decision. Before the ancestral land, Lin Tianyuan had just ascended when he was confronted. What did you say? My son broke through the saints' defenses and stepped out of the Lin clan with a single stride? Lin Tianyuan was taken aback. Weren't they saying his son had not practiced cultivation? What was going on? Jiaoyu followed him out as well. Absurd. Listening to the report, Lin Tianyuan felt utterly fatigued. Report to the clan leader. A grave situation has arisen. Just as Lin Tianyuan was feeling distressed, another streak of light arrived. The newcomeress faced a mask of panic and urgency. What now? Lin Tianyuan asked, already numb to the chaos. The purple bamboo forest's secret realm has been destroyed by a sword light from beyond the heavens. The entire realm has collapsed, and all the guarding puppets have been shattered. The Lin clan experts reported in a flurry. What? Lin Tianyuan's eyes widened, urgency flooding his voice. What about the Lin clan geniuses undergoing trials inside? The sword light seemed to have a consciousness of its own, sparing all sentient beings. Our Lin clan prodigies and the trial beasts were unharmed. The experts took a deep breath, and that is the most terrifying aspect. The strength of the assailant is likely beyond imagination. Perhaps an unparalleled existence has set its sights on our Lin clan. Lin Tianyuan's expression grew grim, his mind racing. He suddenly recalled that before arriving at the ancestral land, Lin Yang had drawn 2 fingers across the void. Could it be? The more he thought, the more horrified he became, his heart surging with waves of dread. Immediately commence reconstruction of the purple bamboo forest. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Simply keep it under wraps. I will address it upon my return. And what about the young clan heir and the young princess? The guarding Lin clan saints pressed. Do not concern yourselves with them for now. I will address it upon my return. Lin Tianyuan soared into the ancestral land, leaving the bewildered saints behind. In the mortal realm, the true perpetrator behind the destruction of the purple bamboo forest, Lin Yang, strolled through the bustling streets, holding a candied hawthorn stick. He paused to watch street performers and listen to the comedic acts on stage. The purple bamboo forest should be gone by now. Surely. His father would be laughing uncontrollably upon hearing the news. He had never intended to conceal his strength. Since Lin Tianyuan had set a standard for him, he decided to exceed expectations, preventing his father from hindering his enjoyment of life. The strength he had revealed should suffice to silence the incessant nagging of the living Yama. Lin Yang mused, clearing the purple bamboo forest merely proves my combat prowess at the peak of the Saint Realm. However, controlling the sword energy to avoid fatalities is the true level I wish to showcase. Huh? What's happening up ahead? Lin Yang squeezed into the crowd, glancing at a nearby blacksmith. Mister, why is it so lively here? The blacksmith cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yang and replied, This is adult business. Children should refrain from prying. Lin Yang casually tossed a silver coin, and the blacksmith's demeanor shifted immediately, a fawning smile spreading across his face. Oh, it turns out to be a young master. However, this matter is indeed not suitable for children. The annual Flower Queen election competition of the Northern Wilderness Dynasty is about to commence. This is the pre-show tour. All the top establishments in the Northern Wilderness will send their leading performers to compete for the title of the #1 Flower Queen. Oh, Lin Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. The Flower Queen is, of course, the most beautiful and popular performer in the Northern Wilderness Dynasty. I have long been enamored with such grand events. How could I let this opportunity slip by? Now that I'm 8 years old, rounding off, I am considered an adult. Why shouldn't I enter the establishment? Lin Yang grinned weedily. The blacksmith looked at him with an odd expression, muttering to himself. The offspring of a wealthy family. So young, yet already versed in worldly affairs? Quite remarkable. Thank you. Lin Yang admired the dancers performing to solicit votes for the Flower Queen before turning towards the capital of the Northern Wilderness. As he rounded a corner, he paused, sensing something. A group of burly men were surrounding a girl with horn braids, their faces twisted with malicious smiles. Little girl, you possess beauty. Why are you still thinking of joining a sect to practice martial arts? Why not join our Yushao Tower and become a headliner? We guarantee to make you the Flower Queen within 3 years. What do you say? Ah, so you are all swindlers. The girl with horn braids clenched her teeth, her eyes trembling. From the shadows, Lin Yang recognized her immediately as the shy girl he had seen at the tavern a few days prior. What a coincidence it was to meet again. He shook his head in disbelief. When they first met, the system had issued a task to recruit the girl with horn braids as a disciple. However, being inherently lazy, he had no intention of teaching a disciple. After declining, he received a reward for his slothfulness. Yet, encountering her a second time, could this be fate? He glanced at the girl's attribute panel. Name, by Yue identity, Princess of the Tianqi Dynasty, this life. Ruthless Empress, previous life. Talent, celestial grade status. Nation destroyed. Childhood in exile, alone in a world of turmoil. Lost memories of her previous life, unaware of her identity in this life. Faced with such a pitiful and delicate girl, should he not consider taking her under his wing as a disciple? A once great empress forced to reincarnate and restart her cultivation due to a mishap, resulting in a blank slate of memories? Lin Yang had previously been too indifferent to even open by Yue's profile, but now he finally recognized the true identity of the girl. Her background stirred memories of his sister, Jiu, causing a subtle shift in his heart. Around the corner, the girl asserted firmly, I refuse to join any lewd establishment. Step aside, or I shall not hold back. She bared her small tiger teeth, though her threat bore little weight. The group of ruffians erupted in laughter, taunting her, Let us see how you intend to be ungracious to us. In a swift move, Bai Yue caught them off guard and delivered a powerful kick to one man's groin. The technique, dubbed the chicken flies and the egg breaks, had been honed by her since childhood, precise and ruthless. Even an opponent with some skills would find themselves on the ground from her surprise attack. However, her escape was thwarted by the sheer number of adversaries surrounding her. Is it not excessive to bully a mere girl? A cold voice resonated from behind. The ruffians turned, but saw nothing at first. What the hell? Is that a ghost? After scanning the area, their eyes fell upon a young boy, no more than 7 or 8, holding a candied hawthorn stick, looking at them with disdain. Where did this little brat come from? Scram! One of the ruffians bellowed, furious at being intimidated by a child. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent materializing, reducing the brute to a mist of blood with a mere glance. The scene fell into a sudden silence. The boy's glare had shattered the bravado of the ruffians. What manner of creature was this child? The 2 ruffians trembled, terror-stricken, and one stammered, in broad daylight. You dare kill. I kill as I please, and do as I wish, Lin Yang replied indifferently, casting a glance at the 2. You dare to meddle in my affairs? Before they could finish their protest, the atmosphere thickened with lethal intent, and they were hurled backward, their forms splattering against the white wall, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 12. The Northern Wilderness Young Master, Su Fengyan. By Yue's lineage? Such strength. Is this what cultivation entails? The girl with the sheep horn braids covered her mouth, gazing at Lin Yang with wide, sparkling eyes. She vaguely recalled being surrounded by such formidable presences in her early years. Alas, a calamity at the age of 3 forced her to flee from that hazy palace, leading her to a life of wandering. Wait, are you a divine brother? Bai Yue recognized Lin Yang, her large eyes shimmering with disbelief. She thought she would never see him again, yet here he was, appearing as if conjured from a dream. You're safe now, Lin Yang smiled. Since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall lend my aid. He lived by the principle of acting upon his desires, believing that true enjoyment of life lay in such spontaneity. Bai Yue swallowed hard, looking at him. I am Bai Yue, 13 years old. Divine brother. Could you teach me to cultivate? I can assist you with chores as payment. Oh, and I possess a special talent. I don't need to eat. I'm very easy to take care of. If I succeed in cultivation, I can serve as a guard, sparing you from the need to fight. She was a natural spirit body, gifted with the ability to discern good from evil, and her innate perception allowed her to avert misfortune. She felt an unprecedented allure emanating from Lin Yang, compelling her to draw nearer. Lin Yang regarded her pure and luminous eyes, nodding, very well, but you must call me master from now on. Master. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed repeatedly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the disciple acceptance task, unlocking the capability of tenfold return on teachings. As the disciple's strength increases, the host shall receive tenfold cultivation time in return. For instance, should the disciple accumulate the power of a typical genius after 1 year of cultivation, the host shall gain the accumulated power of a typical genius over 10,000 years. A dual benefit? Such a playstyle exists? Lin Yang said, surprised. He had already received a reward for declining to accept a disciple earlier, and now, taking on a disciple again unlocked a standard task reward. How delightful! An eerie laughter echoed around him. From the rafters, a multitude of martial arts experts had gathered, their presence ominous. Regardless of your background, those who dare disrupt the young master's plans have signed their death warrant. The leader, a man with a dark visage, waved a feather fan, his smile inscrutable. Lin Yang paid them no mind, leading Bai Yue onward. Ha! Yu-di! Came a booming command, reverberating with authority. As Lin Yang stepped forward, the martial artists around him exploded into a mist of blood, offering no resistance whatsoever. Truly boter somme, Lin Yang remarqued, absent-mindedly clearing his ears as he exited the alley. Master, you are so powerful. Bai Yue gazed at him in awe, having never witnessed such a fearsome display of lethal prowess, even in the royal palace of her youth. Just average, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, grinning. Them, dispatching a few insignificant ruffians was hardly worth exerting effort over. What shall we do next, master? Bai Yue inquired. We will head to the capital to participate in the courtesan festival. Lin Yang expressed with eager anticipation. The courtesan festival? What is that? Is there delicious food? Bai Yue blinked. Despite her unique ability to go without food, she still yearned for culinary delights. You shall see when we arrive. Lin Yang casually tossed her a book titled Tao Scriptures. This is the most perfect introductory text to cultivation in the 3,000 realms. Study it. As soon as Bai Yue opened the text, enlightenment surged through her mind, her spirit body instinctively absorbing the innate energy as if it were second nature. Spirals of energy shot upwards, propelling her cultivation past the acquired realm and into the innate. Innate level 4, innate level 7, innate perfection, transformation of spirit level 1. Merely glancing at the Tao scriptures, she shattered 3 realms, becoming a cultivator of transformation of spirit level 1. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Such was the remarkable potential of the reincarnated empress. Her innate talents rivaled those of his sister, Lin Jiuyu. What a formidable sensation. Bai Yue felt the changes within her body. With a wave of her hand, spiritual power erupted forth, transforming into a dragon, exuding immense might. Having reached transformation of spirit level 1, she would be deemed a master in the Northern Wilderness Kingdom's martial world. Lin Yang assessed her progress, then assisted Bai Yue in stabilizing her foundation. Having accepted a disciple, It was only fitting that he helped her lay the most solid groundwork for her cultivation. Simultaneously, he sensed a new energy within him, a return on his teachings. For a typical genius, to cultivate to transformation of spirit level 1 required 50 years. This meant he had instantaneously gained the cultivation power equivalent to 500,000 years of a typical genius. Not bad, Lin Yang nodded, deeming the power of a typical genius after 500,000 years inconsequential to his current realm. How delightful! Bai Yue reveled in the warmth of Lin Yang's hand resting on her abdomen. Your foundation is set. It is time we journey to the capital. Lin Yang hired a carriage, eager to savor the pleasures of the mortal realm. As they approached the city gates, a dark tide of city guards encircled the carriage, exuding an air of menace. The coachman, terrified by the sight, stammered, "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this?" Silence. The commanding officers barked, their expressions icy. The lord of the city has arrived. The city guard parted, revealing a grand palanquin. A valiant man emerged, his presence commanding respect. All bowed in deference. The man radiated an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, a clear testament to his prowess on the battlefield. As the wind whipped the carriage curtains aside, the man paused upon seeing Lin Yang. Why is there only a child? The mysterious and formidable figure who has slain the Jianghu masters under the young master? Lin Yang's countenance remained indifferent. Is there something you require? Impudent. How dare you speak to the city lord in such a manner? The two generals bellowed. Lin Yang cast a fleeting glance at them. With a sudden explosion of crimson mist, the soldiers were thrown into chaos. To think one could slay a formidable practitioner of the spirit transformation realm merely with a glance. May I inquire which noble house you hail from? The valiant man gazed at Lin Yang, his tone laced with trepidation. You are not worthy of knowing. Step aside if you wish to live, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Huh, you may leave, but this girl is specifically sought after by the young master. She must remain. The valiant man pointed at Bai Yue. No matter your background, in the Northern Wilderness Dynasty, you are insignificant enough with your prattle. Depart. Lin Yang waved his hand. A terrifying tempest swept through, lifting the armored soldiers before scattering them like leaves in a storm, their bodies crashing to the ground in a grotesque heap. A mere thought could alter the heavens, stammered the dying city lord in disbelief. Throughout history, one had never heard of a child of 7 or 8 entering the Dao Palace realm. Even a northern wilderness sword god, Shun Songsheng, would only be at the spirit transformation realm at this moment. This matter is far from simple. I comprehend now. This is a grand conspiracy against the young master and the entire Northern Wilderness Dynasty. The city lord's eyes widened in realization, followed by a steely resolve. Humph! Give up. You will glean no intelligence from me. I shall never betray the young master. Lin Yang was speechless. How could this city lord be such a delusional fool? Lacking the desire to inquire further, he reached out and extracted the city lord's soul, dissecting it to extract all pertinent information. With a casual squeeze, the city lord's essence was reduced to ash. Ah, I see. Su Fengnian, the young master of the Northern Wilderness? How intriguing. Lin Yang sneered at. The Northern Wilderness Dynasty was previously obscure, only gaining prominence after Su Shao usurped the throne and forged a 1,000,000-strong cavalry, the Great Snow Dragon Riders. He aggressively invaded neighboring nations, employing ruthless tactics to obliterate their realms, seize their royal families, and solidify the Northern Wilderness Dynasty's fearsome reputation with blood and fire. The Tianxi Dynasty, whereby Yue resided, was annihilated by Su Shao. Su Xiaoshon, Su Fengnian, was not only notorious for his lasciviousness but also harbored an exceptionally perverse fascination. He collected the fallen princesses of extinguished nations, training them as his slaves. Thus, he had been relentlessly searching for Bai Yue's whereabouts. Encountering Jianghu masters today was merely a ploy by Su Fengnian to capture her. Targeting a mere 13-year-old girl is utterly monstrous. Lin Yang shook his head in disdain, then turned to Bai Yue. Would you like to know your origins? My origins? Master, do you know? Bai Yue felt incredulous. She had always been alone, devoid of any memories of family, longing to uncover her lineage. She pondered why others had parents while she did not. Were her parents too impoverished to keep her? Yet she had never needed food, Lin Yang observed the resolute girl with her horn-braided hair and placed a hand atop her head. The truth is harsh. Prepare yourself mentally. Yes. Bai Yue nodded. I am strong. Chapter 13. Avenge with one's own hands. The courtesan competition? Tick-tock. Memories surged in her mind. The burning palace, her parents' tragic demise. The royal family ravaged beneath iron hooves. The loyal matron and elder who were bisected to protect her. Tears streamed down Bai Yue's cheeks involuntarily. Lin Yang lowered his hand, watching the weeping girl in silence. So tragic, Bai Yue murmured. In her wanderings through the world, she had not felt sorrow when mocked or beaten. She had not grieved during storms and displacement. Yet now, her heart brimmed with these two emotions. Do you wish to take revenge? Lin Yang's gaze shifted towards the northern wilderness capital. Yes, Bai Yue replied without hesitation. Very well, Lin Yang nodded. Then I shall annihilate the northern wilderness dynasty. No. Bai Yue shook her head. Are you concerned about the potential for innocent bloodshed? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Compassion in a fantastical realm is a fleeting luxury. One must strike with thunderous might to eradicate the roots. No, I want to avenge personally to sever the heads of each of my enemies, Bai Yue said, biting her lip with a hint of self-reproach. Lin Yang smiled. Your innate talent is exceptional. If you desire vengeance, a year will suffice. Really? Bai Yue's eyes sparkled. Indeed, perhaps even less than a year, Lin Yang grinned. He was disinterested in the lengthy process of revenge. Had Bai Yue not expressed her desire for retribution, he would have effortlessly obliterated the northern wilderness palace from existence. But now that she harbored the yearning for personal vengeance, he found pleasure in watching his disciple grow stronger and seek her revenge. The thought alone was delightful. Lin Yang eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. Turning to the kneeling coachman, he inquired, What are you dawdling for? Drive. The coachman scrambled to his feet, trembling with fear. What calamity had he brought upon himself by encountering this chaotic force? The invincible city guards had been dispatched in an instant, and even the formidable city lord had been swiftly vanquished. And now, this man spoke of dismantling the northern wilderness dynasty with such ease, as if he were merely visiting a market. It appeared his life was forfeit. The coachman's mind was blank as he numbly drove the carriage, muttering incessantly, clattering. The splendid green-scaled carriage sped down the official road, swift as the wind, capable of traversing 8,000 miles a day. After annexing numerous nations, the northern wilderness dynasty now spanned a territory of 100,000 miles, larger than the surface area of Blue Star. Without the profession of official road coachman, many commoners could spend their lifetimes without leaving their homeland. Though it may not match the speed of high-speed rail, it was close enough. Lin Yang admired the scenery along the way, occasionally guiding Bai Yue in her training. Wherever they stopped, if a renowned tavern or tea house was nearby, they would disembark to savor tea and wine, relishing the experience. The green-scaled carriage, akin to a motorhome on Blue Star, offered a spacious and stable interior, making movement inside feel as if walking on solid ground. How splendid the mortal realm is! Being cooped up in the Lin clan was dreadfully dull. Reclining on a golden silk soft bed, Lin Yang soaked his feet while enjoying the dried yuami that Bai Yue fed him, utterly content. Bai Yue's displayed talent for cultivation was astonishing, surpassing even that of his sister, Jiu Yu. In just 3 days, she reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm and advanced to the Qi realm, earning her the title of a top-tier master in the northern wilderness Jianghu. Of course, this was also thanks to Lin Yang's considerable investment. The treasures bestowed by the system were bountiful. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. Reach the Qi realm. Have you? Impressive. Lin Yang tossed a bottle of Shuhai pills to Bai Yue. The Shuhai pill could elevate one's Qi realm strength without any adverse effects. The mere release of a single pill could incite bloodshed in the northern wilderness Jianghu. Thank you, master. Bai Yue's eyes gleamed as she consumed the pill. Within just an hour, she ascended to the pinnacle of the Qi realm, and Lin Yang received a substantial return of power. Immortal, we have arrived. The carriage came to a halt, and the coachman, Ma San, trembled as he lifted the curtain. Lin Yang stepped out, gazing at the majestic capital before him, stretching and yawning. as the heart of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. The capital boasted a population of tens of millions, sprawling territory, and flourishing industries. Even the city gates bustled with life. "You have worked hard these past few days," Lin Yang said, patting Ma San on the shoulder and tossing in the travel fare. With a sigh of relief, Ma San watched Lin Yang's departing figure. The mental strain over the past few days had been overwhelming. Suddenly, he felt something amiss. Upon introspection, he discovered that his realm had unexpectedly advanced from the postnatal fourth level to the innate level. He was now an immortal. He suddenly recalled Lin Yang's pat on his shoulder before leaving. Gratitude to the immortal. He knelt in the direction Lin Yang departed, trembling all over, tears of appreciation brimming in his eyes. Choosing the life of a coachman is often a matter of survival, forced by circumstance. After all, in this perilous and fantastical world, an ant at the acquired realm faces tremendous risks daily. A chance encounter with a band of robbers could easily lead to his demise, living each day under the shadow of death. Now that he has entered the innate realm, his fate has been irrevocably transformed. At the very least, he is qualified to open a martial arts school in the provincial capital. From this moment forth, his status, income, and security will be incomparable to that of a mere groom. Such is the power of the immortal, capable of altering the destiny of an ordinary person with a mere gesture. Ma San is filled with boundless yearning, yet he understands his own limitations. Even if he diligently cultivates until his last breath, he shall never hope to reach the innate level. Achieving such a feat is reserved for the most prodigious talents in the vicinity. I never dare to dream that I, Ma San, could witness this day. Once I establish my martial arts school, I shall sculpt a statue of the immortal, worshipping day and night, ensuring incense offerings for generations to come. Ma San vows grandly. At the same moment, in the capital, the sounds of drums and festivities resonate vibrantly. On the top floor of the Yuxiao Tower, Su Fengyan and a few of his sycophants are indulging in merriment. Several young lords of the capital accompany them, their faces adorned with fawning smiles. This is the current heir, the future crown prince, the next emperor of the North Wilderness, who among the noble families would not seek to curry favor. Should they provoke even a hint of displeasure from him, the best outcome would be a complete annihilation of their family. Who do you think has the best chance in this year's courtesan competition? A young dandy inquires, swaying his plump form. The finals of the courtesan contest are directly below the Yuxiao Tower, the prime viewing location. Who has the best chance is hardly a matter for debate. Whomever the young lord votes for shall undoubtedly be crowned a courtesan. Would you not agree? The thin monkey grins slyly. Indeed, the young lord's words hold absolute weight. His decree is law. Even if the commoners cast countless votes, they pale in comparison to a single word from the young lord. It is laughable how those fellows are led around by the nose, still spending their money on tickets, unaware that their funds ultimately fill the young lord's pockets. The young ruffians revel in their flattery. The triennial courtesan competition is orchestrated by none other than Su Fengyan. Initially, he merely used it as a pretext to select his harem. However, he later discovered another nefarious pleasure, transforming the fallen princess into the courtesan. By humiliating his enemies, he simultaneously created a sensational spectacle, causing the competition to skyrocket in popularity, enticing countless people to purchase tickets and vote. Su Fengyan reaped substantial profits, able to both earn money and belittle the fallen princesses. What a stroke of genius! The young lord's idea is nothing short of brilliant. The sycophants fervently praise him. Su Fengyan is quite pleased. After all, degrading the once exalted princess to the status of a common courtesan, allowing her to become the courtesan in front of the world, is utterly exhilarating. I relish the sight of them wishing to kill me, but ultimately failing. Their expressions of helplessness are delightful. Su Fengyan finishes his drink in one gulp. By the way, did you capture Princess by Yue Wei as I instructed? She should be 13 this year, right? A 13-year-old courtesan would surely be a sensational draw, and another fortune awaits. Earning money is not Su Fengyan's primary goal. Humiliating princesses and mocking the populace is where he finds true enjoyment. The faces of a few sycophants change, falling into a dilemma. What? Did things go awry? Su Fengyan's slanted eyes narrow, revealing a dangerous glint. Chapter 14. Instant Kill. Indeed, instant kill. Spare me, young lord. There was a complication. The thin monkey kneels, bowing his head in apology. A mysterious powerhouse accompanied by Yu Wei, and they killed all our men. What of Lu Haishi? Did he not intervene? Su Fengyan Zipli Kun Li. Lord Lu is dead, along with the 800 personal guards of Haishi City. All perished at the city gates. The thin monkey trembles. Speaking rapidly, it is speculated that this mysterious powerhouse is at least at the Dao Palace level. Oh, Su Fengyan strokes the sable in his arms, letting out a cold laugh. A hero, saving a beauty? The North Wilderness Dynasty shall not permit such a formidable being to exist. Yes, yes. My spies have already traced their whereabouts. The thin monkey raises his head as if seeking credit. Or have they fled? Never mind. There is no need for you to tell me. Just send a few of the top 10 experts in the world to crush him. Su Fengyan's eyes flash with murderous intent. Young lord, they have arrived in the capital? The thin monkey lowers his head, unable to believe the information he has received. Such audacity! A mere rebel, after offending the young lord, should have fled to the ends of the earth. Yet they dare to enter the imperial city? They truly underestimate my young lord. Several young nobles seethe with rage. Huh, they merely play small tricks, thinking the most dangerous place is the safest. Little do they know, once they provoke Su Fengyan, any place in the world becomes perilous. Su Fengyan gazes indifferently at the thin monkey, grinning. If I do not see his head before sunset, you shall offer your own head in its place. Yes, yes, yes. The thin monkey scurries out of the Yuxiao Tower in a panic. Damn! Gather all the experts from the Jianghu. The thin monkey whistles loudly, calling. Who is to be killed that such grand measures are required? Several figures appear, all astonished. They are the leaders of the Jianghu assassin organizations, all answering to the thin monkey. They are the ones marked for death by the young lord's wrath. If his head is not seen before sunset, you all shall accompany him in death. The thin monkey roars. Yes, fear surges within the hearts of these figures. Even though they are top figures in the Jianghu, they are insignificant in the court. It is said that the Jianghu sects are powerful, but the court is the greatest authority in the realm, under the sweep of 1,000,000 snow dragon riders. Even the most ancient legacies and top forces shall collapse in an instant, leaving not a trace. Who would be foolish enough to oppose the court? Thus, when Su Fengyan is enraged, all the top experts of the Jianghu flock to the capital, preparing to hunt by Yu Wei and Lin Yang. No wonder the courtesan festival is so lively. Lin Yang strolls casually through the streets. Various performance troupes are parading through the thoroughfare, and countless commoners cheer. Gome, let's take a look. Lin Yang leads by Yu Wei, flowing with the crowd towards the Yuxiao Tower. Along the way, the alluring courtesans wave at him, giggling sweetly. They do not spare even the 8-year-old children. Truly beasts. Lin Yang shakes his head. These women are heavily made up and utterly vulgar, while he is youthful and handsome. Logically speaking, even if he were to enter their domain, it would be they who should pay him. Hut, hut, hut. On the bustling street, danger lurks in every corner. Lin Yang feigns ignorance, relishing the festive atmosphere. What is this? Was it not said that at least one Dao Palace-level powerhouse would accompany by Yu Wei? Why is there merely a little brat? Never mind. Our task is to eliminate everyone around by Yu Wei, then capture her for the young lord. Focus on our duties. Curiosity killed the cat. Several Jianghu experts draw closer. Hiss. Shadows suddenly appear, and countless terrifying hidden weapons flash out, aiming for Lin Yang's life. Countless innocent commoners fall victim to the piercing projectiles. Under the brutal reign of the dynasty, lives are worth less than grass. Master, be careful. Bai Yu Wei unleashes a powerful force, sending all the hidden weapons flying. Truly, the heir of the Tianqi dynasty. At such a young age, she has reached the Qi realm. She must have inherited the supreme techniques of the Tianqi dynasty. Kik, hand over your supreme secrets, and we may consider sparing the child. The assassins sneer menacingly. You all shall perish. In Bai Yu Wei's eyes, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed as she swung her sword with determination. Mere sea of Qi realm warriors cannot hope to challenge me. A dozen confident assassins from the same realm surged forward. The common folk screamed and fled, but their efforts were in vain. In a clash of sea of Qi warriors, their power was sufficient to wreak havoc, and many innocents were instantaneously reduced to blood mist by the rampaging assassins. I remember now. You are the martial experts who pursued me in the past. The sword energy emitted a resonating hum, intensifying her murderous intent. With all her might, she unleashed a strike. Boom! The terrifying sword energy cleaved through the air. Its might astonishing, instantly severing the dozen sea of Qi assassins into pieces, their heads flying in all directions. The top martial experts, observing from the shadows, widened their eyes in disbelief. They had anticipated the intervention of a mysterious Dao Palace realm master and had dispatched the sea of Qi assassins as a test. Yet to their shock, Bai Yue, despite her solitary status, had effortlessly dispatched them all with a single sword strike. Such terrifying combat prowess. Was this the enhancement brought about by supreme techniques? Lin Yang smiled slightly. After all, she was his meticulously trained disciple, a force to be reckoned with amongst her peers. Ah, little girl, your strength is indeed impressive. I did not expect the Tianqi dynasty to bestow upon you such an exceptional technique. Surrender it, and we may show mercy, granting your companions a swift end. Several sect leaders emerged, inciting gasps of astonishment. Zhang Wanxiang, the master of the Eagle Demon sect, was rumored to have slain numerous Dao Palace experts with his unorthodox techniques. Blood Slaughter, the notorious leader of the Heavenly Death sect, had gained renown over a century, a consummate master of the Dao Palace realm. And there was Hua Manyu, the renowned master of the Blood Orchid Pavilion, known as the most formidable assassin organization capable of targeting anyone but the royal family. He had reportedly reached the Dragon Transformation realm a decade prior. The common folk expressed their astonishment. These figures were notorious in the northern wilderness, ruthless and exceptionally powerful. Bai Yue, having inherited Lin Yang's ruthless nature, recognized them as enemies and drew her sword to engage. Ah, indeed, that master behind you is quite aloof, refusing to reveal himself until now. Very well, I shall take you down first. Zhang Wanxiang exuded an air of superiority, his presence overwhelming as he stomped down, shattering the street beneath him. He unleashed a punch, only to see a flash before his eyes. Swoosh, in an instant, his head rolled to the ground, slain in a heartbeat. Before the onlookers could recover from their shock, Bai Yue wiped the blood from her sword and charged at Blood Slaughter. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. True combat under the pressure of life and death was the best training. Of course, he was invincible and needed no such training. How could you be so strong? A sea of Qi realm warrior, slaying a Dao Palace master in seconds. It's simply unfathomable, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, what a fuss, it's merely a matter of slaying opponents of a higher tier. Isn't that the basic expectation? Lin Yang replied, exasperated. At that moment, Bai Yue had already overwhelmed Blood Slaughter, engaging in a fierce battle with Hua Manyu. The unprecedented scene of a sea of Qi combatant confronting a Dragon Transformation warrior unfolded. Yet, Bai Yue had only trained for 3 days and had not even mastered her killing techniques. She was soon suppressed by Hua Manyu. Have a mere sea of Qi warrior, and yet you have managed to last this long against me. You shall perish. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Yue, the imminent threat of death loomed. He suddenly raised his gaze. Above, a terrifying handprint descended with tremendous force. Boom! In that instant, the once formidable Hua Manyu was reduced to blood mist. As if he had never existed in this world, Lin Yang applauded. Such insignificant characters in this realm love to boast. The once great Hua Manyu had been effortlessly killed with a single strike? For the common folk, this was a spectacle of a lifetime, a tale to be recounted for generations. Yet, such a pinnacle master had been slain in an instant. They trembled, casting fearful glances at Lin Yang. What manner of being was this youth? Surely a monster? Bai Yue felt a pang of guilt. It's all my fault for being too weak. I have forced you to intervene. The crowd was rendered speechless. A teenager who could annihilate a Dao Palace master was already beyond extraordinary. Did she still consider herself weak? Should they simply find a block of tofu to end their own lives? Wait, this remarkable young woman referred to him as master. Surely, their ears had not deceived them. This was utterly surreal. They feared they might still be dreaming slap. Ouch, that hurt. What was that for? I needed to confirm whether this was a dream. If it hurt, then it's real. As the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, Lin Yang chuckled. You've only trained for 3 days, and your performance is commendable. After a month of proper training, I shall take you to topple the Northern Wilderness Royal Palace. Chapter 15. Targeting the Child of Destiny. Rewarding the Assassin Organization. Only 3 days of training. What nonsense was he spouting? To topple the Northern Wilderness Royal Palace? How audacious! The crowd stood frozen in shock. Lin Yang's proclamation was utterly explosive, leaving their minds buzzing. Run. This is a harbinger of doom. The common folk scattered in panic, fearing that they would be labeled rebels and face the emperor's wrath, notorious for his cruelty. Lin Yang Sruget dismissively, leading by Yu Wei toward the grand assembly hall for the selection of courtesans. Under the Yuxiao Tower, the theatrical troupe performed, their melodies accentuated by the fiery hues of the evening sky. One after another, celebrated performers took the stage, their graceful figures eliciting enthusiastic cheers. Some threw crude votes and lewd laughs, while others pretended to compose poetry, creating a lively scene. General, rebels have entered the courtesan selection venue, which is the territory of the young master. Shall we proceed to apprehend them? A black rider knelt in supplication. Let us consult with the young master first. The commander of the Black Riders, Chu Lushan, frowned. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to disrupt Su Fengyan's plans. On the top floor of Yuxiao Tower, Su Fengyan, twirling the purple sable in his hands, narrowed his phoenix eyes and burst into laughter. How audacious! It has been ages since someone dared to be so brazen before me. Young master, though this individual is indeed reckless, his strength is terrifying. He killed Huamanyu, a second-tier dragon transformation expert, with a single blow. To eliminate such a master, mere numbers would not suffice. A peerless powerhouse must intervene. The thin monkey and several henchmen nodded in agreement. Let him revel in his arrogance for a while. We shall set up a trap outside the venue. Su Fengyan Smai. Additionally, summon all the reclusive masters from Wudong, Shaolin, and Longhu Mountain to come forth. These ancient sects have always looked down upon others. We must show them our might. These renowned sects have always been disdainful. We fear the gray eagle trembled as he proposed. Su Fengyan's eyes flashed coldly. Those who dare to disobey shall face the wrath of 100,000 snow dragon cavalry, obliterating their sects and legacies. Yes, we shall act immediately, young master. I have already informed the top 10 masters of the martial world. They are rushing here with all their might. They will coordinate with the Black Riders to seal off the venue's entrances and exits. That traitor shall not escape. The thin monkey reported, his scalp prickling. Su Fengyan appeared indifferent, merely squinting at the setting sun on the horizon. Ah, the sun is setting. The thin monkey's eyes flickered with fear, as if he wished to say more. In the next moment, a purple phantom flashed by, and his head was severed by the purple marten, blood splattering forth. This scene left the nearby noble youths swallowing hard, their faces ashen. Su Fengyan caressed the blood-stained purple marten at the corner of his mouth, coldly stating, "Remember, in the Northern Wilderness Dynasty, I am the heavens. Those who defy the heavens shall only meet death." At the venue of the courtesan competition, the event had entered its final and most frenzied phase, with flower tickets flying everywhere. The enchanting host stepped onto the stage, her presence captivating. The last segment is titled Talented Scholars Paired with Beauties. Anyone who considers themselves a scholar may come forth. Whoever can compose the finest poetry shall be rewarded with the first night with the courtesan. The audience held their breath in anticipation. The notion of the courtesan's first night was enough to stir one's imagination, raising pulses. Gulp. Countless self-proclaimed romantic scholars felt their hearts race, with many signs of noble families standing tall, eager to participate. They had been preparing their verses for at least a year, some even spending lavishly to invite esteemed scholars to compose for them, now brimming with confidence. Victory at the courtesan competition would grant them fame across the land, the dual rewards of renown, and the chance to share a spring night with the courtesan. Who could resist such madness? Amusingly, Lin Yang surveyed the frenzied crowd around him and noticed an individual who stood out distinctly, like a crane among chickens. The system automatically prompted, name, Zhanbai, identity, owner of the Confucian sage system, son of northern wilderness fortune, status, arrogant and self-important, seeking to use the courtesan competition as a stepping stone to his own illustrious path. Task, temper the disposition of the son of fortune, making him aware that beyond the heavens, there are greater beings. Reward, 10,000 fortune points, assassin organization, Luo network. Oh, Lin Yang felt a stir of interest. A reward in the form of an assassin organization? How intriguing. He had not encountered such before. If he could possess his own force, any future troubles would be easily resolved without needing to intervene himself. How delightful. A boon for the idle. This reward is most satisfactory. I shall take it. Lin Yang nodded. Not every time one abandons a task does it trigger a critical reward. Upon seeing a task that piqued his interest, it was only natural to accept it directly. At this moment, Zhanbai seemed to have caught Lin Yang's gaze. A mere mortal dares to meet my eyes? Disdain flickered in his eyes. Ever since awakening the Confucian sage system, he had become utterly arrogant, viewing all living beings as mere ants. I am the favored child of the heavenly path, the destined protagonist. In a mere moment, I shall casually recite a few verses that will astonish the world, making countless maidens swoon. Ha ha ha. Zhanbai continuously indulged in fantasies about his bright future. Alas, it is unfortunate. This life is destined to be invincible. I will find no rival. Invincibility is too lonely. Invincibility is too solitary. Lin Yang couldn't help but mock. If this fellow were born in Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be a melancholic prince of the Kilmate ilk. Soon, the participants took to the stage to recite poetry, but most of it was mediocre, even resulting in some humorous blunders. Phrases like a line of roast chicken flying south, 2 roasted ducks heading north, filled the venue with laughter. As true scholars, the well-prepared offspring of officials began to take the stage. The quality of poetry soared, leaving the audience in awe. Some verses, purchased from esteemed scholars, allowed the reciter to be enveloped in purple light, exuding an air of nobility. Ho impiho, mea tu. Such inferior poetry is hardly worth noticing. A scornful laugh echoed, prompting the audience to frown. The speaker was none other than Zhanbai. This poem could invoke the purple aura of Confucianism, and you dare call it trash? How audacious, given your youth. Indeed, too frivolous. The scholars shook their heads in derision. Ha! I merely speak the truth. This poetry is rubbish. Not even worthy of the nursery rhymes I composed at 3 years old. Zhanbai feigned indifference, inciting the ire of all present. If you think you're so great, then step up. Murmurs rippled through the audience, all agreeing that Zhanbai was unbearably arrogant. You don't say? I truly can. Zhanbai had been waiting for this moment, his eyes sparkling as he swiftly ascended the stage, addressing the scowling audience with confidence. Initially, they wore expressions of disdain, but suddenly the heavens began to roar, and purple energy surged for 3,000 miles. The aura of Confucianism erupted from Zhanbai, elevating his status. In an instant, he entered the realm of a great Confucian scholar. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Such a monumental scene was one for the history books, and they were witnessing it firsthand. How exhilarating! This young prodigy was indeed not lying. He possessed such prowess. In comparison to this poem, all prior verses were indeed trash. In a single poem, 3,000 miles of purple energy returned, and he entered the realm of a great Confucian scholar. The audience marveled, many young women gazing shyly at Zhanbai on stage, their eyes filled with adoration. Zhanbai reveled in the flattery and admiration of the crowd, looking down with pride upon all. As the destined protagonist, this was the treatment he deserved. Once I grow stronger, I shall dominate the 8 wildernesses, and even the immortal Lin clan will bow before me. He was in a state of bliss, lost in his own grandeur. Is there anyone else who wishes to take the stage to recite poetry? The enchanting host inquired once more. The crowd fell silent. Who dared to compete with such a genius? It would be utterly humiliating. It seems there is no need for further competition. The champion is already clear. Zhanbai confidently waved his hand. Just award me the championship directly, so that I may enjoy a splendid evening with the courtesan. Ah, the mind of a genius is indeed exceptional. The charming woman forced a polite smile despite her awkwardness. With a determined step, Lin Yang ascended the stage. The audience was puzzled. What is this child doing up here? Hey, whose child has wandered off? Where are the adults? Is this little brother here to recite poetry? The charming woman's eyes lit up. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded, his smile radiant, his lips red and teeth white, captivating countless maidens. Zhanbai glared with jealousy, displeased with Lin Yang, sneering, "You little brat, you haven't even grown hair yet, and you dare to compose poetry? Don't make a fool of yourself here. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond the people. To me, your poetry is just as worthless." Lin Yang, uninterested in banter, began to recite an eternal masterpiece. Yuzhong's ancient city, Hongdu's new residence. Stars divide the wings of the chariot. The land connects Henglu. In an instant, the grand Tao resonated. Golden flowers rained from the heavens, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Purple energy blanketed the sky, stretching an unfathomable distance. The ethereal figures of numerous Confucian giants and poetic immortals from the long river of history awakened, reciting in unison. This magnificent scene obliterated Zhanbai's momentum, leaving the audience spellbound. The wind is fierce, the sky high, the apes lament. The islet is clear, the sand is white, the birds return. Lin Yang did not pause, seamlessly transitioning into another timeless masterpiece. As he recited, the ethereal figures of the poetic saints were enraptured, their eyes filled with reverence, bowing from afar. But it is not over. The audience's minds went blank. The spectacle was simply too overwhelming. Raise the wine, let the cups not stop. One must drink 300 cups, 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. The great river flows east, washing away all the heroes of the ages. I have fought across 3,000 miles. A single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. A single breath of righteous spirit, a swift wind spanning 1,000 miles. Once upon a time, with swords and iron steeds, I swallowed the world like a tiger. The great wind rises, the clouds fly high. My might reigns over the seas as I return home. The hall is filled with flowers, intoxicating 3,000 guests. A single sword frosts 14 states. One must stand atop the highest peak, surveying all the mountains as mere hills. Every verse of poetry reverberates through the heavens and earth, conjuring ethereal figures of celestial beings dancing in a trance-like ecstasy. This momentum sweeps across the 8 wildernesses, shaking the very fabric of reality. A vast literary aura envelopes one individual. Who is this poet whose words resonate with so many realms? The enigmatic ancestor of the plateau gazes wide-eyed. After countless ages of silence, could it be that a sage of Confucianism is to descend upon the world once more? A few years prior, a mysterious infant emperor capable of slaying celestial sovereigns emerged, and now, a peerless sage of Confucianism is about to materialize. How intriguing! In the ruins of the cycle of reincarnation, the hoarse voice of the master of reincarnation echoes. A sage of Confucianism has descended. How can we, as scholars, not pay our respects? Across numerous realms, hidden sages of Confucianism have emerged, frantically soaring towards the 8 wildernesses. In the core of the 3,000 realms, a weathered eye opens, piercing through the chaos to reach the 8 wildernesses. It murmurs, among the world's talents, he possesses 1/8 of it alone, while the world owes him 2 parts. Remarkable. It seems the strategy must shift. Lin Yang mumbles to himself, ceasing his recitation. The grandeur of these Chinese poems is overwhelming. Once spoken, they flow like an unending river, difficult to halt. Having recited merely a handful, he has already reached the pinnacle of Confucianism, embodying the true essence of a sage. Is this The consecration of a sage? The third sage of Confucianism born in the 8 wildernesses? The populace is filled with trepidation, kneeling before Lin Yang. An 8-year-old child has achieved the status of a sage through poetry. This is no longer mere legend, but an ancient myth unfolding before our eyes. Do you have anything to say? Lin Yang looks at Zhang Bai. The overwhelming pressure of the sage compels Zhang Bai to kneel, utterly shattered, his pride obliterated. Indeed, there are those beyond comprehension, and even with the support of a system, I am but an ant. Zhang Bai's worldview collapses, his gaze vacant as he whispers. Lin Yang internally reflects. Was the medicine too potent? It seems this child is on the verge of being crushed by the weight of reality. After a long moment, Zhang Bai raises his head and bows to the ground. I have come to realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. I implore you to accept me, even if it is as your servant. I am willing. Lin Yang smiles broadly. Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. With that, he produces the art of nonchalance. By studying this secret method, you will surely comprehend the profound truths of life and grasp the essence of the world. Really? Zhang Bai's eyes sparkle with excitement as he repeatedly bows in gratitude. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting the owner of the sage system, the son of destiny. Zhang Bai, into the art of nonchalance. Reward: 10,000 fortune points, assassin organization, the net. Lin Yang smiles in satisfaction. This endeavor was undertaken to cultivate his own secret power. What now, young master? The young elites of the Jade Flute Tower are left speechless, frozen in fear. A sage of literature has emerged just like that. This is utterly absurd. Su Fengyan's gaze is sharp. What a sage of literature? Merely a scholar. Can he truly turn the tides? Even if a true immortal were to arrive before 100,000 snow dragon cavalry, he would be stained by blood in the skies. The concept of a sage is foreign to the common people. They perceive it as merely a title. In Su Fengyan's understanding, both a sage and a king can ascend to the heavens. Thus, a sage is simply another form of royalty. What nonsense! A mere honorary title. In terms of combat prowess, he is likely inferior to a martial arts king. In the presence of 100,000 snow dragon cavalry, he amounts to nothing. Su Fengyan dismisses Lin Yang's consecration with a wave. Ultimately, a sage of literature is revered by the populace, and he may ascend to divine status in the future. If we were to strike against him, the literati would undoubtedly oppose us, launching a relentless attack on the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Young master, please reconsider. The young lords are drenched in cold sweat. To slay a sage of literature is a grave sin they cannot bear. Across the 8 wildernesses throughout history, only 2 sages have emerged. Both are eternal icons, celebrated as spiritual leaders, and no one dares to tarnish the name of a sage, let alone kill one. Huh, who dares to speak? They shall all be silenced. Our Northern Wilderness dynasty relies on ironclad authority and formidable strength, not the idle chatter of corrupt scholars. Su Fengyan states coldly, I have never believed in the ephemeral concept of fate. No one can surpass my father's snow dragon cavalry. The plan remains unchanged. We shall act immediately. What about the common folk present? The gray eagle inquires repeatedly. Merely tools for my profit. Now that their pockets are empty, they hold no value. Their misfortune today is simply bad luck. Su Fengyan shows no concern, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. If we are to strike against the sage, we must be decisive and relentless, leaving him no chance of escape. Young master is wise. The lackeys and young lords echo in agreement. Inform Chu Lushan to take action. Su Fengyan gestures with a wave. Boom! The sound of hooves approaches. A resounding cry echoes through the skies. Capture the traitors. A reward of 10,000 gold pieces and the title of Marquis for the one who succeeds. The remnants of the enemy nation dare to commit murder in broad daylight. Execute them on the spot. Anyone within 100 meters of the traitors shall be slain. The black cavalry charges forth like a torrent of steel, radiating an aura of death. The populace, still reeling from the birth of the sage, suddenly sees the iron cavalry rushing toward them, leaving them bewildered. Many are caught off guard and slaughtered, heads rolling in the chaos. It is the black cavalry of the Imperial Guard. These demons kill without mercy, fiercely loyal to the court. Flee this place. The citizens scream as the vibrant scene morphs into a hellish nightmare. The cries, the sound of severed heads, the carnage. As the black cavalry emerges, rivers of blood flow. Lin Yang furrows his brow. It seems I cannot find a moment's respite. Just as I was admiring a lovely maiden, these mad dogs have come charging in like a relentless plague. Chapter 17. 100,000 snow dragon cavalry? One palm to extinguish them. Thud. Heads roll and blood flows. Soon, the area is cleared. Circles of black cavalry surround Lin Yang, their murderous intent palpable. Traitor, you dare offend the young master? Today, you shall be torn asunder. Chulusan godao minna sing. Lin Yang feels exasperated. Master, let me handle them. Bai Yue draws her sword. Lin Yang gently shakes his head. Such clowns are not worth my effort to slay. Ha ha, how laughable. Since when did the filth of the martial world dare to challenge the authority of the court? Chu Lushan waves his hand, revealing a fearsome demeanor. Kill them. Understood. The black cavalry spurs their steeds, preparing to charge. In an instant, countless arrows imbued with true energy rain down, piercing the advancing cavalry like sieves. What? Chu Lushan gasps in shock, turning to look. To his astonishment, every rooftop around them is occupied by figures clad in black with spider-like patterns. These individuals exude a cold, emotionless aura, embodying the very essence of ruthless assassins. Who are you? This is the capital of the Northern Wilderness Dynasty. Dare you act so brazenly here? Do you wish to be uprooted? Chu Lushan bellows in rage. Kill. The assassins disregard Chu Lushan's threats, moving as one at the command. Like the most merciless of weapons, these assassins exist solely for slaughter. In the blink of an eye, shadows dance as one black cavalryman after another falls, howling as they tumble from their mounts. Capture the leader first. I'll take this little brat. Chu Lushan unleashes his full aura, revealing himself as a peak master of the sixth transformation of the dragon. Gulp. Chu Lushan's terrifying strength is astonishing. The citizens tremble in fear. The vile creature shows utter disregard for the common folk, relying on his status as the favored servant of the air, and indiscriminately consumes lives, inciting more hatred than any demon. Some righteous warriors attempt to rid the world of this menace, only to have their limbs shattered and fed to dogs by Su Fengnian. Such a reversal of justice is intolerable. The boy is in grave danger. Concern for Lin Yang fills the air, faces etched with anxiety. Yet, in the next moment, a brilliant blue lightning streaks across the sky. Accompanying it is a piercing voice. Dare to harm my master? The sword light falls like rain, slicing through the corpulent form of Chu Lushan, reducing him to a puddle of blood on the ground. The subordinate Jingyu kneels before Lin Yang, proclaiming her loyalty after vanquishing Chu Lushan. Lin Yang nods in satisfaction. Indeed, Jingyu's beauty is as renowned as the legends suggest. The members of the Luo network are classified into 8 tiers of formidable strength. Jingyu stands as a top-tier assassin, one of the leaders of the organization. With her own power now established, matters have certainly become much more convenient. Lin Yang casually offers her a vial of breaking heaven elixir. You have done well. Jingyu, exhilarated, accepts the elixir. Serving my master is an honor. This scene rattles Su Fengnian, seated in the Jade Flute Tower, his expression darkening. To think that Chu Lushan, at the 6th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm, was dispatched in an instant. This woman possesses extraordinary strength. Which mysterious sect does this child belong to? Having such a fearsome guardian, what is there to fear? Can anyone surpass the air's backing? This woman shall eventually become a mere plaything of the air. Several sycophants seize the opportunity to flatter Su Fengnian, who nods in begrudging approval. This is indeed beyond my expectations. Where are those top-tier warriors from the martial world? Do they truly expect me to eradicate their stronghold? Just as he is consumed by uncertainty, he notices the young boy casting a mocking glance in this direction. How could he possibly discover my presence? Su Fengnian is taken aback. The Jade Flute Tower is his secret lair, shrouded in mental barriers that even those at the divine aperture's realm cannot penetrate. Are you waiting for them? Lin Yang nonchalantly flicks his finger. Thud! Over a dozen severed heads are tossed into the Jade Flute Tower, crashing with immense force. The sycophants beside Su Fengyan are crushed to a bloody pulp. 6 sword servants and other top-tier members of the Luo network materialize, sneering derisively. The so-called elite you dispatched are pathetically weak. They are no match for us. To think these feeble creatures dare to kill our master? It's laughable. Curse you. What organization are you? Do you even know who I am? Dare to thwart my schemes, and I swear. Su Fengyan is interrupted mid-rant. Oh, we know it's the million great snow dragon riders, isn't it? Do you not tire of repeating that? Lin Yang remarks, clearing his ears. Just wash your neck and come down. Su Fengyan's expression darkens to an unprecedented degree. One has the esteemed heir of Bei Huang endured such humiliation. Are you prepared for the consequences? His face contorts. I will make you wish for death. Old Huang, come out and save me. With a roar of the sword. The formidable Sword 9 Huang transforms into a divine rainbow, charging forth with lethal intent. Sword 9. Not a bad move, on par with my grandson's level. Yen Ri grins as he responds with a single sword strike. The system produces only the finest. The fantasy world version of the Luo network bestowed upon Lin Yang is evidently reinforced. Even Sword 9 Huang, merely at the half-step divine aperture realm, is like a toddler trying to wield a knife before Yen Ri. Swoosh! Yen Ri's sword light instantly shatters Sword 9 Huang's blade into fragments. What? Sword 9 Huang gasps in disbelief. Those who can withstand my sword are fewer than a handful. How could this be? In the next moment, his body is cleaved in two by Yen Ri, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Pathetic indeed. Yen Ri wipes the blood from his sword. Yet among mortals, your skill is commendable. The onlooking populace stands in stunned silence. I say, who is the real villain now? No, it's unclear. But they killed the great demon Chu Lushan and have humiliated the biggest scoundrel in Bei Huang, Su Fengyan. This is utterly delightful. Exactly. The citizens have long harbored deep-seated hatred for the scourge of the capital, and witnessing this scene fills them with overwhelming joy. You cannot kill me. Su Fengyan. Witnessing the death of Sword 9 Huang, crumbles, his face twisted in impotent fury as he bellows at Lin Yang. Bang! Lin Yang sends him flying with a single slap, shattering his teeth and obliterating his meridians, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Weren't you eager for revenge? The time has come. Lin Yang grins at Bai Yue. Excellent. Bai Yue's eyes blaze with unquenchable hatred as she gazes at Su Fengyan. It is this detestable father-son duo, Su Xian and Su Fengyan, who, for their own selfish gains, have instigated war, resulting in her displacement and the brutal murder of her parents. Now, retribution has arrived. Bai Yue raises her long sword, poised to strike. Do not harm my son. A thunderous roar reverberates through the air. The earth trembles violently, as if shaken by an earthquake. In the distance, dust clouds rise ominously. Though it is summer, a chill envelopes all. The great snow dragon riders descend. The citizens turn pale, recoiling in terror. The relentless great snow dragon riders sweep through buildings and homes, leaving no refuge in their wake. Countless civilians are trampled into a bloody mush beneath the iron hooves. Clad in battle armor, Su Xian stands proudly at the forefront. He is a tyrant, with only himself and his son in his sights. As long as it brings comfort to him and his child, he would not hesitate to slay millions, his eyes unwavering. The world deems him a monster, but he remains unfazed. After all, one can earn riches through bloodshed, yet repair roads without leaving a trace. In this brutal world, becoming a killing demon is the only viable choice. Release my son, or I shall ensure you find no peace in death. Su Xian seethes, his veins throbbing, glutting at Lin Yang, exuding atiling malite. Are you threatening me? Lin Yang chuckles. Do you even have the right? This inquiry leaves everyone in stunned silence. I am the emperor of Bei Huang. Who in this realm dares to challenge me? Su Xian zito gon li. You still acknowledge the realm? Those unaware might think you are invincible, both above and below. Are you the sovereign of these 8 desolations? Lin Yang doubts. Enough chatter. Who are you? Release my son, or when I annihilate your clan, I shall at least allow you a complete corpse. Su Xian suppresses his rage. Annihilate my clan? A glimmer of murderous intent flashes in Lin Yang's eyes as he indifferently extends his hand, sweeping it forward. If these ants are your source of confidence, then they need not exist any longer. With a sweeping motion, he unleashes a colossal palm, an overwhelming force that seems to obscure the sky. The ground quakes as the palm descends, obliterating everything in its path, flesh and blood scattering. In the blink of an eye, the million great snow dragon riders are erased from existence, as if evaporated, leaving only a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood amid the ruins of the imperial capital. Chapter 18. Sword Godly Chungon. I merely wish to observe the spectacle. Whoosh! A chilling wind blows. The imperial capital lies in a haunting silence. The citizens kneel on the ground, astonished that they have not met the same fate as the dragon riders beside them. Su Xian feels a cold chill run down his spine, his body freezing in place. This is divine wrath, an existence that completely surpasses his comprehension. Even the revered beings of the god realm, capable of slaying 3,000 soldiers with a single sword strike, have reached their limits. Yet this child extinguished a million-strong army with but a single palm. These are not mere foot soldiers, but the formidable snow dragon knights, under whose might he sought to dominate the world, invincible in their prowess. This is undoubtedly a legendary, celestial being. Su Zhao's lips trembled. Having taken countless lives throughout his existence, he now stood face to face with death, gripped by an overwhelming terror that choked him. In the realm of mortals, celestial beings exist beyond the ordinary, towering above all as the pinnacle of existence. They have ascended to the realm of kings, yet chose to remain among mortals. How could my son have provoked such a celestial being? Su Xiao could scarcely believe it. Celestials who reach the realm of kings, yet choose to stay in the mortal world, are exceedingly rare. To offend a celestial is unfathomable. Even a sovereign like himself would have no chance to meet one. It is over. Everything is lost. A profound despair filled Su Zhao's eyes. His greatest support had been obliterated with a single strike, effectively severing the foundation of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. The reign of the Su family has come to a complete end. Are you a bunch of sneaky rats hoping to pick up the scraps? Show yourselves. Yan Ri turned to the side, furrowing his brow as he spoke sternly. Cough. Don't misunderstand. We were merely here to observe. A few concealed onlookers trembled as they emerged. Li Chuangang, the sword god. Su Xiao seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope, shouting, I implore the sword god to assist us in overcoming this calamity. If you can vanquish these fiends, I am willing to share dominion over the realm with you. Li Chuangang, the sword god, is the most promising contender to rival Shun Songsheng, possessing extraordinary power, merely a step away from the celestial realm. He undoubtedly holds the capability to resolve the current predicament. However, upon hearing Su Zhao's plea, Li Chuangang was propelled backward 800 meters, repeatedly waving his hands in refusal. Who are you? I don't know you. Do not speak to me. He was merely at the peak of the god realm, and dared not meddle in such murky waters. Having once faced celestial beings, he understood well that even they, when compared to this seemingly harmless boy, were not on the same level. Was it not said that once a king chooses to ascend to the celestial realm, they cannot return to the mortal world? Even if they did, the heavenly Tao would not permit these powerful beings to act in the mortal realm. What in the world is this child? Li Chuangang gazed at Lin Yang with uncertainty, his heart tumultuous. What? Su Xiao could hardly believe it. Even the sword god Li Chuangang was petrified. He even dared not acknowledge any connection with the Su family. At this moment, he realized that everything was truly over. With a sigh, he turned to Lin Yang. As long as you spare my life, I can give you everything. Taking your belongings would be of no interest to me, let alone your worthless life. Lin Yang retorted dismissively. Su Xiao clenched his fists tightly, enduring the humiliation, even if I must die. I wish to understand why you seek to annihilate the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Why not? It's hardly a troublesome endeavor, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly, finding Su Xiao's incredulity absurd. You have killed countless people. Now that it's your turn to perish, you are unwilling? Unwilling? It's just death. I shall not regret my past actions. Su Xiao, realizing he had no hope of survival, instead grew defiant. The reason for Lin Yang's attack had ceased to matter. He had committed countless sins and enjoyed immense fortunes throughout his life, having long prepared for this day. Losing his head was a trivial price to pay for the years of exquisite indulgence he had experienced. Being villainous was worth it. Do you think I would allow you to die? That would be too merciful. Lin Yang beckoned to Su Xiao and Su Fengyan, drawing them into a magical gourd. Within this gourd, living beings would be transformed into putrid essence in a fleeting moment, only to be revived and transformed again, endlessly repeating until their sins were cleansed. However, given the transgressions committed by the Su family, it seemed they would never attain such purity. I acted hastily, but one can only blame their weakness. With a mere flick, they knelt before me, failing to exact their own revenge. Lin Yang acted according to his whims, doing as he pleased. He then tossed the gourd to Bai Yue. With this gourd, you may slay them as many times as you wish. It is far more efficient. Thank you, master, Bai Yue exclaimed, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She understood that were it not for her master, she would have long been dragged into a brothel. With no hope of avenging her grievances, with this matter resolved, Lin Yang was eager to continue enjoying life. Eradicating a mortal dynasty was merely a trivial interlude for him, hardly worthy of note. However, in the realm of fantasy, caution is paramount. Lin Yang did not act recklessly. He turned to Jingyu and Yin. Ensure all loose ends are tied up. You know what to do. Understood. The net is designed for this purpose. Yin and Jingyu bowed, swiftly disappearing from sight with the assassins of the net. They commenced their operations from the capital, targeting all individuals associated with the Su family throughout the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Any lingering threat to Lin Yang would be ruthlessly eradicated by the net. In the realm of fantasy, the adage 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank, do not underestimate the youth, is ever relevant. Today, as ants may not remain so in the years to come. Even the invincible must cultivate the habit of rooting out threats. Come here. Lin Yang gesturetu li chuangang. Ahem, great immortal, what is your command? I was merely observing the spectacle. Li Chuangang stammered, trembling in fear. From this moment on, you shall serve as the acting emperor of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Prepare for me a residence that is both beautiful and allows for the enjoyment of mortal pleasures. Do you understand? Lin Yang commanded. Li Chuangang was dumbfounded. He had simply come to observe. How had he become the acting emperor? What do you refuse? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. I would not dare refuse. I am most willing. Li Chuangan astili rapelia. In the mortal realm, dynasties represent the greatest power, even those who have cultivated to the divine soul realm. Revered as celestial beings, can at most fend off the assault of tens of thousands of soldiers. Even transcendent celestial beings, lacking the resolve to perish together, would never confront a million snow dragon knights. Thus, Li Chuangang and his fellow celestial beings profess their unwavering pursuit of martial arts. Yet in reality, it stems from their ineptitude in political maneuvering, their inability to combat the vast armies of dynasties, and their lack of opportunity to ascend to the throne. If offered an emperor, they would gladly embrace the position. The mere prospect of wielding the dragon energy of an entire dynasty would leave them salivating. Why do you hesitate? Speak plainly. Lin Yang frowenet in display asure. Li Chuangang trembled. Great immortal, you may not be aware, but there exists a young eunuch within the imperial palace of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. He embodies the dragon energy of the dynasty and has lived for thousands of years. Anyone wishing to become emperor must seek his approval. He is the true master behind the scenes. Most celestial beings are reluctant to enter the Northern Wilderness city due to their trepidation towards this young eunuch. You have just proclaimed me the acting emperor. Yet the young eunuch may not consent. Is that so? Lin Yang lifted a foot, instantly transporting all present to hover above the imperial palace of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. He gazed down indifferently at the palace, declaring, Su Xiao is dead, and I appoint Li Chuangang as the ruler of the Northern Wilderness. Who dares to object? Li Chuangang gulped, his face pale, great immortal. That young eunuch possesses terrifying strength. He has slain celestial beings before. What are you thinking? Do not concern yourself. Those who defy my command shall be slain. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. He came to revel in the mortal world, not to bow to anyone's whims. The majestic North Wilderness Imperial Palace trembled as boundless dragon energy converged, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon. Upon the dragon's head stood a young eunuch, his countenance as frosty as ice, casting a cold gaze upon Lin Yang. For thousands of years, the emperor's rise and fall had required his approval. How had he ever been so insulted? Countless sovereigns of the world had bowed before him. Did they not realize the necessity of humility? The young eunuch spoke with indifference, though you possess some strength. To propose such conditions is to show a grave lack of respect. I must decline. Should you mention this again, do not blame me for my rudeness. Must I hold you in regard? Lin Yang shook his head. It seems you and your ilk are oblivious to your own status. He casually extended a finger, and it appeared as though the very heavens were pierced by his gesture. The rhythms of the great Tao flowed, chaos and thunder erupted. That world-destroying finger descended slowly, and the golden dragon of fortune, in the face of such celestial might, shattered in terror. The young eunuch's expression shifted dramatically. He had no means of defense, akin to an ant pinned beneath a finger subjected to relentless torment. The great wilderness heavenly finger, a single finger to imprison heaven and earth. Celestial being, I was wrong. Spare this little spirit. I am merely a creature formed from the golden dragon of fortune, having struggled for millennia to take shape. My cultivation is arduous. I beseech you to show mercy. The young eunuch whimpered in supplication, his earlier arrogance wholly evaporated. Li Chuangan stood dumfunda, incredulos. Was this truly the aloof and enigmatic young eunuch he remembered, reduced to begging on the ground? He gazed at the refined boy beside him, an overwhelming sense of dread swelling within. The young eunuch was the strongest he had ever encountered, yet he had been effortlessly subdued. The origins of this boy must be terrifying beyond measure. Lin Yang nonchalantly dissipated the finger shadow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked down upon the wretched young eunuch. Now, who is the emperor? You are. I shall obey your every command. The young eunuch, having narrowly escaped death, quickly rose, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. Step 1. Postnatal, prenatal, spirit transformation, Qi. Step 2. Tao Palace, dragon transformation, divine aperture, earthly immortal, sovereign celestial being. Each realm consists of 9 levels. Chapter 19. The ruthlessness of the net, annihilation in a day. Lin Yang nodded, then tossed a vial of elixir to Li Chuangang. What is this? The celestial elixir? Li Chuangang's face flushed with excitement. His innate talent was limited. He had attempted to break into the celestial realm multiple times without success, his potential nearly exhausted. The celestial elixir could enhance his chances of achieving the celestial realm, a treasure he desperately coveted. Consider it a reward, Lin Yang remarked casually. With a mere slap, he had dispatched 1,000,000 snow dragon riders. Without a celestial realm powerhouse to support him, the North Wilderness dynasty would certainly be devoured at the opportune moment. He yearned to leisurely experience the mundane world, unfettered by conflict. Thank you, my lord. Li Chuangang, quick-witted, knelt to acknowledge his master. Such a generous benefactor. Even a single strand of hair falling from him would bring immeasurable benefits. Rise, Lin Yang raised a hand. My lord, I have further matters to report. Li Chuangang, brimming with enthusiasm, eager to prove himself. Oh, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The reason the Su family succeeded in usurping the throne is due to a highly mysterious and powerful force backing them. The Su family is merely a pawn of this force. In fact, the entire North Wilderness dynasty is but a chess piece of this enigmatic power. Li Chuangang trembled at the mention of this secret organization. You have disrupted their plans. They will not let this go lightly. Do you think I care? Lin Yang grinned. In heaven and earth, few could catch his eye. Cough, cough, I spoke out of turn. I shall find you a suitable residence. Li Chuangang scratched his head awkwardly. My lord possesses an extraordinary demeanor and a grand background. it is likely you are a celestial being descended to experience the mortal realm. They typically favor places rich in worldly essence and beauty. After all, they descend to savor the life of mortals. Where will be best? He pondered Lin Yang's thoughts, determined to find the most satisfactory dwelling for him. At that very moment, at Longhu Mountain, one of the four great sects of the North Wilderness dynasty, Su Longxiang received news of his father and brother's demise, his countenance resembling that of a madman. With immense strength, he tore apart a small hillside, howling to the heavens, "I shall not rest until my enemies are slain." The sect leader of Longhu Mountain patted Su Longxiang's shoulder. "My young ancestor, calm yourself. Get out of my way. I must descend the mountain for vengeance." Su Longxiang shoved the elder aside, intent on rushing down the mountain. "Young ancestor, you are destined to be the next sect leader. You must not act recklessly. Whoever killed Su Xiao must be an unparalleled powerhouse. We must strategize our revenge. Rushing in like this will be tantamount to suicide." The Longhu Taoist grasped Su Longxiang. "With your talent, you will surely achieve the celestial realm within 30 years. At that time, you can lead the entire Longhu sect in revenge, ensuring a greater chance of success." Su Longxiang contemplated for a moment, nodding with a fierce glint in his eyes. "Indeed, 30 years of ebb and flow. I shall endure and bide my time, ensuring my enemies meet a fate worse than death. Fear not. When you inherit the position of Celestial Master, the combined might of all Longhu sect members will render us nearly invincible. We shall slay whomever we please." The Longhu Taoist smiled, doting on his disciple, fiercely protective. As long as he could make his pupil happy, a few deaths mattered little. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. The Longhu Taoist turned to see a striking woman adorned with a spider mask, her beauty captivating, her eyes alone capable of ensnaring souls. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my Longhu Mountain's domain? You seek death," the Longhu Taoist exclaimed. "Enough with your words. You should have followed my advice and obliterated Longhu Mountain long ago. Yet you insisted on observing their attitude toward my master. Such naivety, still wishing to serve as my master's servant? Truly a disgrace to share the same company." A sword-bearing man in red spoke scornfully, his expression devoid of emotion as he stepped forward from behind the woman. "Indeed, I was mistaken." The beautiful woman, Jingyu, shook her head, her gaze turning frigid. "Since you have uttered the desire for vengeance against my master, Longhu Mountain shall cease to exist. Today, within these mountain gates, no one shall be left alive." "Ha ha! What audacity! My Longhu Mountain is a renowned and powerful sect. Even celestial beings would not dare to boast of extinguishing us. Today, it is you who shall perish." The Longhu Taoist's eyes turned icy, his murderous intent boiling over. The frog at the bottom of the well would never comprehend the height of the sky. Jingyu declared, unleashing her speed like lightning, her sword cutting through the air, producing a terrifying thunderous sound. So swift, the Longhu Taoist barely began to summon his talismans when he felt a flash before his eyes. Jingyu was already behind him. Shoo! In the next instant, his body was cleaved in two, energy and blood exploding outward. What? Su Longxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. The old man was a peak expert of the 9th layer of the divine soul realm, rivaling the current sword god, Li Chuangang, yet had been instantaneously slain. "Are you a celestial being? The realms of mortals do not even merit description for me." Jingyu approached Su Longxiang step by step. "You need not endure any longer. I shall send you to hell, reuniting you with your family." "No," Su Longxiang attempted to plead, but his head was severed with a single stroke. Sent soaring into the sky. Until his last breath, he could not believe that as the son of fortune in the North Wilderness, Su Fengnian's brother, he had truly met such an end. Shoo. In the next moment, the myriad assassins of the net emerged, commencing their slaughter of the powerful within Longhu Mountain. The sky was shrouded in a mist of blood, obscuring the moon. In the realm of the fantastical, the path of survival is steeped in bloodshed. Which audacious fiend dares to challenge the legacy of Longhu Mountain? Seeking death, are we? The venerable ancestor of Longhu Mountain emerged, standing in the void, his gaze indifferent yet commanding. I am a Grand Master of Longhu Mountain. A century ago, I joined the Alliance of Celestials. Should you dare. Alas, a flash of sword light cleaved through the starlit sky, and the Grand Master was obliterated into a mist of crimson. Such a loquacious old fool, Yensha remarked, retracting his sword with a wry smile. The disciples of Longhu Mountain were left in utter disbelief. Before they could even praise their ancestor, he had been slain. The weight of despair was suffocating. Continue the slaughter. Leave not a single one alive. With a gaze as cold as ice. Yensha confirmed the absence of any celestial experts from Longhu Mountain before leading the astonished Xinyu to the next battlefield. At dawn the following day, the once thriving Longhu Mountain lay in eerie silence. It was not until visitors approached its gates that they beheld the chilling sight of countless cold corpses. News of this massacre spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the martial world. The millennia-old sect of Longhu Mountain had been extinguished overnight, with not a single survivor remaining. Chapter 20. The Alliance of Celestials? Right behind you. Soon after, tales of bloodshed reached Jiangnan, and one renowned sect after another fell victim to this relentless onslaught, plunging the martial realm into chaos. Many were left utterly bewildered, grasping at straws to comprehend the unfolding calamity. However, as the news of the Su family's extermination circulated, clarity dawned upon the people. This celestial was merciless. It was said that he single-handedly annihilated 100,000 dragon knights. Was it not said that 1,000,000 dragon knights, in their fury, could stain the heavens with blood? It now appeared to be nothing but fanciful boasting. The might of the Celestials was unfathomable, and they were not to be trifled with. Various factions with ties to the Su family trembled in fear. Many top-tier experts, having merely exchanged words with the Su family, publicly declared their withdrawal from the martial world, some even swearing off martial practice altogether. Any faction that had conducted business with the Su family hastily disbanded, seeking only a path to survival. The entire northern wilderness was engulfed in a tempest of blood and fury. Yet, the orchestrator of this chaos sat leisurely upon a fishing platform, casting his line and reeling in a blue fish. Life in the mortal realm was truly tranquil, and the mundane existence was remarkably beautiful. Lin Yang grinned weedily. Master, your happiness is what matters most. Beside him, Bai Yue busied herself with preparing a meal, having been taught by Lin Yang. This idyllic paradise was a hidden gem painstakingly discovered by Li Chuangang, boasting picturesque scenery and the warmth of human life. Here, one could enjoy quietude with wine and chess or engage in the bustling city just a few miles away. It was indeed a land of bliss, unparalleled in the mortal realm. With a splash, Lin Yang tossed the fish to Bai Yue and inhaled the aroma of the dishes on the table. Unable to restrain his praise, your culinary talent surpasses even your cultivation skills. In just 3 months, Bai Yue's cooking had visibly improved. The renowned chefs of the Lin family produced delectable dishes due to the luxurious ingredients of the celestial realm. Using earthly materials, they might not even rival Bai Yue's creations. I see you are not merely a gifted innate body, but rather a divine chef. After savoring a piece of braised pork, Lin Yang gave a thumbs up to Bai Yue. Master, your compliments are making me feel lightheaded. Bai Yue beamed with joy, for receiving praise from her master was her greatest delight. At that moment, Lin Yang spotted a small boy at the gate and waved him over. Little Tiger, come for a meal again? Come on in. Little Tiger, a bit shy, held 2 jugs of wine. Grandfather said, I shouldn't always eat for free. I heard you enjoy wine, so I brought some of our best. Lin Yang's eyes lit up. The most enticing aspect of Taoyuan village was indeed the aged wine from the Zheng family winery. While it lacked the rich fragrance of the celestial realm's wines, it possessed a unique charm. Little Yang, what about us? Can we come in? Several children behind Little Tiger waved their hands, presenting their homemade goods, be it wild chickens or handcrafted sweets. These simple villagers seemed to have misunderstood, thinking Bai Yue and Lin Yang were siblings living in hardship, and thus they sent these children to borrow food as a means of delivering supplies. The villagers' rustic warmth and camaraderie delighted Lin Yang. Cool, me. Let us dine together and enjoy the festivities. Lin Yang did not refuse, welcoming them all in, as the children settled around the table. An elderly man with a sorrowful expression hesitated at the entrance. "Since you are here, do come in. What are you hesitating for?" Lin Yang turned to Li Chuangang. "It is." Li Chuangang took a seat, initially restless, but after tasting by Youwei's cooking, his eyes widened in astonishment. "In my 2 centuries of life, I have never tasted such exquisite food. Haha, uncle, you truly are a master of exaggeration. My great-grandfather is over 80 and the oldest in the village. Who could possibly live to 200? That would make you an old demon." Little Tiger laughed innocently. Li Chuangang was not one to take offense at a child, and had no time for such trivialities. But Youwei's culinary delights had him unable to stop eating. Deep inside, he marveled at how blissful Lin Yang's life was, far superior to that of an emperor. He reflected on how every day was filled with such delectable meals and leisurely living in the mortal realm, an existence he would never trade for even the life of an emperor. "You've come to see me. I assume there is something you wish to discuss?" Lin Yang inquired with a smile. "Ahem, master. The northern kingdoms have descended into chaos. The ancient sect of Longhu Mountain and the prominent factions of Jiangnan have fallen one after another. The martial world is abuzz with rumors that you are behind it all, and the emperors of the surrounding kingdoms are pressing me for details. The pressure is immense." Li Chuangang lamented. "How can they unjustly accuse me?" "Unjustly?" Lin Yang chuklet heartily. "Indeed, it was my doing. There is nothing to conceal. Let them come if they seek trouble." Li Chuanong's eyes widened in disbelief. Those esteemed sect had stood for millennia, surely backed by celestial ancestors. To eradicate them in such a short span, Lin Yang's power far exceeded his imagination. "Let us drink." Lin Yang, unfazed, indulged in food and drink. He had lost count of how many sects he had annihilated, having entrusted such matters to the web of his influence. Observing this charming youth who could upheave the world with mere words, Li Chuangang felt exhilarated. His patron was indeed extraordinary. "Is there anything else?" Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "It is a pity the young eunuch is the embodiment of dragon Qi. He cannot leave the palace. Otherwise, having him assist you would alleviate many troubles." The young eunuch had reached the pinnacle of mortal power, and no ordinary celestial could withstand him. Li Chuangang's lips trembled. The thought of the young eunuch assisting him felt like a dream beyond imagination. "Indeed, there is another matter. The Alliance of Celestials seems quite displeased with your extermination of the Su family and your self-proclamation as emperor," Li Chuangang sighed. "Under normal circumstances, after ascending to celestial status, one would receive an invitation from the Alliance. However, they have informed me that I shall never qualify for entry into the Alliance." "The Alliance of Celestials? What is that?" Lin Yang furrowed his brow. "What? You do not know of the Alliance of Celestials?" Li Chuangang was astonished. "All those who refuse to ascend to the celestial realm and remain in the mortal world are termed celestials. These celestials band together, forming the most formidable force in the mortal realm, the Alliance of Celestials. This means that even the most ordinary member of the Alliance is a celestial expert. It is considered the most powerful organization in the mortal realm, with a formidable reputation in the celestial realm." "Ha!" Lin Yang could not help but let out a laugh. "A force as insignificant as a sesame seed, yet claims to be renowned in the celestial realm? I've never even heard of it. Do you know where the headquarters of the Celestial Alliance is?" Li Chuangang was taken aback, marveling inwardly. Could it be that my master intends to confront the Celestial Alliance directly? Truly, he is formidable. To dare venture alone into such a terrifying force for negotiations. The Celestial Alliance, elusive and mysterious, was the foremost power in the mortal realm. I had been rejected from joining. How could I possibly know its sex location? Li Chuangang sighed, shaking his head. "Oh, well, it seems futile." Lin Yang retracted the sword intent from his gaze. If Li Chuangang were aware of the Celestial Alliance's precise location, he would strike with a single sword and obliterate their sect. What kind of insignificant clowns dare oppose him? Naturally, Li Chuangang was oblivious to Lin Yang's thoughts. In his perception, to dare venture alone to negotiate with the Celestial Alliance was already a sign of invincibility. Ahem. Then there remains but one final matter. Li Chuangang scratched his head. The reactions of the surrounding nations have been more intense than anticipated. The borders are fortified with 1 million troops, all poised to strike. Their martial experts have already infiltrated the Northern Desolation dynasty to test the waters. Of course, these are trivial matters. With the elixirs bestowed by you, Master, I have nurtured numerous formidable warriors sufficient to handle these minor characters. However, it seems there are celestial realm experts entering the Northern Desolation, though their exact intentions remain unknown. They may be after the dragon Shi of the Northern Desolation. Indeed, they had arrived. Lin Yang was not surprised. He merely nodded and took another sip of wine. They have arrived? Li Chuangang felt a chill run down his spine, incredulously asking, They have entered the capital? No, they are right behind you. Lin Yang's gaze shifted to the shadow behind Li Chuangang, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 21. Killing Celestials with Wine. Cultivating foundations with spiritual, rice little child. I didn't expect your spiritual sense to be rather keen. Hearty laughter echoed ominously. It had long been rumored that the Su family had been annihilated and that the Longhu Mountain and other sects had been eradicated, all orchestrated by a super-powerful entity. Who would have thought it was a mere child? Two figures emerged from the Chuangong's shadow. One was rugged, clad in animal skin, wielding a massive bone club. The other was strikingly beautiful, dressed provocatively, with only a few strands of sheer fabric covering her vital areas. As soon as they appeared, their presence surged, shaking the surroundings. They rose like two great suns, overlooking the courtyard. Li Chuangang, how shameful it is for a renowned sword deity of the Northern Desolation to address a mere child as master, scoffed the barbarian. Li Chuangong's gaze turned icy. Sensing a formidable threat, these two had concealed themselves within his shadow without his notice. It was utterly terrifying. They were undoubtedly not ordinary celestials. If they wished to slay him, it would be as easy as a flick of the wrist. The villagers, young and old, felt the overwhelming pressure, trembling in fear. The child, Xiao Hu, stared blankly at the two figures suspended in the air. They're celestial beings. The immortals have descended. The common folk quaked with fear, instinctively sensing a terror deep within their bones. Little child, what is your origin? Speak clearly and hand over the throne of the Northern Desolation dynasty, and we shall consider the matter settled. Otherwise, your death is inevitable, bellowed the barbarian. Do not frighten the little one. He might wet his bed at night, teased the enchanting woman. Although they mocked him, both felt a weight of seriousness in their hearts. Their ability to conceal their presence was top-notch. Yet this child had seen through it effortlessly. Such spiritual awareness was truly formidable. Do you deem yourselves worthy to know my origins? Lin Yang shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling to disclose, but rather that your karmic fortune is too shallow. Once you learn the truth, you will not withstand the ensuing consequences and will be erased by the heavenly path. Ha ha ha. I have heard many boasts, but to hear such grandiose claims is a first for me. The barbarian chuckled, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, feeling utterly disdained by Lin Yang's words. Lin Yang surveyed the surroundings. Since you have the gall to come and kill me, you might as well come out together. Oomph, cunning little brat. Your spiritual sense is truly sharp. At that moment, 5 terrifying presences surged forth. It was as if 7 suns appeared in the sky simultaneously, overwhelming and suffocating. Well, what is this? Li Chuangang was bewildered. The elusive celestials, typically unseen, had suddenly revealed 7 of their kind? Had the celestial realm become as common as cabbage? Very well. Lin Yang nodded with satisfaction. It is truly exhausting to deal with you one by one. Since you have all shown yourselves, you may all perish together. Are we to fight now? The barbarian froze. Shouldn't we first inquire about your intentions and identities? Then exchange a few rounds of banter to build up our rage before the battle? Humph, but since you are so eager to die, we shall oblige. Though he found it strange, he paid it no mind. With 7 celestials descending together, no matter how powerful one might be, they would be reduced to ashes. Enough of this nonsense. Cherish your last opportunity to unleash your skills and show us your most dazzling moves. Lin Yang leisurely raised his wine cup, offering a smile to the stunned children beside him. Do pay attention. The fireworks to come will be quite beautiful. The 7 powerful figures glared with murderous intent, infuriated by Lin Yang's utter disdain towards them. Roar! The barbarian transformed, swinging his massive bone club down with a force akin to a rampaging dragon. Shaking the heavens, the other celestial experts also unleashed their fiercest attacks, aiming to obliterate Lin Yang in an instant. Their strikes were ruthless, intending to wipe out the innocent Peach Blossom village along with him. Li Chuangang was filled with despair. These 7 beings were clearly no ordinary celestials. Their simultaneous assault was more terrifying than divine wrath. Facing such an onslaught, a mere novice like him had no chance of survival. "Master, allow me to bear the brunt. You should retreat." In his mind, the simultaneous attack of 7 celestials was something no mortal could withstand. Even his transcendent master would likely struggle to resist. Li Chuangang braced himself for death, ready to self-destruct. He believed that with Lin Yang's prowess, he would not perish in vain and would surely avenge him. If 7 celestials were to perish together, he would not suffer losses. His eyes turned bloodshot. Lin Yang gently shook his head, raising his hand to quell the turbulent energy within Li Chuangang. He then plucked a droplet of spilled wine from the table and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! In the next moment, the droplet of wine erupted with blinding radiance, vanishing in an instant. It moved with such incredible speed that it pierced through the void, tracing a trajectory of utmost elegance in the sky. What a theatrical display! But the barbarian was interrupted as a chill gripped his head, an overwhelming fear rising within him. At that very moment, the bodies of the 7 celestials froze. Li Chuangang gazed at the sky, his pupils gradually widening. The heads of the 7 celestials exploded one after another, brain matter splattering everywhere. But he could only remember that meal, which left a lingering taste that stirred his heart. And he also witnessed a spectacular fireworks display. "Brother, did you kill the immortal? How magnificent!" It filled me with fervor. The children, including little Tiger, were immensely excited. Born into a fantastical world, life, even in a small mountain village, was harsh. The children were remarkably resilient. If I could possess such power, my father would no longer have to risk his life daily to hunt in the mountains. The girl who brought wild chickens was lost in thought. Indeed, if we had a brother as powerful as him, those bandits wouldn't dare to raid our village. I would send them flying with a single punch. The boy who brought sweet pastries clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. His father had perished in a bandit's raid. Lin Yang smiled as he watched these children. He held a fond regard for kind-hearted people. Those benevolent villagers deserved good fortune. Although the ingredients of the meal were ordinary, under by Yoei's culinary skills, they had been imbued with spirit. Consuming such food regularly could reshape one's bones and physique. This meant that once little Tiger and the others began their training, their progress would be swift and their future prospects boundless. These innocent children were still unaware that in the not-so-distant future, they would become the first generation of esteemed elders from the renowned celestial village. Chapter 22. The One-Eyed Green Wolf. Is this village defying heaven? In the ethereal and mysterious divine palace of the mortal realm, 7 soul lamps shattered in succession. The guards tasked with overseeing the soul lamps turned pale, stumbling as they struck the alarm bell. Soon, the elders of the Celestial Alliance arrived with grave expressions. Have Tua Bai Yi and the others perished? Could it be that the young eunuch has made his move? Did we not warn them against entering the Northern Wilderness Royal Palace? Shouted the red-faced, portly elder. Even a young eunuch could not simultaneously slay 7 experts of the celestial realm. Indeed, they had not even had the chance to use their communication tokens. They had been completely overwhelmed. The moment the enemy struck, they were all slain. An elderly man in a green robe with a youthful appearance analyzed the situation. That makes sense. The elders of the Celestial Alliance were all profoundly grave. It seems that the mysterious powerhouse who annihilated the million great snow dragon riders is even more formidable than we had imagined. What shall we do next? Should we simply endure the loss of 7 members? Where shall we place the dignity of the Celestial Alliance? The red-faced, portly elder shouted in anger. Calm down. A tranquil voice emerged, and all the elders of the Celestial Alliance bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. The master of the Celestial Alliance turned out to be a white-haired youth, appearing extraordinarily enchanting with skin so pale it seemed sickly. To be able to swiftly eliminate thwart and the others, his strength likely surpassed the celestial realm. Perhaps he was a prodigy from a prominent family in the celestial domain, here to experience the mortal world. The white-haired youth spoke nonchalantly. What should we do now? The elders of the Celestial Alliance were taken aback. They wielded power in the mortal realm, but in the celestial domain, they were insignificant. What to do? Naturally, they should refrain from provoking him for the time being. The white-haired youth grinned. Once our plan is successful, even if he is a descendant of the Lin clan, the sovereign of the 8 wildernesses, we shall no longer fear him. At the mention of that plan, boundless anticipation gleamed in the eyes of the elders of the Celestial Alliance. What the master says is indeed correct. It will only take 8 or 9 years for the plan to be completed. By then, no matter his background, when he encounters our Celestial Alliance in the mortal realm, he will have to kneel and pay his respects. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years, let alone 8 or 9. I can wait. The red-faced, portly elder nodded. Thwart was his most cherished grandson. The day of great triumph would be when he avenged him, turning his enemies into a mist of blood. With the Celestial Alliance no longer causing trouble, Li Yang unleashed his full potential, demonstrating his iron-fisted rule. He annihilated the forces closely tied to the Su family, decisively suppressing the surrounding dynasties. For ordinary dynasties, having a few experts at the divine soul level, Earth Immortal, as national pillars was already impressive. Li Yang, originally the sword god with formidable combat prowess, had now ascended to the celestial realm, rendering it nearly impossible for any mortal nation to withstand him. After the neighboring dynasties were struck with fear, they dared not provoke him again, bowing their heads in submission and paying taxes. Even so, they marveled at Li Yang's benevolence, noting his mercy in contrast to Su Xiao, who would readily annihilate neighboring nations. In the days that followed, the Northern Wilderness Dynasty entered an unprecedented period of peace and prosperity. Life was tranquil and serene. Lin Yang, accompanied by Bai Yu Wei, lived a simple and joyful pastoral life in Taoyuan village, filled with happiness and ease. 8 years swiftly passed. Dust rose in the air as a band of mountain bandits halted before Taoyuan village. Leading them was the infamous thief, the one-eyed Green Wolf. He had established the Green Wolf Gang, which boasted nearly 10,000 members, all of whom were skilled and elusive, causing headaches even for the authorities. Wherever the Green Wolf Gang went, it was as if locusts had descended, laying waste to villages and towns, having slaughtered countless settlements. They were truly notorious. This village appears quite prosperous. The villagers must have plenty of riches to plunder. One of the sycophantic lackeys grinned wickedly, suggesting, "Why don't we ransack this little village and let the brothers have some fun?" "Sure. I've been pursued by the soldiers recently and haven't been able to sleep well. My mood is quite foul. They are unfortunate to cross my path." The one-eyed Green Wolf grinned, spurring his horse as they advanced towards the village. At the village entrance, several youths were playing and frolicking, completely disregarding their presence. The one-eyed Green Wolf was furious. He was a notorious bandit in the northern wilderness. How could these oblivious brats completely ignore him? "Hey, you little brats, summon all the adults in your village. Bring forth all the valuables and beautiful women. If you dare to refuse, I will slaughter your entire village, turning the men into urinals and the women into playthings." The young bandit leaders laughed maniacally as they threatened. The youths, unimpressed, dug in their noses and responded scornfully, "Tiger Brother, another group of bandits has come? There are really too many this year." "Tiger Brother, what is a bandit?" asked an innocent little girl. The leading youth chuckled. "A stray dog pursued by the officials is called a bandit." The young bandit leaders were nearly furious to the point of explosion. "Damn it, I've been a bandit for decades, and this is the first time I've encountered such an arrogant village." The leader glared furiously. "I will chop all of you worthless peasants in a mincemeat to relieve my pent-up anger." The one-eyed Green Wolf furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The youths, brimming with youthful vigor and unscathed by societal cruelty, enjoyed exchanging banter. How could the farmers nearby be laughing and joking with them, displaying no fear whatsoever? Merely a ruse, a feigned display. The one-eyed green wolf's eyes sparkled with wisdom and confidence as he swung his blade. Enough of this nonsense. Raised his place to the ground. Yes, the young bandit leaders, eager to comply, unleashed their energy, leaping on horseback to behead the youths. They even intended to spare not even the innocent little girl. The hunter's son threw a punch, shaking the heavens and earth. A colossal fist imprint blotting out the sun, crashing down. What? The young bandit leaders were nearly scared out of their wits. Before they could utter a sound, they, along with their horses, were obliterated into a mist of blood. A single punch altering the very heavens. Is he at the Tao Palace level? How could this be possible? The one-eyed green wolf's pupils constricted. Was this village truly defying the heavens? One must understand that a powerhouse at the Tao Palace level had the qualification to establish a sect in a martial world. Damn it, seize those snot-nosed kids as hostages. The one-eyed green wolf reacted quickly, shouting loudly. Several experts from the Green Wolf gang surged forward, exuding an impressive aura. Yet before they could draw their weapons, they were swiftly subdued by the youths beside Little Tiger. All of them were at the full circle of Chi-Si level. The one-eyed wolf began to question his existence, drenched in cold sweat. If these children are so formidable, how powerful must the adults in the village be? At this thought, he nearly lost control of himself. No wonder these villagers exhibit no fear. It turns out the entire village is filled with hidden masters. Retreat. The one-eyed wolf turned and fled. He was cautious, otherwise he would not have survived to this day. So cowardly. Little Tiger was anxious, having expected the one-eyed wolf to act like the mindless villains in storybooks, laughing heartily and proclaiming, "What does your strength matter? With so many underlings, we can overwhelm you." This was a disaster. After their escape, they would surely massacre other villages. Little Tiger and his companions fought fiercely, continuously slaying bandits. There were too many. It was impossible to kill them all. Little Tiger felt powerless. Ha ha ha. As long as there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood. Our green mountains remain unchanged. The waters flow long. We shall meet again. The one-eyed wolf laughed heartily, filled with self-satisfaction. Thanks to his caution and intelligence, he avoided disaster today. He suddenly froze. At the end of the path, two figures slowly emerged. The girl, about 18 or 19 years old, had skin as smooth as jade. With sparkling eyes that seemed to hold spring, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Even though she wore simple clothing, her lively and playful charm struck directly at the heart. Yet, even this enchanting girl appeared dim beside the young man next to her, as a firefly pales against the bright moon. The young man was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and star-like eyes, looking so extraordinary that he transcended human limits. Clad in plain white garments, he exuded an ethereal aura untouched by dust. This was the essence of immortality. Even the most vile of bandits couldn't help but gasp in awe upon seeing Lin Yang. The one-eyed wolf was so taken aback by the youth's beauty that he momentarily forgot to flee. He shook his head wildly to regain his senses, clear the way ahead. Or, I'll make your head relocate. Chapter 23. Only a saint might be qualified to be a servant? Master, you're back. Little Tiger and his companions rushed over, calling out enthusiastically, "Master, master." The one-eyed wolf was terrified, his scalp prickling. This youth, this ethereal being, was actually the master of these monstrous aberrations. Unfortunately, by the time he processed this realization, it was too late. Just one glance exchanged with Lin Yang caused his body to explode, turning both man and horse into a mist of blood. This horrifying scene shattered the resolve of the Qinglang gang's advisor, causing him to fall lifeless to the ground. The bandits stood in stunned silence. Did he just turn the gang leader into a mist of blood with a single glare? This must be a monster. Stop calling me master. I merely provided you with techniques, not training. Lin Yang sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Thinking of becoming my disciple? Don't even think about it without exceptional innate talent. It wasn't that he had high standards. Rather, it was simply due to his exceptional nature. Disciples with sufficiently high talent needed no instruction. As long as resources were abundant, they could rapidly ascend on their own. Little Tiger and the others scratched their heads and laughed. In any case, You are the great benefactor of our Taoyuan village. If you hadn't imparted us the cultivation methods, we would have long been slaughtered by the bandits." Lin Yang smiled faintly and nodded at Bai Yue. Understanding his intent, Bai Yue activated the purple gold gourd, swiftly absorbing all the Qinglang gang bandits within moments. Gulp. Little Tiger watched this spectacle in awe. This was true divine power. His current strength was still far too weak. "Come to my house for lunch at noon." Lin Yang waved his hand, leading Bai Yue away. "All right." Little Tiger and the others nodded cheerfully. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Lin Yang noticed Li Chungan, who had been waiting there, and was somewhat surprised. "It's been 8 years. Why haven't you broken through to the celestial realm?" Li Chungan's eyes widened, as if struck by lightning. Having diligently trained day and night with the North Wilderness Dragon Shi, he had only progressed from the first to the third stage of the celestial realm in 8 years. If this speed were known, it would surely astonish the world. He felt immense pride in this accomplishment. Yet, in his master's eyes, it only elicited a simple remark. "It's been 8 years. Why are you still in the celestial realm?" His inflated confidence was instantly shattered. However, considering his master's terrifying ability to slay celestial beings with a mere sip of wine, he soon felt at ease. The level of his master was beyond his comprehension. Cough! Cough! "Master, you summon me for something?" Li Chungan awkwardly cleared his throat and asked, "Are there any blessed lands in this world?" Lin Yang inquired. Bai Yue is about to break through to the sovereign realm. If she can do so in a blessed land, her power will become incomparably pure. Li Chungan pondered for a moment. The blessed lands of this world are all controlled by several great holy places. To utilize a blessed land, one must join their holy place. Oh, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. He had heard of the holy places of the world, each with a long legacy and having produced powerful beings above the saint level. By the way, the number 1 holy place in the world, the Qian Kuan Holy Place, is currently holding a disciple recruitment ceremony. Li Chungan's eyes lit up. "I have a connection with a formal disciple of the Qian Kuan Holy Place. I can." "The Qian Kuan Holy Place? Direct me to its location." Lin Yang was disinclined to ask further and stated plainly. Li Chungan provided the coordinates of the Qian Kuan Holy Place. "Master, although your power is unmatched, the Qian Kuan Holy Place is the foremost holy place in the world with profound depth. Without a recommendation, it may be quite difficult to gain entry. I have my methods to ensure they welcome me with open arms." Lin Yang waved his hand casually. "Gulp. Yes." Li Chungan dared not say more. "You've worked hard these years. This heaven-mending pill can enhance your innate talent. Take it." Lin Yang casually tossed a heaven-mending pill. Li Chungan quickly bowed. "Master, this is far too precious. If I accept this pill, I may not withstand the terrible karmic consequences. The heaven-mending pill is sought after even by saints. As a mere king realm practitioner, just touching it would lead to annihilation by karmic forces. I forgot you are too weak." Lin Yang shook his head in exasperation. This was already the most modest pill he had for enhancing talent. To serve the master is already a fortune earned over countless lifetimes. He dared not ask for further rewards. Li Chungan repeatedly bowed in gratitude. "Did you think I did this for you?" Lin Yang grinned. "I simply wish to preserve my own reputation. If it were known that my servant has been cultivating for 8 years without breaking through the king realm, they would laugh their teeth out." Gulp. Li Chungan felt immense shame. "It is my folly that has brought shame upon you, master. Rest assured, eat freely. Karma will not trouble you." Lin Yang tossed the heaven-mending pill over. Gulp. Li Chungan dared not defy Lin Yang's orders and swallowed the heaven-mending pill without hesitation. Buzz. The mysterious celestial laws were stirred. Dark clouds gathered in the heavens, transforming into heavenly tribulations, intent on erasing Li Chungan. A mere king realm practitioner, with a lowly fate, was utterly unworthy of such an exquisite and noble pill. Erasure was imperative. How dare a mere earthly law target my servant? Begone. Lin Yang cast a cold glance at the depths of the sky. Poof! The moment the terrifying heavenly tribulation, intent on annihilation, was revealed, the earthly laws scattered in fear, no longer daring to make a single ripple. Who? After digesting the heaven-mending pill, Li Chuangan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the world seen by an unparalleled genius? The complex rules of the Tao, which had previously been incomprehensible, now appeared simpler than 1 plus 1, instantly becoming clear. His thought speed had increased by more than 100-fold. His body's sensitivity to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth soared, allowing him to absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy with ease. Li Chang'an couldn't help but shed tears, trembling violently. It is no exaggeration to say that he now felt like a blind man suddenly granted sight. After living over 100 years, he finally opened his eyes to truly see the world. Master, Chang'an is willing to sacrifice everything for you, without regret. Li Chang'an bowed deeply in heartfelt gratitude. If it had not been for Lin Yang, he would have never realized the vastness of the world and the wonders it holds. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. To him, the pill of heaven repair was worth less than a delectable candied hawthorn. Look at you, so unremarkable. In the future, do not overreact to trivial matters and embarrass yourself. Yes, yes. Li Chuangang immediately nodded in respect. Cultivate diligently, and before achieving sainthood. Do not mention to outsiders that you are my servant, Lin Yang remarked calmly. Understood. Li Chuangang was even more astonished. Was it true that only those who were barely qualified to serve their master were the legendary saints? How powerful must Lin Yang be? No wonder he could disregard the constraints imposed by the heavenly laws of the human realm, playing amidst the mortal world. Ascending to the celestial realm was not entirely voluntary. After all, who would wish to leave behind their status as a revered figure in the human realm to become a mere pawn in the celestial realm? In reality, if one reached the level of a king and did not ascend voluntarily, the heavenly laws would expel the cultivator. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the expulsion force. Those kings who remained in the human realm had to resist this force. Only the legendary saints, who had transformed their bodies into the Tao, could roam freely between the mortal and celestial realms, unaffected by any constraints. Chapter 24. The greatest sacred land in the world? Now you have a place to break through to the revered state. Lin Yang smiled gently at Bai Yue. What? Li Chuangang felt as if struck by lightning. His mind blank. After 8 years of arduous cultivation, he had progressed from the first to the third level of the celestial realm, which was enough to look down upon the northern wilderness. Yet Bai Yue had advanced from nothing to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. He felt utterly disheartened. He had thought that after taking the pill of heaven repair, he would finally be able to see the world, only to find himself once again a frog at the bottom of a well. Benefactor, Little Tiger, and a few others rushed into the courtyard, gazing at Lin Yang with reluctance. We heard from the village chief that you are leaving Taoyuan village. Are you really going? Yes, Lin Yang smiled slightly, not denying it. Do not be sad. As long as one's strength is sufficient, no matter how vast the world, one can reach it in the blink of an eye. For a strong person, the concept of parting simply does not exist. Little Tiger and the other's eyes brightened, eagerly anticipating the day of their reunion. The village chief is hosting a farewell banquet. Please be sure to attend. Everyone is especially grateful for your teachings. Alrig, Lin Yang nodded. Unlike Little Tiger and the others, most villagers had not cultivated and lived short lives. This departure might indeed be their last meeting. At the banquet, he gazed at the warm and kind villagers, memories flooding his mind. These 8 years in Taoyuan had been truly pleasant and fulfilled his previous expectations. He silently replaced all the beverages with spiritual wine brewed from the spring of life, which would extend the villagers' lifespans. The spirit wine was potent, and after the banquet, the villagers fell into a deep slumber. It was time to leave. Lin Yang took Bai Yue and, under the twilight's glow, departed from Taoyuan village. Li Chuangang stood at the village entrance, solemnly sending off his master, his heart filled with emotion. Only after achieving sainthood could one truly become a servant to their master. But saints were merely legendary beings. The path to sainthood was uncertain, potentially taking thousands of years. Would I ever have the chance to see my master again in this lifetime? He was unsure. The path of cultivation was too harsh, and the goal of becoming a saint felt too distant. Master, why are we not traveling the world in a carriage this time? Bai Yue asked curiously atop the Jade Qilin. How vast is the mortal realm? The northern wilderness dynasty stretches across 100,000 miles. In the grand scheme of things, it is but a small corner of the world. The sacred land of Qianquan lies at the very heart of the human realm. Even with a carriage, it might take 100 years to reach, Lin Yang teased. Do you intend to wait 100 years before breaking through to the revered state? As long as you wish, master, I can. Bai Yue responded earnestly. Let us not entertain that thought. I would prefer not to see my disciple over 100 years old without even achieving the revered state. Lin Yang sat leisurely on the Jade Qilin, gazing down at the magnificent landscapes of the mortal realm. Majestic kingdoms stood proud upon the earth as the Jade Qilin soared through the skies, swiftly traversing millions of miles. Is this the sacred land of Qianquan? Lin Yang surveyed the grand architectural complex below. The sacred land of Qianquan encompassed a vast cave paradise, filled with pavilions and towers, boasting 9 main peaks and 72 sacred mountains. Within it, powerful beings were abundant, hidden dragons and crouching tigers, truly deserving of the title of the greatest sacred land in the world. Crowds surged to the mountain gate, as all the world's powerful figures flocked here. To be selected as a disciple of the sacred land of Qianquan was akin to leaping through the dragon's gate, freeing oneself from bowing to anyone in the human realm. Lin Yang directly took Bai Yue and stepped through the void, arriving before the mountain gate of the sacred land of Qianquan. You wish to join our sacred land? Formally queue up. The gatekeeper disciple frowned and admonished. Let your sect leader come out. You are not worthy to speak to me. Lin Yang replied calmly. Such audacity. The gatekeeper disciple frowned, about to retort, when a graceful figure descended from the skies. They bowed respectfully, Master Zifeng. The 9 main peaks of the sacred land of Qianquan were each governed by a powerful peak master, and this Xiang Ran was the master of the Yanran Peak. Her strength was unfathomable, having surpassed the realm of kings and entered the revered state. What business do you have with the sacred land of Qianquan? The master is currently absent. You may speak to us peak masters regarding any matters. Xiang Ran, with her elegant form and ethereal presence, wore flowing purple garments. While this youth appeared unremarkable, the girl beside him exuded a tremendous aura, likely having reached the half-step revered state. Such a young half-step revered state, even for the sacred land of Qianquan, was a once-in-a-thousand-year prodigy. She felt a surge of admiration for talent. Oh, Lin Yang scanned Xiang Ran and said, I wish to borrow your sacred land's cave paradise. State your price. Borrow the cave paradise. Xiang Ran was taken aback, then quickly composed herself. To break through to the revered state requires an environment rich in spiritual energy. Undoubtedly, this extraordinary young lady intends to use it, right? To utilize the cave paradise, one must join our sacred land, and it also requires the master's decree. Xiang Ran maintained a pleasant demeanor, smiling slightly. I have no time to wait. Is there a way to use the cave paradise without your master's consent? Lin Yang frowned. Such rules in a mere human force were indeed numerous. There was only one way, to become a peak master of the sacred land of Qianquan. Xiang Ran shrugged. Very well, I am now the peak master of your sacred land. Lin Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Everyone was left in stunned silence. The arrogance of this youth was simply beyond belief. Young brother, you may not be aware, but our sacred land of Qianquan is the greatest in the world. Xiang Ran attempted to explain, though this prodigy appeared impressive. He was still far from qualifying as a peak master of the sacred land of Qianquan. Just state the conditions. Lin Yang yawned lazily. To become a peak master, one must reach the 9th level of the revered state or defeat a peak master. Xiang Ran paused, still smiling as she explained. By stating the conditions, she aimed to showcase the profound heritage of the sacred land of Qianquan while also attempting to temper the youth's arrogance. The 9th level of the revered state. The peak masters of the sacred land of Qianquan possess such terrifying strength. I once thought that the celestial realm was the pinnacle of the human realm, yet the peak masters of the sacred land of Qianquan are revered state cultivators, truly deserving of being the greatest sacred land in the world. The powerful figures and royal heirs in the line behind gasped in awe. All right, so I just need to defeat you, right? Lin Yang beckoned to Xiangran. Come, I give you a chance to make your move. Xiangran's eyes widened in disbelief. But soon her expression turned serious. This youth was far too arrogant. He needed to be taught a lesson. Then let us see. Xiangran waved her sleeve, sending forth a purple silk that surged with explosive force. Using silk as a weapon? How rare! Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, his fingers deftly twirling, causing the silks to transform into a supple ribbon, losing all their former might. What? I underestimated him. Xianran felt a prickling sensation at the back of her head. She couldn't even sense the energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Yang. Xianran focused intently, launching an all-out attack, pouring everything she had into the strike. Go! With a casual flick, Lin Yang took control of the silks entwined around his fingers, binding the full-force assault of Xianran. What? Let go of me! Xianran, ensnared by the silks, found herself unable to move, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 25. The Master of Ancient Peak. What? The crowd was stunned. The gatekeeping disciples were rendered speechless. Xianran was a formidable, 9th-level venerable, not weak among the 9 peak masters, yet she was captured in a single exchange. Capturing someone alive is far more challenging than killing them. Let go of me. You've won. You can take my place as the peak master of the Qian Kuan sacred land. Xianran's face was completely crimson, her delicate form struggling against her bindings. Lin Yang smiled slightly, releasing his hold on Xianran. Huff Xianran's ample chest rose and fell as she looked at Lin Yang with uncertainty. In battle, injuries are inevitable, and her being bound was merely a testament to her lack of skill. She certainly wouldn't blame Lin Yang. It was my own oversight. I failed to perceive your strength earlier. Please, enter the sect. Xianran spoke with great respect. The gatekeeping disciples, quick-witted, opened the mountain gates, inviting Lin Yang inside. How enviable, the nobleman in line remarked, filled with awe, yet afraid to harbor jealousy. To capture a 9th-level venerable in an instant, this ultimate monster could single-handedly annihilate a nation. At the ancient peak of Qian Kuan's sacred land, the peak master frowned at Xianran. What did you just say? Did I hear you correctly? You want me to relinquish my position as peak master? Xianran nodded. He has defeated me. According to the rules of the Qian Kuan sacred land, you, as the lowest-ranked peak master, should concede. Huh, with the sacred lord absent. Who knows if you're colluding with this young man to usurp my position? The ancient peak master shook his head. Get lost. You know my identity well enough. Don't overstep your bounds. Indeed, he was the weakest among the 9 peak masters, yet his background was formidable. With the sacred lord absent, he wouldn't show respect to anyone. Rules are rules, no matter your background. Xianran seethed with anger. Get lost. Step any closer, and I will obliterate you with the formation. The ancient peak master waved his sleeve, turning to head back to the ancient peak. Xianran felt powerless. Although the ancient peak master was weaker than her, if he activated the formation, she wouldn't stand a chance. If it comes to that, I'll simply give the position of Yanran peak master to you. Xianran offered an apologetic smile to Lin Yang. Lin Yang chuckled. There's no need. As you said, rules are rules. He watched the retreating figure of the ancient peak master, his palm transforming into a frightening handprint, aiming to grasp the ancient peak master within his grasp. You dare to strike at me? The ancient peak master sneered. He was indeed a 7th-level venerable, and with the power of the ancient formation, he was unafraid even of half-step king-level warriors. Seeking death? I shall fulfill your wish. He activated the formation with all his might, intent on killing Lin Yang. However, before his attack could reach the handprint, it disintegrated what? The ancient peak master was taken aback, unable to escape as his body was seized by the handprint. Wait, he still wished to say something, but Lin Yang clenched his fist tightly, crushing the ancient peak master's body into a mist of blood. This technique, the Buddha realm in the palm, proved quite effective. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Anyone daring to harbor murderous intent against him would find no mercy. Gulp. Xianran was utterly astounded. The ancient formation, capable of repelling half-step king-level warriors, couldn't he withstand a single strike from this youth? Thankfully, she had treated this young man with utmost respect earlier. Otherwise, with the sacred lord absent, there would be few capable of opposing him within the Qian Kuan sacred land. Lin Yang tossed the ancient peak Master S token to Bai Yue. Take this token and go break through. Understood, Master. Bai Yue nodded. So, they are indeed Master and disciple. Zi Yinran realized, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She had intended to take Bai Yue as her disciple. Yet she quickly came to terms with the fact that she was not qualified. Only a prodigy like this mysterious youth could have the merit to take an unparalleled genius as a disciple. The three soared into the ancient peak. The scenery of the ancient peak was enchanting, with celestial cranes soaring and exquisite pavilions. It was devoid of human presence, appearing quite desolate. The former master of the ancient peak, Wang De, was a crony of poor character who exploited his disciples. Thus, the disciples of the ancient peak had fled. Zi Yanran explained. Now, only some servants and menial workers remain at the ancient peak. Excellent. Lin Yang was quite pleased. He was inherently carefree, and having a multitude of disciples would only be a headache. With no disciples, he could relish the tranquility. This is the spatial passage connecting the ancient peak and the Qian Kuan cave heaven. Zi Yanran pointed to the teleportation array before them. Master, I'm going. Bai Yue, with unwavering determination, stepped into the teleportation array. Only those who had the Peak Master S token could enter the teleportation array. Truly, this was a connection to a blessed realm, and the concentration of spiritual energy was commendable. Lin Yang was quite satisfied. This place must be one of the densest in spiritual energy in the mortal realm. He turned to see Zi Yanran hesitating, prompting him to ask, Do you have something to say? The Wang you just killed is the son of the chief elder of the Qian Kuan sacred land. If he learns of his son's death, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. However, you need not worry. This rule was established by the sacred lord. You should lay low in the ancient peak for the next few days. When the sacred lord returns, the chief elder will not dare to make a fuss. Zi Yanran solemnly advised. Lay low. Lin Yang laughed. If he is not wise, he shall meet his end. Aside from the sacred lord, the strongest in the Qian Kuan sacred land are the elders. The Grand Elder has been at the king level for many years, his strength unfathomable and terrifying. Zi Yanran urged repeatedly. A king who still hides among mortals is merely a turtle. How strong could he be? Lin Yang scoffed. I truly wish to see for myself. Oh. In the next moment, a roar reverberated throughout the Qian Kuan sacred land. Who killed my son? I demand the obliteration of his entire clan. A terrifying figure descended, overshadowing half the sky, immense beyond measure. This was the manifestation of a king-level warrior. Ignorant youth, are you the one who killed my son? Reveal your origins. I shall bloodily sacrifice your entire clan. The chief elder Wang Mi spoke with a tone of arrogance. You presume to know my origins? Lin Yang's eyes gleamed with coldness. Seeking death. It seems I must kill you and probe your soul. Wang Mi roared, unleashing the manifestation, taking a colossal step towards Lin Yang, as if intent on crushing the entire ancient peak. Grand Elder, you dare to strike at the Peak Master. It is a capital offense. Zi Yanran rebuked, astonished at Wang Mi's madness. Humph, killing him is no concern. Would the sacred lord truly kill his right-hand man for a mere young lad? Wing Mi sneered. Enjoying trampling others? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, summoning the Great Void technique, instantly shrinking the towering Wang Mi to the size of a fist, dropping him beneath his foot. What? Wang Mi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the giant before him. He had effortlessly shattered his Great Void technique. Since you enjoy trampling others, let me crush you. Lin Yang casually lifted his foot, ready to crush Wang Mi beneath it. Stop! The commotion of their battle stirred the entire Qian Kuan sacred land. All the peak masters, elders, and superiors rushed to the ancient peak. What is happening? All the superiors are on the move. A great incident has occurred at the ancient peak. The newly appointed peak master killed Wang De and then defeated Grand Elder Wang Mi. The Qian Kuan sacred land is about to change. The disciples, hearing the rumors, were filled with uncertainty but dared not approach the ancient peak. When gods clash, mortals suffer. They knew that even a slight disturbance could reduce them to mere pulp. Esteemed one, Wang Mi is a grand elder of the Qian Kuan sacred land. Even if he is guilty, it should not fall upon you to execute judgment. You lack the qualifications. Indeed, although you have obtained the Peak Master token, you have yet to be officially acknowledged as the Peak Master by the Holy Lord. Do not misinterpret your position. Should you dare to slay the Grand Elder, be prepared to face relentless pursuit to your demise by the Qian Kuan sacred land. The two Peak Masters closely associated with Wang Mi shouted in unison. Why the urgency to defend the old turtle? Then stand with this old turtle. Lin Yang grasped, and the two Peak Masters shrank to the size of fists, tumbling beside Wang Mi gulp. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the elders and Peak Masters of the Qian Kuan sacred land. Such a method was utterly inconceivable. Crack! With a stomp akin to crushing insects, Lin Yang's foot descended, reducing the three to mere pulp. The elders and Peak Masters looked on with ashen faces, their lips trembling. This new Peak Master appears to possess terrifying strength. Chapter 26. Eradication of the 9 clans? I invite you to drink. Do you have any matters to attend to? Lin Yang arched an eyebrow at the elders and Peak Masters. They exchanged glances, their anger stifled. Just as they were about to turn and leave, the heavens suddenly split open with a gaping rift. From within, a grand flag embroidered with the character Wang billowed. What? Could it be that Wang Mi is backed by an unfathomable terror? The elders and Peak Masters were taken aback. The terrifying aura emanating from the rift was so overwhelming that it rendered them breathless. Is this truly a force permitted to exist in the mortal realm? They felt their insignificance acutely. It is said that the Wang family possesses immense influence, likely a force descended from the celestial realm. And now it seems those claims hold true. The portly elder cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Yang. This young man is in for trouble. Just as they anticipated the Wang family seeking vengeance, severed heads began to tumble from the rift like a rain of heads, blood mist swirling and blood raining down. The flag bearing the Wang character also fell powerless. Yin Zhan and Jing Ni stepped forth from the rift, their presence overshadowing the heavens. They approached Lin Yang and knelt. Reporting, Master, the net has eradicated the Wang family's 9 clans, leaving no future troubles. Very well. Lin Yang nodded, clearly satisfied. The net truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier assassin organization, considering the needs of its master without prompt. He had not even mentioned this matter, and they had already completed the extermination of the 9 clans. Understood, you may withdraw. Lin Yang waved his hand casually. Whoosh! The terrifying aura dissipated, and the rift in the heavens slowly closed. The Peak Masters and Elders were utterly dumbfounded. The legendary, boundlessly terrifying Wang family was annihilated in the blink of an eye. They could hardly believe it, yet the rolling heads of the Wang clan before them compelled them to accept the truth. Gulp! Such a formidable force actually pledges loyalty to him? Upon this realization, the Peak Masters and Elders experienced a complete turnaround in attitude, their faces adorned with amiable smiles. They bowed deeply to Lin Yang, exclaiming, Your presence as the Peak Master of the ancient peak in our Qian Kuan sacred land truly brings glory to our humble sect. We are fortunate indeed. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them, and we shall do our utmost to fulfill your needs. Indeed. Feel free to utilize the blessed grounds as you wish, for however long you desire. Lin Yang smiled slightly, amused by their adeptness at gauging the situation. Before long, everyone dispersed, and Zi Yinran bid farewell. Lin Yang returned to his residence, enjoying the massage from his beautiful maid while perusing a novel, soon drifting into a tranquil slumber. Upon awakening, Bai Yu Wei was still cultivating within the blessed grounds, feeling a lack of flavor in his mouth. Lin Yang prepared to seek some delicacies in the Qian Kuan sacred land when Zi Yinran appeared. Lin Yang's eyes brightened. Zi Yinran, clad in a flowing purple dress, accentuated her flawless figure, her skin resembling jade, a sight most pleasing. Master Lin, were your eyes wandering? Zi Yinran's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she bore no anger. To be the focus of such a celestial youth's attention was a source of pride. Your figure is truly remarkable. Lin Yang unabashedly complimented, living life on his own terms, saying whatever came to mind. Do not jest with me, Master Lin. Ziyanran's face reddened further. The Holy Lord has returned and set a grand banquet in your honor, celebrating your appointment as the peak master of the ancient peak. Oh, Lin Yang smiled slightly, for he was indeed craving some delicacies. Let us go. The Holy Lord's palace. The banquet was already underway, attended by the upper echelons of the Qian Kuan sacred land. At the forefront sat a woman clad in a magnificent black and gold phoenix robe, adorned with a golden crown and tassels, exuding an air of noble elegance, her eyes like piercing autumn waters. She was Qian Qiushui, the Holy Lord of the Qian Kuan sacred land. Holy Lord, are we truly to accept that young man? His origins are unclear, and his methods ruthless. Even the chief elder said he would kill without hesitation. To keep him within the sect is exceedingly perilous. Several elders wore anxious expressions. Ah! Qian Qiushui's beautiful eyes swept over the two. Since you elders disagree, why not speak directly with the new peak master? The two elders fell silent, lowering their heads, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Lin Yang is too terrifying. Even the Holy Lord dares not act against him. Even those ancestral elders were powerless, it seems. One elder spoke reluctantly. Qian Qiushui shook her head. Every sacred land possesses its own heritage, each a seal of previously unparalleled power. Upon returning, she sought the counsel of several ancestral elders, only to discover that one had been scared to death. The remaining two elders advised her to never provoke this new peak master. Merely the two servants that appeared with him that day could effortlessly erase the Qian Kuan sacred land from existence. Qian Qiushui recalled the words of the elders, her heart shaken. Yet, she understood that such unparalleled power, playing in the mortal realm, could not truly remain within the Qian Kuan sacred land for long. This deity, she dared not ask to leave. She could only serve him well during his tenure as peak master. Buzz. Ziyanran led Lin Yang into the hall. Everyone greeted them with cupped hands. Master Lin, Master Z. Lin Yang casually returned the greeting and took his seat in the position meant for the Grand Elder, right beside Qian Qiushui. To his surprise, the Holy Lord of the Qian Kuan sacred land was a stunning beauty. Lin Yang smiled sleekly. She was indeed a feast for the eyes. Now, on his left sat Ziyanran, and on his right sat Qian Qiushui. He was inadvertently surrounded by beautiful women. Are you all waiting for me? Do not be so formal. Let us begin the feast. Lin Yang grinned. Splendid. Master Lin is forthright. The upper echelons of the Qian Kuan sacred land breathed a sigh of relief for these past few days. The new peak master of the ancient peak had been portrayed as a ruthless demon. Yet now, he appeared to be a gentle, easygoing, and dashing celestial youth. Those who had witnessed Lin Yang crushing the Grand Elder and the rain of heads from the Wang clan felt their expressions grow uncomfortable, internally shouting, "Do not be deceived by his benevolent appearance." Though they harbored such thoughts, they dared not voice them. This man could extinguish a life as effortlessly as squashing an ant. Lin Yang sipped from the drink before him, frowning. Is this what you usually consume? Oh no, the demon is about to reveal his true nature and commence a slaughter. Lin Yang frowned, nearly startling the peak masters into a state of panic, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Why are you all shaking your legs? Could this be the dining culture of the Qian Kuan sacred land? Lin Yang inquired, Buzlet. The peak masters were immediately frightened into stillness, sitting as if on pins and needles, forcing smiles as they glanced at Lin Yang. No, Master Lin, you misunderstand. By the way, is there something wrong with this drink? Lin Yang waved his hand. It is bland and unremarkable. Qian Qiushui was momentarily taken aback, yet she explained, this is a millennium-aged vintage, a top-tier wine in the mortal realm. Everyone, feel free to try this. Do not hold back. Lin Yang, unfazet, produced a jar of exquisite wine and said, please indulge in this drink. In his life, he found joy in four delights: fine food, fine wine, beautiful dreams, and enchanting companions. He had amassed quite a collection of fine wines. Thank you, Master Lin. You are too kind. though Qian Xiushui responded graciously. Her heart was filled with skepticism. This ancient brew, aged for millennia, was the most exquisite wine she had ever tasted, one she could rarely access. She could hardly believe that the bottle Lin Yang presented could surpass it in flavor. Gulping down the wine, she tilted her elegant neck back, her eyes widening in astonishment. This wine. Chapter 27. A little pain, just endure it, my heavens. The elders and peak masters gaped in disbelief. The sensation they experienced was unlike anything they had ever felt. A single sip of this wine felt as if it could elevate them to the heavens. The intoxicating yet clarifying contradiction of the experience captivated them, as the liquid transformed into a swirling vortex of spiritual energy within them, significantly accelerating their thoughts. Some individuals even broke through their limitations and ascended to higher realms on the spot. Celestial wine. Divine brew. This wine should only exist in the heavens. How often can mortals taste it? The exquisite flavor of the wine inspired even these martial brutes to compose timeless verses, their bodies emanating a purple aura of literary prowess. It was simply astonishing. Qian Xiushui gazed at her wine cup. A single sip could allow me to break through my limits. Could it be the legendary tea, wine brewed from enlightenment tea? Lin Yang grinned. Indeed, I added a few pounds of enlightenment tea to enhance the aroma. But the primary ingredient for this wine is the immortal fruit. Although the raw materials are quite inexpensive, the resulting wine possesses remarkable flavor. However, Qian Xiushui could no longer process his words. Her mind was echoing with thoughts of a few pounds of enlightenment tea. Immortal fruit. So inexpensive. She was on the verge of madness. Even a single leaf from the enlightenment tree could drive a sage to insanity. Using a few pounds of enlightenment leaves merely for fragrance? It was an utter waste. The enlightenment leaves he spoke of could not possibly be the same as what she envisioned. Qian Xiushui patted her chest, attempting to comfort herself. As for the immortal fruit, it was a coveted elixir sought after by emperors. One could scarcely find even a single piece in the celestial realm, let alone use it for winemaking. What a foolish dream. Lin Yang paid no mind to whether they believed him or not. He had grown accustomed to others doubting him since childhood, when he claimed to be the infant heavenly emperor. Ah, Master Lin, this wine is truly too precious. We cannot possibly accept. Old fool, put down that cup. That sip is mine. The masters and elders, while feigning politeness, frantically scrambled for the wine, nearly coming to blows over it. The temptation of breaking through realms with a single sip was simply too great. Boom! After the meal, a tremendous energy fluctuation radiated from the cave heaven-blessed land. What? Qian Xiushui stepped out of the grand hall, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is that a lightning tribulation? How could there be a heavenly tribulation in the mortal realm? Generally, only sages would encounter such tribulations. Could it be that a sage had descended to the mortal realm? They were filled with uncertainty. In the cave, heaven-blessed land, a delicate figure soared upward, cleaving through the fearsome, lightning tribulation with a single sword strike. A defiant strike against the tribulation? What a terrifying existence! Who is the esteemed ancestor concealed within our Qian Kuan sacred land? The crowd hurried over, eager to pay their respects to the mysterious powerhouse. Upon arriving at the cave heaven-blessed land, they were met with the sight of a girl with horned braids, appearing no older than 18. Master, I have successfully broken through. The girl waved her hands joyfully. The crowd was left speechless, their heads spinning. Indeed, the sooner one faced the lightning tribulation, the greater the rewards. For the weak, it was a disaster, but for the strong, it was a boon. Lin Yang smiled faintly, casually tossing a sage weapon to the girl with horned braids. Now that you have reached the status of a venerable, you deserve a fine weapon. It wasn't that he couldn't provide something better. Rather, the limit of what a venerable could wield was a sage weapon. If he were to give her an imperial weapon, it would drain her spiritual power the moment it activated. Gulp, a sage weapon, casually bestowed. Just a venerable, and already granted a sage weapon? The overwhelming pressure emanating from the sage weapon made the onlookers tremble with excitement. They recognized it because the Qian Kuan sacred land's most treasured artifact was a sage weapon forged by the first saint. It was the most extraordinary treasure they had ever encountered in their lives. Thankfully, Lin Yang had only presented a sage weapon. Had he revealed an imperial weapon, they might not have even recognized it. The disparity was enough to bring tears to their eyes. Many peak masters discreetly wiped away tears, feeling that their noble lineage and powerful families were utterly insignificant in comparison. Look at their master. Master, you understand what I mean, right? Several peak masters rubbed their hands together, eagerly looking at their venerable master. Get lost. I still want to ask my master for a sage weapon. It's not your turn. The elders were equally flustered, wishing they could unearth their deceased masters and ancestors to see if they could produce a sage weapon. However, upon meeting Qian Qiushui's icy gaze, they had no choice but to abandon the thought. Thank you, master. Bai Yue admired the weapon in her hands, clearly pleased. Having witnessed the commotion, Qian Qiushui hurriedly dismissed everyone, fearing that the peak masters and elders might continue to stare and succumb to envy, leading to a heart attack. Lin Yang was simply too terrifying. Even a mere glimpse of his resources was enough to defy the heavens. Who could withstand this? Miss Qian, please wait. Lin Yang smiled gently. Qian Qiushui trembled slightly and turned around. Is there something else, Master Lin? I noticed that your body seems to be in distress. Why don't you come back to the ancient peak with me, so that I may examine you? Lin Yang inquired with a smile. Qian Qiushui's icy demeanor faltered, her cheeks flushing crimson. I have long heard from Sister Yanran that Master Lin is quite straightforward, but this is too direct. Miss Qian must have misunderstood something. Lin Yang shook his head. Using your cave heaven-blessed land, I simply wish to settle my debt of gratitude. The value of the wine Master Lin invited us to today would more than suffice to purchase this cave heaven-blessed land. Qian Qiushui reiterated her gratitude. Is that so? Lin Yang nodded, seemingly unconcerned. However, if the poison in your body is not purged, you will surely perish within 7 days. Are you truly untroubled by this? Qian Qiushui's eyes widened in disbelief. I have been poisoned. When she visited the two ancestors, they had failed to detect her affliction. Recalling the recent battle outside the sacred land, she sensed something was amiss. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt a wave of anxiety. Then, I will follow your arrangements, Brother Lin. At the ancient peak, Qian Qiushui shed her opulent black and gold phoenix gown, revealing her smooth, fair back. It may hurt a little, so bear with it, Lin Yang advised. Qian Qiushui's face flushed a deep red, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with vulnerability. If this scene were witnessed by others in the Qian Kuan sacred land, it would undoubtedly incite disbelief. With a resounding slap, Lin Yang struck Qian Qiushui's back, infusing her with potent spiritual energy to cleanse the poison. Qian Qiushui let out a soft grunt, beads of sweat cascading down her brow. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Yang's hand continued to strike down, delivering a total of 81 blows until Qian Qiushui suddenly expelled a mouthful of black blood. What? Her eyes widened in shock as she beheld the writhing poison worms within the black blood. The 7-day death curse? How could I have unknowingly been afflicted by such a horrific poison? Chapter 28. The Possessor of the Ghostly System? The cunning old thieves indeed possess terrifying tactics, remarked Qian Qiushui with a frigid tone. Oh, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. They are several ancient figures from the Celestial Alliance, who have long sought to exploit the hidden realms of the various sacred lands. Their intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Qian Qiushui shook her head. The Celestial Alliance is reviled by nearly all in the mortal realm, with the sacred lands uniting to suppress them. Yet, inexplicably, several sacred lands have recently begun to support the Celestial Alliance and have even invited us, the sovereigns, to discuss important matters. I was nearly ambushed by those ancient figures from the Celestial Alliance along the way. As she spoke, Qian Qiushui clenched her silver teeth in frustration. Now I understand. Lin Yang nodded. He was no stranger to the name of the Celestial Alliance. Suddenly, Qian Qiushui's expression grew grave as she continued. I have a foreboding that the Celestial Alliance is orchestrating a profoundly terrifying conspiracy. This scheme is exceedingly dreadful and may involve the entirety of the mortal realm. You must be cautious, Lin Xiaoga. Oh, what leads you to believe that? Lin Yang inquiret, Buzlet. The 8 desolations are under the dominion of the Lin clan, with the mortal realm occupying half of that territory, serving as the foundation of the domain, something that cannot be compromised. The Lin clan is as great a support as a wayward scion, and should anyone target the entirety of the mortal realm, he would not remain idle. I can't quite articulate it. It's merely an instinct, Qian Xiushui replied, shaking her head. If they dare to assassinate the sovereign of the world's foremost holy land, what is there that these madmen would not attempt? Lin Yang nodded, seemingly unfazed. Let them come. I shall counter whatever they unleash. Any schemes or plots shall be shattered beneath my indomitable fist. Yawning, he stretched, feeling the drowsiness wash over him. After indulging in exquisite food and wine, and admiring beautiful faces, it was time to dream sweetly. Qian Xiushui was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether Lin Yang was hinting at something. Grateful for his life-saving assistance, she was not unappreciative, yet she pondered how she might repay him. However, given his discerning eye, the treasure she possessed would surely not impress him. Thus, she thought, what you lost and thought about? Do you wish to share my bed, Miss Qian? Lin Yang grinned weedily. That is not, Qian Xiushui almost blurted out, only to catch the teasing glimmer in Lin Yang's gaze, realizing she had been jested with. Oh dear, Lin Xiaoga, you are merely jesting with a girl like me. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and in a flash, she transformed into a shadow of black and gold, darting from the ancient peak. Sighing, Lin Yang collapsed onto his bed. It was not that he lacked appreciation for beauty. It was simply that Qian Xiushui, being a mere mortal, lacked the fortune to withstand his innate chaotic essence. In truth, he was too powerful. Even the slightest emotional lapse could shatter his companion. The solitude of invincibility, it seemed, was not an empty phrase. He resolved to patiently await his coming of age, when he would attain full maturity. At 16, he had merely 2 years to wait, a fleeting moment in time. The night sky glittered with stars, and the Qian Kuan sacred land lay in tranquil silence. Beyond the mountain gate, the head of a disciple lay severed, as several figures cloaked in black emerged from the shadows. That little vixen Qian Xiushui is far too audacious, and remarkably fortunate to have escaped, grumbled the elder with white whiskers. We merely needed to wait for the 7-day fatal curse to take effect. Yet she somehow found a master and broke my curse. Kiskiviko, kiskiko, kiskiviko. No one can thwart the grand plans of the Celestial Alliance. Tonight marks the demise of the Qian Kuan sacred land, cackled the old woman, her body infested with cursed insects. With a sinister grin, the long-tongued man wielding a soul-binding chain added, indeed, with the esteemed Lord Ghost Officer's intervention, the Qian Kuan sacred land will be a mere trifle to obliterate. The task bestowed upon us by the Alliance Master is simply to secretly seize control over the Qian Kuan sacred land's hidden realms, the white-whiskered elder advised. Do you dare to question me? The long-tongued man chuckled, casting a glance at the elder. And no, I merely believe the Alliance Master has his own rationale. The elder stammered, but before he could finish, the long-tongued man's grin widened, a sight that was increasingly unsettling. Gulp. I was mistaken, Lord Ghost Officer. Whatever you say is absolute. The elder trembled in fear. Fear not. I'm not one to hold grudges. Just be more cautious in your next life. The long-tongued man smirked, flicking his tongue. The elder, unable to evade, had his soul drawn from his body, only to be devoured by the long-tongued man. Gulp. The old woman trembled violently. This elder, on par with her in strength, had been effortlessly slain by the mysterious Lord Ghost Officer. Bah! This old fool soul is utterly unpalatable, rank and foul. The long-tongued man spat, then licked his lips. However, the Qian Kuan sovereign Qian Xiushui and the mistress of Yanran Peak, Yanran, are both among the top 10 beauties of the mortal realm. Young and enchanting, their souls must be delectable. The thought excited him to the point of trembling. Impatient, he swept his soul-reaping scythe through the air. In a hushed stillness, the space of the Qian Kuan sacred land was silently torn asunder. The ghost officer, accompanied by the old woman, infiltrated. What nonsense about being the foremost sacred land in the world. Before me, Niegui, it is but trivial. Niegui grinned confidently, aware that he was the owner of the soul harvesting system. From a moment of his awakening, he knew he was destined to be the protagonist of this realm. He had never regarded anyone as a threat, not even the leader of the Celestial Alliance, though he may currently be subordinate to the Alliance Master. Once his power was sufficient, he would undoubtedly extract and torment that contemptible soul. Kiskiviko, kiskiviko, kiskiviko. The mortal realm is hardly my stage. My arena lies within the vast 8 desolations and even the 3,000 realms. With grand ambition, Niegui mused. I have heard that the wife of the current patriarch of the undying Lin clan is regarded as one of the top 3 unparalleled beauties across the 3,000 realms. She is my ultimate target. As he salivated, he acted with casual brutality. Swinging his scythe, all disciples of the Qian Kuan sacred land who crossed his path were annihilated. The Qian Kuan sacred land is divided into 9 peaks and 72 mountains. The mountains are inconsequential. Let us first eradicate the 9 peaks. The ghost officer licked his lips to ensure the charming Qian Xiushui does not escape again. We must proceed with caution this time. He turned to the old woman. Tell me, among the 9 peaks, which one is the weakest and easiest to obliterate? That would be the ancient peak. The old woman declared confidently. The master of the ancient peak has connections and is ruthless, having driven away all the disciples and experts. He is merely a figurehead. Moreover, his father, Wang Mi, has already pledged allegiance to our Celestial Alliance and serves as our informant. We shall first obtain his token. Very well, let us proceed to the ancient peak. Niegui nodded, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Once we acquire the tokens from all 9 peak masters, Qian Xiushui shall find it impossible to escape. His eyes were bloodshot, and drool dripped from his mouth. The old woman beside him observed the senile state of Niegui, wanting to make a sarcastic remark but refraining, her face contorting in discomfort. Gulp! Niegui's long tongue flicked, his blood boiling. Only he understood the true significance of 1 million ghostly merits. It was a ticket to the pinnacle, rendering him invincible. Little did he expect that this small, desolate peak concealed such a precious soul. He was ecstatic, instantly transported to the main hall of the ancient peak by the system prompt. It was her. Niegui's crimson eyes fell upon by Yue, who was meditating in hall, just a first-level revered one, and her soul was worth 1 million ghostly merits? Niegui's mouth watered. It was a divine gift from the heavens. Just as he was about to act, a sharp explosion echoed from the system. He had never encountered such a situation before and was momentarily stunned. Panic set in. No way, system. You're not going to explode, are you? No, no, no. A soul so terrifying that it surpassed the highest grade, impossible to assess its level, was nearby. The system screamed. The soul's level is too high. It can only be detected in your vicinity. Gulp, cackling. If you can devour this soul, I can directly. Huh. Niegui frowned, both shocked and horrified. Why did the system's tone suddenly shift, sounding as if it had transformed from an emotionless machine into a gluttonous old monster? This sinister feeling sent chills down his spine. Cough. It is I. No, it is this system that is too excited. In any case, host, hurry and devour this soul. I guarantee you, I promise you, within 10 years, you will achieve sanctity, and within 100 years, unify the 8 desolations. The ghostly merits system, in its excitement, spoke without thinking. What? Achieve sanctity in 10 years? Niegui felt dizzy, overwhelmed by this grand promise, unable to absorb anything further. With average talent and a character considered a waste, he had only risen against the odds after awakening the system. He trusted the system completely, having nearly become its slave. Now, hearing he could achieve sanctity in 10 years, his rationality crumbled, propelling him into the main hall of the ancient peak. What a handsome man! Upon seeing Lin Yang, who was asleep on the bed, Niegui was awestruck. With an ethereal charm, anyone would be captivated. Is he even human with such looks? Damn it, why can someone be so handsome? I want to kill you. Nieguius murderous intent intensified. Consumed by jealousy, he was flustered and enraged, for it was the first time he harbored such thoughts about a man. This made him question his own masculinity. He swung his soul-reaping scythe towards Lin Yang, unleashing his 9th level of heavenly king power in a thunderous explosion. Boom! The scythe disintegrated into dust the moment it approached Lin Yang's 10-meter radius. How is this possible? Nie Gui spat blood in shock. The soul-reaping scythe was his life weapon, the embodiment of the system. This was too much. Run. The system had no time to explain, transforming into a surge of energy to envelop Nie Gui and flee. But the next moment, the energy ball uncontrollably shot towards Lin Yang and was inhaled into his body. Nie Gui's mind went blank as he called out, "System? System?" No response. The system was absorbing him while he slept. Nie Gui was terrified, collapsing to the ground. Achoo! Lin Yang sneezed, frowning as he awoke. The energy ball was expelled by the sneeze, crashing to the ground and taking human form, bowing repeatedly at Lin Yang's feet. Supreme Being, I did not mean to disturb your slumber. I was wrong. I am willing to sacrifice everything to appease your wrath. Lin Yang looked at the scene before him with confusion. He had been so immersed in his dreams that he failed to notice an intruder. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. It is because you are too powerful. They are not even a blip of danger. Just as humans sleeping would not be disturbed by mosquitoes, their presence was simply too weak. Lin Yang smiled broadly. He commanded the laws of destiny to protect himself. As long as something did not pose a threat, it would not alert him to wake. He was too invincible, his consciousness too formidable. Leaking even a little could cover vast distances. If he were to awaken at the slightest noise, how could he indulge in sweet dreams with the beauties of the dream world? As for Bai Yue, there was also a seed of his consciousness within her. In the event of danger, he would naturally awaken. What exactly are you? Lin Yang ignored Nie Gui and focused on the kneeling embodiment of the ghostly merit system. I was the ghost emperor of the underworld, designed to be killed and transformed into a remnant soul. I then became a system, seeking a host to revive me. Tempting these hosts to devour souls to restore my essence, I would reward them accordingly. After tens of thousands of years, I have restored 1/3 of my soul. I truly did not know I was in the presence of such a supreme being. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare attack you even with 1,000 lives. Was that an attack? It barely tickled, Lin Yang retorted. It seemed these systems all had their own agendas. What was the purpose of his slacker system? He pondered. This system is absolutely loyal to you. If the host feels I'm even slightly disloyal, I could be utterly destroyed with a thought. The typically lazy system suddenly spewed forth so many words, surprising Lin Yang. If you don't believe me, then destroy me. You can annihilate me with a thought, or bring me back to life. I am but your servant. Treat me as you wish, only asking for your trust. Although the voice was mechanical and cold, Lin Yang sensed a hint of sadness within. Was it just his imagination? Then what is your origin? Lin Yang inquired. I exist because of you. The system replied. Without you, there would be no me. I have a question I've been curious about. Lin Yang seized the opportunity to question the diligent system. Since there are systems like the literary sage system and ghostly merit system, does that mean there are many system owners in this world? What level do you exist among these systems? Naturally, I am the most invincible one. Those other flashy systems are no match for me. The system replied calmly. Good to know. Lin Yang nodded, turning his attention back to Nie Gui and the remnant soul of the Ghost Emperor. My lord, I wish to become your servant and pledge my loyalty to you. Nie Gui quickly knelt, realizing that even the system he had relied on was bowing. How could he possibly contend with such a supreme being? With that, he slapped Nie Gui, the force obliterating him, and then he inspected his soul. The Ghost Emperor trembled on the ground, quaking in fear. He was merely a remnant soul now. Despite once being an emperor, his power had dwindled to nothing, rendering him at the mercy of others. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow as he gleaned from Nie Gui's memories the scheming of the Celestial Alliance. A desperate separation, cutting the mortal realm from the 8 desolations, allowing the Celestial Alliance to become the sole ruler of the mortal world, claiming the title of ancestor. Lin Yang scoffed. they dared to dream. They were plotting such a grand scheme. The Ghost Emperor widened his eyes, having been merely a system's vessel. He was unaware of the outer world. According to Nye Gui's memories, the strongest of the Celestial Alliance were merely weaklings at the heavenly king level. How could they dare to scheme such a grand plan? Lin Yang was perplexed. Isolating all spatial passages between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm is a fantasy for ordinary saints. Cough, cough, it's not that complicated. The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld observed Lin Yang's expression and seized the moment to speak, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. Having lived for 1,000,000 years, predominantly in a state of lingering spirit, he had acquired vast knowledge of many secrets. What do you know of the inner workings? Lin Yang inquiret, rising an eyebrow. The Celestial Alliance behind the scenes is likely orchestrated by the old monsters who once conspired to kill me, the Ghost Emperor retorted with a cold chuckle. Centuries ago, during the era of the righteous and demonic conflict, those old fellows, while claiming to uphold righteousness, were in truth quite treacherous. In the mortal realm, there exist 9 towering pillars. Should they be severed, the mortal realm can be isolated from the celestial realm. Those old monsters obtained a secret method that, if activated, could disrupt the 9 pillars. An interdomain formation? Lin Yang murmuret. As the name suggests, the interdomain formation is an immense array encompassing the entire realm, only deployable by ancient celestial beings. Indeed, the sacred lands of the major sects are the key to this formation. To activate the concealed formation beneath the earth, one must gather 9 parts of the dragon energy from the mortal dynasties and infuse it into the sacred lands. The Ghost Emperor elucidated. Lin Yang exclaimeth, realization dawning upon him. No wonder the shadows of the Celestial Alliance loom over the great dynasties. They are indeed plotting this very scheme. Should they gain substantial control over these mortal dynasties and sacred lands, they could channel the dragon energy into the sacred lands, activating the interdomain formation. Subsequently, they could sever the 9 pillars, isolating the mortal realm from the vast expanse of the universe. Such an audacious scheme. Lin Yang felt a twinge of astonishment. A mere mortal organization was conspiring such a dreadful plan. What is their next move? Lin Yang asked. They are likely attempting to awaken my old friends. The Ghost Emperor grinned maliciously. After my self-detonation in that battle, I was left as a mere remnant seeking survival, while those fellows suffered greatly and fell into a deep slumber. Their contingencies have now manifested as the Celestial Alliance. Do you know where they lie in slumber? Lin Yang scrutinized the Ghost Emperor. Indeed, the Ghost Emperor's expression soured at the mention of those old friends, his teeth grinding in evident hatred. If I could revive my soul, the first thing I would do is to obliterate those old monsters, ensuring their utter ruin. Very well, Lin Yang nodded. The 8 Desolations realm is his territory. These old fools conspired to rob him, and he could not remain idle. With a mere gesture, the Ghost Emperor's remnant soul was instantly restored. The Ghost Emperor's eyes sparkled with ecstatic joy. After struggling for countless years to restore his soul, he was now fully revived by the touch of an unrivaled being. What unparalleled power is this? You may use this body for now. Lin Yang casually fashioned a corporeal form from primordial divine mud and tossed it to the Ghost Emperor. Thank you, my lord. The Ghost Emperor's spirit entered the new body. Although the nascent form lacked combat prowess, with his soul, he could still unleash saint-level strength. As a Ghost Emperor, his power would swiftly return, and soon he would regain his imperial might. You might prove somewhat useful. For now, I shall spare your life, Lin Yang remarked, regarding the Ghost Emperor. Find the locations of those old monsters, and there shall be additional rewards. I seek no greater ambition than to serve you, my lord, and to remain by your side for eternity would be my utmost honor. The Ghost Emperor fervently professed, eager to curry favor. As my servant? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The Ghost Emperor being somewhat deserving of such a position. Turning his gaze to Bai Yu Wei, who was diligently cultivating, he mused that although she would not fear even a saint-level adversary, she was still relatively weak in the grand scheme of the 8 Desolations realm. You cannot present yourself in such a state. It would be quite embarrassing for you to serve as my servant. Rather, You shall serve as my disciple's protector. Lin Yang stretched, preparing to loosen his muscles after recent slumber. Once you fully recover your strength, we shall evaluate your performance and determine whether to retain you. I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity to prove myself, my lord. I shall never forget your immense kindness. The ghost emperor exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. How could a being of such stature become so adept at servitude? Lin Yang just said, my gratitude is sincere. The ghost emperor asserted, resolutely thumping his chest. Lin Yang had restored his soul and granted him a new body. This was indeed a rebirth. In the realm of demons, they cherished favors and were unreserved in their desires, never neglecting the debts of gratitude. If my predictions are correct, those old fellows are likely sleeping in the valley where we fought our final battle. Please follow me, the impatient ghost emperor urged, eager for vengeance. Point me in the right direction, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Soon, they stood above a vast valley in the void. This valley had been transformed into a basin by the ghost emperor's self-detonation centuries prior. Time had passed, and everything had returned to normal. Many grand dynasties had since emerged within the basin, competing fiercely, a testament to the tremendous power of that explosion. This is the place. Before an ancient blood cavern, several elders of the Celestial Alliance were filled with excitement. Excellent. We have finally located it, bellowed a corpulent elder. Once we revive the ancient consciousness, our grand undertaking shall come to fruition. My son Tuobia's vengeance shall finally be avenged. That little brat Lin Yang, prepare to be crushed. Chapter 31. The righteous leader Ling Tianzi? Whom do you intend to reduce to a mist of blood? A light chuckle echoed behind the elder. The elder's scalp prickled, and he swiftly turned around. Who the hell are you? How could this young man appear behind him like a specter? He was a formidable warrior at the 9th tier of the Heavenly King realm. The newcomer did not seem benign. Form the formation and attack. Our grand undertaking cannot afford any exposure. Eliminate him. The elders of the Celestial Alliance quickly formed an array, each revealing their formidable strength at the 8th and 9th tiers of the Heavenly King realm, nearly invincible in the mortal realm. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Together, you possess the strength of half a human emperor. He stretched his body, having recently indulged in slumber and prepared to exercise. With a hum, he appeared before the elders in an instant. Zulfust. The elders felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring down. Boom! The first elder's head was obliterated with a single punch. Simultaneously, another elder's chest was shattered by a kick. Why are you all so weak? You can't even serve as decent punching bags? Lin Yang expressed his dissatisfaction, turning his gaze to the corpulent elder, grinning widely. I hope you can endure a bit better. You who are you? The corpulent elder's eyes bulged in terror. This was akin to a war god descending upon them. Boom! Lin Yang casually slapped the corpulent elder, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist, his withered skin falling to the ground. Phew! The corpulent elder struggled to catch his breath, staring at Lin Yang in horror. It seems you are not very resilient either. You are an inadequate punching bag. Lin Yang shook his finger at the corpulent elder. How dare you say that I, a supreme warrior at the 9th tier of the Heavenly King realm, am an inadequate punching bag? The corpulent elder's fury boiled over, and he succumbed to his rage, dying on the spot. Not only are you weak, but you also have such a temper, Lin Yang lamented, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He stepped into the cavern. Deep within the cavern lay a tomb, radiating a terrifying aura, on the verge of revival. However, a soul-binding stone rested atop it, preventing its emergence. Lin Yang clenched his fists and blew gently, sending the soul-binding stone flying. Boom! The tomb crumbled, releasing an ethereal spirit, the dignified apparition of an elderly man with long whiskers soaring forth. He stroked his beard, his robes billowing in the wind, a look of ecstatic joy upon his face. Haha, at long last, I have returned to life. With the seal broken and the ghost of the underworld now dead, there is no one left who can thwart my existence. Sever the pillars that support the heavens, and this world shall be mine alone. His laughter was frenzied. What brings you such delight? Do share your joy, Lin Yang inquired with a smile. The long-bearded elder furrowed his brow, finally noticing Lin Yang. The latter exuded an aura of simplicity, devoid of any cultivation fluctuations. Is it you, young one, who has released me? You may not yet grasp my true identity. I am the embodiment of justice in this world, the leader of the righteous path 1,000,000 years ago. Lin Yang. You, young lad, have freed me, and thus fortune smiles upon you. Henceforth, follow me as my servant. Lin Yang's expression was one of arrogance. Seeing Lin Yang's bewildered gaze, he couldn't help but feel anger rise within him. Are you dissatisfied? Do you have any idea how many have begged to be my servants, only to be turned away? You have been granted an opportunity. Do not squander it. Dare to defy the will of this leader of the righteous path, and beware. Before he could finish, Lin Yang had already kicked him, sending his face askew, nearly shattering his soul. You boast so grandly, yet a single kick topples you? Are you capable at all? Old dog, Lin Yang sneered, stepping on Lin Yang's head. How dare you? Lin Yang was enraged, his nostrils flaring, yet fear gripped his heart. Once a sovereign-level powerhouse, even in his weakened state, he should have been formidable among mortals. How could this young man have so easily subdued him? The ghost emperor of the underworld had just entered and was delighted to see Lin Yang thrashing Lin Yang, laughing uncontrollably. Ghost of the underworld, how can you possibly be alive? You self-destructed back then. Even if you survived, it is impossible for you to have restored your body so swiftly. Lin Yang exclaimed, astonished. It is undoubtedly the magnificent master, unparalleled in the world, who has revived me. The ghost emperor, unable to conceal his sycophantic nature, began to flatter extravagantly. You, once a titan of the dark path, an imperial powerhouse, reduced to serving a mere child? Lin Yang rolled his eyes in frustration. This is the opponent who once nearly brought me to death? What a disgrace to be his enemy. You righteous folks, lacking in ability, yet full of pretense. Constantly moralizing. Don't you tire of it? My master is so magnificent, so invincible. How could I not serve him? The ghost emperor defended himself boldly. You insult the very term emperor. Lin Yang sputtered, preparing to lash out further when Lin Yang seized him by the collar. You seem quite resilient, Lin Yang said, flexing his wrist before delivering a flurry of blows to Lin Yang's face, soon transforming it into a swollen mess. A gentleman does not strike the face. Such an act is a disgrace. I was wrong, my lord. I was foolish. What do you wish of me? Command me, and Lin Yang shall be your dog. Your word is law. Lin Yang's head swelled further, his tone growing increasingly submissive. Surely, you are not the only one who conspired to sever the 9 pillars supporting the heavens? What are the others? Lin Yang interrogated. They all escaped in a state of fractured souls. I do not know their whereabouts now. One of them should have established an organization called the Heavenly Alliance. They claimed they would come to lift my seal, but it seems you arrived first, Lin Yang lamented. They have already been slain by me, Lin Yang replied indifferently. Since you know not their whereabouts, you are of no further use. Lin Yang was taken aback, realizing he could not resist the one before him. He fell to his knees, bowing deeply. My lord, I, Lin Yang, am willing to follow you as a subordinate. Just grant me my life. Do you deem yourself worthy? Lin Yang laughed, delivering a final strike that obliterated Lin Yang's remaining soul, scattering it into oblivion. These old foes schemed to fracture the realm. He cannot allow such treachery to stand. Chapter 32. Fear not, for I am here. Deep within the heart of the Heavenly Alliance, a silver-haired youth, exuding an aura of profound depth and continuously absorbing countless souls, awakened. Lin Yang is dead. Could it be that the ghost of the underworld has revived? He frowned. Alliance leader, trouble approaches. Several elders of the Heavenly Alliance shouted in panic from outside. The silver-haired youth waved his hand, and the doors swung open. What brings such alarm? Just now, the soul lamps of Nye, Jiangsu, Tuoba, Cheng, and others have all extinguished. Only the bug mistress remains alive from our team, sent to awaken senior Lin Yang, and they were all annihilated. The elders of the Heavenly Alliance appeared utterly horrified. As expected, calamity had struck. The silver-haired youth's gaze darkened with a chilling intensity. What did the bug mistress report? She conveyed that Master Nyegue went to the ancient peak and then lost contact. She found it suspicious and planned to abduct Qian Xiushui. Urging us to send reinforcements swiftly, the elders reported in haste. Reinforcements? The silver-haired youth stood, fury igniting in his eyes. I shall see who dares to disrupt my grand design. We depart immediately to annihilate the sacred land of Qian. In the sacred land of Qian, in the palace of the Holy Master. It is you? Qian Xiushui stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the bug mistress before her. How could you infiltrate my sacred land of Qian? Tonight shall mark the demise of your sacred land. The bug mistress grinned maliciously. This time, the alliance leader shall take action personally. The sacred land will be obliterated. Humph. And you think you can accomplish this? Qian Xiushui unleashed her formidable power at the first level of the Human Emperor realm, charging towards the bug mistress. You have reached the Human Emperor realm? The bug mistress was taken aback. Just days prior, Qian Xiushui was still at the king realm. How could she have advanced so swiftly? The bug mistress summoned a swarm of insects, yet they could not halt Qian Xiushui's advance. The chasm between the king and Human Emperor realms was insurmountable. As the bug mistress faced imminent death, a rift in space opened behind her, and the silver-haired youth stepped forth, his presence radiating an overwhelming force that shattered the Holy Master's palace. What? Qian Xiushui retreated instinctively, yet still felt the crushing pressure emanating from the silver-haired youth. How powerful! Qian Xiushui was incredulous. The Human Emperor realm represented the pinnacle of strength within the mortal realm, and few could withstand the forces of the mortal path without being cast into the heavens. Achieving the celestial monarch realm without being expelled was an accomplishment reserved for the elders of the sacred land who had sealed themselves. Buzz. The two elders of the sacred land appeared before Qian Xiushui, their expressions grave as they regarded the silver-haired youth. You are no match for me. Surrender, and hand over the ants that have disrupted my plans, and I may spare your lives, the silver-haired youth declared, his tone indifferent, showing no regard for the elders of the sacred land. What do you intend to do, leader of the Heavenly Alliance? Qian Xiushui demanded, her voice sharp. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. The silver-haired youth replied with a smile. I intend to gather the dragon energy of all the dynasties in the mortal realm, infusing it into the blessed lands of the sacred lands. Thus, I shall sever the 9 pillars supporting the heavens, liberating the mortal realm from the 8 desolations, and becoming its sole sovereign. He stood with arms crossed, his aura soaring. The tide has turned. Only the blessed land of the sacred land of Qian remains to fulfill this grand design. Submit to me, and you may live. Otherwise, your corpses shall litter the ground. Damn it, to strip away all the dragon energy from the dynasties? Have you lost your mind? At least trillions of innocent lives would perish as a result. Are you intent on creating boundless slaughter? Do you not fear the flames of retribution? Questioned the 2 patriarchs of the sacred lands. The various peak masters and elders of the Qinkuan sacred land soon gathered as well. Thanks to Lin Yang's exquisite wine, their realms had significantly elevated, with masters like Ziyanran reaching the heavenly king level, while several elders had even broken through to the 9th stage of the heavenly king realm, and some to the human emperor realm. Yet even so, they felt utterly insignificant under the aura of the silver-haired youth, akin to ants on the verge of annihilation. What realm does he belong to? He has undoubtedly surpassed the heavenly monarch level. Cold sweat dripped from the brows of the 2 patriarchs, the pressure weighing heavily upon them. What are the flames of retribution to me? Do they dare threaten my existence? The silver-haired youth laughed arrogantly. You, the 2 patriarchs, drenched in cold sweat, still resolutely declared. Our Qinkuan sacred land stands as the foremost sacred land in the mortal realm, the backbone of humanity. We shall never assist in tyranny or the slaughter of countless souls. Abandon your hopes. Oh, it seems your resolve is quite firm. Then perish. The silver-haired youth casually swiped his hand, producing a colossal handprint that resembled a mountain. With this strike, it could obliterate all the strong members of the Qinkuan sacred land. Block it. The 2 patriarchs unleashed their heavenly monarch might, positioning themselves at the forefront. but they were instantly overwhelmed, spitting blood and crashing to the ground. As for the heavenly king peak masters and elders, they were rendered utterly powerless, crushed under the weight of the immense handprint, awaiting their doom helplessly. Is this how the Qianquan sacred land meets its end? Despair flickered in Qian Xiushui's eyes as Lin Yang's figure suddenly surfaced in her mind. Her gaze brightened, scanning the surroundings, but she found no trace of him. Is he not here? Has he left early? Qian Xiushui sighed, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. She knew Lin Yang was merely toying with the mortal realm, harboring no true affection for the Qianquan sacred land. It would be no surprise if he chose to stand idly by in the face of danger and depart. Regrettably, she would be unable to repay his life-saving grace. Qian Xiushui felt a pang of regret, thinking, but perhaps it's for the best, even if he had stayed. He might not have been able to contend with this terrifying, silver-haired youth. Not dragging him down is sufficient. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing for death, the world suddenly brightened. It was the depth of night, yet it felt as if the sun had risen, illuminating everything as if it were day. What? The silver-haired youth was taken aback. A divine rainbow descended, and a celestial-like youth stood atop it, effortlessly shattering his colossal handprint with a mere gesture. Qian Xiushui slowly opened her eyes, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. The ethereal figure of the youth etched itself into her soul, dispelling all fear. I am here. There is no need to be afraid anymore. Lin Yang turned and offered Qian Xiushui a gentle smile. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed crimson. The kind of scene every young girl dreams of during their infatuation had manifested before her, an overwhelming charm that few could withstand. Interesting, mused the silver-haired youth with a smirk. There exists someone capable of withstanding my strike. Did you not perish at the hands of Ling Tianzi? Indeed, that old scoundrel met his demise at my master's hands. A most gruesome end. The ghost emperor of the underworld emerged. You would do well to kneel and surrender now. My wise and mighty master may grant you a merciful death. Oh, the silver-haired youth scoffed. After all these years, your tongue remains as foul as ever. He turned to Lin Yang, his expression grave. Your strength is commendable. You have the potential to be my right-hand man. Pledge your allegiance. Lin Yang sneered. Do you self-proclaimed leaders of the righteous path truly believe others owe you anything? He detested such arrogance. Since reason had failed, he resolved to eliminate the threat first. The silver-haired youth grinned maliciously, his visage twisted in menace, charging at Lin Yang with unrestrained energy. The overwhelming energy caused the very heavens to tremble. Even a fraction of it could obliterate the elders of the Qianquan sacred land. The powerful members felt despair creeping in. Run. Don't worry about us. Qian Xiushui cried out. The alliance leader has made his move. This fool is doomed. Indeed, the members of the Celestial Alliance rejoiced. Oomph. Lin Yang extended his hand, pulling the silver-haired youth from the torrent of energy, grasping his throat. What? Silence enveloped the world. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations, rendering them speechless. Even the silver-haired youth himself was bewildered. I've been captured, like a chick snatched up in an instant. He could not accept it, though his power was currently diminished. He had reformed his body and should have been invincible among mortals. How could this be? Before he could voice his questions, Lin Yang swiftly severed his head from his body, his consciousness fading into oblivion. Is that all? Lin Yang shook his head, casually discarding the silver-haired youth's corpse aside. So weak, yet you aspired to overturn the mortal realm? Truly absurd. Gulp. The invincible alliance leader fell at the first strike. The members of the Celestial Alliance felt their scalps tingle, their limbs turn cold. Run. They screamed, turning to flee. Lin Yang coldly commanded. At once, the members of the Celestial Alliance collapsed to the ground, as if possessed by malevolent spirits, seizing their weapons to sever their own heads. Gulp. Heads rolled across the ground. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty leaders of the Celestial Alliance, who had plotted to dominate the mortal realm, were all vanquished. What? Qian Xiushui, the sacred land patriarchs, and others stood in stunned silence. What tremendous power is this? They could not comprehend Lin Yang's methods, which seemed to exist in an entirely different dimension. We are grateful for your intervention, gracious sir, for saving our Qianquan sacred land and the countless souls of the mortal realm. They all bowed respectfully, their reverence for Lin Yang deepening. Lin Yang smiled sleekly. Merely eliminating some nuisances, it is not a significant matter. However, the Celestial Alliance's foundation is deep-rooted. Although these leaders have perished, we must locate their headquarters and eradicate the root of the problem. The two patriarchs pondered. There is no need for such trouble. Lin Yang effortlessly tore through space. The spatial traces left by the silver-haired youth's earlier transmission had not yet fully dissipated. He utilized the spatial fluctuations to track down the Celestial Alliance's headquarters. Gulp! This is the hidden stronghold of the Celestial Alliance. We have searched for countless years without success, and today we finally catch a glimpse. Excellent. With the spatial coordinates, we can eradicate the Celestial Alliance. The higher-ups of the Qianquan sacred land gazed through the rift Lin Yang had torn open, witnessing the headquarters of the Celestial Alliance. These schemes of yours sound exhausting. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow in inquiry. You may not be aware, but the Celestial Alliance has been meticulously arranged for countless years, with layers of formations, profound foundations, and numerous dangers. We must proceed with caution. The two patriarchs had not finished speaking when Lin Yang struck with his sword. The sword intent instantly penetrated the spatial passage. At the headquarters of the Celestial Alliance, members preparing to channel the dynastic dragon energy gazed at the sudden spatial rift in the sky. What is that? Surely the Alliance leader has returned victorious. Quickly summon all disciples to welcome the sect master. Yes. Soon, numerous members of the Celestial Alliance gathered. In an ordinary dynasty, the emergence of a single celestial being was a rare occurrence, but the mortal realm was vast, with countless dynasties. Over the millennia, the number of celestials joining the Celestial Alliance was substantial. Only those of the Heavenly King realm could qualify as elders, while the revered ones served as mere attendants. The Heavenly Alliance, with its formidable foundation, has witnessed the revival of 9 self-proclaimed emperors of the human realm, who now stand fervently before the rift in space. Their eyes blaze with excitement. The leader is returning. Our grand scheme is finally on the verge of success. We shall no longer be sealed in darkness. Indeed, once the mortal realm is severed from the 8 desolate domains, we shall no longer suffer the torment of being expelled by the heavenly Tao. We shall openly reign as the sovereigns of the mortal world. The leader is invincible. Their eyes burn with fervor as they gaze at the rift, where the energy fluctuations intensify. Indeed, it is the leader. No one else could summon such terrifying destructive energy. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns upon the 9 emperors, their eyes widening in horror. As they comprehend the energy within the spatial passage, their scalps prickle with fear, and they cry out, "It is not the leader. It is an overwhelmingly horrifying intent of destruction. Flee." Alas, it is too late. A terrifying beam of destructive sword light erupts from the rift, instantly engulfing the 9 emperors. Their bodies shattered into fragments. The nearby kings fare even worse, obliterated into a mist of blood by the sword light. Flee. The esteemed attendants and ordinary celestial members scatter in chaos, resembling headless flies, fleeing in all directions. Countless celestial beings take to the skies, their panicked flight creating a scene more terrifying than a locust swarm. Yet, beneath the overwhelming sword light of destruction, everything appears fragile and powerless. The throng dissolves within the sword light, with millions of celestial beings and esteemed ones perishing each moment. Buzz. Soon, the sword light descends upon the ground. The great formation of the Heavenly Alliance, capable of withstanding the onslaught of the Heavenly Kings, collapses in an instant, countless structures collapsing into rubble beneath the sword light. The resounding crash echoes. As the dust settles, the world-destroying sword light dissipates. The once flourishing Heavenly Alliance, hailed as the foremost power in the mortal realm, is annihilated. At the sacred land of Qianquan, Qian Xiushui and the elder ancestors witness the entire spectacle through the rift. My heavens! With just a single sword strike, the entire Heavenly Alliance has been obliterated? That sword was magnificent. They feel their blood surge, shaken to their very cores. Chapter 34. Is what you said even human language? Stretching his limbs and feeling invigorated, Lin Yang yawns and turns to the astonished crowd. It's all fine now. You may disperse. With that, he vanishes with the ghost emperor, heading towards the ancient peak. What did he just say? That world-destroying sword was merely a warm-up? Is this even human language? The two elders are left in shock, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. After living for thousands of years, today has been the most thrilling and perilous day of their lives. Once they regained their composure, they gaze gravely at Qian Xiushui. This young man's background is likely far greater than we can imagine. We must not treat him lightly. Qian Xiushui nods. Rest assured, elders, I shall do everything in my power to ensure young Master Lin is satisfied. Understanding is key. The two elders nod and transform into streaks of light, soaring back to their ancestral land. As heavenly kings, prolonged exposure in the outside world would lead to expulsion by the heavenly Tao. Thus they must quickly seal themselves once more. With the annihilation of the heavenly alliance, the mortal realm falls into tranquility. Lin Yang and Bai Yuwei enjoy a leisurely life at the ancient peak, finding great contentment. Everyone holds him in deep respect, and he delights in their flattery, occasionally bestowing fine wines upon them. Consequently, the strength of the sacred land of Qian Kuan skyrockets within 2 years, rightfully claiming the title of the foremost sacred land in the world. Each year, the enrollment of disciples fills the sacred land to capacity as countless individuals flock to it. What is all this commotion? Are they recruiting disciples again? Lin Yang stands atop the ancient peak, observing the bustling sacred land of Qian Kuan, murmuring to himself. Indeed, Master, we have been here for 2 years now. Bai Yuwei smiles lightly, her beauty unparalleled. By this reckoning, I am already 18 years old. Lin Yang rises on Eya Bro. The Lin clan holds a coming-of-age ceremony for each descendant, and, as the young clan leader, he must return. Yet, why has no one come to notify me? Usually, no matter where I hide, someone quickly finds me. It has been 10 years since I came to the mortal realm, and no one has bothered me. It feels rather unusual. Lin Yang rubs his chin. Moreover, I wonder what realm my younger sister has reached. Perhaps it is time to return to the Lin clan for a visit, Master. I haven't made a breakthrough in a month and feel somewhat stuck at this bottleneck. Bai Yuwei expresses her thoughts. It might be due to my smooth progression in cultivation, lacking practical combat experience. I wish to venture into several secret realms to hone my skills. Lin Yang raises an eyebrow. Indeed, a month without progressing from the 9th layer of the King realm to the Emperor realm is rather slow. Puffed. A sound of spitting blood echoes from afar. Lin Yang looks over and sees Qian Xiushui spitting blood. Miss Xiushui, why are you spitting blood? Qian Xiushui forces a smile. Her face darkened. It's nothing. I've just been cultivating too intensely lately. In truth, she's infuriated by Lin Yang's words. She had been stuck at the 9th layer of the King realm for hundreds of years without a hint of breakthrough. It was only after drinking the fine wine gifted by Lin Yang that she managed to ascend to the Emperor realm. Now, hearing him criticize his disciple for being slow after a month without a breakthrough, she feels she could have died from indignation if not for her exceptional temperament and steadfast resolve. Cultivating too intensely? That's no trivial issue. Let me check your condition. Lin Yang approaches seriously, placing his hand on Qian Xiushui's cool and silky abdomen, channeling his energy through her body. Everything seems fine. You must have just recently broken through to the 4th layer of the Emperor realm, causing some instability in your energy. Just focus on refining your energy. Thank you for your concern. Young Master Lin Qian Xiushui's cheeks flush crimson, hastily changing the subject. By the way, a few sacred lands have just issued challenge letters to the sacred land of Qian Kuan. Challenge letters? Lin Yang inquires, Buzlet. The sacred land of Qian Kuan has risen dramatically over the past 2 years, gaining immense renown, attracting all the talents to our ranks. As a result, other sacred lands have grown dissatisfied and have united to challenge Qian Kuan, seeking to prove their own strength. Qian Xiushui states gravely, and what of that? The other sacred lands are so weak that as long as you take action, one person would be enough to suppress them all, right? Lin Yang rises on bro. Logically speaking, that should be the case, but this time, an unexpected complication has arisen. Qian Xiushui chuckles helplessly. These sacred lands in the mortal realm all have certain backgrounds. For instance, our sacred land of Qian Kuan-S founding master ascended from the mortal realm to the heavenly firmament, the Qian Kuan Great Saint. Lin Yang nods. This is common knowledge. Without some backing in the heavens, it's impossible to establish a sacred land in the mortal realm. Although the sacred land of Qian Kuan is hailed as the foremost sacred land, its background is not the strongest among many. The one with the most formidable backing is called the Radiant Light Sacred Land, a subordinate of a first-rate power in the heavenly realm. Old Lin Yang's expression remains calm. And then, among those challenging us, the Radiant Light Sacred Land has dispatched a prodigy from the heavenly realm. This prodigy possesses immense strength and is exceedingly arrogant. Therefore, I wish to invite you to help maintain order. Qian Xiushui implores. Of course, if young Master Lin is unwilling. I shall not insist, haha. How could I miss out on the excitement? Lin Yang grins. As the peak master of the sacred land of Qian Kuan, how could I only be informed of such a significant event now? Ahem, we were afraid of disturbing your tranquility. Qian Xiushui is surprised by Lin Yang's enthusiasm. Just as Lin Yang takes flight, a system notification resonates in his ears. The host rejects the system's lazy mission, heading to observe the battle, adhering to their true intentions without being swayed by profit, granting a reward of 100 million celestial crystals. Lin Yang smiles, indeed. Rejecting a mission yields greater rewards than accepting one. In the sacred land of Qian Kuan, atop the arena, a young woman clad in green stood with a cold and haughty demeanor, brandishing a sword. Is the sacred land of Qian Kuan merely a gathering of incompetence? Is there not a single worthy opponent to draw my blade against? Below the arena, the leaders and elders of the sacred land of Qian Kuan lay defeated, their expressions filled with bitterness. Despite their recent surge in power, they still paled in comparison to the prodigies of the heavenly abyss realm. The sacred land of Yaowang had deliberately come to challenge them during their recruitment phase, seeking to humiliate them and subject the sacred land of Qian Kuan to ridicule. Their intentions were despicable. With skills inferior to their adversaries, words held no weight, leaving them in despair. Ziyanran and several peak masters felt trapped in frustration. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. None could withstand even a moment against this prodigy. It's only a matter of time. The sacred master of Qian Kuan has yet to make his appearance. They smirked, envisioning the disgrace that awaited if the sacred master fell to a disciple of the Yaowang sacred land. Let us trample on the pride of Qian Kuan and claim the title of the foremost sacred land. High-ranking members of the Yaowang sacred land gestured with arrogance, while elders from other sacred lands exchanged cold smiles, relishing the spectacle of Qian Kuan's humiliation. A bunch of useless fools. Summon your sacred master. If she falters, perhaps even your ancestors should unseal their powers to face me. The green-clad woman maintained her lofty demeanor. If your ancestors cannot defeat me, I suggest the sacred land of Qian Kuan close its gates and disband. A light laugh echoed through the arena. The green-clad woman frowned and turned coldly, momentarily startled by the arrival of Qian Xiushui and a celestial-looking youth. What good is a handsome face? Merely a vase. She scoffed, shaking her head. Identify yourself. I am Lin Yang, the master of the ancient peak. Lin Yang smiled lightly, his composure unwavering. What worth does a mere peak master hold to speak so boldly? Even your elders are no match for a single strike of mine. Only your sacred master piques my interest. The green-clad woman's eyes filled with disdain. Such arrogance shall lead to your downfall. Lin Yang grinned and stepped onto the arena. You are merely inviting humiliation upon yourself. Fuming, the green-clad woman declared, I shall defeat you in one blow and show you the vastness beyond. She struck at Lin Yang's chest, yet he remained unmoved. What a brazen approach. Grasping my chest upon first meeting, Lin Yang shook his head. Perhaps you've never encountered a man before? How pitiful, spending years as a nun. I will kill you. The green-clad woman screamed, her sword unsheathed for the first time, exuding an aura of terrifying sharpness, showcasing her prowess at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Yet, her strike, powerful enough to shatter mountains, failed to even tear his flowing white robes. Is this a mere tickle to me? Your strength is so feeble that even a scratch feels lacking. Disappointed, Lin Yang seized her wrist, lifting her effortlessly, and delivered a swift kick to her backside. I warned you, without skill, such arrogance deserves punishment. The impact sent the green-clad woman flying off the arena. Oh, you scoundrel, I vow to kill you. Enraged, her face turned a deep shade of purple, resembling madness. Shaoqing, show some decorum. A serene voice emerged from the ranks of Yaowang's sacred land as a woman in white stepped forward. The elders of Yaowang quickly made way, respectfully bowing their heads to her. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Li Xiaoman, innate Dao fetus physique, imperial grade talent, identity, saintess of the first-class Yaowang sect mission, recruit Li Xiaoman as a disciple, reward, an imperial weapon. An introduction from the system upon her arrival? Quite impressive. Lin Yang nodded. Such treatment was not bestowed upon everyone. Sister, this scoundrel has insulted me. I will kill him. Shaoqing gritted her teeth. This is our future master. Have you not met her yet? Li Xiaoman regarded Lin Yang. Your strength is indeed commendable. I recognize it. Speak. What do you desire in exchange for accepting us as your disciples? Lin Yang frowned. Are you here to fight or to seek apprenticeship? What nonsense is this? My sister, Li Xiaoman, is the most gifted saintess in the history of Yaowang sect. Countless saint kings and great saints vie to take her as their disciple. It is already a tremendous opportunity for you to be approached for apprenticeship. Why are you not promptly and respectfully accepting us? Shaoqing spoke with arrogance. Surrounding onlookers were bewildered. How had the narrative shifted so drastically? Even the elders of Yaowang were dumbfounded. Was it their purpose to confront Qianquan's sacred land? How had they suddenly turned to seek apprenticeship from a peak master Qianquan? Pardon my candor, but your attitude does not reflect one seeking apprenticeship. Qin Qiushui interjected, frowning. Is it your place to speak? Just a minor sacred master, Shaoqing declared proudly. Slap. Lin Yang waved dismissively, his palm wind striking with incredible speed, shattering Shaoqing's silver teeth and sending her spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, lifelessly. Senior, you have gone too far. Li Xiaoman frowned. I sought your acceptance as a disciple. It would have sufficed if you declined, yet you lay such heavy hands upon my sister. Do you think the Yaowang sect is so easily bullied? Or do you truly believe we are begging for your tutelage? Her prideful nature flared. She considered herself patient and humble enough. Yet this insufferable mortal took advantage of her civility, pushing boundaries. How dare you ask such a question? Just moments ago, you were the one shamelessly seeking apprenticeship. The peak masters of Qianquan were indignant. Now you deny it? Truly shameless. Humph. Li Xiaoman took a deep breath, reminding herself of the greater goal of her sect's revival. I shall endure. She then spoke frostily. This saint weapon shall serve as my gift for apprenticeship. You need only acknowledge our master-disciple relationship. There is no need for you to teach me. Given your status and abilities, you cannot impart anything of value to me. With that, she tossed a saint weapon into the air, leaving everyone present in utter shock. To offer a saint weapon so casually, how generous. A single saint weapon could be considered a sect's most treasured possession. Lin Yang scoffed, effortlessly severing the weapon with a wave of his hand. Begone. If you do not disappear within 3 counts, I shall eradicate your Yaowang sect. What? Li Xiaoman's pupils contracted. I underestimated him. His casual blow had shattered a saint weapon, indicating his physical strength was at least to the saint level. A hidden saint? Li Xiaoman pondered, but remained unfazed. The Yaowang sect was a first-class force in the heavenly abyss, and it was not uncommon for saints to exist within. Saintess, what shall we do now? An elder from Yaowang trembled nervously. Li Xiaoman frowned. I miscalculated. We shall retreat. His single strike capable of shattering a saint weapon indicates he is at least a hidden saint. I cannot contend with him at present. Very well, let us withdraw. The elder of Yaowang quickly gathered the unconscious Shaoqing and, alongside Li Xiaoman, hastily retreated. Young Master Lin, I apologize for the inconvenience, Qin Qiushui offered, bowing in apology. No worries. They were fortunate enough to arrive on this auspicious day of initiation at the sacred land of Qianquan. Otherwise, they would be trapped within its confines. Lin Yang waved his hand and drifted away. Outside the sacred land of Qianquan, the elder of the Yao Guang sect expressed his confusion. Holy Maiden. You are the first holy maiden in the history of her sect. What brings you to the mortal realm to seek a master? Li Xiaoman shook her head, her eyes filled with discontent. Do you think I desire to come to this dilapidated and barbaric place? I am here to seek a master because of a prophecy. A prophecy? The elder's expression grew grave. Indeed, our Yaoguang sect has been stuck as a first-rate power for 1,000,000 years, unable to ascend to a dominant force. Li Xiaoman continued, as the first holy maiden in our sect's history, I am most likely to lead Yaoguang to become a hegemonic power. Thus, the sect has exhausted all resources and paid a hefty price to consult the Tianji Pavilion. And then, the elders were astonished, recognizing the gravity of the secrets being revealed. The divination from Tianji Pavilion indicates that the only opportunity for our sect to ascend to a dominant power lies within the sacred land of Qianquan. I must seek out the strongest master here. Li Xiaoman's tone was frosty. That is why I brought my sister here to seek a master, even preparing a sacred weapon as a token of respect. Yet he continuously rejected me, even humiliating me. Were it not for that prophecy, I wouldn't have bothered to come to this wretched place, let alone lower myself to seek assistance from someone so contemptible. Understanding dawned upon the elder of the sacred land of Qianquan, the master of Tianji Pavilion, renowned across the 3,000 realms for his expertise in fate and causality, has never faltered in his predictions. Great figures from various realms willingly pay exorbitant sums for his prophecies. Sister Xiaoman, you seem unwell. From a distance, 3 streams of light descended, revealing a graceful young man with flowing hair. The 2 individuals behind him, while possessing exceptional demeanor, paled in comparison to him. Brother Yin, what brings you here? Li Xiaoman smiled gently at the long-haired youth. He was her childhood friend, also a holy son of a top-tier power. The 2 individuals behind him were her admirers, who, out of fear of Brother Yin, dared not confess their feelings but instead sought to please her. I heard you came to the mortal realm to seek a master based on the prophecy. So I followed to see what kind of reclusive expert could prompt my sister to take such a step, Yin Shaoqing remarked nonchalantly, evidently unimpressed by this so-called mysterious master. From your expression, it seems things haven't gone smoothly? Not smoothly at all. Li Xiaoman pointed to Li Shaoqing beside her. I politely requested him to take me as a disciple. Yet he not only interrupted my gift, but also injured my sister and expelled us from the sacred land of Qianquan. She embellished her story, glancing at Yin Shaoqing's face, and added sweetly, Brother Yin, please do not think of avenging me. If he could defeat my sister, his strength must be formidable. She deliberately concealed the fact that Lin Yang could shatter a sacred weapon, merely stating it was a gift. You were wronged, and I cannot stand idly by. Yin Shaoqing replied, shaking his head. Brother Yin, such trivial matters do not require your intervention. Allow us a chance to prove ourselves. The 2 individuals behind him eagerly volunteered. How could I allow that? If you were to be harmed because of me, I would be heartbroken. Li Xiaoman shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet, she felt a surge of joy within. The more people involved, the greater pressure Lin Yang would face, making it easier for her to act as a mediator later, ensuring he would be grateful and eager to accept her as a disciple. Such words are unnecessary. We would brave any danger for you, Xiaoman. The 2 young men grinned widely, their delight palpable. Just wait, we will bring that man here, kneel, and beg for you to be his disciple. They hurriedly flew off, eager to outshine one another. Yin Shaoqing, however, gazed contemplatively, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His intentions regarding Li Xiaoman were more utilitarian. Should they unite, he could seize the opportunity to absorb the Yao Guang sect, elevating the Yin family to a position of dominance. Thus, he remained clear-headed, aware that Li Xiaoman's earlier logic was flawed and that there were hidden motives at play. Brother Yin, want you come and see? Lin Yang's strength is formidable. I fear Zheng Hai and the others may not be able to handle him. Li Xiaoman, faina tinusansa. There's no rush. He cannot escape. Yin Shaoqing replied with a confident smile. At the ancient peak, a system notification echoed, "Congratulations, host, for refusing the task and declining to take disciples. Reward: 10 imperial weapons and 100 billion celestial crystals." Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, impressed by the luxurious reward for his refusal. The demon-slaying staff? This imperial weapon seems promising. He released a hint of magical energy to activate the staff, eager to test its might. He reinforced the energy shield of the ancient peak, ensuring that the terrifying pressure of the imperial weapon would remain contained. Boom! The demon-slaying staff unleashed its overwhelming power, a terrifying force that rent the heavens and earth, radiating throughout the ancient peak. Meanwhile, outside the ancient peak, Zheng Hai furrowed his brow. Why is this barrier so powerful? It surpasses even the protective formation of the sacred land of Qiankuan. With our celestial monarch strength, we cannot tear through it. Do not worry. I have obtained a precious treasure bestowed by my family. Wang Quan grinned widely, producing a decree. With this decree, even the formations of saints can be traversed without obstruction. With it, there is nowhere in the mortal realm we cannot go. Wang brother possesses such a treasure. Zheng Hai was pleasantly surprised. Yet a tinge of envy flickered within him. It seemed he would have to exert himself more to avoid letting Wang Quan claim the glory. Activate this treasure at once. Wang Quan nodded and activated the decree. Buzz. They seamlessly entered the formation. However, as they stepped into the vicinity of the ancient peak, an overwhelming force surged forth. What? How did he anticipate our arrival and set a trap ahead of time? This power, is it too much? Before they could voice their astonishment, the two were instantly obliterated to ashes. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Did I inadvertently eliminate 2 pests? The strongest beings in the sacred land of Qiankuan were 2 celestial monarch-level ancestors. Thus, he had not set the formation's restrictions too high. It sufficed that those below the saint level could not enter. I have already considered your safety. If you insist on courting death, I cannot be blamed. Safe travels. Lin Yang remained unaware of Zheng Hai and Wang Quan's intentions, but their covert entry into the ancient peak's formation surely harbored ill intent. Their demise was no injustice. In the distance, Yin Shaoqing frowned. Wang Quan and Zheng Hai perished simultaneously, without a moment to resist. They died in an instant. It appears Lin Yang is even stronger than I anticipated. What? Lin Yang is that powerful? I truly had no idea. Li Xiaoman fainati nusansa. I did not intend for them to die. It was all that damned Lin Yang. He dared to strike with lethal intent. I will not rest until he pays. Internally, she reveled in delight. Now, the Wang and Zheng families would inevitably become embroiled in the situation. To eliminate 2 celestial monarchs in an instant, suggested Lin Yang, was at least a heavenly, sovereign-level powerhouse, if not already on the brink of sainthood. Yin Shaoqing remained calm. Shaking his head, we should inform Uncle Wang and Uncle Zheng of Wang Quan and Zheng Hai's demise. His goals aligned with Li Xiaoman's. He sought to use the Wang and Zheng families as instruments to eliminate Lin Yang. Chapter 37. The Web of Deceit, forgive me, but there is no such person, echoed the voice from the sky realm. What? Our son is dead? The heads of the Wang family, Wang Lin, and the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Xianren, widened their eyes in disbelief. Weren't they on an excursion in the mortal realm? How could anyone possess the power to kill them here? Uncles, please remain calm. Allow me to explain. Yin Shaoqing wove a tale, casting Lin Yang as a ruthless killer. Curse it. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. How could such a formidable entity remain hidden in the mortal realm? They have both ascended to the status of family heads. Thus they must exercise caution. He glanced suspiciously at Yin Shaoqing and Li Xiaoman. Understood. You may leave for now. Please do not grieve excessively, dear uncles. Li Xiaoman, sensing their reluctance to be manipulated, felt a tinge of disappointment and took her leave. Brother Zheng, what are your thoughts on this matter? Wang Lin inquired. It is likely that those 2 young men, in a fit of jealousy over Li Xiaoman, provoked that hidden master, resulting in their tragic demise, Zheng Xianren replied, shaking his head. Indeed, this aligns with my suspicions. Wang Lin frowned. What shall we do now? Our son cannot perish in vain. Let him perish in vain, for I have dozens of sons. The loss of one is inconsequential. Zheng Xianren replied indifferently. I merely hope that this mysterious powerhouse does not turn their wrath upon me. Is that how you intend to dismiss this matter? Wang Lin exclaimed incredulously. He's my only son. Haha, the world of cultivation is fraught with danger. Merely surviving is a remarkable feat. The fewer enemies, the better. Zheng Xianren stood, regarding Wang Lin. Brother Wang, I advise you not to provoke this enigmatic being. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world, and we are at fault here. Let it be. Huh. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. This matter cannot be overlooked. Anyone who can remain hidden in a sacred place of the mortal realm, serving as a mere peak master, must be a formidable foe. At worst, they are a saint. While I acknowledge your caution in the world of cultivation, if we allow our son to be killed without retaliation, who will fear the Wang family thereafter? The reckless cannot survive in this realm, nor can the cowardly. I demand Lin Yang's life. I assure you, even the emperor cannot save him. Zheng Xianren shook his head, knowing Wang Lin would not heed his counsel. Take care, Brother Wang. I shall take my leave. He had scarcely turned when the sound of the severed head hit the ground reached his ears. Zheng Xianren froze, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Do not look back, and you may yet live. The indifferent voice of Jing Yu rang out. Consider yourself fortunate for making a wise choice. Gulping, Zheng Xianren stiffly exited the council hall, his mind blank as he beheld the horrifying scene before him. The entire Wang family was engulfed in flames, dark-clad figures wearing spider masks leaping through the inferno, blood staining the sky. In the blink of an eye, not a soul remained in the once mighty Wang family. My heavens! Zheng Xianren felt his limbs turn icy, his heart racing as he stumbled out of the Wang estate, thumping his chest. We must bear more children. Fortunately, he had over 100 offspring. Losing one was of little concern. Had he been in Wang Lin's position, with but a single son, he might not have been so composed. Casting a lingering glance at the annihilated Wang family, he pondered the astonishing efficiency of the deed. The world of cultivation indeed concealed formidable forces. The power behind that mysterious master was utterly terrifying. Zheng Xianren collapsed onto the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. In front of the Web Intelligence building, Li Xiaoman and Yin Shaoqing paused. Since those two old men are not easily manipulated, we must rely on ourselves, Yin Shaoqing remarked, gazing at the towering structure before them. They remained unaware of the Wang family's annihilation, as events had transpired too swiftly. This web organization had only risen to prominence in the last decade, boasting itself as the greatest assassin organization in the Sky Realm, renowned for its fearsome reputation. They accepted almost any contract, fearing no one. Once the notorious Blood Spider, hailed as the top assassin organization, was eradicated merely for stealing a contract from Web. Engaging their services should ensure success, Yin Shaoqing declared. Li Xiaoman fronat conflicta. She wished to leverage the situation to coerce Lin Yang into accepting her as a disciple, but if they hired Web assassins, Lin Yang would be killed outright. Wouldn't that squander her chance to elevate the Yao Guang sect to a dominant force? Fear not. We can initially hire a heavenly-level assassin to eliminate him, and then escalate the pressure gradually. Lin Yang will have no choice but to submit, Yin Shaoqing asserted confidently. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Just follow my lead. Excellent. You are the best, Brother Yin. Li Xiaoman smiled, though internally she cursed Yin Shaoqing for being stingy, realizing he would not part with much money. Soon, they entered the Web Intelligence building. What is your purpose? Inquired the receptionist with a cold demeanor. Yin Shaoqing furrowed his brow. Yet considering their claim as the top assassin organization in the Sky Realm, a touch of arrogance was to be expected. He suppressed his annoyance. We wish to hire assassins. Target S name and identity, the receptionist asked, her tone devoid of emotion. Lin Yang, peak master of the ancient peak in the sacred land of the mortal realm. Yin Shaoqing responded promptly. The receptionist, robotic in her demeanor, suddenly widened her eyes, astonished. Who did you say? Lin Yang. Yin Shaoqing was taken aback. Were the members of Web truly this erratic? The peak master of the ancient peak in the sacred land of the mortal realm, Lin Yang? The receptionist confirmed, her gaze fixed upon him, silence enveloping the moment. Apologies, but our database contains no information on this individual. We cannot proceed with the assassination. What? Yin Shaoqing exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't Web the top assassin organization in the Sky Realm? You cannot find information on a peak master from a mere sacred land. If you doubt Webb's capabilities, we could annihilate Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Initially, we shared the same belief, but after our investigation, we discovered that he is merely a pawn of the Yin family. In order to approach Li Xiaoman, he is preparing for the future annexation of the Yaoguang sacred land. Jing and I report, he commanded. I see. So he considers me a part of his scheme? Lin Yang scoffed, detesting this feeling. Since he is so loyal to the Yin family, let them vanish. Understood. What shall we do about Li Xiaoman? King Ning Kuayev. Killing her would be too merciful. Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. Jing and I understood. We will make all necessary arrangements. He said respectfully. Very well, you may leave. Lin Yang nodded, severing the communication. In the Tianxiong realm, Yin Shaoqing was conversing with his father, Yin Zheng, the head of the Yin family. So that's how it is. Yin Zheng tapped his fingers on the table. Are you suggesting that if we pressure Lin Yang to accept Li Xiaoman as his disciple, our plan to annex Yaoguang's sect will advance? Precisely, Yin Shaoqing nodded. She has already promised that if the Yin family intervenes this time, she will grant us 3 elder positions once she becomes the sect master. Yin Zheng nodded in agreement. Will the Yaoguang sect send experts of their own? Of course, but for the sake of caution, we should collaborate and dispatch our own experts to pressure Lin Yang. Yin Shaoqing replied respectfully. I believe this is a foolproof venture. Excellent. Then let us proceed. I will arrange for the Yin family's experts to participate in this operation. Suddenly, Yin Zheng's communication was abruptly severed. Father? Father! Yin Shaoqing's expression tightened. What is it, Yingo? Li Xiaoman looked over in surprise, confused. My father has suddenly lost contact. I must return to the Yin family. Something may have happened. Yin Shaoqing's heart raced, his previous confidence dissipating. For all his assurance stemmed from the strength of his family. This can't be. Li Xiaoman shook her head. The Yin family is a powerful presence among the first-rate forces. How could anything happen? You're overthinking it. I'll accompany you. All right. Yin Shaoqing said no more and hurriedly flew towards the Yin family. Before long, they arrived at the Yin family estate. Upon seeing the scene before him, Yin Shaoqing was so frightened that he fell from the clouds, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. How could this be? Li Xiaoman's mind went blank as well. The corpses of the 9 clans of the Yin family were piled high like a mountain, and the entire clan ground was steeped in silence, devoid of even a fly. All the buildings had been reduced to dust, and even the heads of the chickens had been severed. My heavens, the yolks of the eggs were scrambled, and the earthworms hiding underground were pulled out and split in 2. Li Xiaoman shook her head, horrified. This is too tragic, even with her serpentine heart. The sight filled her with dread, overwhelming her with an indescribable fear. How could this be? Just moments ago, I was still communicating with my father. Atop the mountain of corpses, Yin Shaoqing found his father, his face ashen, terror gripping his heart. Gulp! Li Xiaoman nodded, having been by his side. She naturally understood. From a moment Yin Zheng's communication was cut off to their return to the Yin family, barely a stick of incense had passed. This meant that their assailant had eradicated the Yin family from existence in less than that time. What kind of terrifying power could accomplish such a feat? Li Xiaoman's face turned pale. What terrifying entity has your Yin family provoked recently? Impossible. My Yin family has always acted against the weak and feared the strong. How could we provoke any formidable beings unless... Yin Shaoqing's mind flashed, suddenly grasping something. After piecing together the events of the past few days, an absurd idea took shape in his mind. Was it Lin Yang who did this? His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Li Xiaoman. It's all your fault, you wretched woman. You provoked that terrifying being, leading to the annihilation of my Yin family. Li Xiaoman frowned. Nonsense. How could he possibly possess such strength? Furthermore, Yin Shaoqing, mind your tone when speaking to me. You're now a stray dog, while I am the revered saintess of the Yaoguang sacred land. The disparity in our statuses is vast. If you dare to bark at me like this again, do not blame me for being merciless. Yin Shaoqing was left bewildered, unable to believe Li Xiaoman's words. He had known from the start that she was not a virtuous woman, but he never expected her to be so malicious. Li Xiaoman, the destruction of my family is entirely your doing. How dare you utter such words? He shouted in fury. Huh, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? What is your name again? Li Xiaoman Snadat. Don't think I don't know that you approached me merely to seize control of the Yaoguang sect. You treacherous scoundrel. You dare to bite back. Yin Shaoqing was enraged, drawing his sword, intent on taking Li Xiaoman's life. He was a peerless genius at the first level of the Tianzuan realm, and killing Li Xiaoman would pose no challenge. Humph. Li Xiaoman revealed a scornful smile, suddenly displaying her prowess at the 9th level of the Tianzuan realm. What? Yin Shaoqing could hardly believe his eyes. He had prided himself on his intelligence, only to be outsmarted by this woman. Ha! If I didn't conceal some of my strength, how would I handle you when you attempt to annex the Yaoguang sect in the future? Li Xiaomang Grinat. It's a pity I called you brother for so many years. You foolish pig. Your only value now lies in being a source of nourishment for me to devour your talents, and then you shall perish. Li Xiaoman, having completely shed her disguise, looked down coldly at Yin Shaoqing. The reason my talent is so extraordinary is that I have possessed a remarkable technique since childhood, allowing me to devour the talents of others to nourish myself. She looked down with pride upon Yin Shaoqing. I have lost count of how many prodigies I have secretly devoured to earn the title of the first saintess of the Yaoguang sect throughout history. You should be honored to become food for me, the future empress. With a crunch, she stomped down on Yin Shaoqing's head, shattering it and extracting his celestial bone, devouring a whole. No wonder he is the son of the Yin family. His talent bone is deliciously crisp and quite delightful. Li Xiaoman completely shed her facade, her expression turning cold. I just didn't expect Lin Yang to be so troublesome. The Yin family is no longer reliable. I can only manipulate those old fogies in the sect to fight for me. She felt no sense of belonging to the sect, merely using them as resources to grow stronger. Once she seized control of the Yaoguang sect, she would drain it from within, converting it into her sustenance for power. With a whoosh, Li Xiaoman flew off towards the Yaoguang sect. Chapter 39. You truly are a filial son. In the Qian Kuan sacred land, on the ancient peak, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Such a devious tactic. How did you conceive it? Jing and I smiled slightly. As long as it pleases you, master. Very well. Let us proceed according to this plan. Lin Yang turned to the ghost emperor of the underworld. The time has come to test your acting skills. Understood. The ghost emperor grinned. Just watch, master. The two departed, while Lin Yang resumed his leisurely fishing, as Jing and I recounted the recent events in detail. A secret method to devour the talents of others? Interesting. In the Tianxiong, at the Yaoguang sect, what? You intend to expel me from the sect? Li Xiaoman exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, the sect master regarded her with a cold demeanor. Why? Has Xiaoman done something wrong? Li Xiaoman feigned a pitiful expression. Ha! You know what you've done, wreaking havoc upon the Wang and Yin families. And now you seek to involve the Yaoguang sect? How naive. The sect leader, Zhang Qixing, shook his head in dismay. Before your departure, I repeatedly advised you to show the utmost respect to that enigmatic peak master. That individual represents our hope of elevating the Yaoguang sect to a dominant force. Yet you and your sister, in your arrogance, have provoked their ire, failing to offer any apology and even attempting to stir trouble repeatedly. Not only have you utterly squandered our hopes of ascendance, but now you wish for our sect as powerful members to sacrifice themselves for you. How shameless can you be? Zhang Qixing's anger surged with each word. I am the first holy maiden of the Yaoguang sect throughout its entire history. Li Xiaoman could no longer contain her fury, retorting vehemently, Old Deng, it seems you've lost your mind. Without me, the Yaoguang sect wouldn't ascend to dominance even after 1 billion years. I have spared you, out of respect for our mentor-disciple bond, so do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Zhang Qixing flung Li Shaoqing out. Take your sister and leave. How heartless you are. Li Xiaoman felt both aggrieved and furious, her heart screaming. The Yaoguang sect treats me this way, but when I gain sufficient power, I will ensure your annihilation. reducing you to ashes. Yet she dared not show her displeasure. Zhang Qixing's strength was formidable. Killing her now would be effortless. She retreated with her sister, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Dumb Lin Yang, if it weren't for him, how could I have fallen to such depths? Who is he truly? How can I exact my vengeance? The hatred within her roared incessantly. Sister, what shall we do now? Li Shaoqing trembled with fear. In the celestial realm, powerful figures abound. Even the weakest third-rate sects boast saints among their ranks. And the strongest, Li Xiaoman, is merely at the 9th layer of heavenly sovereign, without any backing. Even a third-rate sect could easily overpower them. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate a young girl in poverty. Li Xiaoman remained unfazed. With my talent, which sect wouldn't Ti vie for my allegiance? Didn't Ti those great saints previously clamor to take me as their disciple? I will seek refuge with them. Good. Li Xiaoqing nuda eajarli. Li Xiaoman retrieved a communication token and sent a message to a former contact among the great saints. Senior, this is Li Xiaoman. Who are you? I do not recognize you. I shall delete your contact and do not contact me again. The reply came instantly, rejecting any further communication. Huh? Li Xiaoman was taken aback. When she was still the holy maiden of Yaowang, their attitude had been markedly different. Refusing to yield, she persisted in reaching out, even visiting the sects of these influential figures, only to be dismissed without a second thought. Despair deepened within her. Damn it, is this how you all treat me? Once I grow stronger, I will stain the heavens with blood and unleash a cataclysm to slay you all. In a fit of hysteria, Li Xiaoman exclaimed, Do you seek revenge? A chilling voice echoed. Huh. Li Xiaoman froze, glancing at a nearby stone tablet. Is it you speaking? Indeed. I hold great admiration for your vengeful determination. If you rescue me, I shall aid you in your quest for vengeance. The voice from the stone beckoned enticingly. I am the leader of the demonic path from 1,000,000 years ago, the ghost emperor of the underworld, now reduced to a remnant soul. Should you assist me in my escape, I can help you avenge any grievance. The ghost emperor of the underworld? Li Xiaoman's heart soared with joy. A supreme emperor. In this era of celestial decline, a supreme emperor is undoubtedly the strongest being. This is the remnant soul of a truly invincible emperor. Breathing heavily, Li Xiaoman, once in utter despair, now radiated hope. The heavens do not forsake me, Li Xiaoman. Just wait, Lin Yang. My fortunes remain unbroken, with the secret technique of devouring heavenly bones. And now a supreme emperor willing to aid my revenge. You are doomed. Her gaze resolute, she declared. I accept your offer. How can I free you? The stone tablet bore a spell. Once you unveil it, I shall emerge. The ghost emperor, sensing Li Xiaoman's eagerness, chuckled with delight. Excellent. Li Xion Hapruka. Effortlessly tearing the spell away. Is it truly this simple? With a thunderous eruption, the ghost emperor emerged, shaking the very earth within a 10,000-mile radius. Enveloped in boundless ghostly flames, his supreme aura commanding the submission of all living beings. How magnificent! This is the might of a supreme emperor? Truly terrifying. Li Xiaoman's eyes widened, hope intensifying. Senior, how shall I exact my revenge? He. I shall impart upon you a technique, not a secret method. Simply practice this technique, and you shall experience a substantial leap in power in no time. The ghost emperor produced a tome of secrets. The method of severing ties with kin? What is this? Li Xiaoman stared incredulously at the title, flipping it open only to be stunned. By devouring one's blood relatives, one could receive 100-fold return in power. Li Xiaoman was astounded. Coupled with my technique of devouring heavenly bones, does this mean I could become invincible in no time? Overjoyed, she wasted no time, turning to Li Shaoqing. Li Shaoqing was still reveling in her sister's fortune. Sister, this is wonderful. We shall avenge ourselves soon. Indeed, sister. However, to achieve revenge, I require something from you first. Li Xiaoman siga regretfully. I will follow your wishes. Take whatever you need. Li Xiaoqing nuda inusanli. With a swift motion, Li Xiaoman severed Li Shaoqing's head. Not sparing a glance at her sister, Yang's horrified expression as she began to consume her blood. Remarkable, you possess great talent. The Ghost Emperor cackled with glee. The technique provided would not genuinely enhance her power. Rather, the act of consuming Qin would subject her to excruciating torment. Yet, he secretly infused his energy into Li Xiaoman, creating the illusion of her strengthening. Li Xiaoman experienced unimaginable agony, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet, the sensation of growing stronger lured her to continue the bloodshed. With the completion of Li Xiaoqing's consumption, she broke through to the realm of saints. She boldly breached the barriers of the ancient peak, exclaiming in a delicate yet furious tone, "Lin Yang, come out and face your demise." The will of the saint extended outward, swiftly locating Lin Yang, who was peacefully fishing, and instantly transported to his side. Her gaze was frigid as she addressed him. "Do you have any inkling of the dreadful torment and suffering I have endured during this time?" Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "Why should I care? How dare you utter such words? You are the one who caused my expulsion from the clan, leading to the ruin of my family. Today, you shall pay with your life." Li Xiaoman's voice was frantic. Lin Yang shook his head. "You blame others for your own misdeeds. How repugnant. Enough of this chatter. Prépare tout dit." Just as Li Xiaoman was about to strike, a surge of power erupted within her. Bewildered, she wondered, what is happening? The Ghost Emperor of the Underworld appeared, bowing respectfully to Lin Yang. "Master, how was my performance?" Li Xiaoman's mind felt as though it were on fire. "Master? You are Lin Yang's servant. Was everything a deception?" The Ghost Emperor chuckled. "For a vile woman like you, a swift death would be too merciful. It is far more satisfying to torment you. I shall give you hope first, then allow you to descend into complete despair before your end." His smile revealed the true nature of his sinister intentions. Li Xiaoman, unable to withstand the overwhelming shock, became unhinged and attempted to attack. Yet, the energy within her spiraled out of control, consuming her body piece by piece. "No, I refuse to accept this. I am a favored daughter of heaven. How could I meet such a fate?" She screeched, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Lin Yang. "I will haunt you even in death." Lin Yang chucklet, "Do you truly believe you will have the chance to become a ghost?" As her body exploded, her soul soared toward the cycle of reincarnation. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yang's eyes as he glanced at the ascending soul, which then detonated mid-air. Life extinguished, the soul erased from existence. "Ha ha! A fitting end. Truly a sight to behold." The Ghost Emperor clapped in approval. Lin Yang put away his fishing rod and rose. "This matter is settled. It is time for me to return home." Home! The Ghost Emperor's heart stirred with curiosity about Lin Yang's true identity and the extraordinary power that nurtured such a prodigy. Bai Yue felt a pang of anxiety. She had never met her master's family. Family, a term both familiar and foreign, was due for a farewell. Lin Yang stepped forward and arrived at Qian Xiushui's residence. Qian Xiushui and Zi Yanran were engaged in conversation, oblivious to Lin Yang's arrival. "The aura of the saint has vanished. We do not know the outcome." Zi Yanran expressed her concern. "I want to see the ancient peak," Qian Xiushui declared resolutely. "If a battle of saint level truly erupted, the aftermath alone might overwhelm us. Our presence would only complicate matters. We must trust Lin Yang has the strength to resolve this." Zi Yanran urged her to reconsider. Sighing, Qian Xiushui gazed toward the ancient peak, worry etched upon her face, her hands unconsciously clenching together. "Sister Xiushui, could it be that you have feelings for Lin Yang?" Zi Yanran inquired, observing the expression on Qian Xiushui's face. "Who wouldn't be moved?" Qian Xiushui replied, shaking her head. "Such a question is superfluous. Indeed, since ancient times, beautiful women have adored heroes." Zi Yanran nodded silently. Anyone witnessing such a formidable, celestial-like youth would find their heart stirred. Not to mention, he had saved them time and again. Any girl in the Qian Kuan Holy Land who knew Lin Yang would surely harbor feelings for him. Yet, alas, he belonged to a realm beyond their reach. A relationship was simply impossible. Qian Xiushui understood the vast disparity between her status and Lin Yang's, thus burying her feelings deep within her heart. Standing at the threshold, Lin Yang smiled gently. "There is no need to speak in absolutes." "Huh? Upon seeing Lin Yang appear, Qian Xiushui realized her previous conversation had been overheard, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Life is meant to be lived to the fullest. Do not let the golden cup face the moon empty. Lin Yang grinned widely. In this world, what we seek is merely a sense of contentment and fulfillment. Why be bound by arbitrary constraints or seek unfathomable reasons to limit oneself? Gulping, Qian Xiushui's eyes flickered, clearly moved by Lin Yang's words. To live life to the fullest. She mused. It felt like an eternal truth. Ziyan, immersed in the essence of this poetic sentiment, felt her own realm of understanding shift. Master, please converse with Lin Peak Master while I retreat to Yanran Peak for seclusion. Without waiting for an explanation, she transformed into a wisp of fragrant breeze and vanished. Now, left alone in the room, Qian Xiushui bit her lip, feeling increasingly bashful. You need only tell me your feelings. Lin Yang turned to Qian Xiushui, beaming. I like you. Qian Xiushui, having resolved her feelings, spoke with conviction. I understand that someone of your stature cannot belong to just one person. And I accept that. I only hope there is a place in your heart for me. The moment she spoke, a sense of liberation washed over her, her body feeling lighter than ever. Very well. Lin Yang nodded. Having spent several years in the Qianquan Holy Land, he held a genuine admiration for Qian Xiushui. Before Lin Yang could utter another word, Qian Xiushui leaped forward. The black and gold phoenix robe flew aside, and both hearts, free of hesitation, laid bare before one another. In the fleeting moments of spring nights, each second held immeasurable value. Chapter 41. The Great Immortal Technique. Celestial Abyss Lin Yang displayed exceptional talent in his very first battle. Is this truly your first time? Qian Xiushui questioned, skeptical. I assure you, it is indeed my first battle in this lifetime. Lin Yang confirmed with a nod. I concede, spare me. Qian Xiushui exclaimed, having never studied combat techniques. She was overwhelmed by Lin Yang's prowess, unable to defend herself. Lin Yang reveled in the fight. The allure of a beautiful ancient-clad maiden was truly intoxicating. Cultivating immortality is splendid. As long as one wishes to continue the fight, one can become a perpetual motion machine. Lin Yang mused in admiration. Regrettably, while he could be an endless force, Qian Xiushui could not withstand it. By the following noon, she had completely succumbed. Panting, are you leaving? Qian Xiushui asked. Her cheeks flushed. How did you know? Lin Yang was taken aback, having not mentioned it before. Never underestimate a woman's intuition, Qian Xiushui replied with a playful smile. Well, it is time to return home. Lin Yang nodded, tossing a cultivation manual to Qian Xiushui. The Great Immortal Technique. Qian Xiushui read the title. It sounds quite formidable. It is an immortal-grade cultivation method. Coupled with this basic technique, your speed of cultivation will accelerate, Lin Yang stated seriously. Hasten to reach the Saint Realm. We shall meet in the Celestial Abyss. Understood. Qian Xiushui was profoundly astonished. In this era of fallen immortals, the Supreme Emperor represented the pinnacle. Immortal-grade cultivation techniques were held by those indomitable forces scarcely ever leaking out. Yet, Lin Yang had presented her with such a treasure. The shock was ineffable. This token contains the power of my 3 swords. Possessing it will ensure your safety against all perils. Lin Yang offered her a token. If you wish to contact me, this token will suffice. And if I become a saint, where shall I seek you in the Celestial Abyss? Qian Xiushui inquired. In the undying Lin clan. Lin Yang replied with a faint smile, waving his hand as he transformed into a streak of radiant light and departed. Undying Lin clan? Qian Xiushui stood frozen, gazing at Lin Yang's retreating figure, murmuring to herself. Though she may not have heard of other celestial abyss forces, the undying Lin clan was known as the ruler of the 8 desolates. Who had not heard of it? Heavens! He hails from the immortal clan. Qian Xiushui felt dizzy as everything seemed so dreamlike. Tianxiong Realm. Is this truly the Tianxiong Realm? Bai Yu Wei was filled with curiosity, her eyes wandering. The density of spiritual energy here is at least 10 times more potent than that of the mortal realm. Lin Yang nodded. Humans born in the Tianxiong realm possess innate abilities from birth. As long as they mature normally, they can reach the Tao Palace realm. With diligent practice, even the most ordinary commoners can attain the rank of a king. Goodness! Bai Yue felt a shock. The disparity between the mortal realm and Tianxiong is simply immense. In the mortal realm, achieving the king level and ascending is already the mark of an unparalleled genius. Yet in the Tianxiong realm, such heights are merely attainable by ordinary individuals through regular cultivation. This world is truly unfair. Bai Yue lamented. One's birth almost determines their life as achievements. For instance, the North Wilderness Sword God, Shun Sangxing, with his talents, if born in the Tianxiong realm, would surely have reached at least the heavenly monarch realm by now. Lin Yang also agreed. Those born in the mortal realm have access to lower-tier cultivation methods, scarce resources, and a rudimentary understanding of cultivation, compounded by a lower concentration of spiritual energy. The foundations laid are invariably weak. Just as cattle and horses are fated to remain so from birth, they find it exceedingly difficult to turn their fortunes around. Bai Yue enjoyed listening to tales. Upon reflection, the protagonists in those stories often appeared to be ordinary at first. Yet in the end, their true identities were revealed to be either the offspring of formidable beings or possessors of ancient bloodlines. We're the truly ordinary people. Contemplating this, she felt a tinge of sadness. Am I merely an ordinary person? No matter how hard I strive, will I ever be able to catch up to my master? You are an ordinary person. Lin Yang nearly lost his composure, internally scoffing. You have the most extraordinary background, don't you see? Besides myself, only my sister Lin Jiuyu's lineage can compare to Bai Yue's. Rest assured, your innate talent is remarkable. As long as you are willing to practice diligently, your accomplishments will be significant. Lin Yang reassured her. Thank you for your encouragement, master. Yue will strive to improve. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with determination. Meanwhile, the ghost emperor of the underworld surveyed their surroundings. Many powerful beings nearby are heading in the same direction. Has something significant occurred? Let's investigate. With a swift gesture, Lin Yang led the two forward. Soon, they discovered a vast cavern, its seal precariously teetering, with vibrant treasures radiating from within. This must be a relic left by a sage. The powerful beings surrounding them were engaged in fervent discussions. If I am a sage, yet I lack the ability to create such a commotion. A formidable entity descended. It was Chun Zichuan, the sect leader of Zichuan's sect, a ninth-tier sage. Numerous cultivators made way respectfully. Even in the Tianxiong realm, sages possess the qualifications to establish sects and are rarely seen. When they do appear, they draw attention. I estimate this may be a relic of the Sage King level, Chun Zichuan confidently declared. You are merely a group of heavenly monarchs and earthly sovereigns. Wise ones should leave promptly. The treasures here are far beyond your reach. Surrounding cultivators changed their expressions, as it was evident that Chun Zichuan intended to monopolize this Sage King treasure. It is well known that the higher the relic's level, the greater the danger it harbors. You shall only be courting death by entering. Out of kindness, I shall allow Zichuan's sect to scout the path for you. Chun Zichuan waved his hand, and the strong members of Zichuan sect emerged, exuding a powerful aura that sealed off the area. This statement from sect leader Chun was indeed excessive. Does he believe the treasures here are solely for him? A few figures descended impassively, each one a sect leader from nearby, all sages. Since we are fellow friends, we are naturally qualified to share in this relic. Chun Zichuan's expression darkened, his displeasure evident, yet he dared not provoke their ire. As for you scattered weaklings, be gone. Clear the area. The heavenly monarchs and earthly sovereigns watching were furious but dared not voice their anger. To be denied even the chance to observe was excessively tyrannical. But the Tianxiong realm operates on the principle of might makes right, and they could only endure. What are you looking at? Weaklings have no right to share in the treasures. Chun Zichuan proclaimed confidently. You wish to partake? Defeat me first. Oh, such a simple request. A light laugh echoed. Chun Zichuan glared in anger, seeing a young man with an ethereal demeanor smiling at him. Who are you? Chun Zichuan felt annoyed. Yet Lin Yang's aura was formidable and inscrutable, so caution was warranted. However, the girl beside Lin Yang was merely at the 9th level of the heavenly monarch realm. Lin Yang likely could not be too formidable either. You are not worthy to know my master's name. Be wise and step aside. The ghost emperor of the underworld expressed his displeasure. If you keep stalling, I shall strike you down with a single blow. Upon saying this, he slightly revealed an aura of the Sage King, instantly silencing everyone. Gulp! I did not realize the esteemed Sage King was present. My apologies, young master. Chun Zichuan's face transformed in an instant, his expression filled with ingratiating smiles as he bowed deeply. From arrogance to humility, it is amusing to behold. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong. The observing heavenly monarchs and earthly sovereigns spat silently in their hearts. This is quite intriguing. Lin Yang's gaze shifted toward the cavern. According to your logic, this place is also unsuitable for you to enter. You are simply too weak. What? Chen Zichuan and the other sages' expressions shifted, brows furrowed deeply. Could this mysteriously background youth intend to monopolize the hidden treasures? I am merely stating the truth. Lin Yang stretched out his hand and directly removed the seal. Boundless treasure light soared into the sky, startling the world. Gulp! Chen Zichuan and the other sages were left stunned. This treasure aura is terrifying. There must be a great saint-level treasure within. Lin Yang paid no heed to their reactions and led by Yu Wei and the ghost emperor of the underworld into the cavern. Shall we enter? A sage hesitantly inquired. For wealth, men perish, and birds die for food. The great saint's treasure is right before us. Even if he is the heavenly monarch himself, we must seize a piece of the pie from him. Chen Zichuan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. Good. The other sages fixed their gazes with determination. Together, we shall not fear even the Sage King. That boy is far too arrogant. He clearly has never experienced the brutal realities of the cultivation world. Should he remain unyielding, we shall eliminate him in death within the secret realm. As long as no witnesses remain, no matter how great your background, it will be in vain. The sages resolved to form an alliance and soared toward the depths of the cavern. Chapter 42. The Three-Eyed Demon. Layer 18 Lin Yang casually led the ghost emperor of the underworld and Bai Yu Wei along their path. The first layer of the cavern was strewn with spiritual stones and magical artifacts, yet their quality was too low, and Lin Yang could hardly muster the interest to glance at them, directly guiding the two into the second, then the third layer. Life forms are beginning to appear. The ghost emperor of the underworld muttered, suddenly glancing over. In the fourth layer S-pile of artifacts, there were some red-skinned beings with 3 eyes and 6 arms, lurking in the shadows, observing them. These creatures look quite peculiar, Bai Yue remarked. By the heavens! The ghost emperor of the underworld suddenly exclaimed in shock. These are ancient alien beings. Are ancient alien beings formidable? Bai Yue queried, puzzled. Having only practiced for 10 years, she was unaware of the ancient secrets. Formidable does not even begin to describe it. The ghost emperor of the underworld shook his head. They are humanity's nightmare. In ancient times, they ruled over all. Humans and demon races were merely their food and slaves. They were the darlings of heaven and earth. Even the most inferior of their kind, upon maturity, equated to the human emperor realm, and with slight cultivation, could ascend to the earthly sovereign level. So terrifying? Bai Yue was astonished. Merely slight cultivation could yield an earthly sovereign? Does that mean the ancient alien sages are overwhelmingly numerous? The ancient past is far removed from the present, and it was only after becoming the emperor that I came to learn certain secrets. The ghost emperor of the underworld surveyed the surrounding alien races and remarked, I cannot discern the origins of these foreign beings. They belong to the Three-Eyed Demon clan, Lin Yang replied calmly. Among the alien races, they are merely mediocre. There is no need for concern. Is it not said that the ancient alien races have all been sealed away? What's going on? The ghost emperor of the underworld inquired repeatedly. Perhaps they feel emboldened and have come out seeking a fight, Lin Yang grinned. With an infinite reservoir of knowledge in his mind, he was well aware of the events of ancient times. He held no fondness for these brutal and terrifying ancient alien races. The foreign beings before them could clearly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Yang and his companions. They dared not offend them, only salivating in the shadows. Lin Yang showed little interest in these minor characters and pressed onward towards the depths of the cave. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. Cackling, cackling, a bait has arrived, echoed several terrifying voices from the deepest part of the cave. Let us grant them some benefits first. When they find themselves unable to escape, we shall ensnare them all at once. The crimson light of blood illuminated the appearance of a powerful alien entity on the throne. In this era of the fallen immortals, the true immortals of humanity had vanished, and even the great emperors were few and far between. It was time for our ancient alien races to re-emerge. The alien being bore 2 curved horns, 3 eyes, 6 arms, and wings on its back, with skin as red as hellish demons. In the past, those strongest humans shone brightly, forcing our myriad races into self-imposed seclusion. A profound humiliation. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is just. It is now the time for these damned insects to tremble. Back then, they were merely food and slaves. I still vividly remember the taste of those humans. It is enough to make one salivate. Particularly the females and their young, their flesh so tender. Their brain matter sweeter than any fine wine. Our myriad races are about to reclaim the earth and dominate the 8 realms. Slay the humans, enslave the humans. The cavern resonated with the roar of the 3-eyed demon clan, their murderous intent as vast as the sea. Cackling, cackling its humans. On the 7th level, a formidable warrior of the 3-eyed demon clan felt a surge of greed. After being sealed for countless years, the sight of delectable prey made his mouth water. Lord Tachika, shall we hunt them? They appear quite appetizing, except for that old one. A nearby, 3-eyed demon suggested. Humans are nothing now. The immortal realm is shattered, and they have no means to rely upon. Tachika sneered. Let us start with these little brats and show them who truly rules this world. He soared into the air, leading the demon army from the 7th level towards Lin Yang and his companions. Capture the boy and girl alive. The old one is not worth eating. Kill him outright. The girl is for Lord Tachika. No one is to touch her. The leading 3-eyed demon bellowed. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy. These minor characters were not worth his effort. But seeking their own demise was another matter entirely. How dare you say I am unappetizing? The ghost emperor of the underworld was even angrier, charging out. No, I'm not food at all. How dare you treat me as such? You grotesque creatures, perish. With his strength restored to the Holy King realm, his aura erupted forth, overwhelming the 3-eyed demons in the forefront. What? How can a mere human be this strong? Is this truly the era of fallen immortals? How can humans possess such power? The 3-eyed demons were astonished. Everyone step aside. Lord Tachika is about to strike. Several leaders of the 3-eyed demons shouted. How dare mere humans act fierce? With a furious roar, Tachika swung his halberd, sending the ghost emperor of the underworld retreating. The ghost emperor raised an eyebrow. Is this what the ancient alien races have come to? Tachika was furious and prepared to attack when he suddenly felt an overwhelming terror. He looked up to see Lin Yang's colossal finger descending. No! Tachika's hair stood on end as he screamed in terror. In the next moment, he was pinned to the ground by that immense finger, his body crushed and soul shattered. Master the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld witnessed Lin Yang's supreme power once more. Cold sweat streaming from his brow. Lin Yang coolly stated, do not waste time. That human boy, he killed Lord Tachika with a single finger? My heavens, what a terrifying existence. Is he truly a feeble human? The 3-eyed demons quaked in fear, collapsing to the ground, their bodies limp. Lin Yang had no desire to engage with these trivial creatures. He assumed Chen Zichuan and the others would manage the mess. He swiftly plunged deeper into the cavern, cutting down any who dared to obstruct him with a mere gesture. In the deepest part of the cave, the 3-eyed demon king savored the crimson, bloody liquor and asked indifferently, where have the bait gone? Have the humans regressed to a primitive state, unable to even pass the 4th level? Ha ha! The generals beneath the throne laughed heartily. Those weak insects, deprived of the protection of the immortals, pose no threat. They are fit only to be our slaves and food. Report. They have reached the 13th, not the 14th, 15th, 17th. The observing three-eyed demon's eyes widened in astonishment, stammering. Boom! Before he could finish, the ceiling collapsed upon him. The terrifying impact reduced him, the monitoring device, and surrounding dozens of three-eyed demons to a pulp of blood and flesh. On the throne, the three-eyed demon king sprang to his feet, his three eyes wide with fury. Someone has actually reached the 18th level so quickly. Chapter 43. Chaos was born from Pangu, and I stand even before Pangu. You human, you possess some skill. The three-eyed demon king sneered. This king has an eye for talent. Although you are merely a human, if you are willing to be my servant, I shall take you under my wing. In the future, when I dominate the world, your family need not perish. How about it? Lin Yang Skullfet, you? Indeed, just you. Indeed, just this king. The three-eyed demon king unleashed a terrifying aura, a wave of power, shaking the surroundings, instilling fear in all. My king is invincible. The many three-eyed demons roared wildly, feeling an immense pride. The three-eyed demon king lunged forward, aiming to slay Lin Yang. Lin Yang coldly smiled and raised his hand to strike. You dare to fight me barehanded? The three-eyed demon king laughed maniacally. Do you not know that humans are as fragile as paper compared to alien races? He unleashed his might, gathering the strength to move mountains and fill seas into his fist, shattering the void. Lin Yang stood unmoving in the heavens, indifferent. What? The three-eyed demon king was filled with horror. How can this be possible? Is this all you have? Lin Yang sneered. Not even enough to dust my clothes. With that, he raised his leg and kicked the three-eyed demon king away. Boom! The body of the three-eyed demon flew like a meteor, smashing the throne to pieces. Puff! The demon king coughed up blood, staring in shock at Lin Yang. Is there still such a terrifying powerhouse among humans? How can this be possible? Is this not the era of the fallen immortals? This is no longer the ancient era. Humanity has long risen, standing at the pinnacle of the 3,000 realms. Even if you ancient alien races revive, you can only bow your heads. Lin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, his voice cold and authoritative. Under the terrifying pressure, the three-eyed demon king's blood boiled with rage. A third horn sprouting from his head, his power surging. You are quite confident in your physical strength? Lin Yang grinned and stepped forward, flicking his finger to shatter the newly sprouted third horn of the three-eyed demon king. How is this possible? The three-eyed demon king was so terrified that his eyes nearly burst. The innate magical horn of the three-eyed demon royal family could even serve as material for crafting supreme imperial weapons, highlighting its incredible hardness. Yet, it was shattered with a mere flick of finger. Death! Lin Yang seized one of the horns of the three-eyed demon with both hands, exerting a slight force, and tore its body apart in two. Rip! The three-eyed demon king was split in half, blood splattering everywhere, its very soul dissipating. The three-eyed demon clan wailed in disbelief at the scene before their eyes. Their invincible monarch was so easily torn apart. How pathetic! Lin Yang shook his head. Do you truly believe that you can dominate the world with such weakness? It is utterly laughable. He looked indifferently at the blood-red-eyed, three-eyed demons, who harbored boundless malice toward him, and coldly uttered a single word: annihilate. As he spoke, a terrifying wave of destruction was unleashed. Anyone caught within its reach was instantly obliterated. No, I refuse to accept this. After countless years of being sealed away, I am to perish without even seeing the sun. The numerous three-eyed demons lamented. Yet they could not escape the fate of death brought on by the annihilating wave. The entire 18th layer of the underground cavern collapsed in an instant. Gulp! The ghost emperor of the underworld swallowed hard, although he understood Lin Yang's immense power. Witnessing such terrifying might for the first time left him in awe. The ghost emperor reminisced about his own time when he had ascended to the peak of power, serving as a great emperor for humanity. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, extending his hand to retrieve a glimmering object from the ruins. It was a small bronze tower, albeit incomplete. His consciousness delved into the small tower, and he raised an eyebrow, It was indeed a celestial tower. Each layer possessed its unique mystical abilities. The first layer could slow down the flow of time by 10,000 times. One day outside would equate to 10,000 days within, allowing for profound comprehension of the path of time. The second layer offered nearly infinite space for contemplating the path of space. The third layer demonstrated the genesis of chaos, directly illustrating the path of chaos. How many layers did this tower possess in its complete form? Lin Yang pondered. Young man, your vision is commendable. I am the chaos, celestial artifact, transcending all else. In the primordial era, even the celestial emperors yearned for a glimpse of me, but I deemed them unworthy. You are fortunate to have stumbled upon me. Should you acknowledge me as your master, I shall. The mysterious voice had not finished speaking when Lin Yang's hand abruptly yanked its spirit from the boundless chaos. The spirit of the tower, a small boy, was now being held aloft by Lin Yang. His face turned pale, panic-stricken, limbs flailing, baring his teeth and shouting, "How dare you treat your master like this? Chaos was born from Pangu, and I existed even before him. Do you know my worth? If you continue this way, I shall become enraged." "Oh, and what will happen if you become angry? Will you bare your teeth?" Lin Yang said. "Get lost." The small boy flailed his limbs, his face brimming with indignation. "If it weren't for being sealed for countless years and having my body shattered, even 1,000,000 celestial emperors would be blown away in one breath. How could I end up in your hands? My life is truly wretched," he lamented, though he did not fear Lin Yang. "You certainly have some audacity. Not afraid that I might kill you?" Lin Yang grinned. Hee. The boy stuck out his tongue at him, completely unconcerned. "Haven't I told you? Chaos was born from Pangu, and this tower existed before him. The 3,000 paths are mere nursery rhymes to me, and the river of time is nothing more than my footbath. I have long since transcended everything, beyond the confines of the laws, undying and eternal. Even now, though I have lost my offensive capabilities, no one can harm me. Unless, of course, you are Pangu reincarnated." He grinned, not taking Lin Yang seriously at all. "Is that so?" Lin Yang smirked, his hand reaching out to tickle the boy's feet. "Ah-ha-ha!" The boy struggled even more fervently, tears of laughter brimming in his eyes. "No, this isn't right. Ha-ha-ha! How can this be? Ha-ha! How can you possibly? Ha-ha! Make me feel something? Ha-ha!" He was internally horrified. He knew full well the extent of his own status. To be touched by anyone would mean they were among the strongest beings of all time. Not to mention someone who could invoke actual sensations. "If I can make you feel ticklish, I can certainly make you feel pain." Lin Yang laughed wickedly. "Don't think it difficult to kill you, even subjecting you to endless tickling. Can you withstand it?" I was wrong, wasn't I? Ha-ha. Please stop. Ha-ha. Stop it. Ha-ha. The boy was laughing so hard he nearly lost his breath. Only then did Lin Yang withdraw his hand. "What should you call me?" "Umph. You are indeed somewhat formidable. I shall begrudgingly accept you as my little brother." The boy continued to feign bravado. "It appears you're not very sincere." Lin Yang's finger beckoned, grinning at him. "Brother. Can't I just acknowledge you as my brother?" The boy's face turned pale with fear as he quickly screamed. Chapter 44. Those who dare to provocate will be killed. "You're quite perceptive." Lin Yang nodded, casting the boy aside. "With such a grand background, how did you end up shattered?" The tower spirit sighed. "I cannot recall clearly, but I vaguely remember it being related to a matter of great significance concerning the survival of the myriad realms. To regain my memories, I must reassemble the tower's body." Lin Yang nodded slightly. "Since you acknowledge me as your elder brother, I shall naturally seek out the tower's body for you." "Really?" The tower spirit's eyes brightened. "If the body could be recovered, it would be the best outcome. It could then reveal its supreme powers and restore its fragmented memories." "A gentleman's word." Lin Yang smiled, withdrawing his consciousness from the small tower. Looking back at the ghost emperor of the underworld, it seems there is no longer any threat here. "Let's depart." "All right." Bai Yue nodded. The ghost emperor was still immersed in shock, only now realizing. Are those humans still exploring downward? They had been so focused on breaching the cavern that they hadn't paid attention to those minor characters. However, even those minor characters. A playful smile crept onto his face. "Oomph. After just slaying the three-eyed demons on the fourth layer and acquiring some spirit stones and weapons, Chen Zichuan laughed heartily. He, what ancient alien races? They are simply pathetic. It is effortless to slaughter them. The sect leader is mighty. The sect leader is invincible. The elders following him fawned over him. Chen Zichuan furrowed his brow. However, why didn't Ti see that kid on the fourth layer? A holy king-level elder was protecting him. Surely, he didn't T perish on the fourth layer? It is not out of the question, considering how arrogant he is. An elder nearby sneered, but it's highly probable they've already descended to lower layers. Does this mean that the most powerful treasures within have already been plundered by him? The powerful beings who entered the cavern had blood-red eyes. The treasures they had gathered were already exceedingly precious, but these were merely what he left behind? Damn, when we meet him later, we must demand half of it. Exactly. Those who see it should share. This is a shared opportunity for all of us. Quite right. The ancient alien races are our common enemies. The treasures from their lair should rightfully be divided among us. These individuals were brimming with aggression as they broke through to the 8th layer. Why are these monsters growing stronger? If not for their dwindling numbers, we might not even pass the 7th layer. Indeed, there are even three-eyed demons of saint level in the 7th layer. Chen Zichuan and several other saints were drenched in blood, gasping for breath. The 7th layer is far too perilous. Kik. It seems humanity is not as formidable as one might think. On the 8th level, a Voldemort-like king drooled as he scrutinized Chen Zichuan and his companions. Just moments ago, Lin Yang had been terrifying, shattering the 8th level with a single strike. The king had hidden underground to avoid being obliterated by that blow. The fright had nearly shattered his courage, convincing him to remain in the depths forever. However, upon seeing Chen Zichuan and his entourage, he had a change of heart. Delicious food, here I come. The Voldemort king soared into the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. You insignificant ants dare to intrude upon the lair of my three-eyed demon clan? Become my sustenance. A king-level demon. How could this be? The strongest on the previous level was merely at the 3rd stage of a saint. How did he leap to the strength of a king so suddenly? Chen Zichuan and the others were left in a state of shock, frozen in midair. The three-eyed king paid them no mind, casually sweeping his hand to seize a human saint. In a single motion, he bit off the saint's head and crunched it in his mouth. Flee! The oppressive aura of the three-eyed king was too intense. The saints who had initially planned to join forces turned pale, abandoning any thought of retaliation, consumed by the instinct to escape. One after another, they were hunted down and devoured. Delicious, truly exquisite. The three-eyed king cackled madly. Despair enveloped all the humans. While the human race was not devoid of king-level powerhouses, they were far removed and unable to provide timely rescue. Chen Zichuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Why isn't he this guy feasting on that arrogant little brat from earlier? Could it be that he is an ancient alien spy? Before he could finish his lament, the three-eyed king was already upon him, poised to swallow Chen Zichuan whole. No! He cried out in despair. In the next instant, a radiant sword light burst forth, cleaving the three-eyed king's body in two. Blood splattered, and his soul was shattered. The panicked humans fell silent, dumbfounded at the sight. The terrifying three-eyed king had perished just like that. Lin Yang appeared nonchalantly alongside the Nether Ghost Emperor and Bai Yue. Thank you for your timely assistance, Senior. Some perceptive human cultivators bowed in gratitude. The terrified Chen Zichuan, seething with rage, exclaimed, You were clearly in front. Why weren't you attacked by the demon clan? The Nether Ghost Emperor shot him a glance, remarking, Saving someone like you is entirely unnecessary. With gritted fists, Chen Zichuan refrained from further protest. Yet, he resolved that once he emerged from the lair, he would sell the information to the powerful figures he knew. Be an ancient human spy or the numerous treasures within this lair, countless strong individuals would surely be interested in this little brat. At that point, as the information provider, he could at least reap some benefits, right? Lin Yang's gaze fell upon Chen Zichuan, signaling the Nether Ghost Emperor. The Nether Ghost Emperor grinned widely. Understood. I shall ensure a clean kill. What are you planning? You truly intend to strike against me? You traitors who ally with ancient alien races. Shen Zichuan screamed in terror. The surrounding surviving humans turned pale with fear. With a swift motion, the Nether Ghost Emperor restrained Chen Zichuan's arms, opening his mouth to draw out Chen Zichuan as his soul from the top of his head, swallowing it as if sipping tea. MMM. A saint's soul is indeed a nourishing delicacy. Lin Yang surveyed the nearby human cultivators, their faces ashen. Now, do any of you still wish to conspire against me? What? The multitude of cultivators could not fathom Lin Yang's ability to read their thoughts. Although they vocally denied it, inwardly they had made their choice. Lin Yang sneered coldly and nonchalantly waved his hand. The gust of his palm swept through, causing all who harbored malicious thoughts against him to explode into a mist of blood. You survivors exhibit decent character. The ancient alien stronghold is not a place for your level to meddle. Go forth, seek powerful allies to handle this matter, and do not mention anything related to me, lest you share the same fate as this blood mist. Lin Yang was disinclined to elaborate. Those who reached such a level of cultivation might be wicked, but they were not foolish. Even if a few fools existed, he was indifferent. If they dared provoke him, they would be dealt with. Chapter 45. A great calamity approaches for humanity. My sister is missing. So formidable. Moreover, this immense power is wielded with meticulous control. The Nether Ghost Emperor marveled from the sidelines. The longer he accompanied Lin Yang, the deeper his admiration grew. His master was decisive in vengeance. And had he been born 1,000,000 years earlier, he would undoubtedly have become the leader of the demonic path. He envisioned vanquishing all so-called prodigies of the righteous path, crushing those hypocritical old-timers entirely. After soaring out of the lair, Lin Yang directed his flight towards the Lin clan. The awakening of ancient alien races was undoubtedly monumental news, and it was wise to inform his father, the King of Hell. Where are we headed, Master? The Nether Ghost Emperor inquired, increasingly alarmed. The territories of the Sky Vault were significant, with the density of spiritual energy increasing towards the center. Therefore, the mightiest forces typically established their headquarters in the innermost regions. Now, they had flown beyond the third ring favored by dominant powers and entered the second ring of the Sky Vault. Could it be that my master hails from an imperial clan? The Nether Ghost Emperor's heart raced with excitement. A force that had produced an extreme Tao Emperor was qualified to be termed a dominant force. Moreover, higher-tier imperial clans, prior to the age of celestial destruction, must have been forces that produced true immortals. Such a transcendent force would have emperors aplenty within, exuding invincibility and unparalleled supremacy even after the celestial fall. Yet, he was unsure which imperial clan it could be. He murmured to himself, the Lin and Yi clans frequently produce emperors. In the 8 Desolations domain alone, there are no fewer than 5 imperial clans established by these two surnames. As Lin Yang continued his swift flight, he showed no signs of slowing down. Master, we are about to cross into the territory of the second ring of the Sky Vault. Further ahead lies the exclusive domain of the 8 Desolation sovereigns. The Nether Ghost Emperor repeatedly cautioned. Lin Yang glanced back at him. After 1,000,000 years of being a remnant soul, has your intellect also diminished? The Nether Ghost Emperor was taken aback. I must ask you, who is the sovereign of the 8 Desolations? Lin Yang inquired with a light smile. That would naturally be the Undying Lin. In the next moment, the Nether Ghost Emperor shrieked, the Undying Lin clan. You hail from the Undying Lin clan. Even 1,000,000 years ago, during the battle between the righteous and demonic paths, he could only look up to the Undying Lin clan. After all, as the sovereign of the 8 Desolations, the Undying Lin clan was exceedingly transcendent. The battle between the righteous and demonic paths was a trivial matter, resulting in the deaths of only a few emperors, hardly worth their concern. Lin Yang smiled sleekly, choosing not to elaborate as he flew into the territory of the Undying Lin clan. To think I would have the privilege of stepping into the Undying Lin clan in this lifetime. The Nether Ghost Emperor felt a shiver run down his spine. As they descended before the entrance of the Lin clan, the young clan leader had returned. It is the young clan leader. The gatekeeping saints were immensely excited. Bowing in unison, we welcomed the young master back home. The Nether Ghost Emperor trembled all over, his blood surging with exhilaration. His lips quivered as he gazed at Lin Yang, unable to believe it. Why young master? The entire undying Lin clan's young master? Does that mean he is destined to be the new sovereign of the endless 8 desolations? He marveled in trepidation, unaware of what virtue he possessed to have inadvertently latched onto the mightiest figure in the 8 desolations. Where's my father? Lin Yang directly inquired. The clan head is in the council hall, reportedly dealing with some troublesome matters. Several of our elders have gone there, responded the gatekeeping saint respectfully. Very well. Lin Yang nodded, leading the Nether Ghost Emperor and Bai Yu Wei towards the council hall. Why have the ancient alien races suddenly awakened? They must have sensed something. The path to ascension might soon be reopened, and they yearn to claim the destiny of this era, unwilling to be sealed away by humanity once more. Within the council hall, the prominent figures of the Lin clan and several guests from the Undying Forces were engaged in discussion. The empress of the immortal Phoenix dynasty, along with several heads of prominent families, displayed an air of discomfort. After all, their last visit to the Lin clan nearly ended with them being devoured by the 3-generational immortal emperor. They harbored psychological scars concerning the 8 desolations realm. The conjecture of the Qingqiu fairy was indeed astute. Lin Tanyuan nodded gravely, stating, according to the divinations of Elder Tianji, the era of immortal fall is nearing its conclusion. The path to immortality shall soon be reopened. Yes, our human race has recently birthed numerous unparalleled prodigies, further validating this notion. The empress of the immortal Phoenix dynasty cast a proud glance at the girl behind her. The girl, veiled, revealed only a pair of phoenix-like eyes that brimmed with the profundity of the flame path, fierce yet exquisite, making it difficult to gaze directly at her. The golden age was upon them, and prodigies were emerging one after another. These prodigies were destined to become the pillars of the future human race. The leaders of these immortal factions expressed their sentiments. Indeed, among the ancient prodigies born in recent years, the commotion stirred by your Lin clan back in the day was the most significant. The head of the Ji family smirked at Lin Tianyuan. The leaders of the immortal factions reminisced about that fateful day, haunted by the terror of being dominated by the 3-generational immortal emperor. Indeed, the noise was indeed substantial. It remains etched in my memory, nodded the emperor of the Xianqin dynasty. Back then, Lin Yang's talent test was interrupted by the 3-generational immortal emperor. Yet the anomalies surrounding his birth suggest he is undoubtedly the greatest of the ages. The Ji family head praised, feeling a sense of pride due to his brother's son's prowess. However, prowess is ultimately gauged by strength. Interjected the empress of the Phoenix dynasty with a cool demeanor. Lin Tianyuan had once wished for Lin Yang to form alliances with her esteemed prodigies and the 9-tailed fox of Qingqiu, which had greatly displeased her. A grievance she had not forgotten. I wonder how far the young phoenix of the Lin family and the Qilin child have progressed in their cultivation. Upon her inquiry, all eyes turned to her, revealing their deep interest in the matter. Lin Tianyuan's expression faltered. Perhaps they should have attained sainthood by now? What do you mean by perhaps? The Ji family had exclaimed incredulously. Yes, clan leader, a great catastrophe looms over our race, and the path to immortality is about to reopen. Your son, having received the blessings of the great Tao, is likely destined to become a leader among the younger generation of our people. Now is not the time for modesty, the emperor of the Xianqin dynasty urged repeatedly. Indeed, the other leaders of immortal factions concurred. It is not that I intend to conceal the truth. Rather, I am also uncertain. Lin Tianyuan sighed. My son possesses a carefree disposition and has been away from the Lin clan for a decade. He utilized the void great shift to depart, making it impossible for even a saint to trace him. I have not seen him for 10 years. Huh? This revelation left everyone stunned, their minds reeling. The void great shift. Old Lin, are you serious? That technique is exclusive to saints. The Ji family head's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 years ago, Lin Yang was merely 8 years old, right? An 8-year-old saint. Madness. Lin Tianyuan forced a smile. I anticipated your disbelief. I find it absurd myself. Perhaps it is due to some secret techniques? The Empress of the Immortal Phoenix frowned. To achieve the void great shift, the minimum requirement is to be at the level of a heavenly sovereign, correct? An 8-year-old reaching that level? It is utterly preposterous. The leaders of the immortal factions sighed in resignation. Cough. This inquiry can only be directed at Lin Yang himself. Speculating is futile. The Ji family head waved his hand. Turning to Lin Tianyuan, what did you? Are you unaware of her circumstances as well? Did she also utilize the void great shift to escape? Lin Tianyuan shook his head. On that day, she left with Lin Yang, and like my son, she has not returned for 10 years. Suddenly, the door was thrust open with a resounding crash. The leaders of the immortal factions were startled, their brows furrowed in unison. They beheld a youth resembling a celestial being striding forth, his tone urgent. Jiuyu has not returned. What on earth has transpired? Chapter 46. No one dares to confine the Lin clan's cherished daughter for 10 years. Lin Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes lit up with ecstatic joy. My dear son, you have finally returned. The assembly turned to him, their initial discontent replaced with a palpable gravity and curiosity. Was this the legendary, celestial being destined for the blessings of the great Tao? Even the immortal Phoenix Princess, who seemed impervious to emotion, and the cold-hearted nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu found themselves momentarily entranced by Lin Yang's presence. My fire phoenix, I cannot discern his cultivation level. The fire phoenix princess felt an overwhelming sense of seriousness. This was her first encounter with a peer whose strength eluded her perception. She raised her proud, snow-white neck, igniting a fierce determination within her. He can stir my desires? The nine-tailed fox of Qingxiu was even more astounded. I have mastered the art of seduction, evoking emotions in others while remaining impervious myself. Yet, after a mere glance at Lin Yang, I nearly succumbed to desire. He did not even glance my way, yet I found myself enchanted in reverse. She questioned her very existence, yet her pride as a nine-tailed fox prevented her from yielding. Not only they, but the leaders of the immortal factions were equally unable to perceive Lin Yang's current strength, exchanging curious glances. Lin Yang, however, paid them no heed. Striding directly towards Lin Tianyuan, his voice laced with urgency. What has happened to Jiuyu? He had left protective measures on his sister, and he sensed that these measures had not been activated, indicating that she had not encountered any danger. Yet, given her deep love for her family, how could she have been absent for 10 years? Something was amiss. Did Jiuyu not accompany you? Lin Tianyuan's expression grew solemn. At that time, due to Lin Jiuyu revealing the 3-generational immortal sword, all emperor-level experts from the Lin clan had been summoned to the ancestral grounds for a meeting. Only saint-level experts remained within the Lin clan. Lin Yang's sudden display of strength led to his instantaneous disappearance via the void great shift, making it impossible to track him. Moreover, since Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu had departed together, it was assumed they were in each other's company. Most importantly, both had been equipped with protective measures, and since those measures remained untriggered, there was no immediate urgency to search for them. After all, in the world of cultivation, even a brief retreat could span centuries. 10 years was but a fleeting moment. Lin Yang closed his eyes, sensing the mark he had left on his sister, then prepared to turn and leave. Lin clan child, where do you think you're going? You barge in without a greeting while we, the immortal leaders, are convening? Your departure is rather impolite. The Empress Feng Xiuhuang and the head of the Jiang family furrowed their brows. He must be anxious to search for his sister. The Ji family head, Ji Wuming, interjected, defending Lin Yang. Our discussions are of no concern to my dear son. Why must you nag him? Lin Tianyuan frowned, responding sharply. The head of the Jiang family felt displeased, but had no choice but to endure. The Lin clan's foundation was formidable compared to the Jiang family. Wait! From behind the head of the Jiang family, a stern-faced youth stepped forward, wearing a feigned humble smile. I have long heard of the child of the Lin clan being celebrated by the great Tao for his remarkable talents, unrivaled across the 3,000 realms. I have awaited this opportunity for some time. Why don't we engage in a friendly spar, so I may witness the true worth of the great Tao's blessings before you depart? You are unworthy. Lin Yang shook his head, not pausing in his stride. Such a blatant disregard is unbecoming of you, Lin Xiaodi. The Jiang youth, Jiang Linfan, narrowed his brows, his gaze sharp. All the leaders wish to witness your prowess. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to demonstrate his own might, showcasing the power of a saint. Just as Lin Tianyuan was about to reprimand him, a single word rang out, "Leave." Lin Yang turned back, indifference radiating from him as a surge of killing intent sliced through the space. With just a glance, he shattered the aura of the saint, causing Jiang Linfan to vomit blood and be sent flying. If it weren't for the intervention of the head of the Jiang family, he would have been rendered a cripple. Such a malicious young man. The head of the Jiang family was filled with fury. Although the Jiang family lacked a bit of the profound heritage, they had yet to produce any peerless prodigies. And Jiang Linfan had already emerged as one of the few talents the Jiang family could showcase. At merely 100 years old, he had achieved sainthood. This rising star, almost crippled. How could he not be enraged? What? Are you dissatisfied with my son? Lin Tianyuan chuckled. Why don't we have a friendly spar? After the fall of the 3 lives immortal emperor, some who infiltrated the 8 desolate realms to seek fortune bore the shadow of the Jiang family. The Lin family's Qilin son is indeed extraordinary. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Qingdao, coldly clasped his hands and returned to his seat. He had no courage to confront Lin Tianyuan. This man had fought through the 8 desolate realms, vanquishing countless powerful beings who coveted the immortal empress remains, earning an iron-blooded reputation. This battle revealed the immense foundation of the Lin family, firmly establishing them among the top tier of the current immortal forces. Truly powerful and intriguing. The princess of the undying Phoenix dynasty had flames of excitement in her eyes. Since my birth, I have been invincible, never tasting defeat. Even the elders and powerful beings can no longer contend with me. It has been a long time since I encountered such a formidable opponent. She was filled with exhilaration, her fighting spirit soaring. However, she also understood that Lin Yang was currently anxious about finding his sister, thus refraining from making a move, waiting for Lin Yang to return for a fair battle. He didn't even cast a glance at me. The 9-tailed fox from Qingqiu found it unbelievable. With her innate 9-tailed, charming body, she naturally exuded an endless charm that even leaders of immortal forces found hard to resist. Yet throughout the entire encounter, Lin Yang hadn't looked at her once. Well. As fellow ancient prodigies, how could one lack a competitive spirit? The competitive heart of the 9-tailed fox was ignited, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I am keen to see who among us will fall for whom first. Remarkable. Jiang Linfan was renowned in the Jiang family, achieving sainthood in a century. Had it not been for this golden age, where prodigies emerged in succession, he would undoubtedly be a figure of unparalleled prominence. Yet he was nearly rendered a cripple at a mere glance. The Qilin son of the Lin family, celebrated by the great Tao, is indeed terrifying. My curiosity about his true strength intensifies. The leaders of various immortal forces were filled with immense anticipation. Only Lin Tianyuan, at this moment, was entirely unconcerned about Lin Yang's cultivation level. His thoughts were solely on the safe return of him and his precious daughter. He secretly transmitted, "Everyone follow closely. I wish to see what kind of place dares to confine my daughter for 10 years. If it is a person, scatter him to ashes. If it is a barrier, then shatter its very foundation, leaving not a single blade of grass behind." Within the Lin family, numerous terrifying wills stirred, their momentum fierce. They intended to proclaim to the heavens, "No one dares to confine the prodigal daughter of the immortal Lin family for a decade." Chapter 47. Fragment of the Ancient Celestial Court. Why are you still a little lowly? Whoosh! Lin Yang executed the great shift of the universe, stepping forth to cover millions of miles in an instant. Such incredible speed. The formidable beings of the Lin family were astonished. This pace was so terrifying that even they struggled to keep up. The young master's exact strength was uncertain, but at the very least, this evasion technique was unparalleled across the realm. The Lin family's experts were filled with emotion. Soon, Lin Yang arrived near the sensing point of Lin Jiuyu. What is this place? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. It appeared ordinary, not resembling a place capable of confining anyone. The young master halted. Could it be that the young princess was trapped here? The Lin family experts were perplexed. Even with their cultivation levels, they could not discern the situation immediately. Lin Yang's consciousness swept forth, a terrifying will penetrating all, discerning the illusory. Soon, he located his sister's specific position. With a swift motion, he tore apart the fabric of space, revealing a vast chasm stretching 10,000 feet deep, and then he directly entered the abyss. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Hidden within the depths of the abyss was a floating island. The island was suffused with the essence of the primordial, radiant with celestial light. And countless rays of dawn fell like a divine realm. At the center stood the most majestic palace, adorned with a golden plaque inscribed with the words Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Heavenly Emperor Palace? Could this be the legendary fragments of the ancient celestial court? The young master had inadvertently discovered such an ultimate fortune. To covertly protect Lin Yang, the accompanying Lin family experts were filled with trepidation yet excitement. After the collapse of the path to immortality, an ultimate battle erupted between the ancient alien celestial courts and the human celestial courts, resulting in the alien defeat and the sealing of myriad races. From then on, the human celestial court dominated the 3,000 realms, becoming the singular sovereign. However, after the ancient myriad race celestial court was shattered, its fragments scattered across the 3,000 realms, making them nearly impossible to find. Now, this site of the Heavenly Emperor Palace bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions of the myriad race celestial court. How did the young master stumble upon this place? Could it be that the young princess has been trapped within the fragments of the ancient celestial court for the past decade? The expressions of the Lin family experts turned grave. If indeed a top-tier ancient alien being still existed, they would need to proceed with caution. After all, that organization once commanded the entirety of the 3,000 realms. Intriguing. Lin Yang stood indifferently upon the floating Heavenly Emperor Island. Who dares to trespass upon my Heavenly Emperor Island? Ants perish. After the death of the ancient myriad races, the indomitable will manifested as war spirits, erupting with boundless terror, forming a battle formation aimed at Lin Yang's sweeping advance. The young master is in danger. The Lin family experts were about to act when a cold snort resonated through the heavens and earth. Boom! The terrifying battle formation of the myriad races' residual souls was shattered into mist and dispersed by Lin Yang's mere cold snort. This scene left the Lin family experts dumbfounded. The young master is so powerful, though those residual souls were but a shadow of their former glory. They were not something an 18-year-old boy could contend with. Even if this boy is an ancient prodigy, astonishing, utterly astonishing, my Lin family's Qilin son shall undoubtedly illuminate the myriad realms, perhaps even become the sovereign of humanity. The Lin family experts were filled with excitement, their eyes ablaze. Lin Yang coldly declared, "Regardless of what malevolent spirits or ghostly phantoms you are, surrender my sister, or I shall annihilate everything, leaving you to beg for death." The terrifying roar echoed through the space. Deep within the Heavenly Emperor Palace, enveloped in divine liquid and ensnared in slumber, Lin Jiuyu was abruptly awakened by the sound of her brother's voice. "It's my brother's voice." Lin Jiuyu emerged from the divine liquid, her head spinning as she gazed at the exquisite wine on the table, bewildered. "How long have I been his empress sister? I truly do not wish to languish." Lin Yang, puzzled, approached and placed his hand on Lin Jiuyu's shoulder. After circulating his spiritual energy through her body, he felt reassured. His sister was indeed unharmed. However, he could not fathom why she still retained the appearance of a young girl, as if she had not aged a day over the years. What on earth transpired? Lin Yang inquired. Although Lin Jiuyu was equally perplexed, she recounted the events in detail. No wonder it turned out that for the past decade, she had been in a deep slumber, entirely immersed in divine liquid. Lin Yang nodded. What? Has a whole decade truly passed? Lin Jiuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. I slept for 10 years. Indeed, Lin Yang affirmed. moving to the table to examine the remaining contents of the wine jar with his divine sense. You are fortunate, having gained a tremendous opportunity. He smiled faintly. This wine is not something just anyone can partake in. What great opportunity! A full decade without cultivation. 10 years. Lin Jiuyu was nearly driven to madness. She would be left far behind by her elder brother. For someone like her, who felt guilty after merely 3 days of slumber, the thought of sleeping for 10 years was simply intolerable. Do not fret. Can you sense the energy within your body? Lin Yang encouraged with a smile. Lin Jiuyu paused, then quickly turned her focus inward, discovering that her innate talent had undergone a terrifying refinement, becoming extraordinarily pure. She could no longer ascertain its rank, but it was undoubtedly at least one tier more powerful than it had been a decade ago. Remember, she possessed the foundation of an immortal. Yes, every cell in my body is brimming with boundless energy, with just a bit of activation. Lin Jiuyu attempted to draw upon the energy within her cells. Boom! A torrent of formidable energy surged forth, as if the traces of the Tao were inscribed in her very genes. Lin Jiuyu's realm surged rapidly. King S realm, 3rd layer. King S realm, 9th layer. Emperor S realm, 4th layer. Emperor S realm, 9th layer. Heavenly Lord S realm, 5th layer. Heavenly Lord S realm, 9th layer. There was no sign of stopping. Rather, her realm surged faster and faster, astonishing all. Several powerful members of the Lin clan watched, their hearts trembling. This rate of advancement is simply terrifying. Will it destabilize the young lady's foundation? Should we? This is the young princess's great opportunity. We should not interfere. The young clan leader has a broad vision and will naturally make the right decision. Indeed, we trust the young clan leader. Heavenly Sovereign S realm, 6th layer. Heavenly Sovereign S realm, 9th layer. Buzz. The awe-inspiring aura of a sage emanated from Lin Jiuyu's brow, as the Tao of the sun and moon flowed within her eyes, propelling her into the realm of sages. The Tao of the sun and moon? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and nodded. Quite impressive. If developed properly, you may very well achieve the status of an unparalleled emperor through the path of time. The so-called unparalleled emperor is one who has cultivated a particular Tao to its utmost. To enter the sage realm, one merely needs to grasp a foundational Tao. To achieve emperor status, one must master the true great Tao. Among the 3,000 great Taos, the most formidable are the Tao of chaos, the Tao of time, and the Tao of space. Those who achieve unparalleled emperor status through these 3 paths are considered the most exceptional prodigies throughout history. Their cultivation will not merely cease at that level. Buzz. Lin Yang extended his palm, halting the frenzied energy surging within Lin Jiuyu. Sage realm, 9th layer. That shall suffice. After 10 years of slumber, your body has accumulated enough foundation to withstand the transition from the sovereign realm to the sage realm. However, if you push further, it may impact your future cultivation. Nevertheless, the energy within you is already sufficiently profound. As long as your understanding of the laws is on point, you will naturally ascend. Your future cultivation speed will be unparalleled. Even other ancient prodigies will only be able to chase your shadow. Really? Lin Jiuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. What mattered most to her were her family and her cultivation. Only with formidable strength could she protect her parents and elder brother. Indeed, Lin Yang grinned. If he were not burdened by the slothful system, he would be envious of his sister. You despise slumber and idleness, yet your progress relies entirely upon sleep and idleness. How amusingly ironic. Lin Jiuyu huffed, wishing to retort, but found that Lin Yang's words were undeniably true. From the king to the sovereign, her advancement was due to Lin Yang's method of slothful slumber, breaking through after merely 3 days of sleep. Then, she inadvertently entered the heavenly emperor's palace, and merely inhaling the fragrance of that wine propelled her from the sovereign realm to the king's realm. After consuming the exquisite wine, a decade of sleep catapulted her from the king's realm all the way to the sage realm, 9th layer. It could be said that her cultivation was entirely reliant on sleep. No, how could this be? Lin Jiuyu lamented. She had always believed that strength must be earned through her own efforts. Ah. Lin Yang chuckled at Lin Jiuyu's woeful expression. But brother, what is this wine? How could it possess such miraculous effects? Is my fortune truly that extraordinary? Lin Jiuyu scratched her head. Of course not. Lin Yang's gaze turned cold as he looked toward the throne behind the table, where a withered, grayish skeleton of a foreign entity sat, speaking coldly. What? Old wretch, did you scheme against my sister, hoping to feign death to escape responsibility? Chapter 49. Ancient Secrets, the Unparalleled Beauty of the Serpent Empress. A profound silence descended, no echo in response. Brother, he has no life force whatsoever. Lin Jiuyu felt a twinge of confusion. Yet her trust in Lin Yang had reached its zenith, leaving no room for doubt. If he truly schemed against me, why has he not acted even after a decade? Do you think you fell into this pond on your own after getting drunk? Lin Yang scoffed. This jar of celestial intoxication was concocted from the essences of all the powerful beings within the fragments of the ancient heavenly court, combined with miraculous herbs and divine materials. Just a drop is enough to allow a mortal to reverse their fate and ascend. The one who had the qualifications to brew this celestial intoxication must have surpassed the realm of unparalleled emperor in life. Surpassed the unparalleled emperor. Then, could be a true immortal? Lin Jiuyu gasped in disbelief. The accompanying Lin clan warriors were equally astonished. In this era of celestial demise, those who could walk the earth were at most unparalleled emperors. If a true immortal were to awaken, it would spell great trouble. Their expressions turned grave. Not necessarily. Lin Yang shook his head, glancing at the decayed skeleton. This skeleton may also belong to a heavenly emperor. I suspect that after the ancient heavenly court's defeat, this alien heavenly emperor, as one of the surviving beings, sought to reverse fate and restore the heavenly court. However, by then, the path to immortality had been severed, making it impossible to ascend. Thus, he paid an immense price to concoct this celestial intoxication, hoping to achieve immortality and lead the ancient races to suppress humanity. What? The Lin clan warriors were astounded. Such audacity, such resolve from the alien heavenly emperor. But why did he not consume it himself, and instead leave it for me to drink? Lin Jiuyu questioned. Did the jar of wine appear full when you arrived? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. No. Lin Jiuyu shook her head firmly. Then her eyes brightened. I understand. It was after this ancient alien heavenly emperor consumed the celestial intoxication and forcefully attempted to break through to true immortality, that he ultimately became this withered bone. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. His sister was indeed clever. Gulp. The numerous Lin clan warriors trembled at the thought that the young master had inadvertently unveiled a startling ancient secret, one concerning the alien heavenly emperor and true immortality. I must inform the clan and summon true supreme beings to suppress this. The Lin clan warriors decisively resolved to send word. However, they soon realized that the fragments of the ancient heavenly court had somehow activated the ancient heavenly path, sealing off the space completely, rendering communication impossible. Indeed, something was amiss. The formidable warrior of the Lin clan furrowed his brow. It seems I must rely on brute strength to shatter this law. How can a mere shard of the ancient heavenly court, after enduring countless ages, withstand my full force? They brimmed with confidence. As the backbone of the Lin clan and its elite fighters, they could stand their ground even amidst the great wars of the ancient heavenly court. After his failed assault, he left a contingency plan. Lin Yang pointed to the remnants of alcohol on the table. As long as one possesses the foundation for ascension, consuming the immortal's wine and then refining their foundation with the divine fluid transformed from the heavenly emperor's power can allow for possession. Upon rebirth, one could swiftly regain the might of the heavenly emperor. Heavens! Lin Jiuyu felt a chill run through her. Unbeknownst to her, she had been ensnared in such a grand scheme. The world of cultivating immortals was fraught with peril. Were it not for the backing of the Lin clan and her extraordinarily gifted brother, she would have perished without a trace, oblivious to her fate. Believing it to be a tremendous opportunity, Lin Yang sneered. You managed to remain composed, but alas, had you seized possession earlier, I would have discovered my sister trapped here. The protective mechanism he had placed on her ensured that even the heavenly emperor could not harm her in the slightest, instead alerting him. Creak! The decayed skeletal figure could no longer contain itself, its fingers trembling with rage. Roar! The hollow eye sockets of the skeleton reignited, skin beginning to form anew. The oppressive aura of the ancient heavenly emperor descended once more. In but a breath, her skin gleamed like snow, her brows and eyes as icy as winter. The garments adorning her body disintegrated under the weight of time. Where there should have been long, graceful legs, a serpent's tail, covered in azure scales, emerged. Her beauty was so exquisite that even the heavens would envy it, and her power was such that it shattered the surrounding space. The ancient serpent people, Lin Yang noted, the ancient serpent people held a prestigious status, far beyond the mundane, three-eyed demon clans. Curse you, little creature. How do you know everything? The enchanting serpent woman began with a mocking tone. My plan was on the verge of success, only to be disrupted by you, become a sacrifice for the revival of my ancient kin. Her stunning visage twisted with fury. After laying plans for countless ages, to have them unraveled by mere words in an instant, especially at the moment of imminent success, who would not be infuriated? Her resolve had already been tempered enough to endure until now. To hell with you. In her wrath, the alluring serpent woman struck, causing the entire heavenly emperor's palace to resonate. Brother, Lin Jiuyu's expression grew anxious. This was once the heavenly emperor. Even if her power was but a fraction of what it once was, it could still rival the mightiest of the current era. Lin Yang stood resolutely, a slight smile adorning his face, remaining silent. In the next moment, a mere alien dares to harm my young master? Begone! A resounding voice echoed, the aura of the ultimate path, overwhelming, suffocating in its terror. One after another, formidable figures emerged from the void. These were the elite warriors of the Lin clan. Heh! The enchanting serpent woman chuckled coldly, her gaze grave. 9 supreme emperors. 33 quasi-emperors. The human race has indeed thrived after usurping the status of my kin. This assembly was incredibly extravagant. During the age of celestial destruction, it could annihilate any force. Even those of imperial descent, merely a tier below the immortal clans, would gasp in awe and concede. Humph! With the myriad clans in disarray, enslaving and feasting upon humanity, their destruction is but divine will. Why waste words on these remnants? The clan leader has decreed that anyone daring to imprison my young princess shall be reduced to ashes. Kill! The eyes of these supreme and quasi-emperors were cold and merciless, their strikes lethal. The immortal Lin clan? In ancient times, I encountered your ancestors by lineage. I am your forebear, so show me some respect. The enchanting serpent woman sneered. Though she had once been an unparalleled heavenly emperor, the endless eons had silenced her, and it was impossible to contend against 9 supreme emperors and 33 quasi-emperors simultaneously. However, before concocting the immortal's wine, she had thoroughly grasped the fragment of the heavenly court, able to summon the remnants of the ancient heavenly court's laws. Boom! The might of this fragment surged into the serpent woman, and she erupted in the splendor of her former glory, clashing head-on with the 9 supreme emperors, surprisingly holding her ground. Interesting, Lin Yang remarked, assessing the spectacle. The battle between the revived heavenly emperor and the current emperors was terrifying, shattering space and transforming the celestial palace into ruins. Countless miles of space roiled, the laws and principles in turmoil. What a powerful, ancient heavenly emperor. The warriors of the Lin clan marveled. They were not anxious. This withered, lifeless emperor was bound to be defeated by their assembly, merely requiring time to wear her down. Lin Yang stretched, nearly dozing off. His lazy nature inclined him toward observation rather than action. Yet, witnessing the slow pace of the battle, he realized he must intervene to finish quickly and return home for some rest. Lin Yang shook his head. Uncles, you may withdraw for now. These supreme emperors were his uncles, while the quasi-emperors were skilled members of the Lin clan's collateral branches. Little Yang, this is the revived heavenly emperor. We shall carve a path for you to depart first. This battle may very well result in the heavens collapsing and the entire fragment of the heavenly court shattering. His third uncle, Lin Yang, stated, "Uncle Dong, what I mean is you should step back and allow me to take over." Lin Yang replied, exasperated. It seemed his elders believed he sought to flee first. Although the quasi-emperors were collateral, they were still family. If the Serpent Emperor were to retaliate upon nearing death, the Supreme Emperors would find it easy to escape with a few quasi-emperors, and he could not bear to witness such an event unfold. What? Lin Yaodong's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Lin Yang grinned widely, offering no further explanation as he ascended, positioning himself at the very center of the conflict between the Lin clan and the Serpent Emperor. Dongji, the 9 Lin clan emperors were alarmed. This was the epicenter of a battle at the level of Supreme Emperors. Even the slightest ripple could lead to annihilation. Yet Lin Yang stood there, nonchalantly, his expression weary, utterly relaxed. "Curse you, little brat. You have ruined my grand plan, and now you dare stand before me so brazenly? I will end you." The Serpent Empress, incensed, lashed out, her serpent tail striking toward Lin Yang. Danger! The Supreme Emperors were frantic. Lin Yang was the Lin clan's prodigy, the pillar of humanity for the next 3,000 realms. There could be no room for error. Trust li to Yang, Lin Yao dong gestura dismissively. He is the young master of the immortal Lin clan, the protagonist of humanity's great calamity. He possesses the extraordinary resolve and decisiveness to handle this. The other warriors of the Lin clan had fallen silent, for they bore witness to a scene that left them dumbfounded. Lin Yang had seized the Serpent Empress's tail in his hand. Slippery, slimy, how utterly disgusting. Lin Yang frowned, squeezing with force. The Serpent Empress's expression shifted from a flush to agonizing pain, twisting painfully. With a resounding pop, Lin Yang shattered her serpent tail, which had been tempered over endless years into an indestructible weapon. Damned lowly human. The Serpent Empress's eyes turned blood red. For the serpent people, the tail was a uniquely significant organ. To have it crushed was a profound humiliation. Aware of her inability to contend, she poured everything into unleashing her innate secret technique, dream manifestation. These high-ranking alien beings possessed their own racial innate techniques, immensely powerful, serving as their trump cards. Buzz. The world within Lin Yang's gaze transformed. The Serpent Empress morphed into a human form, breathtakingly beautiful, unclad, pressing against Lin Yang. "Brother, let us share a slumber together. There is so much we need to discuss." Lin Yang's gaze was gentle as he replied, "All right." "Humph. The male of humanity cannot resist such illusions." The Serpent Empress scoffed, feigning cooperation while preparing to unleash a final, desperate attack, intending to take Lin Yang down with her. Come. Within the illusion, the Serpent Empress exuded a wild sensuality, an irresistible allure. Lin Yang played along with her fantasy, further igniting her excitement. Alas, after their encounter, Lin Yang sighed. "What troubles you?" The Empress inquired, perplexed. "Oh, my dear enchantress, I had hoped you would aid me in my cultivation. Unfortunately, your illusion is far too feeble. Even when I willingly immerse myself, it could not sway my iron will in the slightest." Lin Yang shook his head. "It seems my determination has reached its zenith. No one can assist me further in my training. Truly, invincibility is a lonely endeavor." What? The Empress realized she had been deceived, her fury causing her hair to stand on end. "My beauty is flawless, my illusions undeniable. I possess the innate talents of a celestial emperor. How could you? How could you?" In her utmost rage, she trembled, even bursting into tears, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness after an eternity of existence. To be powerless was one thing, but to be so thoroughly humiliated was another. Her most prized talent, the secret arts of her lineage, failed to assist her even when Lin Yang willingly succumbed to her allure. "You believe yourself beautiful?" Lin Yang chucklet, delivering a single punch that cleaved the Serpent Empress in twain. "I apologize for not allowing you to fully enjoy yourself." In her final moments, the Serpent Empress comprehended the vast chasm between herself and Lin Yang. She understood deeply that as long as he existed, The alien races would never rise again in this era of celestial demise. In a fit of desperation, she detonated the fragments of the celestial court, unleashing a mysterious wave that rippled outward. What message are you sending to those ancient alien races? Lin Yang frowned, swiftly interpreting the ebbing energy. Chapter 51. Do not emerge, do not emerge, do not emerge. Buzzing. At the cost of the celestial court shattering, a terrifying message was transmitted at great speed. Lin Yang's will quickly grasped and deciphered the content. Do not emerge. Do not emerge. Do not emerge. What? Lin Yang chuklet, intrigued by the Serpent Empress's celestial message. He did not hinder the transmission of this wave. After all, if the ancient races truly received this warning and abandoned their plans to emerge, it would spare him considerable trouble. After all, the emergence of the ancient races would spell disaster for humanity, making it exceedingly difficult for him to indulge in the mortal realm or enjoy peaceful slumber at home. You are truly arrogant. As the life of the Serpent Empress flickered out, she murmured softly. Her consciousness faded entirely. Lin Yang turned to Lin Jiuyu. Let us go. The Lin clan is bustling today. We may still catch the feast. With so many immortals from various realms attending, Father, who is quite fond of grandeur, would undoubtedly host a lavish banquet with exquisite food and wine. The thought alone filled him with anticipation. All right, Lin Jiuyu echoed, equally eager. Having slept for a decade, she had nearly forgotten the taste of fine delicacies. Following her 2 recent awakenings, her mindset had shifted considerably, leading her to embrace Lin Yang's philosophy. Only through indulgence can one grow stronger. Hadn't she witnessed her brother's daily feasting and slumber, only to unleash tremendous power in battle, even vanquishing alien celestial lords? Now, with an abundance of divine essence accumulating within her, she needed only to digest it to ascend, diminishing her desire to compare her cultivation with Lin Yang's. Just as she was about to skip away, she noticed the clan's formidable warriors frozen in shock. Uncle Dong, why aren't you leaving? Lin Yao Dong snapped back to reality, gazing at Lin Yang in disbelief. Lin Yang, did you just obliterate the Serpent Empress with a single punch? He mimicked Lin Yang's earlier action, still struggling to accept the truth. Lin Yang smiled, unchile dong. You are a supreme emperor. What could escape your imperial gaze? Why do you still doubt your own eyes? Wait, let me think. Lin Yao Dong felt as if his mind were ablaze, gesturing frantically. His nephew, only 18, and yet unceremoniously obliterated a celestial emperor. All right, Uncle Dong, we must hurry back for the feast. Let's be astonished by the dragon elbow once we are there. Lin Yang draped an arm around Lin Yao Dong's shoulders, leading him away. Addressing the other clan elders and experts, Lin Yang felt compelled to explain, in truth, the Serpent Empress had slumbered for so long that her soul had grown exceedingly frail. Thus, a mere mental assault was sufficient to defeat her. Did you not attempt a mental attack earlier? The emperors were left dumbfounded. Good nephew, are you fabricating tales with your eyes wide open? Who does not know that the Serpent Empress possesses the strongest soul talent among the ancient races? Even if you claim she suddenly fell in love with you and chose to perish for your sake, that would be more credible. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. Your imaginations are far more extravagant than mine. Clearly, your theories are far-fetched. Clearing his throat, he added, Indeed, uncle, you are correct. She perished for my sake. Now, let us depart. I can hardly wait to savor the dragon elbow. Lin Yang hurriedly ushered the clan's powerful emperors and his sister toward the Lin clan's abode. Lin Jiuyu stifled her laughter, realizing her brother was indeed craving that dragon elbow. Meanwhile, a dreadful wave spread in all directions. In the subterranean dragon lair, the golden dragon lord had just emerged from his seal when he heard the reverberating alien tongue in the sky. Do not emerge. Do not emerge. Do not emerge. What nonsense is this? We have sealed ourselves for countless eons, awaiting the moment the path to immortality opens, when the 3,000 realms return to the primordial conditions. We will reassert our dominance over humanity and seize control of the cosmos. The golden dragon lord's voice boomed like thunder. Yet this voice seemed oddly familiar. The emperor of the Kuan clan, who approached the recently awakened golden dragon lord, also appeared. I remember now. This is the voice of the serpent empress. Immortal. She vanished with a portion of the ancient celestial court fragments. How has she reappeared now, issuing such a warning? A cold, feminine voice interjected as the eight-headed serpent sovereign emerged from the molten depths, transforming into an alien woman with 8 heads. Such abnormalities must signal a great terror. Surely, Chu Mo Luo has encountered something dreadful, prompting her to issue this warning. If we force our emergence, we may face calamity. Therefore, I have resolved to remain sealed for a while longer. The ancient Kirin sovereign emerged, his eyes ablaze with Kirin flames. The old fool is far too cautious. During our conflict with humanity, he always held back. Otherwise, with the might of the myriad races united, how could we have been sealed by mere humans? The other sovereigns and lords regarded the Kirin sovereign with disdain, scoffing. Chu Mo Luo is but a coward, fleeing in the face of danger. Her words hold little weight. Our race must reemerge and eradicate all arrogant humans, reclaiming our dominion over the cosmos. The 8-headed serpent sovereign smirked derisively. When my 8-headed serpent clan rules the 3,000 realms, do not covet our might. It is not our stinginess, but your lack of courage. Enough of this bickering. A chilling reprimand echoed through the air. All the sovereigns and emperors turned to see an unfathomably powerful presence standing among them. Gulp, one of the ancient 8 fiends, a formidable being of the Kunping clan. The sovereigns and emperors were left astounded. The ancient races were indeed immensely powerful. During the zenith of the Taigu era, an environment most conducive to the flourishing of myriad races, these naturally endowed beings with powerful bloodlines could attain sanctity upon reaching adulthood. Yet, amidst such formidable races, 8 were designated as Tai Xiong, one of which was the Kunpeng. In accordance with my suggestion, let us first dispatch some of our clan's prodigies to venture forth and ascertain the current state of humanity. A cold voice from a Kunpeng elder declared, if even our elites prove unable to withstand them, then the feeble human race shall be eradicated. Excellent. This idea resonates well. I wholeheartedly endorse it. The Golden Dragon Sovereign and the Kuan race extend their full support. The Qilin Sacred Emperor remained silent. While the 8-headed Sacred Emperor scoffed inwardly, they are mere humans. There is no need for such caution. My 8-headed serpent clan shall undoubtedly seize the initiative. Chapter 52. The White-Clad Divine, King Jiang Taishu. You are indeed my savior. In the Lin clan's conference hall, the strength of the Lin clan's Qilin prince was indeed formidable. Yet he stood alone. With the impending calamity for humanity, relying solely upon him would only preserve a fragment of the realm. The immortal Qin Dragon Emperor shook his head. I believe we should prepare in advance. Indeed, many leaders concurred, no matter how powerful one may be. A group assault could lead to demise. In this era of celestial downfall, the path to immortality has been severed, and no immortals exist in the world. Even the mightiest celestial emperor, if beset by 100 supreme emperors, would meet his end. I propose we unleash the ancient prodigies sealed within our clans. Ji Wuming spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, these ancient prodigies represent our true foundation. Newly emerged prodigies require time to mature. The ancient ones, however, have already proven invincible in their prime. They have sealed themselves in anticipation of the path to immortality to confront this impending calamity for humanity. Agreed. The assembly of immortal leaders nodded in unison. Concurrently, we shall reopen the imperial pass to allow these prodigies to forge their paths. Lin Tianyuan stated solemnly, the imperial pass, a relic of countless epochs, is said to lead to the path of immortality. Before the path to immortality was severed, all who ascended to emperor status would compete at the imperial pass for a chance at eternal life. It is drenched in the blood of emperors throughout the ages, having facilitated the ascension of countless true immortals. After the era of celestial downfall, the imperial path became a battleground for honing prodigies. Those who can traverse it shall glimpse the highest path to strength. After all, generations of true immortals, supreme emperors, and celestial emperors have left their marks at the end of this path. Indeed, the imperial path has remained dormant for countless millennia. Now is the time. Yevumink applauded enthusiastically. The younger prodigies present were invigorated, their spirits ignited with the desire to prove themselves as the unrivaled champions of this era, destined to lead humanity into the future. Will the Lin clan's Qilin prince or the immortal Phoenix dynasty's princess? They shall all become my subordinates, following me into battle to carve our names into history. What is all this commotion about? Why has the banquet not yet commenced? Lin Yang entered the conference room, somewhat bemused. He had hoped to arrive just in time for the feast. My children have returned, Lin Tianyuan exclaimed joyfully, rising to greet them. Father! Lin Jiyue exclaimed, leaping forward. Lin Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Jiyue, how did you? Lin Yaodong and other Lin clan elders who had accompanied them soon revealed everything that had transpired. I see. Lin Tianyuan's astonishment grew, alternating glances between Lin Yang and Lin Jiyue. Yet he could not publicly acknowledge it, as it was a significant secret of the Lin clan. The urge to laugh welled within him, but he restrained himself, feeling an internal thunderous resonance that caused him injury. It is good to have you back. Lin Tianyuan patted Lin Yang and Jiyue on the shoulders. Brother Lin, why do you exhale such ominous energy? Are you all right? Yevuming inquired, a good friend of Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively. Brother Ji, you are overthinking things. You have finally returned. A cool voice resonated. Lin Yang turned to see a young man clad in white standing proudly beside an elder of the Jiang clan. His breath exuded a rhythm of Tao, his pristine white robes untainted, and an aura of lethal intent radiated from his brow, embodying the essence of an immortal prodigy. Is this not Jiang Taishu, the ancient prodigy long sealed away? Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Jiang Taishu's name was thunderous, his reputation formidable in ancient times, even revered as a divine king. He single-handedly quelled the strongholds of the 8 alien races, bringing glory to humanity, truly a force to be reckoned with. Who would have thought the Jiang clan had already released their ancient prodigy? The immortal Qin Dragon Emperor shook his head, disdain evident in his expression. Ultimately, this is still a competition among the newly emerged prodigies. The immortal powers have tacitly refrained from unleashing their ancient prodigies. Do not misunderstand. The seals were too weak to restrain me. I awaken on my own. Jiang Taishu spoke nonchalantly. What? The ancient seals could not contain him? How terrifying must his strength be? The immortal leader's expressions turned grave. The impending calamity for humanity. A single misstep could lead to irreversible disaster. Jiang Taishu looked towards Lin Yang. I harbor no intent to assert dominance. My presence here is merely to assess the potential of humanity's future pillars, to see if they can bear this responsibility. Old man, you do not think I desire this responsibility, do you? Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. If you wish for it, I shall gladly bestow it upon you. You can become the leader of humanity. This way, I can peacefully slumber in the rear. You are indeed my great savior. I thank you and your ancestors for 8 generations. Jiang Taishu was momentarily stunned. This response was beyond his imagination. Cough. Though Taishu is an ancient figure, he sealed himself at merely 1,000 years of age, and his appearance resembles that of a 20-year-old. Do not refer to him as an old man. The Jiang clan leader was exasperated. I shall call you what I please. Upon encountering a 1,000-year-old ancient being at 18, should I not call him an old man? What shall I call him? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The Jiang clan leader's face flushed with indignation, while Jiang Taishu bore no envy. However, the clan leader did. The Jiang clan's dignity must be restored today. Taishu, cease the banter and remember your purpose. Jiang Taishu nodded. I shall not bully the weak. Reveal your realm, and we shall duel within the same realm. Lin Yang could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. What is the cause of your mirth? Jiang Taishu frowned. No, you should declare your realm first, and I shall match you. Lin Yang shook his head, gesturing with his middle finger. You are simply too weak. It is utterly futile. Jiang Taishu's expression turned icy. You are exceedingly arrogant. You must be taught a lesson. With that, he made his move, his robe sleeves sweeping forth, unleashing one of the 9 secrets, the fighting character technique. his inherent strength formidable. His strike was amplified tenfold. At last, the confrontation commenced. We shall witness the true power of the Qilin prince. All present gazed intently. They doubted Lin Yang could surpass Jiang Taishu, thus anticipating Jiang Taishu to reveal Lin Yang's limits. Their curiosity was piqued. Alas, heed not the counsel, dear brother. Lin Yang shook his head, casually extending his palm. With one hand embodying the realm of Buddha and the other containing the universe, he effortlessly divided Jiang Taishu in two, trapping him within the worlds of his palms. The anticipated clash of titans did not unfold. Jiang Taishu's initial assault was instantaneously subdued by a mysterious technique. Gulp! I did not even discern Jiang Taishu's realm before his defeat. The crowd was incredulous. Lin Yang grinned, flipping his palm and sending Jiang Taishu crashing back to the ground, seamlessly reassembling him. You and I are not even on the same tier. Do not bring humiliation upon yourself. This overpowering scene sent shivers down the spines of all present, plunging the expansive conference room into a deafening silence. Chapter 53. The Phoenix Dynasty Princess. You truly possess a talent for humiliation. The leader of the Jiang family appeared, as pale as death. Even the ancient prodigy was no match for Lin Yang, truly deserving of the title of the Eternal First during the Great Tao celebration. There is simply no way to contend against him. Is there anyone else? Lin Yang surveyed the entire assembly of leaders. Those who wish to challenge me, step forward. I am quite indifferent and will not wait for anyone. If you seek to confront me, come at me all at once. The elite from various clans lowered their noble heads. Some were even inferior to Jiang Qingdao, let alone contend with the ancient prodigy Jiang Taishu. Faced with Lin Yang's gaze, how could they still harbor the heart to compete? Only a few ancient prodigies were eager to take their chances. Having been hailed as the strongest since the dawn of time, undefeated since their emergence, they yearned to taste the flavor of defeat. Do not act recklessly. You are still in the process of growth. There is no need to clash with the Lin family's Qilin son at this moment. Should you lose, your Tao heart may shatter, and your cultivation will stagnate. Some immortal leaders discerned Lin Yang's overwhelming strength and began to convey warnings to their respective prodigies. Being labeled as ancient prodigies implies that each of them possesses the qualification to vie for the title of Eternal First. To become the foremost, one must be invincible. A single defeat would shatter that invincible spirit, making it difficult to maintain an unyielding momentum, akin to collapsing prematurely in the race for invincibility. Thus, each clan sought to preserve the invincible mentality of their prodigies, wishing to prevent them from clashing with Lin Yang too soon. Ishal Comefort, the princess of the immortal Phoenix dynasty, stepped forward. Her veil fluttered, and her eyes burned with a blazing flame of the Tao. The first ancient prodigy of the myriad clans had made her move. It was said that the empress of the Phoenix dynasty, Feng Qiuhuang, had sought a union with the Lin family, wishing for the young Phoenix to marry the Qilin son, but was rejected. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. The clash of ancient prodigies would undoubtedly be a grand event among the human races of the 3,000 realms. You are not worthy. Step aside. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. You Lin family members truly are cut from the same cloth, always so arrogant. Feng Wu shook her head. She had long heard of Lin Tunyuan's desire for the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu and herself to marry Lin Yang, a flame she had held within until now. She sought to prove to the world that it was not she who was unworthy of Lin Yang, but rather Lin Yang who was unworthy of her. After nurturing this obsession for so many years, how could she let this opportunity slip away so easily? Arrogant? Perhaps you are right. Lin Yang nodded. But is it possible that you're simply too short? Go to hell. Feng Wu's face flushed with anger, and the sword energy swirled around her like a fire phoenix. An innate fire sacred body? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. As the name suggests, only an extreme Tao emperor can wield the power of the Tao. Yet these innate sacred bodies are born with an affinity for a specific Tao. They can wield the might of the extreme Tao from birth, albeit at a significantly lower level than a true extreme Tao emperor. Once the might of the extreme Tao spreads, it can shake the surrounding space for millions of miles. Lin Tianyuan remained unfazed, smiling faintly as he summoned a chessboard that enveloped both Feng Wu and Lin Yang. This chessboard contained its own world, with each square spanning millions of miles, providing ample space for powerful beings to battle. The onlookers watched intently, eager to witness the true strength of the ancient prodigy who had boasted for so long. Playing with fire, are we? Be careful not to wet your bed tonight. Lin Yang grinned blithely. Ha! A fire phoenix was conjured upon Feng Wu's longsword. Phoenix true fire. This is one of the extreme Dao flames. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Truly worthy of being an ancient prodigy, with an innate fire Dao sacred body, capable of controlling such extreme flames at such a young age. Lin Yang shook his head, flicking his finger. Southern brightly fire, Samadhi true fire, red lotus karma fire, true sun fire, true Een fire, six ding divine fire. Purple to the heavenly fire, nine heavens profound fire. One after another, extreme flames manifested, swirling playfully around Lin Yang's fingertip. Everyone witnessing this scene was left dumbfounded. Even the leaders of the esteemed immortal factions could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Some, lacking composure, screamed in astonishment. What is this? All of them are extreme Dao flames. Who, then, is the innate fire sacred body? Based on this display, it should be Lin Yang, someone murmured. Nonsense. A sacred body can at most control one extreme Dao flame. Throughout history, there's been no record of anyone being born able to master so many extreme Dao flames. The onlookers were bewildered. Brother Lin, how can your son be so powerful yet keep it hidden? Indeed, you claim your son is merely a saint? With just this display of extreme Dao flames, which saint could withstand it? Brother Lin, you're not being honest. Lin Tianyuan himself was taken aback. He knew Lin Yang was strong, even receiving news from Lin Yaodong that his son could potentially overwhelm the resurrected remnants of the heavenly emperor. Yet he had no idea his son's mastery of the fire Dao was so profound. These extreme Dao flames merged together, transforming into the source fire of the Dao. Feng Wu's phoenix true fire, before even reaching the source fire of the Dao, was burned to nothing by the intense heat. By the heavens, the onlookers could not help but curse. The esteemed extreme Dao flames were extinguished by the unbearable heat. To use flames to defeat flames, such a technique. The leaders of the immortal factions marveled in awe. Alas, I, empty fire, have spent so many years in pursuit of power. Yet my understanding of the fire Dao pales in comparison to this child. Indeed, they all shook their heads in admiration. Feng Wu was left speechless. The flame she took the most pride in had been extinguished. What a humiliation! How skillfully he humiliates others. Feng Wu's delicate hand trembled as she gripped her sword. Lin Yang grinned. If I don't let you see the gap between us, you will continue to challenge me, and I am quite lazy. But you have underestimated me. Feng Wu's figure slowly vanished. Behind Lin Yang, the space was torn apart, and a true phoenix, engulfed in phoenix true fire, emerged, exuding a terrifying might. Being hailed as an ancient prodigy, I possess more than just an innate fire sacred body. I also possess the true phoenix body, the void body, the innate Dao body, and the true Een blood. 5 supreme physiques converge within one. This is the true worth of an ancient prodigy. Such a prodigy truly exists in this world. The leaders were left in shock. The duel between ancient prodigies challenged their understanding of the world every second. Just 5 physiques, and you are so proud? Lin Yang turned around. Feng Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this is impossible. Chapter 54. What you face is merely a hair of mine. Lin Yang's hair spread out, transforming into dragon feathers. His left eye bore his right eye, while the heavenly eye at his brow opened slightly. 206 bones radiated light, adorned with supreme bones, divine bones, Dao bones, immortal bones, and emperor bones. His blood flowed, occasionally transforming into pure golden holy blood, sometimes into the chaotic Pangu blood, and at other times into purple celestial overlord blood. This is too against the heavens. The leaders of the top immortal factions were left dumbfounded. Their factions had endured for endless ages, naturally birthing countless prodigies with every conceivable physique. They could discern that the anomalies Lin Yang displayed stemmed from various physiques. True dragon body. Some strained their vision in an attempt to discern how many special physiques Lin Yang possessed, only to find it impossible to keep up. The unique physiques he manifested were so diverse and plentiful that they were unable to comprehend. Puff! Upon witnessing this, Wu could no longer maintain her pride. The sheer magnitude of anomalies coalescing within Lin Yang instilled a paralyzing fear in her heart, shattering her invincible spirit completely. She was struck with disbelief, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood as her body was hurled backward. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Impossible! This cannot be happening." After a long while, the profound terror within her gradually subsided. She collapsed onto the ground, her complexion pale, beads of sweat streaming down her face, and she gasped for breath, her proud bosom heaving violently. Breathlessly, she lowered her head, biting her silver teeth. "I have lost." Faced with the invincible Lin Yang, she found herself devoid of even the courage to retaliate. Lin Yang shook his head in disappointment. "Is this your concession? This is what you call a prodigy of the ages? With your capabilities, do you truly think you can represent humanity in battle?" A sense of despair washed over him. If these so-called prodigies were of such caliber, how could humanity hope to survive a true calamity? This simply would not do. He felt compelled to spur these prodigies to train harder, for their current state was utterly unsatisfactory. Lin Yang's initial disappointment morphed into a fierce determination. "What gives you the right to speak of me so? You are merely a favored child of destiny, born with numerous insurmountable qualities and bloodlines. This is utterly unfair." Wu gritted her teeth in frustration. Just observe clearly what I truly am," Lin Yang declared. Wu was momentarily taken aback, as were the onlookers. In the next instant, Lin Yang transformed into a single hair, drifting down to the ground. What in the world is happening now? The leaders speculated the deeper meaning behind the actions of the Qilin prince. Lin Tianyuan sighed, exasperated by his son's antics and peculiar thought processes, unable to fathom his son's intentions. "My son, we acknowledge your strength, but there is no need to reveal all your cards so carelessly. Just a glimpse of your prowess would suffice to intimidate them," he muttered. "What does this mean? The method of transformation you employed should be inherent to the immortal clans. What purpose does turning into a hair serve?" Wu queried, her irritation palpable. In the next moment, the hair morphed back into Lin Yang's form. "I merely wish to convey that the entity you battled earlier was but a manifestation of a single hair of mine," he stated, shrugging. "It was not I who transformed into a hair. Rather, my hair transformed into me." "What?" The spectators were struck dumb, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Wu, with her resilient character, found herself on the verge of tears from the humiliation. She had previously thought Lin Yang's actions had already crossed all boundaries, only to realize she had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of his derision. Having never experienced defeat in her life, she now wept helplessly. "You are overthinking it. I have no intention of humiliating you, for I find such actions beneath me," Lin Yang remarked, only to realize his words might not convey his intended message. Yet, it seemed inconsequential. I cannot bear this any longer," Wu lamented, wishing for a stone to crush her head, but alas, none would be found in this space. "I merely wish to inform you that this is merely a single hair of mine." Thus, the abilities displayed earlier, such as the twin pupils and the supreme bone, were all illusions. Lin Yang continued, shaking his head. "I was not born with these unique qualities." The crowd began to comprehend. "Indeed, you are deceiving us. The presence of those supreme qualities was undeniably real. Such imitation is impossible," Wu contended, having encountered the aura of those special qualities before, knowing they could not be feigned. The leaders also furrowed their brows, having witnessed such phenomena as the strongest among them, confident they would not be easily misled. "I was indeed not born with those extraordinary qualities, yet I never claimed that the manifestations I displayed were false," Lin Yang grinned. "I told you so? Wait, what did you say? Are you suggesting you awakened these traits later in life?" Wu was taken aback. Throughout history, there had been no record of anyone awakening such innate qualities postnatally. Yet, Lin Yang wore a mysterious smile, his expression turning serious, his voice imbued with gravity. You all place too much emphasis on superficial displays. Lin Yang pointed at Feng Wu, addressing the assembled prodigies. You rely excessively on these so-called unique bloodlines and phenomena. Is it truly these anomalies and bloodlines that render you prodigies, or is it your inherent prowess that grants significance to these traits? Every word he uttered resonated deeply, leaving the assembly of prodigies speechless. Feng Wu's gaze trembled, as if enlightened, her beautiful eyes quivering. She gazed at Lin Yang, whose presence resembled that of a celestial being, her heart skipping a beat. As unparalleled prodigies, you must prioritize your own essence. Lin Yang continued. True invincibility stems from an unyielding belief in oneself. These so-called anomalies and bloodlines are merely external manifestations. If you are strong enough, you can possess whatever you desire. After all, these anomalies are but unique expressions of the Tao. He extended his hand, a droplet of blood splattering forth. This drop of blood transformed into flawless golden sacred blood, then into the noble and tyrannical blood of the heavens, and finally into the enigmatic chaos blood of the void. To place all your pride and conviction in these externalities is folly. The measure of a prodigy lies not in the number of special bloodlines one possesses, but in the essence of the individual. Lin Yang's voice rang out, leaving everyone in stunned silence. I have understood. As a prodigy of humanity, my thoughts must be invincible, casting aside the external, subduing all adversaries. Many prodigies' eyes brightened, rediscovering themselves, their minds becoming clear. Numerous individuals experienced a second awakening of their bloodlines, even elevating their realms. The sound of the Tao resonated, as these ancient prodigies simultaneously broke through, creating a magnificent spectacle. The immortal leaders fell silent, then could not help but applaud. Well done. You truly are the first among the ages to celebrate the Tao. The mere quality of his mindset far surpassed that of countless other prodigies. Not only could a single hair defeat his peers, but with a few words, he could guide these ancient prodigies to surpass themselves, elevating their realms. The disparity was staggering. Leaders like the Empress Feng Xiaohuang and the Dragon Emperor of the Immortal Qin joined in the applause, their admiration for Lin Yang growing immensely. Comparing their own children with Lin Yang, the gap was simply insurmountable. They were not even in the same dimension. The prodigies of various races felt compelled to acknowledge him. No doubt, you are the one destined to lead us through the coming tribulations. We shall fight alongside you without hesitation. The son of the Immortal Qin Dragon Emperor, the prodigy Fusua, was the first to declare. Lin Yang was taken aback. We too, I as well, prodigies from the Immortal Ji family and the Tao Academy, among others, expressed their support. Even the white-clad divine, King Jiang Taishu, could not suppress the gleam in his eyes. I never anticipated he possessed such profound wisdom. I underestimated him. With such a figure among humanity as a pillar during the impending calamity, they would surely subdue all races and reignite an era. Lin Yang observed the applauding elders and invigorated peers around him, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Wait, have you all misunderstood something? He was both amused and exasperated. His intention was merely to offer guidance to these ancient prodigies, to elevate their mindset and hasten their growth in strength, ensuring he could relax when the calamity arrived. Yet, somehow, he inexplicably became the designated future leader of humanity. Oh my! Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. Had he known, he would have refrained from such discourse. It was not that he lacked a sense of responsibility towards the human race. Rather, he wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. Sighing, he appeared to those around him as a sage, a figure of profound wisdom who, after imparting lessons to his foolish disciple, finally felt a sense of relief. With a graceful demeanor, Feng Wu approached, gazing earnestly at Lin Yang. I admit I was wrong before. I misjudged you and strayed from the right path. Now I have found my way back. To be invincible, one must possess an unwavering spirit and humility. So what if one faces defeat? Everyone experiences loss at some point. A temporary setback does not dictate a lifetime of failure. You wish to convey that true invincibility lies not in fleeting moments, but in a lifetime. Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. How have you surpassed my expectations? Just as he intended to clarify his thoughts, Pangu shook her head. There is no need for further explanation. I understand everything you wish to teach me. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with renewed fervor. I now sincerely apologize to you. She bowed and continued earnestly. I hope we can cultivate together in the future and learn from you. Lin Yang felt an overwhelming urge to facepalm. What on earth was happening? The empress of the Phoenix dynasty, Feng Xiuhuang, opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. She sighed, acknowledging a profound truth. Perhaps Lin Tianyuan had not exaggerated after all. Such an extraordinary Qilin son truly was beyond the reach of her daughter alone. He indeed possessed the qualification to marry both her daughter and the illustrious nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu. Chapter 56. The Subtle Art of Conceit. Lin Tianyuan, the second nine-tailed fox of the ages, returned to the ceremonial hall alongside Lin Yang and Pangu. With unparalleled talent and unmatched prowess among the current young generation, none can rival you, praised the immortal leaders. How does the Lin clan cultivate such gifted individuals? Please share your secrets. We wish to emulate your methods. Their eager gazes were fixed upon Lin Tianyuan. Lin Yang stood head and shoulders above his contemporaries, his strength vastly superior. If there were indeed special training secrets, they would be nothing short of terrifying. My son is not as exceptional as you claim. Lin Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty while ostentatiously boasting. I must admit, the Lin clan provided only a modicum of training before he turned 8, and that was primarily facilitated by my wife. I am unsure of her methods. This child, being quite mischievous, rarely practiced, and spent most of his time indulging in worldly pleasures. No matter how much I admonished him, he never listened. Yet, look at him now, having secretly become so formidable. It leaves me speechless. The leaders were left trembling with indignation, their eyes burning with jealousy. The most infuriating form of pretentiousness is that which masquerades as humility while actually flaunting one's prowess. Was there some grand opportunity to be found in the mundane world? Some leaders sensed a crucial insight. In the future, I must send my clan as prodigies to explore the mortal realm. Perhaps they will uncover long-hidden secrets. Many leaders shared this thought, as they were destined to rule their respective realms, akin to deities within their domains. How could they personally traverse the mortal world? The daily affairs they managed kept them tirelessly occupied from dawn until dusk, all while balancing their cultivation. We must descend to the mortal realm. The resolve within these powerful beings solidified. Seeing this unfold, the elder of heavenly machines sighed to himself. It seems the myriad realms are on the brink of a wave of ancient prodigies descending to the mortal world. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Please continue your discussions. I shall await you at the banquet, Lin Yang said, glancing around. His peers regarded him with admiration, and none dared to challenge him. At this moment, he was solely interested in enjoying his meal. With that, the strand of hair that had served as his avatar vanished into its essence. Indeed, it was merely a strand of hair. Earlier, in the realm of the chessboard, these top-tier powers could hardly ascertain his true nature. Now, confronted in person, they were drenched in cold sweat. If a mere strand of hair could manifest a form capable of effortlessly vanquishing ancient prodigies, how formidable must his true self be? Perhaps he truly posed a threat to us elders. The growth of this Qilin son from the Lin clan far exceeded our expectations. The leaders were filled with trepidation, yet they felt a sense of relief. After all, the calamity facing the human race was a shared affliction across the myriad realms. Should such a singularly powerful prodigy arise, it would indeed be a fortune for humanity. Mother, I wish to leave for a while, the enchanting nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu transmitted to her mother. Go ahead. The Qingqiu fairy replied with a gentle smile, fully aware of her daughter's intentions. In the kitchen of the banquet, the chefs of the Lin clan were among the finest in the 8 desolations, some having attained the rank of sage through their culinary arts. It was evident how extraordinary their skills were. Moreover, to host these esteemed leaders from various realms, The Lin clan had procured an abundance of exquisite ingredients and fine wines. The kitchen was filled with a heavenly aroma, drawing all near and igniting an insatiable appetite. Yongwei, what brings you to the kitchen? Lin Yang inquired, astonished. After his true form returned to rest, he had been wandering in the guise of hair. He distinctly remembered placing Bai Yongwei and the ghost emperor in his residence, the Jiuzhou courtyard. So how had she found her way to the kitchen? It's irresistibly alluring here. Unbeknownst to me, I was drawn in by some unseen force. Bai Yongwei chuckled, drooling at the corners of her mouth. Her expertise in culinary arts stemmed from her own love for food. Ah, I see, Lin Yang nodded. Watching these chefs at work is an artistic experience in itself. Their skills are akin to a profound way of life, providing me with much insight. Indeed, Bai Zhongwei Zipli, you were meant to hone your skills in the secret realm. Yet now, witnessing their cooking firsthand has propelled you to the realm of the heavenly monarch. Lin Yang Jistet, Bai Yongwei's aura had indeed ascended to the heavenly monarch realm. As they conversed, a charming figure approached Lin Yang from behind. Young Master Lin, the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu, greeted with a gentle smile. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Looking at her, are you the nine-tailed fox who wished to betroth yourself to me all those years ago? The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu was taken aback. What kind of turn of events is this? Brother, do you not know how to speak? Lin Yang grinned, speaking whatever came to mind, straightforward and unreserved. True to his nature. With invincibility achieved, was there any need for circumspection in speech? Ahem, that was my mother's suggestion, not my own intention. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu clarified. Then what is your current intention? Lin Yang inquired with curiosity. Of course, I wish to spar with you. She replied with a subtle smile. My demon clan possesses a more primal nature, drawn to strength. Should you defeat me in my area of pride, my true intention will be to share a bed with you. Lin Yang's lips twitched. She was quite forward. Was this the nature of the demon clan? Certainly more entertaining than the human race, at least in terms of directness. He had never encountered anyone more forthright than himself, and his interest was piqued. Just moments ago, Pangu had not dared to make a move before being defeated. Now this one was challenging him? Lin Yang smiled sleekly. I am the second nine-tailed fox of the ages, most adept in the path of the mind. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu chuckled. The path I walk is not the same as that of other prodigies. Defeat in the realm of laws does not mean you can surpass me in the path of the mind. The path of the mind, you say? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Cultivation primarily encompasses 4 routes: the path of laws, the path of body refinement, the path of the soul, and the path of the mind. Among these, the path of the mind is the most ethereal and the most challenging to cultivate. Since time immemorial, only the primordial nine-tailed fox, born at the dawn of chaos, has transcended the river of time through spiritual enlightenment, ultimately achieving the status of an immortal emperor. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu stands as the second nine-tailed fox in the annals of history. It is almost certain that she is the foremost practitioner of the path of the heart among the myriad realms today, a truly unparalleled prodigy of the ages. You, on the other hand, are incapable of surpassing even my disciple. Lin Yang patted Bai Youwei's shoulder and smirked at the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox. You, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, initially brimming with battle spirit, was thrown off balance by Lin Yang's words. Pangu was right. You do have a talent for humiliation. Chapter 57. I formally propose to you. Would you be willing to be my husband? Your disciple seems to be merely at the heavenly monarch realm. Does she not? The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox scoffed. Are you implying that I, the second greatest nine-tailed fox of all time, cannot even surpass a heavenly monarch? Indeed, that is what I assert. Lin Yang replied earnestly. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, infuriated, seized her words and unleashed a wave of spiritual energy directed at Bai Youwei. To her, a mere heavenly monarch should succumb at the mere sight of her. How could she possibly need to initiate a mental assault? Buzz! As the tidal wave of her spiritual energy entered Bai Youwei's mind, it encountered nothing. How is this possible? An emptiness within the heart realm? She possesses no heart. Moreover, this spiritual space is exceedingly vast. How could a mere heavenly monarch possess such expanse? The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox was taken aback. Even her own spiritual space was not this grand. Continuing her exploration, she soon reached the deepest recesses of Baiyowe's mind. Finally, she discerned something. A confident smile graced the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox's lips. As long as there was something to attack, she would be invincible. Within Baiyowe's mind lay a pure and flawless crystal. She harbored no desires. Her mind was immaculate, as perfect as the crystal itself. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox was utterly bewildered. In all her life, she had never encountered such a mind. Lin Yang Greennet, Baiyowe was the reincarnation of the empress. Possessing a primordial spirit, her thoughts unblemished like that of a newborn, a natural nemesis to practitioners of the heart. If you are flawless, I shall crush you violently. Furious, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox summoned tremendous power to shatter the crystal. Yet, the moment the crystal was disturbed, Baiyowe's expansive mental realm trembled. An overwhelmingly terrifying will surged forth. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox's spiritual tide, under this fearsome will, resembled a lone boat amidst a raging storm, utterly insufficient. Begone! A chilling feminine voice resounded, as if it could dictate the ages, cold and unfeeling. Boom! The will of the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox was instantly shattered. In reality, cold sweat drenched her body, and she gasped deeply, retreating step by step, even coughing up blood. Such a terrifying will. What on earth was that? Confusion clouded the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox's eyes. Lin Yang glanced at Baiyowe. He had initially intended to provoke the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox to stimulate Baiyowe's past will. Remarkably, it had succeeded. From a fleeting sensation just now, the title Empress bore a profound significance. Lin Yang's Gazidiapanet. The system merely indicated that she was the reincarnation of the Empress, without specifying whether she was the Emperor of the Extreme Path or an immortal Emperor. Today, the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox sought her own demise, and he had seized the opportunity, unexpectedly yielding remarkable results. You. This is cheating. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox gritted her silver teeth. She harbors an unfathomably terrifying will within. Lin Yang smiled sleepily. You should be grateful that what you entered was not my mental space. Otherwise, even the slightest ripple would far surpass the terrifying will you just faced. This is impossible. That will was already unparalleled. I have only felt such a level of will when experiencing the memories of the first nine-tailed ancestor of the ages. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox believed Lin Yang was boasting. Yet, she sensed that he was not lying, which only deepened her incredulity. Come if you dare. Lin Yang opened his arms wide. Enter my heart and embrace your demise. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox hesitated, and after a moment, she lowered her head. Indeed, I have lost. In that instant when Lin Yang opened his heart, she caught a fleeting glimpse of his spiritual world. In a mere moment, she comprehended her utter defeat. While she could sense the vastness of others, Lin Yang's expanse was beyond her comprehension. An infinite void that inspired the most primal and profound fear with just a distant glance. You are indeed impeccable, the perfect choice as my husband. I formally propose to you. I wish to marry you and become your woman. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox placed her hand upon her proud bosom, her fox-like eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Now it was Lin Yang's turn to be stunned. Is your thought process so expansive? Do not worry too much. Our demon clan does not adhere to monogamy. As long as your new partners possess strength surpassing mine, you may have as many companions as you desire. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox perceived all this as a matter of course, speaking candidly. Is your clan so casual about marriage? Lin Yang bet. No, quite the opposite. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox shook her head. We pursue a partner who can completely dominate us. Yet since my birth, I have never encountered such a being. I have a premonition that even traversing the 3,000 realms, you will remain the one and only. Since I have encountered my destined one, I must act decisively, securing my position early. I foresee that you will undoubtedly receive the fervent affections of countless women in the future. If I were to pursue you then, it would render me utterly worthless. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox smiled radiantly, illuminating her surroundings like blooming flowers. I believe I have made myself sufficiently clear. Will you accept me as your wife? For the first time in his life, Lin Yang broke into a sweat. Born invincible, capable of vanquishing even immortal emperors, he had never encountered an opponent worthy of his attention. Yet now, he found himself perspiring. This fox spirit is a bit too direct. I do not wish to marry. Lin Yang had no choice but to speak plainly. Dating is a matter for two. Marriage involves too many complications, and I find it bothersome. Very well, I shall not propose. The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox nodded, then asked, will you accept me as your girlfriend? She was utterly enamored with Lin Yang and deemed him irreplaceable. She did not believe there were any other beings who could inspire such feelings in her. So she was determined to pursue him. Naturally, Lin Yang nodded. However, we should start as friends. If our values and interactions are comfortable, I see no reason to decline. He sought a carefree existence and had his own understanding of romance. If two individuals mutually liked each other and shared similar viewpoints, there was no reason not to be together. This was a fantastical realm, unlike Blue Star, where ordinary people had to tread carefully, living like cattle. Marriage did not entail considerations of purchasing cars or houses, nor did it involve the meaningless feudal remnants devised for the subjugation of the masses. Wonderful! The Qingqiu nine-tailed fox waved her hands, her face alight with excitement. Huh! Bai Yuwei glanced between her master and the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox, utterly dumbfounded. She had never witnessed such a dialogue before. She too was eager to try. Master, Chapter 58. Is it not enough for the emperor to serve you? Brother G's suggestion earlier was indeed splendid. I am now filled with confidence. Enough of that. My Lin clan has prepared the finest delicacies for everyone. It is time to enjoy the feast. At that moment, Lin, Tianyuan, and a host of immortal leaders approached, chatting and laughing. Bai Yuwei pouted. These old men had impeccable timing. Lin Yang smiled slightly, fully aware of what Bai Yuwei wished to express. However, regarding her matters, it is prudent to wait until her past life memories awaken. Her previous existence is an integral part of her being. Lin Yang is quite concerned about confirming mutual affection. He must ascertain that the other party genuinely cherishes him before contemplating other issues. The banquet commenced, and the various leaders reveled in the festivities. Lin Yang's performance today alleviated some of their inner pressure, and the Lin clan's feast was indeed magnificent. Lin Yang surveyed the culinary offerings on the table: steamed dragon fish, braised dragon elbow, red braised dragon spine, dragon liver and phoenix gall, Arctic snow lotus soup, and southern dark algae broth. The desserts included transformative peach, ginseng fruit, Chilean watermelon, golden pattern cherry, and oceanic ice dates. The beverages consisted of monkey wine, dragon bone liquor, immortal wine, freshly squeezed divine vine juice, fragrant jade nectar, and red lotus fairy wine. Each dish was crafted from the finest ingredients in the 3,000 realms. Even the patriarch of an immortal family would seldom indulge in such extravagance. Only during such grand occasions would one dare to present these top-tier ingredients for enjoyment. Indeed, Lin Yang relished this exquisite cuisine, having not tasted it for a decade. Although Bai Yuwei was a skilled cook, she ultimately utilized ordinary earthly ingredients, and the flavors produced could not compare to those crafted from elite ingredients. After the sumptuous meal concluded, the leaders departed with their prodigious airs. Feng Wu and the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu reluctantly bid farewell to Lin Yang. Though they wished to linger, the imperial gate was about to open, and they needed to return to their clan for preparations. My future husband, I shall return to my clan now. See you at the imperial gate. The nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu earnestly declared. When did you become my husband? Feng Wu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Hey, you're also moved, aren't you? I knew it. So I acted first, while you will suffer the consequences for waiting. The nine-tailed fox puffed out her chest proudly, her face radiating with triumph. Farewell. With that, she followed the Qingqiu fairy into the distance. Feng Wu seethed with frustration. The Huang dynasty and the Qingqiu fox clan had always been at odds, and now the man she fancied had been snatched away, which left her feeling quite anxious. However, as a human princess, it was difficult for her to act as freely as the demon clan. She turned to Lin Yang. Regardless, the imperial gate is opening soon, and I hope you will offer guidance to Feng Wu during that time. Lin Yang nodded. Rest assured, it's a trivial matter. He had intended to mentor these prodigious heirs, hoping they would aid him during the impending calamity. Not to mention teaching Pangu, a princess of the Huang dynasty and a breathtaking beauty. Agreed, it's settled. Pangu transformed into flames and soared into the sky alongside the Empress Feng Xiaohuang. In the Lin family courtyard, Lin Tianyuan grinned broadly. Xiaoyang, you have brought honor to the Lin clan today. I stand tall before others, feeling quite proud. You should have seen that G-fellow's jealous, red-eyed expression. The once proud Feng Xiaohuang now tacitly accepts her daughter's affection for you, which truly delights me. Cough. Father, you should be mindful of your wording. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. What do you mean by affection and intertwined fates? All right, Lin Tianyuan conceded, gazing at his son and daughter with pride. By the way, who is she? He looked at Bai Yu Wei, his expression turning serious. She is my disciple from the mortal realm, Lin Yang replied with a slight smile, encouraging the somewhat shy Bai Yu Wei to step forward. Greetings, esteemed ancestor. Bai Yu Wei stammered. No need to be so formal. Since you're my son's disciple, you are part of the Lin family. Lin Tianyuan laughed heartily. Hearing the words part of the family made Bai Yu Wei blush warmly, feeling comforted. I see you already possess a sacred weapon. Thus, I shall gift you this rainbow feather garment as a meeting present. Lin Tianyuan gestured, and a splendid rainbow feather robe appeared, radiating immeasurable brilliance. This garment is crafted from the wings of the ancient treasure, Peacock King. Even after endless ages, its precious nature remains undiminished. Bai Yui glanced at Lin Yang. Since it was a gift from his father, she accepted it with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Bai Yu Wei beamed as she donned the colorful robe, which perfectly complemented her pure visage. Meanwhile, the underworld ghost emperor trembled in awe. He had heard of the illustrious reputation of the rainbow feather garment. It was an imperial-grade treasure. Such a casual gift? Is this the depth of the immortal clan's resources? And who might this be? Lin Tianyuan inquired, casting a deep gaze at the underworld ghost emperor. Bai Yu Wei appeared enigmatic, pure, and flawless. Even Lin Tianyuan could not discern her nature. Yet he could easily see through the underworld ghost emperor, recognizing him as a reincarnated great emperor. Esteemed patriarch, I am but a servant of Lord Lin Yang. The underworld ghost emperor humbly replied. Still under evaluation. Lin Yang interjected. He is still in the probationary period. Lin Tianyuan was taken aback. How extraordinary. A reincarnated great emperor serving as a servant, and he still requires a probationary period? This is beyond impressive. It is known that in the era of the immortal fall, those capable of becoming great emperors were once formidable figures in the age when the immortal path was unbroken. My son is truly remarkable. Lin Tianyuan marveled. Chapter 59. It matters not. Lu Ruyan will intervene. It is indeed an honor for the master to offer me the opportunity to serve as his servant. The underworld ghost emperor reiterated. Now that the immortal path is about to be reignited, following my son may grant you the opportunity for ascension. Lin Tianyuan nodded. Lin Yang was destined to be the absolute protagonist of the human race. When that time comes, those wishing to follow him would flood in like a tide. And not just great emperors, even heavenly emperors would be plentiful. The underworld ghost emperor had indeed found a remarkable opportunity. What about my mother? Is she not here? Lin Yang inquired. Buzlet. Your mother is still in the heavenly court, Lin Tianyuan sighed. In recent years, the turmoil across the 3,000 realms has kept the human heavenly court quite busy. Naturally, your mother has not been idle. Lin Yang nodded. Indeed, his mother, Lu Ruyan, hailed from the highest echelons of power in the current 3,000 realms, the heavenly court. This was indisputable. Other immortal factions resided within their realms, ruling over their territories. However, the heavenly court served as the sovereign entity for the entire human race, its influence spanning the 3,000 realms. Years ago, Lin Tianyuan had risen to prominence, his reputation resounding throughout the 3,000 realms. In the Battle of Prodigies, he had defeated countless adversaries, earning the title of unmatched among his peers, a paragon of elegance. Who would not wish to marry such a heroic figure? It was said that even the empress of the Huang dynasty, Feng Xiaohuang, had once harbored intentions of forming a bond with him. Thus, the man whom everyone wished to marry, his own mother, became his spouse, yet was deemed to have married beneath her status by the 3,000 realms. All because his mother originated from the human heavenly court. Your mother misses you dearly. She wishes for you to visit her at the heavenly court upon your return. She has something important to discuss with you, Lin Tianyuan stated. Understood. I shall eat, drink, and rest well, then set off for the heavenly court tomorrow, Lin Yang grinned. He missed his mother greatly. Must you leave so soon? Lin Tianyuan lamented, feeling reluctant, as he had not seen his children for a decade. Why must you depart so quickly after finally reuniting? Father, I believe you're simply feeling lonely. Lin Yang chucklet softly. Nonsense. Lin Tianyuan vehemently denied, waving his hands. Rest assured, once I resolve your mother's troubling matters, I shall bring her back for a reunion with you, Lin Yang grinned. At that time, you will surely be too joyful to think of anything else. Lin Tianyuan felt a mix of exasperation and warmth. He sighed and then laughed heartily. Your sentiment is enough. However, the troubles of the heavenly court are not something you can resolve. Though your talents are extraordinary and your strength has grown, there are challenges ahead. However, he is yet to fully mature into an invincible powerhouse. Moreover, even the mightiest cannot single-handedly resolve the predicaments faced by the heavenly court. It appears that my father still underestimates my capabilities. Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly, saying, Forget it. Explaining it to you would be futile. When you reach my level, you will comprehend what troubles or dilemmas exist in the face of unparalleled strength are but mere specks of dust. Indeed, my son truly harbors grand aspirations. Lin Tianyuan gave a thumbs up, filled with anticipation. He understood that such a day might come, but not in the present. As he watched Lin Yang's departing figure, a proud smile graced his face. This boy's demeanor is quite reminiscent of my younger self. I just hope he doesn't stir up any trouble in the heavenly court. Yet, it matters not. If need be, Yin Yan will intervene. Kyushu Academy. I also wish to meet my mother. This time, you cannot shake me off. Lin Jiuyu flashed her little tiger teeth, clearly displeased by Lin Yang's previous dismissal. All right, I will take you with me. Lin Yang yened lazily. Master, I wish to venture out for training. Bai Yue expressed her aspirations. As her master's companions grew increasingly formidable, she became acutely aware of her own inadequacies. Feeling a sense of urgency, she knew she must enhance her strength swiftly to keep pace with her master. Lin Yang nodded, glancing at the ghost emperor of the underworld. Very well. You shall accompany her. Your strength has now restored to the great sage level. You will fare well in the vast skies. I shall not fail in my duty, the ghost emperor of the underworld assured, determined to fulfill the mission with utmost diligence. Subsequently, Lin Yang bestowed numerous seals and protections upon Bai Yue. In tales, there are always instances where the disciples or daughters of powerful figures embark on adventures only to be targeted and abducted by enemies, used as leverage against their mentors. He harbored a deep disdain for such clichés. Thus, he took extreme caution, placing various seals on those close to him, including his sister Jiuyu and disciple Bai Yue. Given the current powers within the 8 Desolation region, none possessed the capability to threaten their safety. Once everything was in order, the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld led Bai Yue outside the Lin clan to hone her skills. It's time for us to set off. I wonder what surprises my mother has prepared for me. Lin Yang was filled with anticipation, curious about the heavenly court, said to be the foremost force among the 3,000 realms. Boom! He casually swept up Lin Jiuyu and embarked on the journey to the heavenly court. Chapter 60. The Eastern Demoness Sacrifices Lives. Are alien minions resurrected? As Lin Yang traversed the celestial realm with Lin Jiuyu, she, having awakened from a 10-year slumber, was captivated by everything around her. Thus, Lin Yang was in no rush to utilize spatial displacement. Instead, he enjoyed the magnificent scenery alongside Jiuyu. The celestial realm possessed a unique splendor. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Unlike the mundane world, the celestial realm exuded an awe-inspiring grandeur, brimming with spiritual energy. Towering mountains, billions of miles high, were commonplace, while mighty rivers surged with ferocity, sending waves that could generate whirlpools across vast distances. Occasionally, cultivators soared through the skies, harnessing various treasures and mounts, racing past. Colossal birds and majestic eagles battled against the winds, while the atmosphere lacked the warmth of human life. It was infused with a sense of grandeur, showcasing the flourishing of human cultivators. What a splendid era it is! Lin Yang's gaze was intense, an age dominated by humanity. Lin Jiu, you noticed a chase unfolding ahead. A girl was being pursued by a group of iron-blooded warriors. How can they bully the weak? Lin Jiu expressed her discontent. Lin Yang shook his head. Do not trust solely in appearances. Your naivety is apparent. When venturing into the world, lack of experience can easily lead one astray. All right, Lin Jiu pouted. Having been reborn and unable to fully access her previous life's memories due to her current level. Coupled with her decade-long slumber, her mindset was still that of a naive teenage girl, easily deceived. This was precisely why Lin Yang chose to guide her through the celestial realm first, allowing her to witness the harsh realities of the cultivation world outside the Lin clan and the treachery of human nature. What do you think is happening? Lin Jiu inquired. Lin Yang pointed out the hatred evident in the eyes of the iron-blooded warriors, indicating that the woman was their enemy. That girl, though seemingly in despair, is drenched in the blood of others. Moreover, her strength clearly surpasses that of these warriors, yet she is fleeing in panic, which suggests ulterior motives. Lin Jiu nodded continuously, growing more in awe of Lin Yang. What should we do? Lin Yang chuckled. If you, a fledgling, encounter such a situation, it is best not to intervene. The world is filled with complexities, and the entanglements of cause and effect are intricate. What appears to be a righteous act may well save a wicked individual. Do not meddle in others' affairs. What about you, brother? Lin Jiu questioned. Ha ha! For one who is invincible, all matters are but fleeting clouds. Everything is dictated by whim. Lin Yang shrugged indifferently. After all, no matter how convoluted the cause and effect, I can see through it all. With the power to dominate everything and the ability to perceive all, I act according to my desires. Brother, you are boasting again. Lin Jiu giggled, though she felt Lin Yang's words were somewhat exaggerated. Yet in this era, the strength capable of overwhelming the remnants of the heavenly emperor was indeed formidable. As they spoke, the group of iron-blooded warriors and the woman had drawn near. Lin Yang cast a disinterested glance at them, unperturbed. No one held the authority to compel his retreat. Should they choose to provoke him, they would face annihilation. Save me, young master. If you rescue me, I will grant you any wish. The bloodied beauty, pursued desperately, called out to Lin Yang in a peculiar accent. Seeing that Lin Yang remained unmoved, her eyes flashed with coldness, but her smile grew more fervent. You cannot just stand by and watch, can you? Haven't you learned to protect women since childhood? Lin Yang regarded the bloodied beauty with a hint of amusement. Are you attempting to morally blackmail me? Such audacity! The beauty's expression faltered. How could this young man, appearing merely a naive youth, refuse to act in the face of danger and remain unfazed by her charms? Impressive. Her eyes darted, and she shifted tactics. Oh dear, I see you are too frightened to act. I understand, after all. Enough with the prattle. Lin Yang could no longer tolerate her incessant chatter and swiftly delivered a slap, disgusted by her presence. You dare to strike at me? On what grounds? The woman immediately lashed out, her face twisting in fury. Then you shall perish. With a furious roar, her form contorted, fingers elongating, seeking to absorb Lin Yang's blood. Yet, Lin Yang's slap was overwhelming, instantly reducing her to ash, leaving her no chance to retaliate. Gulp. The Eastern Demoness has been eradicated just like that? The iron-blooded warriors pursuing her initially stood in shock before they knelt, tears streaming down their faces. Thank you, esteemed one, for ridding us of the Eastern Demoness. We are forever grateful for your benevolence. The Crimson Dragon Empire shall eternally remember your kindness. Lin Yang smiled faintly, preparing to depart when he suddenly halted. What do you call her? The Eastern Demoness. A commander of the Crimson Dragon Empire respectfully replied. Lin Yang frowned, recalling unsettling memories from his past life. further fueled by the woman's accent, which irked him. He peered into the memories of the iron-blooded warriors, the intent to kill radiating from his eyes. What a splendid immortal island of the east. Lin Yang chucked softly. What is wrong, brother? Lin Jiu inquired, puzzled by the uncommon coldness in Lin Yang's demeanor. In the primordial era, humanity existed merely as the blood-fed servants of myriad races. Yet countless human sages bravely rose against the alien races, striving to carve out a place for their kind. It was through the unwavering determination and sacrifice of these saints and emperors, stained with blood, that the later human celestial court emerged, heralding an era dominated by humanity. Lin Yang reflected. Lin Jiu nodded, having grown up hearing these tales. However, there were traitorous factions among humanity whose paths diverged sharply from those of the sages. They allied with the alien races, even venerating them as gods, willingly bending their knees as slaves to these foreign entities. Some even went so far as to betray their own kin, selling information to please their alien overlords. Lin Yang's voice turned frigid. The East Immortal Island epitomizes such treachery. This originally insignificant land has allied with the alien entity Yamada no Orochi, treating it as a deity, while persistently harassing the surrounding great nations like the Crimson Dragon Empire. They have engaged in blood sacrifices of countless lives to appease and sustain the Yamada no Orochi clan. I am aware that after the alien celestial court was shattered and the myriad races sealed away, the East Immortal Island vanished into obscurity. Lin Jiu nodded. And now, they have resurfaced. Lin Yang sneered. It seems the path to immortality is about to be unveiled, and they wish to rise from the ashes alongside their masters. Your Excellency, the iron-blooded warriors of the Crimson Dragon Empire wept bitterly. You may not know, but that demoness from the East led her warriors to bloodily sacrifice countless innocents overnight. It was horrific. Everyone perished, including our parents and loved ones. All met a tragic end. We are sworn enemies with them. Chapter 61. Blurring the lines of good and evil. I deem you unworthy to enact the will of the heavens. Rise, Lin Yang nodded. He held a profound respect for these true warriors seeking vengeance for their kin. If that demoness truly unleashed her wrath, she could single-handedly obliterate all these iron-blooded warriors. They were indeed risking their lives in pursuit of retribution. The true nature lurking behind the facade of events can often be startlingly different. Lin Jiu mused. Have you reported this matter? Lin Yang asked. The Crimson Dragon Empire is a top-tier force. When significant events transpire, they ought to be communicated to the ruling powers above. If those powers find themselves unable to manage it, they would escalate the issue to the sovereign Imperial clan. If the Imperial clan cannot resolve it, it would eventually reach the Immortal Lin clan. The vast expanse of the 8 desolate region is far too immense. If everything were to be managed by the Immortal Lin clan, even birthing countless offspring each year would not suffice. Our emperor has already perished. The events unfolded too swiftly. Leaving no time or opportunity for reporting, the iron-blooded warrior replied earnestly, suppressing his inner desires. He understood that only this esteemed one possessed the capacity to save the Crimson Dragon Empire now. Yet, he felt unable to voice it, for seeking help would entangle others in his troubles, and his conscience weighed heavily against him. Lin Yang nodded, further validating the character of these iron-blooded warriors. Those who disregard the safety of others and demand assistance, akin to that demoness earlier, inherently possess flawed morals. Take me to your capital, Lin Yang commanded. Your Excellency. The Crimson Dragon warriors trembled, and in their excitement, one spoke. The East Immortal Island wields immense power, seemingly blessed by the alien races, with terrifying combat capabilities. This is the battle footage we recorded. He wished to convey the magnitude of the peril they would face should they act. If Lin Yang chose to depart, he would only feel gratitude in his heart. Lin Yang observed the scenes before him. Countless heads of Crimson Dragon citizens rolling, iron-blooded warriors charging forth, and East warriors laughing maniacally amidst the carnage, alongside the noble sacrifice of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. He shook his head. How is it that in the realm of cultivation, the few virtuous souls encountered perish first? No need to witness any further. He casually shut off the memory projection directly to your capital. With a wave of his sleeve, he transported Lin Jiuyu and the iron-blooded warriors across vast distances, arriving instantaneously at the Crimson Dragon capital. The speed of his journey was entirely dictated by his will. The capital lay in ruins, soaked in blood, with wails echoing throughout. The surviving citizens and iron-blooded warriors were engaged in rescuing the wounded. Encountering me is your good fortune. Lin Yang stated nonchalantly. Indeed, Your Excellency. The Crimson Dragon generals nodded. Lin Yang smiled slightly. I was not referring to the earlier act of saving you. The generals were momentarily stunned. Then, Your Excellency? Lin Yang turned to survey the entirety of the Crimson Dragon capital, raising his hand. Restore everything. A terrifying force of causality enveloped time and space, the power of reincarnation extending its boundless reach, encasing the entire capital. With a flash of light, all were revived. The severely injured were healed, and the deceased returned to life. Even the collapsed ruins were restored to their former glory, as if the blood sacrifices had never occurred. Gulp! This. The Crimson Dragon generals stood aghast, staring at the spectacle before them. Could this be a mere illusion before our demise? Resurrection? What extraordinary ability is this? It is easier to kill than to bring the dead back to life, to alter fate, to reverse the cosmos. Could this be the legendary, true immortal? The iron-blooded warriors were now so overwhelmed that their very marrow trembled, forgetting everything. Lin Yang, however, cast his gaze toward the impending thunder tribulation above. Altering the fates of so many individuals all at once would not be tolerated by the heavenly order. Destruction would soon descend. Go ahead, try. Lin Yang spoke it coldly. The impending thunder tribulation faltered momentarily, ceasing its advance. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. You, who engage in blood sacrifices of countless lives, will not be punished. Yet I rise to rectify the suffering of the innocent, and you dare to assert your presence? Do you think me easy to deceive? I see no reason for your heavenly order to continue its reign. Lin Yang scornfully rebuked. The thunder tribulation, terrified, dissipated, transforming into an avatar of the heavenly order. The avatar sensed an overwhelming terror approaching and trembled, repeatedly bowing to Lin Yang. It was my error. I shall amend the heavenly laws immediately. If there is anything unsatisfactory, I shall rectify it at once. The avatar, an exquisitely beautiful woman, exuded a desperate desire to survive. Hump, Bagone, Lin Yang frowenet. The will of the heavens is not easily formed. Even if exterminated, its reformation requires the passage of time. During this chaotic period, the 8 desolate region would only descend further into turmoil. Yes. The avatar felt cold sweat soaking her entire being and hastily vanished. At that very moment, throughout the 8 desolate region, the most mysterious and terrifying existences were momentarily stunned. Was that merely my illusion? Did the 8 desolate region tremble just now? Phew, it has ceased. Thankfully, it was not another wave of celestial emperors annihilating the realm. These supreme beings, now burdened with psychological shadows, collectively sighed in relief. To have compelled the avatar of the heavenly order to appear, extraordinary, truly extraordinary, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Lin clan. A terrifying will gradually receded, sinking into silence. In the capital of the Crimson Dragon Empire, only those above the saintly realm could witness the previous spectacle. Lin Jiuyu's mouth hung agape, unable to close as she stared at Lin Yang in disbelief. Brother. Her consciousness was in disarray, mechanically uttering the same word. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Are you surprised? There will be far more astonishing events awaiting you in the future. You should get used to it. That is the heavenly order, the highest heavenly order of the entire 8 desolate region. Lin Jiuyu shook her head. Even true immortals cannot instill fear in the heavenly order, right? Brother, what is your current realm? Lin Jiuyu asked, her confidence wavering. How high? Lin Yang pointed toward the boundless sky. So high? Lin Jiuyu questioned, puzzled. No, Lin Yang shook his head. What I mean is there's no one above me. Lin Jiu was utterly astonished. Had Lin Yang made such a claim earlier, she would have deemed it mere boastfulness, but after witnessing the preceding spectacle, she could only give her brother a thumbs up. Brother, you are incredible. The recently revived warriors of the Crimson Dragon Empire shook their heads, slowly regaining their consciousness. Did I not perish in battle? The Crimson Dragon Emperor gazed at the Crimson Dragon General before him, who reported the recent events. A look of astonishment flickered in the Emperor's eyes. Is there truly a supreme being capable of reviving even one of our great saints? Lin Yang descended alongside Lin Jiu. He held a deep admiration for this emperor, who was willing to sacrifice himself for his subjects. This was the essence of true kingship. With his great saint-level power, escaping from the blood sacrifice would have been a trivial matter, yet he chose to fight valiantly. Chapter 62. The Island of the Eastern Celestials? I shall transform it into a ghost island. The Crimson Dragon Emperor spoke with utmost reverence. The ability to resurrect a being of great saint caliber was something he had never even heard of. Even the true immortals of ancient secrets merely ventured to the underworld to retrieve a few deceased mortals. In this era of celestial demise, resurrection was thought to be non-existent. Yet, this extraordinary feat was effortlessly executed by the youth before him. Your grace will be remembered eternally. The Crimson Dragon Emperor bowed deeply, then immediately proclaimed, from this moment forth, the Crimson Dragon Empire shall regard your divine statue as the sole true deity, with every household worshipping it to augment your merits. He sighed, acknowledging, I understand this is trivial for you, but it is all that the Crimson Dragon can offer. Lin Yang nodded. For first-rate power, possessing several great saints was already a testament to its strength, and their offerings were indeed limited. Just as he was about to speak, a terrifying aura surged from the east. Suddenly, two great saint presences sensed this overwhelming force and emerged from the depths of the Crimson Dragon Empire. They were the ancient ancestors of the Empire, who had previously been besieged by over 10 Eastern demon lords in the deepest part of the Imperial Cemetery, ultimately slaying 3 of them before fighting to the last drop of blood. Having been revived, they immediately rushed to continue the battle. 2 ancestors. The Crimson Dragon Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement. You have done well, adhering to the teachings left by our forebears. A monarch must defend the realm, and the lives of our millions of subjects are entwined with our own blood. The 2 ancestors nodded in satisfaction, though we do not know the reason for our resurrection. As long as the great enemy exists, we shall fight to the last drop of blood for the Crimson Dragon. It was this esteemed one who resurrected us. The Crimson Dragon Emperor respectfully addressed Lin Yang. The 2 ancient ancestors gasped in astonishment, hastily bowing in gratitude to Lin Yang. Resurrection of a great saint. Such a method is truly terrifying. Lin Yang merely nodded. To him, it was a trivial matter. The dreadful aura from the east finally descended. A handsome yet eerie man with 8 heads stood in the sky, his expression cold and proud, a terrifying force enveloping him like a shroud. With countless vengeful souls wailing within. He furrowed his brow and spoke to the Eastern demon lords beside him. Did you not say that your blood sacrifice was complete and that you awaited my feast? Why does it still appear intact here? The 9 Eastern demon lords trembled in fear. Master, Divine Lord, it is not our fault. We indeed conducted the blood sacrifice in the Crimson Dragon capital, even slaying their emperor and ancestors. Hundreds of millions of citizens met a tragic end, generating sufficient resentment for your cultivation. Yet inexplicably, they have all revived. They were utterly confounded by the inexplicable change in the Crimson Dragon capital. Clearly blaspheming the divine and feigning merit. The eerie 8-headed man sneered disdainfully. You pathetic servants cannot even perform your duties properly, spinning such absurd tales. What use are you to me? He casually grasped with his claws, and the bodies of the Eastern demon lords exploded into soul and blood essence, which he greedily consumed. The 2 ancient ancestors of the Crimson Dragon were filled with trepidation. They understood just how formidable these Eastern demon lords were. Even in a desperate struggle, they had only managed to slay 3. Yet, this 8-headed horror effortlessly annihilated the remaining 9. There was a faint glimmer of supreme intent emanating from him, This was a quasi-emperor. The two great saints gasped audibly. The gulf between a great saint and a quasi-emperor was vast. Merely touching the title of emperor signified a complete transformation in realm and power. Even a quasi-emperor, possessing a hint of supreme intent, could wreak havoc among those of lower realms. The two great saints' eyes turned blood-red. Throughout history, the Eastern lands and the Yada no Kagami clan had wrought untold suffering upon them, their enmity steeped in blood. If you have fortuitously survived, then let us slay you anew. The eight-headed man laughed coldly, one of his heads swelling to a monstrous size, ready to devour all before him. Such a repulsive display. Lin Jiu covered her nose, exclaiming, "It stinks. Since my sister finds it distasteful, let burst," Lin Yang remarked with a slight smile, his gaze icy as he looked at the gigantic head. Boom! With a mere glance, that colossal head exploded. "Who dares to harm me?" The eight-headed man roared in fury, glaring at Lin Yang. TSK, merely a human. His expression was inscrutable, as he recalled Lin Yang's earlier display of power, which was sufficient to obliterate him in an instant. I am from the Yada clan, the mighty Yada Ba," the eerie man proclaimed haughtily. "You possess impressive talent. You are worthy of becoming my servant. Once my clan unifies the 8 realms, I can allow you to live. Gulme, demonstrate your loyalty by offering me this delectable female beside you." Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yang's cold demeanor intensified. The heads of the eerie man exploded one after another. "How dare you? Stop this!" The man shrieked in anguish, his threats starkly contrasting with his desperate attempt to flee. The two ancient ancestors of the Crimson Dragon were left dumbfounded, having prepared themselves for death. That was a quasi-emperor. They were merely glancing from afar, yet Lin Yang's mere glare had caused the heads to explosively detonate. "What level of cultivation is this?" Lin Yang grinned, his voice indifferent. "Kneel." The terrifying principles resonated, causing the remaining head of the eerie man to crash to the ground in submission. Such a demon. To die so easily would be too merciful for you. Lin Yang looked down upon the eerie man. "You do not deserve a swift demise. You. What are you? An ancient monster that has survived the ages?" Yadaba struggled, his eyes bloodshot. "I am a younger brother of the first prodigy of my clan. Yada Yari. Killing me is worse than being hunted down by my brother." Lin Yang shook his head. Casually splitting Yadaba's head open to extra, he gazed towards the east, his voice chilling. "This will turn you into a ghost island." Chapter 63. The Queen has ascended. The Queen has fallen. Boom! In the next moment, the void was torn apart, and the prodigy of the Yaki clan, Yaki Maru, furiously crossed the void, his murderous intent boiling. "Who is it? Who killed my foolish brother?" He laughed maniacally. "No matter who it is, all of you here shall die. Today, I shall offer a blood sacrifice to the Crimson Dragon Empire, burying it alongside my foolish brother." "Fool!" Lin Yang sneered indifferently. In the next instant, Yaki Maru's head abruptly soared into the air, his horrified gaze wide with shock, having not even glimpsed how Lin Yang made his move. Swish! His head was split open, and his soul flew out, captured within the mirror of the abyss. The powerful figures of the Crimson Dragon Empire were bewildered. They had not even had the chance to feel the terror of Yaki Maru before he was eliminated. This efficiency was astonishing. That was a prodigy of an alien race. The Crimson Dragon Emperor was stunned. A being capable of single-handedly annihilating a nation had vanished in the blink of an eye. A cold glint passed through Lin Yang's eyes as he further tore open the rift in the void, traversing to the ghost island of the east. "Shall we follow?" asked a Crimson Dragon general. "The power of the Supreme One is beyond our imagination. Following would only be a hindrance. We will observe from the rift in the void," replied the Crimson Dragon ancestor. Many Crimson Dragon officials and citizens nodded, their gazes fixed on the scene across the void, filled with immense anticipation. The Supreme One must prevail. The Crimson Dragon ancestor clenched his fists. Though Lin Yang slaughtered prodigies as if they were mere chickens, that was the stronghold of an alien race. Countless powerful beings, with profound depths, just the defenses of that island. Before he could finish his thoughts, a tremendous explosion occurred. The protective barrier of the East's immortal island was shattered. Before they could react, Lin Yang had rampaged through every East Asian warrior in his path, still at a considerable distance, exploded into blood mist. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Yang did not even lift a finger, relying solely on the icy aura that emanated naturally. Like the arrival of death, all who crossed his path fell. Soon, his arrival shook the entire East Immortal Island. The Emperor of the East appeared, his face contorted. "Who are you to dare act against our noble lineage of the East?" Lin Yang smashed his fist, obliterating his head. "Shut up." The East royal family immediately trembled in fear, kneeling and desperately bowing. "Please spare us, O Immortal. We acknowledge you as our master. We are your slaves. You naturally enjoy being slaves to others?" Lin Yang scoffed. "Indeed, we were born to serve you." These East royals would do anything to survive. Lin Yang grinned. They thought he had agreed, their hearts momentarily relieved, giving birth to cruel thoughts. "Once the Yaqui lords emerge, you shall surely die. We shall torment you however we wish." Their thoughts resonated with Lin Yang, draining the color from their faces as they failed to comprehend such terrifying capabilities. Lin Yang bestowed, and the 9 clans of the Emperor were simultaneously slaughtered, no matter the distance, drawn by the power of their bloodline. However, their deaths were slowed to an excruciating crawl. In their perception of time, they were perpetually in the throes of death, experiencing extreme torment, fear, and pain. Where the Yaqui serpents? Lin Yang extended his hand, pulling a eunuch from the palace, directly controlling his soul to see through everything. He chuckled. In the next moment, he arrived at the cave of Takamagara. Here lay a seal, a remnant of the human heavenly court that had imprisoned the Yaqui serpent clan. Now, the seal had been breached, allowing a few Yaqui serpents to sneak through. Yet, they evidently lacked the strength to fully tear apart the seal. If they couldn't break a mere seal, how could they aspire to rule the realms? Lin Yang chuckled. "Then allow me to assist you." He pointed, and the seal shattered, obliterating the Yaqui clan's powerful beings that were desperately attacking it, annihilating them all. With the seal broken, the entire Takamagara trembled. The Yaqui serpent's strong ones surged forth from the breach like locusts. "Ha ha ha! After endless ages, we finally see the light of day. I shall feast on 1,000,000 humans to celebrate. The dominion over the realms begins today." Soon, the royal family of the Yaqui serpents appeared. A terrifying pressure descended, shaking the heavens and earth. "Our prodigy, Yaqui Maru, has returned," the Yaqui serpent queen proclaimed loudly, waving her hand. Bang! A head was tossed at her feet. "Are you searching for him?" Lin Yang asked disdainfully. "Maru." The Yaqui serpent queen's eyes widened in fury upon seeing the head. "You killed my Maru. I intend to kill your entire lineage." Lin Yang grinned, casually obliterating countless powerful beings of the Yaqui serpent clan in the void. "Madman!" The Yaqui serpent queen was horrified. How could a supreme being confront her right at the threshold of her emergence? Yet she was unafraid. No matter how strong Lin Yang was, he was but a single individual, while the Yaqui serpent clan ranked among the top 1,000 of the ancient races. Could they truly be suppressed by one person? "Step back. You are all inadequate. Allow me," the Yaqui queen commanded. The enraged Yaqui serpent clansmen nodded, silently withdrawing. The Yaqui queen then unleashed her ultimate power, a terrifying force sweeping through the realms. The queen's strength had gradually returned to the threshold of the great emperor realm. In this era of divine fall, ultimate power is invincible. This human is doomed. The Yaqui serpent clansmen watched eagerly, anticipating her ascendance. Boom! In the next instant, Lin Yang's finger pierced through the Yaqui queen, cleaving her in two. The queen has fallen. Bang! The Yaqui queen collapsed to the ground, her 8 heads swaying. Completely dazed, what just happened? How did I inexplicably become 2 halves? An illusion? So swift was the deed that even the great emperor could not react. As her awareness slowly returned, she realized she had indeed been split in 2, her 4 heads staring across at the other 4. Bang! Lin Yang descended, crushing a head underfoot, as if bursting a balloon, continuously trampling. "Queen, the ultimate humiliation." "No." The proud Yaqui serpents were filled with rage, wishing to spit blood. This scene was an utter slap to the face, an unbearable humiliation. Chapter 64. Are the gatekeepers all imperial dignitaries? What a heavenly court. D. The queen roared, releasing her racial talent in her final moments. The divine sword Amma no Murakumo erupted from her mouth, radiating merciless killing intent. The divine sword Amma no Murakumo. Its edge is so sharp it can slay even celestial beings. He is doomed. The eyes of the Yaqui serpents glimmered once more. Is this your last resort? Lin Yang mocked, snapping his fingers to shatter the Amma no Murakumo into countless fragments. The Yaqui serpents were left dumbfounded. The emotional roller coaster was unbearable. Just as hope flickered, it was ruthlessly crushed. Lin Yang stomped on the last head of the Yaqui queen. The queen is dead. Shall we be sealed once more by the humans? This is too humiliating. We can only wait for the next era. Cursed luck. Lin Yang looked at the Yaqui serpents, grinning. Sealed? What a foolish dream you weave. The ancient heavenly court was severely weakened after the Great War and had no choice but to use sealing techniques. Who would seal their enemies if they could annihilate them completely? With a gesture like a sword, he swept through the sky. A colossal sword of immense power materialized, and with a single sweep, all the 8-headed serpents were reduced to ashes in the brilliance of the blade. The dragon warriors, watching through the rift in the void, were filled with exhilaration and excitement. The celestial master is indeed the pillar of our human race. Invincible. Some even shed blood tears. For the enmity between the 8-headed clan and the Eastern Island was profound. Now that vengeance has been exacted, how could they not be thrilled? Where is the celestial master? He has ascended. The warriors of the Red Dragon Empire were astonished. Lin Yang soared into the heavens, striking down with a single palm. The entire Eastern Celestial Island was instantly submerged, with countless Eastern beings shattered beneath the force of his blow, blood mist enveloping the sky, obscuring everything. Having acted, he resolved to eliminate every trace. With causality and bloodline tracing techniques, he annihilated all blood descendants connected to this island across boundless space. In an instant, millions of Eastern beings faced extinction. The Eastern Celestial Island sank into the deep sea. He unveiled the mirror of no intervals, projecting the realm of endless torment upon the submerged Eastern Celestial Island. He did not annihilate the souls of the deceased, but imprisoned them within the realm of endless torment, subjecting them to eternal punishment for their past transgressions. At this moment, the Eastern Celestial Island officially became the notorious Ghost Island of the East. Having completed this, he took a step back to the Red Dragon Empire. The gratitude of the Celestial Master is beyond repayment. The people of the Red Dragon Empire bowed deeply to Lin Yang. To rid humanity of its foes is my duty. Lin Yang did not consider this a significant act. It was merely a trivial matter. Now that they were invincible, whatever displeased them could simply be extinguished with a slap. Let's go. Lin Yang smiled at Lin Jiuyu. Master Yu, the Red Dragon Emperor began. No need for formality. I have high hopes for you. The path of the Emperor will soon open. Strive diligently to leave your name upon it. Lin Yang patted the shoulder of the Red Dragon Emperor, awakening the hidden bloodline within him. Boom! The Red Dragon Emperor's realm surged. The blood of the Red Dragon. The founding emperor possessed the bloodline of the Red Dragon, conquering the White Serpent to claim the realm. It has been ages since anyone in our royal lineage awakened the blood of the Red Dragon. The two ancient ancestors of the Red Dragon were astonished, filled with delight. Thank you, esteemed one. Lin Yang waved dismissively, floating away with Lin Jiuyu. Is this the aura and means possessed by the strongest of our human race? The Red Dragon Emperor gazed with fervent eyes, filled with boundless hope. The Red Dragon Empire is merely a domain beneath the heavens. To protect the empire and its people, one must cultivate even greater power. He clenched his fists, the blood of the Red Dragon roaring within him. I cannot let my master down. I vow to leave my name upon the path of the Emperor. Thus, Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu journeyed through the heavens for several days before arriving at the Celestial Court. Is this the Celestial Court? Lin Yang gazed at the magnificent scene before him. The Celestial Court was boundless, isolated within the seas of 3,000 realms, forming its own domain. Even during the era of celestial downfall, an infinite celestial light enveloped the world, with cultivators thriving and spiritual energy as dense as thick water. It felt as if the celestial realm had not been severed since ancient times. The most prosperous place among the 3,000 realms. The ultimate sanctuary for all powerful beings. The common dominion of humanity. The celestial court. Lin Yang nodded. It lives up to its name. Due to restrictions, only those of at least the sage level could step into the realm of the celestial court. It was indeed a gathering place for human sages. He led his sister through the realm of the celestial court. The outer regions of the celestial court could be accessed by sages for cultivation. To enter the true celestial court, one must pass through the 4 great heavenly gates. At the southern heavenly gate, the 4 gatekeepers were idly playing mahjong. Though their powers were profound, they were merely decorative figures. The celestial court was frequented by extraordinary individuals, none of whom they could afford to offend. They were merely required to have some guards at the gate, which is why they were stationed there. Another visitor has arrived, a young boy. Those climbing the heavenly ladder go straight ahead. Those with documents for submission turn right to the literary palace. And those with military matters turn left to the martial emperor's hall. The 4 gatekeepers spoke with practiced ease. After registering here, you may enter. I'm looking for my mother. Which way should I go? Lin Yang smiled slightly, noticing their nonchalant demeanor, and could not resist teasing them. Who is your mother? The 4 gatekeepers were speechless. It was the first time they had encountered someone seeking their mother in the celestial court. The celestial court sees countless visitors daily, and the sovereign of the immortal clan is but one among many. We have no way to keep track of every ordinary emperor. What status does your mother hold that we must take special note of? Lu Ruyan. Lin Yang ano unjet. Lu Ruyan. Wait, what did you just say? The mahjong table was overturned, celestial jade tiles scattered everywhere, as the 4 gatekeepers simultaneously stood up in shock, staring at Lin Yang. Lin Yang produced a jade token. The 4 gatekeepers were so astonished, they nearly lost their composure. We had no idea it was young Master Lin visiting. Please forgive our rudeness. Lady Ruyan is currently attending to affairs in the Lingxiao Palace. You may proceed straight ahead. Oh, Lin Yang nodded, not wishing to trouble the 4 idle gatekeepers, and proceeded with Lin Jiuyu. It seems my mother holds a significant position in the celestial court. Just by mentioning her name, these casual gatekeepers were so frightened. His anticipation grew. What status does the woman known throughout the 3,000 realms for marrying down to his father hold in the celestial court? Is this the renowned heavenly ladder of the 3,000 realms? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. The ladder consists of 10,081 steps, corresponding to the number of the Tao. To ascend the ladder, one must possess the highest qualities in strength, talent, fortune, and willpower, among others. Only by ascending the ladder can one truly enter the celestial court. Otherwise, one remains forever an outsider. Chapter 65. The peerless talent Anlin, frightened to death. Countless powerful beings from the 3,000 realms come here to attempt to ascend the heavenly ladder and become recognized as peerless powerhouses by the celestial court, potentially even rising to its upper echelons. Ascending the ladder is nearly as esteemed an achievement as leaving a name upon the path of the emperor. Those ancient prodigies have boasted for so long, yet none have appeared to challenge the ladder. I see them as mere figures propped up by immortal powers, creating a false impression of their strength. Indeed, since the era of celestial downfall, the strongest is merely the celestial emperor. Why should my dominant power still be governed by their immortal forces? The strongest forces among us are clearly on par. As long as we ascend the ladder first in this era and reach the upper echelons of the celestial court, the reputation of those immortal powers will be trampled into the ground. These powerful beings from various realms express their discontent with the current dominance of the immortal clan over all realms. The celestial path has been severed for many years. The balance of power should have changed long ago. Unfortunately, the heavenly ladder is simply too difficult to ascend. I pride myself on being unrivaled among my peers, having vanquished all challengers in the Xianhai realm. yet I can barely ascend 300 steps. And the ladder has a total of 10,081 steps. Is this set up for mere mortals? Can anyone truly reach the pinnacle? A powerful being from the Xianhai realm lamented. Naturally, it is said that a legendary prodigy named Amlin from the perfect realm has already ascended to the 8,000th step, in at most 1,000 years. He will reach the top. Hiss, is that true? 8,000 steps. Amlin is terrifying. I cannot even imagine. The powerful beings marveled. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, casually glancing up through the 9 heavens, spotting a youthful prodigy seated at the 8,001st step. The prodigy seemed to sense something, opening his eyes to see Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu. His gaze sharpened, a sinister smile curling at his lips. He stood atop the 8-fold heavens, speaking with an air of indifference. This girl harbors boundless energy within her. If I can engage in dual cultivation with her, harmonizing yin and yang, I shall soon ascend to the 9th tier, possibly even break through 10. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, transforming it into an immense force that spanned the 8-fold heavens, intent on abducting Lin Jiuyu. Gulp! The aura of the unparalleled prodigy, Anlan, was overwhelming. Why'd he strike so suddenly? How terrifying! Just his presence threatened to crush me. The bodies of the prodigies from the Xianhai realm began to crack. Seeking death, Lin Yang's gaze turned frigid. How dare anyone act against his sister in his presence? With a flick of his finger, he severed the colossal hand, which fell to the ground, crushing countless prodigies beneath it. How bold, to defy Lan's will. Anlan furrowed his brow, his expression rife with murderous intent. He moved swiftly, descending from the 8-fold heavens to stand before the celestial staircase, blood dripping from his arm, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. Anlan had made his appearance. The essence of the extreme path was thick and palpable. Had he already reached the realm of the extreme path emperor? The surrounding prodigies fled in chaos, fearing proximity to Anlan's formidable presence would lead to their demise. End your life, and you may spare your 9 clans from extermination. Anlan looked down haughtily at Lin Yang. Your strike was indeed heavy. To act in the heavenly court warrants self-termination. An elder, exuding an ethereal aura, approached. He was the guardian of the celestial staircase. You dare to punish me without cause? You presume to guard the celestial staircase? You shall die first. Lin Yang, indifferent, struck out, slamming the elder to the ground. I am. Bang! The elder's body exploded, the power of his laws crushed before it could even spread, revealing not a trace. A dignified guardian of the celestial staircase, meeting such a humiliating end. Quite impressive. Anlan was astounded. This elder, a peak quasi-emperor, had been effortlessly slain. Alas, you should not have provoked me. Anlan extended his hand, holding aloft a fragmented bronze tower. I shall obliterate you. He hailed from an obscure first-rate power, his foundation shallow, ridiculed as a waste since childhood. His meteoric rise, crushing prodigies from all realms, and reaching the 8th tier of the celestial staircase at such a young age, was due to his possession of this incomplete bronze tower. This tower was terrifying. It not only refused to acknowledge him as its master, but also looked down upon any attempt to claim it. Fortunately, merely possessing it amplified his fortune and cultivation talent 1,000-fold, propelling his relentless ascent. The first act upon gaining strength was to annihilate the family that had belittled him. And then he came to ascend the celestial staircase. In this world, my rise is destined. I shall reach the pinnacle of the celestial staircase and become the sovereign of the heavenly court, the overlord of the 3,000 realms. All bore witness to his audacious proclamations, yet he undeniably verified his strength and talent, carrying the small tower, traversing the tiers, and now sitting atop the 8,000th step. Throughout his journey, there was nothing he desired that eluded him. Now, your pleas for mercy are futile. To crush you, the dual cultivation material beside you shall also belong to me. Anlan laughed maniacally, casting the small tower into the fray. An overwhelming chaotic aura enveloped the surroundings. Even the seemingly stable space of the heavenly court was thrown into disarray, stirring the hearts of the extreme path emperors. This small tower was immensely fearsome. Not a trace of its original power was activated, Yet its mere physical presence stirred the chaotic pathways, shattering countless prodigies in its wake. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. This fractured tower seemed familiar. Kik. I have been shattered, fragmented across the myriad realms, and I never expected to find a part of myself here. A youthful voice, brimming with excitement, emerged. Brother, my dear brother, please reclaim this fractured tower for me. I need it to restore my form. Oh, this fractured tower is a part of you? Lin Yang nodded, understanding the familiarity of its aura. The origins of this tower were shrouded in mystery, said to have been born before Pangu separated heaven and earth. A minor issue. Lin Yang casually flicked 2 fingers, catching the descending tower fragment, directly feeding it to the spirit within. Thank you, big brother. You are truly my beloved elder brother. The spirit beamed with joy. Its fragmentation had been severe, its memories incomplete. Only by continuously absorbing the remnants of the tower could it regain its supreme power. Lan was utterly dumbfounded. He had relied on the small tower to attain invincibility, without even needing to unleash its powers. Simply possessing it had allowed him to rise triumphantly. In the past, when confronted by a half-step emperor, he had merely thrown the small tower to eliminate them. Yet this youth before him effortlessly subdued it and fed it to a weapon spirit. Witnessing the spirit devour the small tower, Lan was stricken with terror. Blood streaming from his orifices, he cried out, "No." Then he succumbed and collapsed to the ground. The unparalleled prodigy, Lan had been scared to death. The surrounding powerhouses from various realms gasped in astonishment. Chapter 66. What, old Deng, do you wish to die alongside? The news of Lan's demise spread, inciting great upheaval. After all, he was the most distinguished prodigy among those ascending the celestial staircase. Lin Yang was not surprised. This individual had relied on the fractured tower to cultivate. His temperament was fundamentally lacking, easily frightened to death. Boom! The celestial staircase trembled, the 9 heavens roiling. A terrifying will to kill enveloping the space, a blinding radiance illuminating the world. All gazes were fixed in astonishment. Who dared to threaten my chosen future war god of the heavenly court? A grand voice echoed, as a golden-armored war god, riding a heavenly steed, descended from the celestial staircase. The oppressive aura surpassed the limits of all powerhouses, sending a multitude of prodigies sprawling. The true might of the extreme path radiated around them, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Gulp! He is the golden war god. Prodigies from various realms were left in shock. The war god of the heavenly court held an unparalleled prestige. His status and power were of the highest order, having reached the apex of the celestial staircase countless years prior. Damnable little beast, you truly seek death. How dare you harm my chosen successor? You shall perish. The golden war god's presence soared, his expression icy, as if pronouncing Lin Yang's death sentence. Where are the 4 golden generals? His furious shout summoned 4 equally formidable beings, each exuding the might of the extreme path. They sealed the north, south, east, and west, trapping Lin Yang within. Let my disciple accompany you to the grave. The golden war god loomed above the clouds, surveying all with unyielding indifference. Lin Jiu frowned. You strike without understanding the situation? You dare attack without knowing our identities? The majesty of the heavenly court cannot be desecrated. I am the heavenly court as war god. Those who defy my will shall die. The golden war god waved his hand. Kill them. We are. Lin Jiu attempted to protest, but was silenced by Lin Yang. No need for idle chatter. Just kill them. Lin Yang's expression was chilling. The surrounding prodigies were in a frenzy. This individual actually dared to challenge the war god of the heavenly court. Utterly audacious. Not only was it improbable for him to succeed, even if he did, he would find no refuge in the 3,000 realms. Brother, recklessly killing those of the heavenly court will lead to. Lin Jiu expressed her concern. Do you think he is unaware of our identities? Lin Yang Zhuklet, you have yet to experience enough. He discerned immediately that the golden war god was deliberately provoking them, refusing to grant them the opportunity to reveal their identities. There was clearly a hidden agenda. Of course, he had no interest in uncovering it, nor did he care about any schemes. To harbor murderous intent towards him was enough for him to eliminate them. Bang! Lin Yang struck the advancing golden general, obliterating his head, then cast a cold, terrifying gaze toward the other three. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining three generals, still a distance away, were simultaneously met with Lin Yang's murderous intent, causing them to explode on the spot. What? The golden battle god was taken aback. Is this an illusion? When did it happen? He glared at the emperor. An utterly impossible feat. The craftsmanship of this illusion is rather crude. The golden battle god coldly reprimanded, and those surrounding prodigies, who were momentarily stunned, suddenly awakened from their stupor, grinning maniacally. Haha, it turns out to be an illusion. I knew everything I saw was false. All false. They refused to accept the fact that their ultimate aspiration, the pinnacle of their lives, the supreme emperor realm, could be shattered with a mere glance. An illusion? Lin Yang grinned. Then enjoy this illusion. He instantly appeared before the golden battle god and sent him flying with a single slap. Boom! The golden battle god was propelled into the celestial ladder, his steed obliterated in the process. His body suffered catastrophic fractures, blood gushing forth on the brink of death. Still an illusion? Lin Yang placed a foot on his chest, mockingly inquiring, deliberately refraining from delivering a fatal blow, solely for humiliation's sake. Such formidable illusions. The golden battle god, on the verge of death, still stubbornly held his ground. Lin Yang fell silent for a moment. Very well. I shall deem you the most obstinate among those I have slain. What? The so-called timeless celestial ladder has collapsed? Indeed. It is an illusion, right? The assembly of prodigies felt disoriented, their minds nearing overload, their heads throbbing painfully. Then you shall perish. Lin Yang lifted his foot, ready to crush the golden battle god's skull. Stop! The revered elders of the celestial court, the most terrifying wills, could no longer remain passive and manifested their forms. The ancients of the celestial court, the formidable beings from various realms gasped in shock, their faces pale, hastily kneeling to express their profound respect. These elders are the most powerful entities within the celestial court. Each one holds a status comparable to that of a leader of an immortal faction. Lin Clan as Child, show mercy. After all, he is our celestial court's battle god, my disciple. Do not take his life. The elder in golden robes spoke, his expression kind, his voice gentle. The elders have appeared. It seems all of this is indeed real. Does this imply that the golden battle god has truly been defeated? That the so-called immortal celestial ladder has genuinely been destroyed? My heavens, he is the legendary child of the Lin clan, who is said to be the absolute protagonist in the impending calamity of humanity. Upon seeing him, it is evident he is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Are the so-called wild prodigies of the 3,000 realms truly this inferior compared to these eternal prodigies? Some were filled with exhilaration, while others succumbed to despair. Everything Lin Yang displayed transcended their wildest imaginations. The so-called strongest prodigy, Lan, was instantaneously annihilated. Even his master, the golden battle god, a pillar of the celestial court, faced defeat. He even compelled the elders to emerge, pleading for peace in a cordial manner. He is astonishingly one of our contemporaneous cultivators. Despair, utter despair. Some prodigies, weak of mind, even shed tears, their resolve shattered, no longer harboring thoughts of invincibility. However, with the elders of the celestial court present and having pointed out his identity, it seemed the golden battle god would not meet his end. Boom! Just as everyone exhaled in relief for the golden battle god, the sound of a watermelon bursting reverberated. All gazed in horror. Lin Yang's foot had crushed the golden battle god's head, akin to smashing a watermelon, blood and brain matter erupting in a ghastly display. What? The elder in golden robes, fury igniting in his eyes, could no longer maintain his gentle demeanor, his face contorted. Lin Clan's child, you have gone too far. Do you dare disregard my words? What, old dang, do you wish to perish alongside him? Lin Yang coldly smirked, his gaze unwaveringly murderous. These elders had evidently been observing the scene, their intentions undoubtedly nefarious. Chapter 67. The True Identity of Mother. The majestic empress, Lu Yan, do you understand the implications of your words? The elder in golden robes stared in disbelief. He could never have fathomed Lin Yang's audacity, treating even him, an elder of the celestial court, with such disdain. Just as I was about to strike him, you all appeared, having observed this situation, yet remaining passive. Now deciding to present a fade, Lin Yang scoffed, shaking his head. Such tricks may deceive children, but do you think they will work on me? Spare me your folly. Do you know whom you are addressing? Such disrespect. Is the Lin clan's upbringing so lacking? The golden-robed elder trembled with rage. It had been countless millennia since anyone dared to speak to him with such insolence. I see you possess no shame. Lin Yang charged forward, delivering a powerful kick. How dare you? The elder in golden robes, infuriated and unable to maintain composure, cursed. Lu the Empress, you've witnessed it. Your son initiated the attack against me. An elder of the celestial court. According to the laws, even if I were to slay him, it would not be unjust. However, rest assured, I shall only incapacitate him to spare your dignity. The elder in golden robes seethed with rage, yet inwardly chuckled. Youngsters have such tempers. They are easily baited. He extended his hand, preparing to unleash supreme, divine powers. But Lin Yang's kick was too swift, striking him squarely in the face, disrupting his incantation. Boom! The elder in golden robes was sent flying, crashing into the celestial pillar, his spine shattered, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog. What? The other elders were in disbelief. This was an entity of comparable strength, yet he was felled with a single kick, reduced to a state of near death. Do not be absurd. As elders of the celestial court, they had access to any ancient texts, yet even so, throughout eternity, they had never encountered a prodigy as outrageous as Lin Yang. An 18-year-old defeating an elder of the celestial court? This is truly invincible. While they were still in shock, Lin Yang advanced, preparing to deliver the final blow. They panicked, shouting, Lin clan's child, do not act impulsively. He is, after all, an elder of the celestial court, representing our dignity. He must not be killed. Lin Yang turned to glance at them, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. So, it seems you wish to die alongside him? The elders turned away. Ah, what lovely weather it is today. Indeed. Who lies there? I do not know, resembling a dead dog, utterly unrecognizable. The dignity of the celestial court is important, but it cannot outweigh one's own life. Enveloped by the threat of death, they naturally made the wise choice. Lin Yang chuckled, turning back to coldly gaze at the elder in golden robes. You. Boom! The elder in golden robes' head was crushed, mirroring the demise of the golden battle god. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Ha ha! False, all false. I am not mad. Everyone get away. The prodigies from various realms collapsed to the ground, murmuring to themselves. Many had lost their sanity. Unable to believe this scene, a few elders shook their heads, internally lamenting. Such tragedy, 3 generations of master and disciple cruelly slain. 1 frightened to death. 2 with their heads exploded. The child of the Lin clan is exceedingly ruthless. They each communicated with their respective familial powers, friends, and kin. Remember this. From the highest to the youngest, everyone must honor the Lin clan's child. Never provoke him. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Lin Yang turned away. The remnants of the golden-robed elder and the golden battle goddess clans would naturally have the web to handle the aftermath, sparing him the concern. Creak, creak. In the unseen realm observing the scene, 3 of the 4 supreme wills wore varied expressions, gradually withdrawing. 1, however, radiated boundless brilliance, blooming with lotus flowers beneath her feet. Emerging from the celestial palace, she was breathtakingly beautiful, unmatched in elegance, adorned in the robes of the empress, unparalleled in nobility. Empress Ru Yan! Empress Ru Yan! Upon the arrival of a woman, the elders of the heavenly court greeted her with utmost respect, not daring to show any signs of negligence. The heavenly court was governed by 4 celestial emperors, with the Eastern Emperor holding the highest authority, effectively serving as the true ruler of the heavenly realm. After stepping down, the Eastern Emperor entrusted his position to his daughter. This newly appointed Empress of the East was named Lu Ruyan. Mother, Mom. Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu's eyes sparkled with recognition. Empress Rian, your son has slain an elder and defied celestial laws. Will you truly remain indifferent while you act as the Empress? An elder, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged ominously to inquire. They brought this upon themselves. Death is but a consequence, Lu Rian replied, her gaze fixed on the elder. If you wish to usurp my power, come forth and challenge me. Should you defeat me, I shall relinquish the Emperor's seal. Should you fail, cease your despicable acts. If you dare disturb my child again, I shall overturn this heavenly court to uncover the vile insect that dares to offend. Her voice, cold and resonant, reverberated through the void, reaching the ears of every high-ranking official within the heavenly court. Some felt shock, others trepidation, some excitement, and some admiration. The elder who had spoken was rendered speechless, astonished by Lu Ruyan's formidable presence. This new empress was certainly not to be trifled with. With her declaration, celestial laws became mere scraps of paper. Well then, I shall take my leave, he said, his tone laced with sarcasm. Leave? As a messenger of those lurking in the shadows, you must be prepared to bear that burden. Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed. What? Empress Lu, you cannot mean to kill me. You are being excessively domineering. The elder's complexion paled. To confront the emperor is a capital offense. With a mere flick of her delicate finger, Lu Ruyan turned the elder to ash, his soul scattering. The officials of the heavenly court were left in shock. The elders bowed their heads, choosing silence. For 10 years, this empress had handled court affairs in the Lingxiao palace with grace and virtue, never revealing her might. Yet, when it came to her child, she transformed into a figure of chilling authority. My mother is truly formidable, Lin Jiuyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I wish to be that strong. Lin Yang smiled faintly, surprised by the staggering identity of his mother. After all, she was the sole daughter of the former Eastern Emperor, and now she was the Empress. It was no wonder that across the realms, it was acknowledged that his mother had married beneath her status. Lu Rian turned her gaze to Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu, her expression softening like water. All right, let today's matter rest. You may disperse. The elders sighed in relief, scattering like birds taking flight. My, look how tall you've grown. Jiuyu, why haven't you developed yet? Lu Rian smiled, ruffling Lin Yang's hair, then casting a curious glance at Lin Jiuyu. I'm not undeveloped. I just sleep too much. Lin Jiuyu pouted. Cool, me. Let's head into the Lingxiao palace first. Lu Rian pinched her daughter's chubby cheeks, her face radiating joy. Chapter 68. Have you enlightened again? The Great War of 10,000 Sects. Excellent. Lin Yang leaped to the pinnacle of the heavenly staircase in a single bound. The onlookers, who had exhausted their lives without surpassing 100 steps, felt a wave of despair wash over them. Lin Jiuyu, eager to challenge herself, climbed step by step, the divine essence within her surging, amplifying her strength with each ascent. Sigh. This is pointless. I won't push myself anymore. I'm leaving. 1,000 of me wouldn't compare to a single Lin clan's Qilin child. What's the point of training? After witnessing this, the talented individuals of various realms felt their resolve shatter, departing in droves. Yet, as this thought crossed their minds, their internal realms began to shift, with their obsessions shattered. Their realms upgraded. I understand. They gazed at the ethereal figure of Lin Yang atop the staircase, bowing in gratitude. The deeper the obsession, the more counterproductive it became. Sometimes, returning to the right path would grant them a smoother ascent. Even without uttering a word, Lin Yang's actions had enlightened the talented individuals of all realms, leaving them in awe of his elevated status. They felt immense gratitude, silently acknowledging Lin Yang's benevolence. Why they enlightened again? Lin Yang found the situation amusing, yet remained indifferent. It was ultimately beneficial for humanity to grow stronger. Following Lu Rian, he arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, the very heart of the heavenly court, where only the Eastern Emperor usually resided. Mother, you've worked so hard, Lin Yang remarked, gazing at the mountains of paperwork. Indeed, the 3,000 realms are vast. Even though each realm has its own sovereign, there remain countless matters requiring the heavenly court's governance. Lu Rian nodded. Moreover, as the heavenly court of humanity, We are entangled in numerous power struggles, with countless rodents lurking within. Haha, didn't we just eliminate 2 today? Lin Yang grinned. Indeed, Lu Rian chuckled, but her demeanor shifted to one of ice-cold seriousness. Little Yang, tell me the truth. Why has your power progressed so swiftly? Has your father coerced you into training? Lin Yang was taken aback. I knew it. That Lin Tianyuan has become so audacious that he dares ignore my instructions. I shall settle the score with him when I return home. Lu Rian's teeth clenched. She could not bear to see her child suffer. Lin Yang smiled mischievously, eager to witness that confrontation, offering no explanation. Let the battle commence. He mused. This matter was neither trivial nor significant. A single phrase would suffice to clarify everything. A delightful surprise for his father. Mother, please don't blame father. He merely wishes for his son to excel. It's understandable. Lin Yang replied with a grin. Oof. Don't defend him. We are not afraid of him. When we return home, we shall confront him together. Lu Rian declared with great authority. Cough, cough. No need for that togetherness. Lin Yang hastily declined. Look at how frightened the child has become. You need not worry. Mother will surely obtain justice for you. Lu Ruyin assured him with a pat on the shoulder. Lin Yang felt the topic was best left untouched, quickly adding, Actually, I came to help you with your troubles. I heard father say you've been overwhelmed with affairs and haven't returned home in 10 years. Is there something troubling you? Rest assured, I am now formidable enough to handle any dilemma. Lu Ruin's smile radiated warmth. Her son had truly grown. The heavenly court is too vast. Your intent alone is enough. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ruin continued, If you insist on assisting me, there's indeed a pressing matter where you could lend your hand. Lin Yang became earnest. The heavenly court has been preparing for a significant event concerning the 3,000 realms over the past decade. Lu Ruin explained seriously. Due to the severance of the celestial path, the value of immortal forces has been called into question by the imperial factions. They have grown restless, jointly proposing a reassessment of their standings. Thus, the Heavenly Court has initiated a plan for the Great War of 10,000 sects. The Great War of 10,000 sects? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. In essence, those wishing for reassessment will gather to compete in a tournament. Their performances will determine their new standings. Lu Ruyin elaborated. Given the multitude of factions, only the hegemonic and imperial forces are permitted to participate. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Great War of 10,000 sects. I would like you to represent the Heavenly Court as the chief examiner. Me? Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. What? Do you not wish to assist your mother? Lu Ruin's expression grew sorrowful. Of course not. I would love to. Lin Yang quickly replied. I knew my good son loves his mother the most. Lu Ruin's frown melted away, replaced by a radiant smile. Mother, you should consider competing for the title of Best Actress, Lin Yang remarked, half-jokingly. What is that? Lu Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback. The film emperor refers to the title bestowed upon the most skilled actors, Lin Yang explained. You clever little thing. Lu Ruoyan playfully tapped Lin Yang's forehead. Knowing your lazy nature, you wouldn't read through the materials I provide. Tomorrow, the main purpose is to familiarize you with the various factions within the 3,000 realms. It will be easier to navigate if you encounter acquaintances along the way. Lin Yang nodded. His mother was paving the way for him. Although he was indifferent to such matters, he felt he should not let Lu Lin's sincere intentions go to waste. I want to participate too. Lin Jiyue exclaimed breathlessly as she finally ascended the heavenly ladder, raising her hand to sign up. Lu Ruoyan smiled slightly. This was indeed a rare opportunity for tempering. Very well, I consent. As she watched her 2 children depart, Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes glimmered. Since Xiao Yang had already attained astonishing strength, he was indeed worthy of the imperial throne. Regardless of what the future held, she would ensure the path was laid out for him. When the time came, he could choose as he pleased. Lu Ruoyan mused silently. Such is the heart of parents. Which parent would not contemplate their child's future? The next day, boundless purple mist rose from the eastern skies of the heavenly court, the sun shining brightly overhead. Powerful beings, here to participate in the Wanzhong battle, surged from all directions towards the heavenly court. In an instant, saints flocked like a tide, emperors flowed like water, and a terrifying aura illuminated the entire realm of the heavenly court. Everyone observed the scene with burning eyes, each harboring their own thoughts. Many top-tier powerhouses came in droves, and even some immortal leaders descended. This one's zone battle was, without a doubt, a grand event that had dominated the human race across the 3,000 realms for countless ages. Anyone who relished the spectacle would find a way to secure a seat in the audience. Lin Yang, still clad in ethereal white robes like a celestial being, stretched lazily, glancing at the powerful figures arriving from all directions, and smiled faintly. The show is about to begin. Chapter 69, Unyielding? Then let your ancestor deal with you. The participants in the Wan Zone battle frowned as they turned their gazes towards Lin Yang. Who is this young lad standing at the forefront of the heavenly court's ranks? A resounding voice echoed. This was the inaugural Wan Zone battle, and to prevent the human race from suffering significant losses, the older generation of powerhouses was prohibited from intervening. Only the younger generation of prodigies, aged no more than 1,000 years, were allowed to enter the arena. Next to Lin Yang, an accompanying examiner announced the rules. Meanwhile, Lin Yang casually settled into a rocking chair, exuding a languid demeanor that irked many onlookers. 1,000 years? Isn't that too young? This regulation is rather harsh. Numerous factions voiced their complaints. Saints can live for millennia among these dominant factions. There are many emperors and saints within their ranks. Surely, the age restriction for the younger generation ought to be relaxed to 3,000 years. A leader of a dominant faction frowned. You have no right to question this. It is the will of the heavenly court. The accompanying examiner frowned. We shall not comply. Indeed, 1,000 years is utterly unreasonable. The examiner's expression darkened. He did not expect to encounter such troublesome matters right as the Wan Zone battle commenced. He glanced at Lin Yang. The heavenly court governs the 3,000 realms. They must consider the repercussions of their actions. Lin Yang stretched it again. His finger pointed decisively. Those instigating trouble, expel them from the heavenly court realm, and their faction rating shall be downgraded by 1 level. Upon hearing this, the previously tumultuous scene fell into an abrupt silence. They had relied on their numbers, believing that their voices represented the overwhelming majority of the 3,000 realms, standing on a moral high ground. Surely, even the heavenly court would be cautious in handling the situation. Yet this young man declared what? With a single sentence, he intended to expel them and directly downgrade their faction. They gritted their teeth, seething with rage. Who do you think you are? What makes you so special just because you hold an official position in the heavenly court? Our clan's ancestor also holds a position here. Don't get too arrogant. The head of the Tian clan stepped forward, spitting out his words in fury. Exactly. Our voices represent the majority of the 3,000 realms. Who do you think you are? The heavenly emperor? Beside the head of the Tian clan, 2 other leaders of dominant factions stepped forward as well. With a casual flick of his finger, Lin Yang caused the 2 leaders to explode into mere fragments. What? The overwhelming brutality left everyone dumbfounded, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. You gone mad? The head of the Tian clan, now stripped of his earlier bravado, stammered in shock. Lord Lin is the chief examiner today. He possesses the power of life and death over all participants in the Wan Zone battle. If you dare to defy, just hold your breath. Several accompanying examiners spoke solemnly. They admired Lin Yang's decisiveness and resolve. This was the first Wan Zone battle, a time to establish rules. And these individuals had the audacity to provoke the heavenly court. Of course, a demonstration of power was necessary. They had been somewhat indecisive earlier. But Lin Yang's decisive actions were commendable. By the way, I heard your clan's ancestor is a high-ranking official in the heavenly court? Lin Yang grinned casually. Then summon him here. Yes. Now, Lin Yang exercised the authority of the heavenly emperor. Every order he issued was of the highest level. Soon, the head of the Tian clan's ancestor was brought forth, looking utterly bewildered. Upon seeing Lin Yang, his shock was palpable. What the hell? Isn't this the one who caused a ruckus on the heavenly ladder, slaying the golden-robed master and his 3 generations, the son of the Eastern heavenly emperor? The Lin clan's Qilin son. Lin Yang, the young emperor? Tian Yue trembled uncontrollably, sensing the gravity of the situation. He was merely a low-ranking soldier at the heavenly court S1 Hall, and witnessing such events from afar had nearly terrified him to death. He never dreamed he would be summoned by the young emperor, Lord Lin. As soon as he arrived, he knelt, trembling, and saluted Lin Yang. "Whatever orders you have, please command me. I would brave mountains and seas for you." He was both terrified and exhilarated. If he could truly accomplish something for the young emperor, he would have stories to boast about for a lifetime. Perhaps it might even elevate his status. The head of the Tian clan was left dumbfounded, feeling a sense of foreboding. Was his ancestor so subservient? I ask you, what should be the punishment for those who question the heavenly court's rules and roar defiantly? Lin Yang's languid voice drifted over. "The penalty is immediate execution," Tian Yue replied without hesitation. Although confused, simply speaking a word to the young emperor was an honor of a lifetime. He did not dare ponder further. "Very well." Lin Yang pointed at the head of the Tian clan. "Do you recognize him?" Tian Yue turned his head, his pupils dilating, and upon recalling Lin Yang's earlier question, he understood everything. To establish a dominant faction and a struggle at the lower echelons of the heavenly court, one must possess cunning. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "I do not know him at all." "Oh," Lin Yang scoffed, "such an old fox. Ancestor you?" The head of the Tian clan was bewildered. The greatest support for the Tian clan was this official in the heavenly court. Yet here, the ancestor was disavowing any connection to the family in front of everyone. Silence. Who is this arrogant fool, roaring at the heavenly court and attempting to drag me into this? Tian Yue's face flushed red with anger, fearing that Lin Yang might take offense and obliterate him. "Since there is no connection, then you shall enforce the law," Lin Yang said indifferently. "Yes." Tian Yue was overjoyed, slapping the head of the Tian clan into a pulp, then exhaling deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief. Finally, he had silenced him. "Ah, Lin Yang Nodet, your enforcement is resolute. It seems you are very loyal to the heavenly court." "Thank you, Lord Lin, for your praise. This is what I ought to do." Tian Yue flattered profusely. "Yet in your heart, you remain insincere." Lin Yang's expression shifted, turning icy. "You are clearly the ancestor of the Tian family. Yet, Yuta, what is the true background of Lord Lin, who is so ruthless?" Before their myriad complex emotions could fully surface, the light of reincarnation illuminated the scene. The deceased Tian Yue astonishingly resurrected, as if he had never perished. What? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The cycle of reincarnation had been shattered during the ancient Great War, and since the celestial path was severed, there had been no reports of anyone possessing the means to revive those above the sage level. Yet here stood the elder of the Tian family, perhaps possessing the cultivation level of an initial extreme emperor who had actually returned from the dead. Reviving an emperor, their breaths quickened, and a profound fear surged within them. This power was utterly terrifying. Dying once was sufficient to atone for one's sins. Lin Yang spoke coolly. "Take the Tian clan and return whence you came." "Thank you, Lord Lin, for granting me a new life." Tian Yue wept profusely, bowing in gratitude. "The Tian clan shall henceforth pledge absolute loyalty to the celestial court and to Lord Lin, with no second thoughts." Gulp. The strong from the myriad sects watched with wide eyes. With both grace and authority, Tian Yue was completely at Lin Yang's mercy. They had underestimated this young man. His methods, status, and background were exceedingly formidable. Several elders from the imperial clans frowned, with him present. This upcoming war among the myriad sects has become intriguing. Chapter 70. The fastest death of a reincarnator in history. What a show of grace and authority. Quite the display of arrogance. A hidden prodigy among the crowd coldly observed Lin Yang. Is it merely a better upbringing? Just luck. When it comes to actual combat, who knows who will win? Beside him, the girl he admired gazed at Lin Yang with admiration. Creak. The prodigy grew angrier, his dual pupils revealing themselves. "One day, I shall usurp his position. I shall even bring down the celestial emperor. As a reincarnator, I will crush all enemies and claim the throne of the celestial emperor, commanding the 3,000 realms." He dared not voice his thoughts aloud. instead indulging in fantasies within his heart. His dual pupils narrowed in shock as he realized Lin Yang's gaze had turned towards him. You harbored murderous intent towards me, did you not? Lin Yang flashed a grin. All eyes turned, converging on the dual-pupiled youth. Hiss, a natural born with dual pupils, a sign of an emperor. They were all astonished. Aside from the extraordinarily transcendent and lofty immortal clans, those with natural dual pupils were considered the most prodigious of talents anywhere. And so what? Am I not allowed even to think? Your interference is unwarranted. The dual pupil prodigy frowned, pointing at Lin Yang. You merely sit in that position due to good fortune. Beside him, the patriarch of the dual pupil prodigy's family was in a frenzy. My dear uncle, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Your ability to slay those two clan leaders and even resurrect the elder of the Tian clan is merely through the Celestial Court's supreme artifacts. Do you dare to challenge me unarmed? If you lose, that position shall be mine. The dual pupil prodigy roared. The entire assembly was shaken. Many felt a secret thrill as the prodigy voiced their inner grievances. Lin Yang smiled. Very well, you possess courage. Then you shall receive the fate you deserve. With a casual snap of his fingers, he sent the dual pupil prodigy soaring into the distance, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Everything transpired too swiftly. The crowd failed to react. Gulp, a dual pupil prodigy, just like that, perished? Their minds were reeling. This was utterly outrageous. Perhaps this young man is the fastest to die among all reincarnators in history. Anyone who dares to challenge may step forward. It is too cumbersome to deal with each individually. Lin Yang languidly shifted his posture, speaking with indifference. The prodigies present fell silent. The power Lin Yang displayed was overwhelmingly terrifying, a pressure surpassing that of ordinary extreme emperors. Who would dare to confront him? Several imperial clan prodigies contemplated action but were halted by their elders. He was the son of the immortal Lin clan, a unicorn among the ancient celestial prodigies. In this age of golden opportunities, he stood alone. The elders of the imperial clans shook their heads. His rivals are no longer among the younger generation. There is no need to engage him in battle. The younger prodigies of the imperial clans remained skeptical, yet lacking certainty of victory, they could only endure. Heh, those who fail to conceal themselves, who do not know the art of survival, deserve to perish. A youth with a lewd demeanor chuckled slyly, retreating quietly behind a crowd. We of the Hidden Path sect have concealed our strength for millennia. The world merely perceives us as an ordinary hegemonic force. Now, having accumulated boundless depth, it is time to prove ourselves to the world. His eyes glimmered with infinite anticipation, yearning for the moment when all present would be left speechless. Having concealed himself to the point of invincibility, there was no longer a need to hide. A warning was issued. In this battle, life and death are indifferent. Should anyone's celestial prodigy fall in this arena, a bloodbath shall ensue. The champion prodigy shall represent their faction in the examination for ascension to the immortal clan. Lin Yang's voice resonated calmly. Several examiners nodded, raising numerous arenas. Based on your drawn numbers, ascend to the stage. Soon, prodigies under 1,000 years old surged onto the platforms, each radiating boundless brilliance as terrifying powers erupted. In an instant, various battles commenced. Yet in Lin Yang's eyes, this was merely a spectacle of fledgling talents squabbling. He found no intrigue in it. His gaze shifted to his sister. Lin Jiuyu, having undergone the baptism of the heavenly ladder, integrated the power of the divine liquid within her, and had now entered the 9th realm of the Saint King level. In this turmoil, she faced no formidable opponents. Every encounter ended in swift victory. With her rising strength, memories of her past life began to awaken, rapidly enhancing her combat experience and lethal techniques. Before long, she had breached into the final circle. The remaining contenders were all formidable prodigies ranked among the top 3 of the myriad sections. The one in the lead was an ancient clan prodigy, Xiaolang Tian, who had self-proclaimed his superiority before reaching 1,000 years of age. He possessed celestial bones and was undefeated even at the saint level, having previously triumphed over quasi-emperors and fought with emperors without defeat, earning him the title of an ancient legend. Behind him lingered the lewd youth. still instinctively hiding among the crowd. The championship is soon mine, I shall conserve my strength and seize victory in one fell swoop. The lewd youth brimmed with confidence. What a fierce contest! The results were surprising. The myriad sect powerhouses buzzed with chatter. The previous favorites for the championship had all been eliminated early, failing to reach the finals. The three contenders in the final round were all unexpected. One was a long-sealed ancient prodigy. Does that not count as cheating? This little girl is ferocious, emerging from nowhere. The lewd boy seemed to be a descendant of a hegemonic force. Yet here he was in the finals? Utterly absurd. What on earth is happening? This outcome left everyone bewildered. Come, let us duel. Lin Jiuyu's fighting spirit surged, her longsword emanating a terrifying aura as she pointed it at Xiao Langtian. I know you. You are the sister of the Lin clan's unicorn, Lin Yang. Xiao Langtian replied with a slight smile, his words shocking all present. Many in the myriad clans were taken aback. So this little girl possesses such a background. Lin, examiners, what is the meaning of this? Is this not the war of the myriad sects? Why are members of the Immortal clan mixed in? Numerous high-ranking clan members voiced their concerns, though they dared not raise their voices too loudly, fearing Lin Yang's wrath would lead to their annihilation. Lin Yang scoffed coldly. Were you not all striving for ascension to the Immortal clan? Why do you fear a mere offspring of the Celestial clan? Are you truly unworthy to compete for the Immortal clan? Return home and change diapers. In an instant, silence fell. Those who had earlier questioned were left speechless. The ancient celestial prodigies of the Immortal clan had yet to make their move, and my sister bore no title of an ancient prodigy. After a decade of slumber, she was now but 8 or 9 years old. Do you lack the confidence to defeat her? Lin Yang let out a scoff, his words dripping with disdain, causing many formidable warriors to feel a twinge of shame. Indeed, as the examiner Lin stated, you should cease this incessant noise and refrain from wasting time. I shall personally remove this little girl from the arena. Xiao Langtian stepped forward, his tone casual yet brimming with confidence. Chapter 71. Little girl, I shall claim you and the divine essence within you. Xiao Langtian radiated self-assurance. He was an unequivocal prodigy of ancient lineage, a legendary figure who had faced emperors unscathed. Few could claim such feats. It was evident that he had secured his position as the champion. No one could rival him. The powerful figures from various clans nodded in agreement, continuously appraising the situation. The farce must come to an end. You two should withdraw from the stage. My strikes will show no mercy. Xiao Langtian's terrifying aura émanated forte, revealing that he had reached the threshold of quasi-emperor status. With the strength of a sacred sovereign challenging an emperor, who could possibly stand against him now? The title of champion undeniably belonged to Xiao Langtian. The crowd of strong warriors erupted in fervor, and the Xiao clan stood tall and proud, certain of their ascension to an immortal lineage. Lin Jiuyu, however, also revealed her own aura, exuding the power of a ninth-layer sacred king. Startled, many wondered how she had made it to the finals. Had Lin Yang opened a back door for her? The so-called immortal lineage was nothing remarkable. In the next moment, Lin Jiuyu and Xiao Langtian clashed, their terrifying sword intents colliding like tidal waves. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. What? The onlookers were dumbfounded. Xiao Langtian, a sacred sovereign who had battled emperors, was now being thwarted by a mere sacred king. This was utterly astonishing. The powerful figures from various clans were left in shock. Was this the depth of the immortal lineage's capabilities? Boom! The two combatants surged from the center of the arena into the sky, the very heavens recoiling and the Tao manifesting. The clash of peak techniques unleashed shockwaves that could span millions of miles. Was this truly a duel between the younger generation's strongest? The elders among them found it hard to fathom achieving such heights. Defeat. Lin Jiuyu's formidable aura surged like a boundless ocean, her divine essence erupting continuously. She fought while simultaneously ascending in power. Damn! Xiao Langtian, once brimming with confidence and seeking a swift resolution, now found himself increasingly pressured, unable to contain his frustration. Beast! How can I fight like this? Boom! The divine essence exploded forth, shattering limits, and allowing Lin Jiuyu to transcend into the great saint realm amidst battle. I am invincible. I shall not lose. I will catch up to my brother. Lin Jiuyu grew increasingly exhilarated, her fighting spirits soaring. Damn! Xiao Longtian's expression darkened. After Lin Jiuyu's breakthrough to the great saint, her combat prowess soared, and he felt on the verge of defeat. Won't your internal energy ever run dry? He gritted his teeth, secretly relying on the ancient figure within his ring for a steady supply of energy. Yet Lin Jiuyu was even more terrifying, as if she had hundreds of ancient figures at her disposal, maintaining an excess of energy for breakthroughs during combat. Damn. Xiao Langtian was growing desperate. He bore the hopes of his clan and the invincible pride of the ancient prodigies. He could not afford to lose. Ultimate move, flame-dividing wave cutter. Xiao Langtian unleashed his ultimate technique, a terrifying inferno erupting from his body, creating a vast sea of flames. A colossal ruler descended, as if capable of cleaving the heavens. You have your ultimate move, so do I. Lin Jiuyu responded with a fierce clash of her sword, activating ancient memories with her indomitable will. Her gaze sharpened. I will protect my brother, defend the Lin clan. In this life, I shall not be defeated. Her overwhelming willpower forcefully decomposed the divine essence within her, allowing her realm to ascend rapidly. Gulp, Lord Lin. The accompanying examiners were taken aback, hastily offering their warnings. Fear not. Lin Yang shook his head. The so-called unstable realm was merely a manifestation of one's will failing to control their power, leading to internal chaos. Now that Lin Jiuyu possessed a strong heart, she was fully capable of mastering her newfound realm. Great Saint 3rd layer, Great Saint 6th layer, Great Saint 9th layer. The divine essence was boundless. As long as her mindset could manage it, her realm could ascend. Defeat for me. Lin Jiuyu's eyes were unwavering as she clashed with Xiao Langtian. Boom! In the center, an unfathomable expanse began to collapse. Had it not been for the surrounding sovereigns and powerful figures, the consequences would have been dire. Whoosh! As the fragments of the void dispersed, Lin Jiuyu stood proudly in the arena, wielding her divine sword, her aura radiant. Meanwhile, Xiao Langtian had been sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. His aura diminished as he fell to the ground. My heavens, Xiao Langtian has actually been defeated? The legendary prodigy has lost to an 8-year-old girl? This outcome left everyone speechless. The Xiao clan, as emperor, sighed in despair. Was the gap between the imperial clan and the immortal lineage truly insurmountable? The path to immortality had been severed for countless ages, yet the depth of the immortal lineage remained unfathomable, irreplaceable, despairing. No, I have not lost. I shall never lose. Unless I die. Xiao Langtian, overwhelmed by the impact of defeat, began to lose his grip on reality. The ancient will within the ring cackled with glee. The induction was successful. Thomas seized control. His terrifying will instantaneously replaced Xiao Longtian's consciousness, taking command of his body. Ha ha ha! Xiao Longtian laughed maniacally. After billions of years of scheming, I have finally succeeded. Had this fool not chosen to seal himself, I could have returned in ancient times. The sudden shift left all the powerful figures in shock. That voice was so unfamiliar. He was not Langtian at all. Who are you? What have you done to our clan's prodigy? Several supreme emperors of the Xiao clan could no longer contain themselves. Return our prodigy. A mere few 1st and 2nd layer emperors, who had not even lived out their second lives, dared to meddle with the true essence. Xiao Langtian cackled. As the heavens darkened, a terrifying aura erupting from him. Quasi-Emperor 3rd layer. Quasi-Emperor 9th layer. Supreme Emperor, Supreme 3rd layer. Surround him and kill him. This is undoubtedly an ancient demon's possession. If we do not act swiftly, we shall all perish. A dreadful aura enveloped the heavens, instilling a profound sense of crisis in the hearts of the powerful figures from all clans. Boom! Xiao Langtian casually swatted outward, and the few supreme emperors of the Xiao clan were obliterated, their bodies shattered into blood and flesh. Ha ha ha! Weak, too weak. The ancient demon reveled in his madness, laughing incessantly. Let me tell you, it matters not that I did not emerge in ancient times. In this era, there isn't a single worthy opponent. I can freely dominate all, and you shall all be my servants. His bloodthirsty gaze swept across the arena, landing on Lin Jiuyu. Little girl, I shall claim you and the divine essence hidden within you. Chapter 72. Not for any reason. Just because I find you pleasing to the eye gulp. The powerful figures from various clans turned ashen. The aura was overwhelmingly terrifying and continued to escalate. It was unfathomable to contemplate the true horror that would ensue if this ancient demon were to fully awaken. The demon roared, striking with enough force to slay an ordinary supreme emperor. Lin Jiuyu's face drained of color, the fear of death engulfing her heart. If you dare harm my sister, have you consulted me first? A cold, questioning voice reverberated, causing the surrounding dark energy to shatter instantly. What? The ancient demon sensed a tremendous threat, staring in astonishment at Lin Yang. There exists such a being in this world. In disbelief, he found himself unable to see through this ethereal youth. Anger surged within him. I have lain dormant for so many years, merely to emerge and kill without restraint. You and your sister, both fine ingredients to aid my resurgence to the peak. You shall perish. He unleashed his ultimate move, a terrifying aura erupting as 100,000 meteors were summoned from the heavens. Each meteor was steeped in boundless demonic energy, colossal in size, akin to entire worlds crashing down. Could this demon god truly be so formidable? The faces of the myriad sects experts turned ashen. Let us unite our strength. With so many supreme emperors present, can we allow an ancient demon god's remnant soul to wreak havoc? Someone bellowed, revealing their supreme might. The cunning youth retreated behind the crowd, his expression inscrutable. Everyone, do your best. I do not wish to reveal myself so soon. Across the heavenly realm, powerful ancient wills began to awaken, poised to strike. Lu Rian, seated at the heavenly emperor's throne, grasped the Eastern Emperor's artifact, preparing to act. Just as all parties began to mobilize, a chilling command echoed throughout the celestial domain. Annihilate. In the next instant, the 100,000 meteors erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, their demonic energy extinguished as if doused by a deluge. The world instantly regained its clarity. The demonic aura vanished, and the meteors disintegrated. The enormous threat that had petrified the myriad sects was obliterated by a single thunderous command. Everyone stared in shock, witnessing the ethereal figure of the youth, standing as if a celestial being, calm and indifferent. Is that Lin Clan's Qilin's son? Such terrifying power, with but a single command, he extinguished this overwhelming might. Incredible! At this moment, countless young prodigies among the myriad sects were enamored, and many high-ranking officials felt their hearts aflame, their knees weak. This was the visage of the true sovereign of humanity. The youth was invincible, a genuine, undeniable legend. Lu Ruyan smiled approvingly, setting down the heavenly emperor's jade seal. The cunning youth raised an eyebrow. This is intriguing. Huh. The ancient demon god's pupils contracted. He realized Lin Yang was formidable, but never anticipated him to be this terrifying. During the Celestial Fall era, how could someone of your caliber exist? He chuckled coldly. Do you think you're impressive? Achieving this in this era is indeed commendable. But my current strength is but a fraction of what it once was. Once I fully recover, I shall slay you like mere weeds. Is that so? Lin Yang laughed heartily. Then allow me to accommodate you. He directly infused a strand of primordial purple energy into Xiao Lang's being, causing the ancient demon god's realm to rapidly revive, continuously ascending. In an instant, he became so formidable that even ordinary emperors felt compelled to kneel. Common saints collapsed, coughing up blood. Ha ha ha! The ancient demon god felt his power nearly restored, a frenzied joy flashing in his eyes. Kid, you suit my temperament well. Come, join me. I shall reign over these 3,000 domains, and you shall be my personal attendant. Qilin son of the Lin clan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? What? Everyone was bewildered by this scene. Some were speechless, others collapsed in despair, some terrified into fainting, while others lamented and cursed Lin Yang, even contemplating surrender. Yet, a portion of them maintained bright eyes, believing in Lin Yang. He is the leader of our human race's future. He would never engage in meaningless actions. I firmly support him. Lu Ruyan too shone with brightness. Watching with anticipation, Lin Yang surveyed the reactions from all factions, noting those who steadfastly stood by his side. Well, you're no longer of use. He turned, sneering at the ancient demon god. You may now perish. Ha ha! The ancient demon god's laughter reverberated through the heavens. Arrogant. You are too arrogant. My strength has been restored. I now reign supreme above and below. What can you use to kill me? To save you is to kill you. Lin Yang raised a hand. Before the ancient demon god could utter another taunt, a terrifying cleaving power manifested, and his head was instantly severed. What? The ancient demon god had yet to react, his head exploding into fragments. In the next moment, his body, radiating boundless energy, also shattered, his very soul dissipating. With a mere gesture, he annihilated the ancient demon god, causing his demise. The atmosphere was serene, the celestial realm restored to tranquility. Yet, within the hearts of all, a tempest surged. Nearly everyone's mind went blank. Even those who steadfastly supported Lin Yang stood dumbfounded. When the world just transpired. After an indeterminate time, someone finally rasped. What are you dawdling for? Get back to your tasks. Let everything continue as before. At that moment, the ethereal youth's figure engraved itself into the marrow of every observer. He was the sole deity in their hearts. The essence he represented was encapsulated in one word: strength. An undeniable strength. The mere thought of him instilled an unimaginable sense of security. The future leader of humanity could only be him. This notion rose from the depths of every heart. Before they could express their gratitude, Lin Yang's fingers flicked in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the leaders of the factions crumbled, their heads exploding like firecrackers. A relentless slaughter ensued. Why the sudden massacre? Though confused, many felt resolutely supportive of Lin Yang after the earlier events. Lord Lin must have his reasons. Soon, Lin Yang wiped out all those sects that had contemplated surrender, rivers of blood flowing. Those spineless traitors had no value in his eyes. He coldly reprimanded. In times of great calamity for humanity, they are merely hidden threats. He intended to prevent any potential betrayal from these rotten fish and traitors that could lead to the collapse of humanity's front lines, jeopardizing his own security. So, it is. The myriad sect experts nodded, agreeing with Lin Yang's actions. Since the great calamity of humanity, they had been unable to escape, and preemptively eliminating potential backstabbers was beneficial for all. While your sect may not yet possess the strength, you will no longer be denied elevation to a higher sect status. Lin Yang pointed at those factions that had firmly supported him earlier. What? Lord Lin, why is this? These factions were taken aback, unable to contain their astonishment. For no particular reason. I simply find you pleasing to the eye. Lin Yang waved his hand, speaking matter-of-factly. Chapter 73. Our ancestor still exudes charisma. It wouldn't be unacceptable. Just because you find us pleasing? The leaders of these factions swallowed hard, their eyes brimming with adoration. Being appreciated by Lord Lin was a blessing. They would dedicate their lives and loyalty to him without regret. Their feelings were genuine. The existence of celestial clans, imperial families, and various tiers of power was to maintain stability across the 3,000 domains and ensure the future development of humanity. Every century, the celestial realm allocated resources to support various levels of power. The benefits of being elevated were worlds apart. It was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate or a phoenix undergoing rebirth. Thus, they were filled with gratitude. The other factions were green with envy, yet felt powerless. They understood that those rewarded had steadfastly supported Lin Yang, while they had failed to do so. They would seek opportunities to align themselves with Lord Lin in the future, enjoying the benefits. Indeed, he was merciless and ruthless to his enemies. Yet he was undeniably benevolent to his allies. Many factions resolved to fervently curry favor and ingratiate themselves with Lin Yang. However, how could they ever catch his eye? Huh, my precious daughter is an unparalleled beauty. I shall offer her as a pet. Surely Lord Lin would accept. If that's your plan, should he fancy married women, my wife could also. Your vision is too narrow. In the realm of cultivation, age matters little. After all, beauty does not wither. I believe our esteemed ancestor still possesses an enchanting charm, utterly captivating, and could certainly serve as a maid for Lord Lin. The leaders of various factions are discreetly communicating, contemplating how to curry favor with Lin Yang. Meanwhile, the head of the Shao clan furrows his brow in discontent, feeling quite vexed. Lin Yang is so powerful. He could easily protect our clan's prodigy and vanquish the remnants of the ancient demon god. It is evident he intends to weaken our clan. Is there a hint of resentment among you? Lin Yang inquires, his brow slightly furrowed, directing his gaze toward the Shao clan. The clan leader, Shao Zhankuan, is taken aback, incredulous that his private thoughts could be overheard. How is it that you can hear the voice of the emperor? This is preposterous, he exclaims. This calamity has arisen because of your clan. To spare you is already a generous act, yet you dare to harbor grievances? Lin Yang's cold reprimand leaves Shao Zhankuan pale, and he wishes to argue. However, a formidable aura suddenly emanates from a certain place in the heavenly realm. Lord Lin, an elder, swiftly kneels before Lin Yang, declaring, I am the chief guardian of the martial holy hall and the ancestor of the Shao clan. I cannot tolerate this unfilial descendant who dares to slander you. Please allow me to cleanse our family. Lin Yang raises an eyebrow, recognizing the elder's sincerity, and nods in acquiescence. Granted. Thank you, Lord Lin. The Shao clan's ancestor repeatedly bows, rising with a grim countenance to approach Shao Zhankuan. Ancestor, what are you planning to do? Shao Zhankuan trembles, retreating in disbelief at his ancestor's sudden hostility. You wretched spawn, do you realize how close you came to ruining our clan? The elder's fury is palpable. Is it truly necessary, ancestor? Is he truly so sacred and untouchable? Shao Zhankuan retorts, feeling disgruntled. Our clan is an imperial lineage, only slightly weaker than the immortal clans. If we were to exhaust our resources, we could certainly defeat an ancient demon god. Why should we fear him? Silence. The elder, infuriated, causes Shao Zhankuan to tremble in fear, his hair standing on end. Without hesitation, he strikes Shao Zhankuan, rendering him a grotesque mass. Blood splatters, and his soul is shattered. No one is allowed to collect his remains. The elder, enraged, spits on Shao Zhankuan's corpse. An imperial lineage is merely a fraction weaker than the immortal clans? Is a profound weakness. The elder's fury intensifies, for the more powerful entities comprehend the terror of the immortal clans. Moreover, setting aside the immortal clans, the Shao clan cannot afford to offend Lin Yang, whose background is overwhelmingly formidable. He is the prodigy of the Lin clan, a future sovereign of humanity, the grandson of the heavenly emperor, and the son of the current heavenly emperor. Which of these titles could not spell doom for the Shao clan? The elder humbles himself to the utmost, bowing until Lin Yang gestures for him to rise before retreating. The remaining factions immediately adopt a meditative demeanor, suppressing their thoughts. For Lin Yang is a being capable of perceiving even the heart of an extreme Tao emperor. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Yang reclaims his seat, crossing his legs and casually indulging in fruits. This time, no one dares to express discontent, for he possesses the might to warrant such authority. In the final match, the heir of the Godao sect, Han Xianli, faces Lin Jui of the immortal Lin clan. The announcement reverberates. The cunning youth steps forward. At last, it is my turn to take action. After hiding for so long, I can finally showcase the might of the Godao sect. He and Lin Jui both reveal the aura of a great sage at the 9th level. Unexpectedly, the final arena showcases a battle between two great sages and emperor of the human clan muses. Indeed, the previous favorites for the championship were all at least at the quasi-emperor level, yet they did not even reach the finals. It appears we can no longer judge solely based on realms. The prowess of these exceptional prodigies battling beyond their ranks is truly astonishing. For ordinary cultivators, engaging in combat across one rank is a daunting task, let alone across multiple realms. If the opponent possesses a 3-level advantage, there is no hope of resistance. Yet, for these extraordinary prodigies, fighting across ranks is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Lin Yang and Han Xianli collide with a thunderous force, unleashing catastrophic waves of energy that shatter the surrounding landscape, a spectacle far beyond a mere great sage battle. Humph! You dare to contend with me at the same level? It seems I must reveal a fraction of my hidden power. Han Xianli unlocks the first of his internal seals, and his aura surges to the 9th level of the Saint's Sovereign. Lin Yang feels the pressure mounting. In the heat of battle, she ignites her potential, her divine essence boiling, and she breaks through to the Saint's sovereign realm. What? Han Xianli is taken aback. You two have been concealing your strength? He has witnessed Lin Yang ascend from the 9th level of the Saint King through 2 matches to the Saint's sovereign realm. It is the first time in many years he has encountered someone capable of such concealment. Han Xianli sneers, if I am the first to the Go Dao, you could barely claim the 2nd spot. Unfortunately, your foundational strength is far too lacking to be of concern. The championship is already mine. With a grin, he unseals his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th layers of restraint. His aura rapidly escalates. Quasi-Emperor at the 4th level. Quasi-Emperor at the 7th level. Quasi-Emperor at the 9th level. Chapter 74. Go Dao Sect. What is the Immortal clan worth? Gulp. This fellow is quite adept at concealment. The assembled formidable beings widen their eyes in astonishment. A quasi-emperor at the 9th level, managing to obscure his strength to the level of a great sage? Fight! Lin Yang, undaunted, grows ever more valiant. What she needs most now is a fitting adversary to unleash the dormant energies within her. Too strong or too weak would serve no purpose. Humph. Han Xianli unleashes an array of quasi-emperor artifacts, even brandishing an emperor artifact. A terrifying might converges, all aimed at Lin Yang. Those of the Go Dao sect are masters of concealment, and now that they have decided to strike, they unleash their fearsome power. Boom! Lin Yang counters with her own emperor artifact longsword, engaging in a fierce battle with Han Xianli. Her strength continually advances, her realm rapidly evolving. Damn it! Han Xianli is bewildered. Have you activated some cheat? He is infuriated, unable to contend with Lin Yang. His opponent grows ever stronger. How could anyone endure this? It seems he must unleash overwhelming power to suppress her. Resolutely, Han Xianli decides to reveal his final layer of restraint. The aura of an extreme Dao Emperor radiates forth, a terrifying might engulfing the arena. Gulp. What? An extreme Dao Emperor. The powerful figures from various sects widen their eyes. An extreme Dao Emperor under 1,000 years of age. There are scarcely a handful in history. The distinction between quasi-emperor and emperor is immense, separating countless extraordinary prodigies. Without an emperor to preside, a faction remains ordinary. Only with an extreme Dao Emperor can one be deemed a hegemonic power. Ordinary hegemonic factions will be fortunate to have 1 or 2 ancestors who are extreme Dao Emperors. Yet here, a mere prodigy emerges, and he is an emperor? The gathered powers grow solemn. The Go Dao sect is anything but simple. Just how much strength have they concealed? Indeed, the Go Dao sect embodies true cunning. Ho Impel, Han Xianli Snish. Casting a scornful glance at Lin Yang. What a mortal prodigy! What prodigy of the myriad clans! All pale in comparison to the Go Dao. We have endured for so many years. Now that we reveal ourselves, it is destined that we shall become an invincible force. How could mere ants comprehend the heights of the heavens? Let me show you what true invincibility looks like. He laughs heartily, unleashing a torrent of power, intent on crushing Lin Yang. Except for my brother, no one is worthy to speak of invincibility. Lin Yang raises her sword, her countenance more resolute and solemn than ever, though my memories have yet to fully awaken. I have recalled the mightiest strike. Prepare to receive the challenge. She let out a delicate laugh, transforming her body into a sword, embodying the ultimate sword intent. From her innate spiritual body emerged an unparalleled sword embryo. The sword comes. Lin Yang pointed her long sword, summoning the sword-shaped weapons wielded by countless powerful beings, compelling them uncontrollably to fly towards her. In that instant, an uncountable number of extraordinary divine swords soared forth. The souls of saintly weapons, great saintly weapons, quasi-imperial weapons, and even the ultimate imperial sword were all awakened. Carrying the boundless essence of the sword tide, Lin Yang's strike could cleave the heavens and part the earth. What? Han Xinli, who had anticipated easily crushing Lin Yang, turned pale with fright, instantly engulfed by this sea of swords. As the sword tide receded, Han Xinli's body was left riddled with wounds, helplessly collapsing onto the arena. Lin Yang's complexion turned ashen, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Utilizing the myriad swords returning to their origins at this realm was far too taxing. Fortunately, the divine liquid within her continuously nourished her vitality, or she would have surely fainted. The champion has emerged. The victor of the myriad sect war is Lin Yang of the undying Lin clan. The voices of several examiners trembled with excitement as they declared the result. The powerful beings of the myriad sects sighed in unison. Indeed, the undying celestial clan was formidable, with even a mere child of 8 or 9 years old exhibiting extraordinary strength, completely unmatched. The golden era is about to commence, and naturally, prodigies will arise from these resource-rich families, as dictated by the great Tao. Yet some powerful beings chuckled coldly within. How could the results of the battle among prodigies under 1,000 years reveal the true foundation of the undying celestial clan? They initially intended to spark a genuine conflict in the myriad sect war, directly forcing the heavenly court to eradicate the undying celestial clan. However, at this moment, they could only suppress their thoughts, just as they contemplated seeking another reason to incite trouble. Ha ha ha, ancienlis uter aqua, impressiva. However, my sect of survival adheres to the path of survival, and now that we wish to emerge, we shall not rest. This myriad sect conference is merely a grand chess game for us. I am but a small pawn within it. My loss is inconsequential. What matters is that I am the key to opening a new era. He detonated himself, unleashing a terrifying energy that transformed into a spatial passage, connecting the heavenly court and the secret realm of the sect of survival. What? The powerful beings of the myriad sects changed their expressions. What trickery is this? They turned their gaze towards the other side of the spatial passage, leading directly to the domain of the sect of survival. There, powerful beings soared, each one previously exuding an ordinary aura, now erupting with terrifying might. Some even surpassed the fully revived ancient demonic gods from earlier. It seems Xinli has opened a direct route for us to ambush the heavenly court. Your sacrifice was worthwhile. Seizing the opportunity, they aimed to plunder the lives of the myriad sect's powerful beings, gaining overwhelming strength to conquer the heavenly court. After hiding for so many years, we shall no longer endure. The human race's heavenly court has long been overdue for a change of leadership. The leader of the sect of survival emanated an overwhelming aura, shattering the heavens and the earth, leading the powerful beings of the sect of survival to stride forth into the heart of the heavenly court, the arena of the myriad sect war. With a single slap, he killed countless powerful beings, absorbing their vitality into himself. Such terrifying strength. What a remarkable sect of survival, each member concealing unfathomable realms. Disguised as a dominant force, they were secretly growing, waiting for the opportune moment to execute their nefarious plans. Are you trying to usurp the path of a certain undying celestial clan? Someone questioned. The leader of the sect of survival laughed arrogantly. The undying celestial clan? We have never regarded you with any significance. Our target is the entire heavenly court, the realms of the 3,000. He turned his gaze, a playful glint in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yang. You are said to be the foremost prodigy among the realms of the 3,000, are you not? Capturing you will compel the Lin clan and the current heavenly emperor to bow before me. Your luck has run out. You've encountered me, so surrender obediently. Chapter 75. Living again? One strike will obliterate you. Just based on you? Lin Yang grinned, about to take action when a light laugh interrupted. I wish to see which jester dares to lay their sights on the offspring of the Lin clan. A cold voice echoed as a formidable being radiating boundless light emerged from the depths of the heavenly court. The grand celestial official of the martial sacred hall. Could he be the elder of the Lin clan? These undying celestial clans truly conceal their strengths. The imperial clan's powerful beings felt a wave of shame. It had been far too long since the ancient days. These imperial beings, born in peacetime, had no real sense of the chasm between themselves and the celestial clans. They only knew that their elder and the elders of the undying celestial clans served in the heavenly court, thus perceiving a negligible gap. Yet today, that gap was starkly evident. The ancestor of the dominant clan was merely a high-ranking soldier in the heavenly court, while the ancestor of the imperial clan was merely a head guard. Any random member of the undying celestial clan commanded a position of utmost reverence as a grand celestial official. A grand celestial official of the heavenly court? The leader of the sect of survival stood with his hands behind his back, completely disregarding the elder of the Lin clan. We dare to swallow the heavenly court. And you send merely a grand celestial official? Is that not treating us with utter disdain? That is sufficient. The elder of the Lin clan smiled lightly, casually summoning a celestial treasure with a flick of his wrist. A ripple of celestial energy shook the heavens. What? Though the celestial path has been severed, he can still wield celestial energy? The myriad sects sighed in unison. Is this the foundation of the undying Lin clan? Merely a contest of foundations. The sect of survival has concealed untold numbers of powerful beings. Today, let us show you what true strength looks like. The leader of the sect of survival laughed heartily, commanding several powerful beings behind him to meet their demise. Bang! 3 powerful beings were instantly shattered by the celestial treasure, depleting its might. No matter how strong you are, your foundation is limited. The leader of the sect of survival beamed with pride. How much celestial energy can be stored in this treasure? Once we exhaust your celestial energy, this heavenly court shall belong to my sect of survival. The grand celestial official of the Lin clan froze for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. So this is your intention. Then, extending his hand, he opened a spatial passage leading directly to the undying Lin clan. What? The leader of the sect of survival's pupils constricted. They had expended countless schemes, even sacrificing the foremost prodigy, to create a passage to the heart of the heavenly court. The undying Lin clan had won all along. Such astonishment? The grand celestial official of the Lin clan chuckled. Every undying celestial clan possesses this privilege. You did not even know this and dared to boast about annihilating the heavenly court. You've made this 80,000-year-old man's teeth fall out from laughter. The leader of the sect of survival fell silent. The powerful beings of the myriad sects also fell silent. Merely a trivial privilege. The leader of the sect of survival's aura continued to surge, his realm pressure intensifying as his internal restraints unleashed wildly. Very well, if that is the case. Let us first eradicate your undying Lin clan as an appetizer. What a madman. From the passage of the Lin clan, Lin Tianyuan stepped forth. Behind him, an endless array of Lin clan powerful beings exuded a terrifying aura capable of shattering the heavens, darkening the entire sky. Truly divine warriors, sacred, yet fearsome. Father, why have you all come? I can handle this myself. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and asked. We have long known that the myriad sect conference would surely attract troublemakers. Haven't these imperial clans been yearning to ignite a war? Then we shall kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, showing them the true disparity between the imperial clan and the undying celestial clan. Lin Tianyuan declared with immense authority. Indeed, we have waited in vain for a long time, but we didn't expect the last to come forth would be the sect of survival. Infamous for its survivalist practices. How ironic. The grand celestial official of the Lin clan shook his head in amusement. Seeing Lin Tianyuan speak with such righteous fervor, Lin Yang couldn't help but jest. Father, I see you must be missing Mother. Otherwise, which of these undying celestial clan members would want to show off a bit during this conference? How do we end up here? Surely, it was you who seized this opportunity. Lin Tianyuan, caught in his scheming thoughts, waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. Ahem. How could that be? This was arranged in advance with your mother. Ah, yes, yes, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Since his father and the others were eager to put on a show, he naturally took the chance to relax, reclining in his chair and indulging in fruits and desserts. With a smile, he gestured, "Come on, father, let the performance begin." Lin Tianyuan was left speechless. His son's lazy demeanor concealed unfathomable capabilities. If he were as dedicated to cultivation as Lin Yang, he might have already defied the ages and ascended to immortality. Oh my goodness! The leader of the Go Dao sect was infuriated. What on earth are you doing? Why are you chatting away? Do you not see me? Do you have no regard for Go Dao sect? We are here to overthrow the heavenly court. Did you hear that? A mere immortal. Lin Tianyuan frowned and glanced over, unleashing a spear that pierced through the endless distance, obliterating the leader of the Go Dao sect. I am merely having a conversation with my son. What business do you, an insignificant insect, have in this matter? The myriad sect's formidable warriors were left in disbelief. The leader of the Go Dao sect had been unleashing his internal restraints, ultimately revealing strength that surpassed the 9th level of the extreme Dao Emperor, displaying the might of a second-generation emperor. Yet, he was effortlessly dispatched with a single shot. The Lin family leader was indeed terrifying. Normally, a 9th level extreme Dao Emperor could attempt the path to immortality, but now, with that path severed, the only options left were to die of old age, seal themselves, or strive to live a second life. The lifespan of an extreme Dao Emperor is 1,000,000 years. If they can achieve a second life, they would be rejuvenated and could live another 1,000,000 years. Such a cycle continues until one becomes a pinnacle of the 9th generation, worthy of the title Heavenly Emperor. However, achieving a second life is exceedingly difficult. Even the most extraordinary extreme Dao Emperors have a minuscule chance of success. In this era, living a second life is far more challenging than becoming a true immortal in ancient times. Having lived for so many years, witnessing an extreme Dao Emperor achieve a second life only to be annihilated in a heartbeat is utterly absurd. Many powerful beings trembled in fear. Is this the true strength of the immortal celestial clan? Lin Tianyuan's fighting spirit surged, a murderous intent boiling within him, his gaze directed toward the Go Dao sect. Lin clan warriors, heed my command. Annihilate the Go Dao sect and bolster the might of our Lin clan. The celestial clan must not be insulted. The Lin clan must not be humiliated. The unified and resounding battle cries of the Lin clan warriors echoed through the heavens. The myriad sect's powerful beings could only spit blood and be sent flying, unable to withstand such terrifying, murderous intent. Is this truly the immortal celestial clan? Some leaders of imperial clans tasted bitterness in their mouths. The disparity is too great. Chapter 76. They have returned. Everything is returned. Booming sounds reverberated. The Lin clan's army surged forth from the spatial passage, directly invading the Go Dao sect's domain. The Go Dao sect attempted to rally their forces for resistance. However, just as they gathered, the Lin clan unleashed an unfathomable number of celestial treasures and imperial weapons, overwhelming them completely. Futile, no matter how they scurry. Compared to the immortal celestial clan's foundation, they are but a drop in the ocean, a mere speck of dust. The Grand Officer of the Lin clan smiled slightly. This sect truly possesses audacity, foolishly calling itself the Go Dao sect, oblivious to the fact that in the 3,000 realms, the most cunning are these immortal celestial clans. If the ancestral foundation of the immortal celestial clan were to emerge, they would sweep across the entire celestial downfall era. Of course, such foundations vanish once utilized. No one would dare employ them unless in a life-or-death situation. The Lin clan's army pressed forward with reckless abandon. Their opposition was not the Go Dao sect's army, but their speed of flight. The onslaught was akin to a tidal wave, an overwhelming crush. In just a minute, The Lin clan's army flattened the entire Go Dao sect, breaching their ancestral grounds. Oomph! Who would have thought someone would dare intrude upon my Go Dao sect's ancestral land? Such audacity warrants my scrutiny. Suddenly, the elders of the Go Dao sect awoke, each revealing their formidable powers, but before they could flaunt their might, they were met with the inexorable advance of the Lin clan's army. Terrifying celestial treasures fell upon them like a torrential downpour. What is happening? These elders were instantly annihilated by the celestial treasures, some even crushed before they could open their eyes. After being sealed for so many years, they had not even seized the opportunity to display their invincible prowess before meeting their demise. No! The elders of the Go Dao sect cried out in despair. Placed in any realm, they could easily crush various imperial clans due to their overwhelming concealment of powerful figures. Yet, before the Lin clan's army, they were subjected to a dimensional reduction strike. It was akin to floodwaters inundating an anthill, rendering their so-called foundation and cunning utterly laughable and fragile. Time's up. The Go Dao sect was thoroughly obliterated. Silence ensued. Now, only silence remained. The shock was overwhelming. The myriad sect's powerful beings gazed at this scene, their scalps tingling, their bones trembling. To flatten a sect of such might in a minute. This is the immortal celestial clan. The Lin clan's 18th army. Hear my command. Mission accomplished. Regroup. Lin Tianyuan casually commanded. The Lin clan's army, having cleared the Go Dao sect, immediately reassembled. The 18th army? Goodness. Does this imply that the Lin clan possesses at least 18 such formidable armies? The myriad sect's powerful beings, already shaken to their cores, felt their minds begin to quiver. A profound terror erupted within them. They have returned. Everything has returned. In the heavenly court, observing from afar, the heads of the elite troops and the chief guards had reddened eyes. They were all ancient sovereigns, ancestors of imperial forces. On this day, they recalled the fear of being dominated by the immortal celestial clan in ancient times. Such unmatched tyranny, unparalleled supremacy. This dominion and fear penetrate the very marrow, unyielding even after the severance of the celestial path for endless eons. Lin Tianyuan smiled slightly. It seems the effect exceeded his expectations. However, one must remain humble. Lin Tianyuan reminded himself. In this fantastical world, even if one is powerful, one must hold back. The Lin clan is far more than just 18 armies. Otherwise, they could not have maintained their dominance over the 8 desolations for countless millennia. Booming sounds echoed. The ground of the Go Dao sect cracked, the entire secret realm on the verge of collapse. A terrifying aura surged forth, a gargantuan maw rising to the heavens. What is this? The presence of an ancient divine beast. Is this the deity that the Go Dao sect has long revered? The Lin clan's army prepared to strike. But Lin Tianyuan's eyes brightened, and he called for a halt. The earth shattered completely, revealing a colossal hound whose mere form could occupy a significant portion of the secret realm. It was the ancient divine beast, Go Dog. Lin Yang recognized this creature at first glance. No wonder the Go Dao sect had developed to such an extent. An ancient divine beast was hidden within their secret realm. The ancient divine beast inherently possessed a certain pathway, allowing those who trained alongside it to perceive the path directly, facilitating rapid advancement. The path of Go. Lin Yang saw through the mysteries of the path of Go and grinned. It does not align with my nature at all. What he desired was invincibility, the freedom to act as he wished, to go wherever he pleased in this vast world. There should be no enemy he could not vanquish, no task he could not accomplish. A life of hiding like that of the Go Dao sect is a fate worse than death. He would rather not have come at all. As the divine beast Go Dog emerged, it curled up in a ball. Despite its formidable power, its timid nature prevented it from baring its teeth, even when awakened from slumber. Interesting. My Lin clan's 72nd holy mountain is in need of a guardian divine beast. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Lin clan? Lin Tianyuan inquired with a light chuckle. Heavens! The myriad sect's powerful beings cried out in despair. If they were to encounter such an ancient divine beast, they would have to revere it as a deity and serve it. After all, even if these divine beasts do nothing but lay there, the rhythmic flow of the great Tao surrounds them, causing the cultivation levels of nearby practitioners to soar. Yet, to place them within the Lin clan, as mere guardians of an inconspicuous, holy mountain. Do not be overly ostentatious. The divine beast, Go Dog, shook its head in confusion. Initially hesitant, upon seeing the celestial marrow bone presented by Lin Tianyuan, it immediately drooled and nodded vigorously. After the severance of the celestial path, it scoured the world in vain for such delicacies, not expecting this man to possess one. With food in hand, I shall follow you henceforth. Go Dog, devoid of the dignity befitting a divine beast, transformed to a more modest size, wagging its tail at Lin Tianyuan's feet. This spectacle left the myriad strongholds in bewilderment. Brother, are you truly a divine beast? Lin Tianyuan waved his hand, clearing the battlefield of the Godao sect, and led the Lin army back to the Celestial Court. If anyone dares to challenge the undying Celestial clan, step forward now. Lin Tianyuan's gaze swept over the myriad strongholds, his smile warm and inviting. None dared. The undying Celestial clan commands 3,000 realms. It is only natural. The myriad strongholds, intimidated by the slightest display of the Lin clan's might, were nearly paralyzed with fear. The gap between even the second-tier imperial clans and the undying Celestial clan was unfathomably vast. Very well, since there are no objections, we shall adhere to the previous regulations. I have spoken. Who is in favor and who against? Lin Tianyuan glanced around once more. We all concur. The myriad strongholds scrambled to express their agreement. Excellent. Lin Tianyuan nodded, allowing the Lin army to return to their clan. He himself descended beside Lin Yang. How is it? My dear son, aren't you impressive? Have you ignited the ambition to inherit the leadership of the Celestial clan? If only you performed well, strive for even better next time. Lin Yang remained indifferent, utterly impervious to Lin Tianyuan's manipulations. This old fellow is full of schemes, intent on preventing him from slacking off. Chapter 77. The Cultivation Maniac's Sister, trained by myself into a slacker elite? Very well. Lin Tianyuan pouted, somewhat speechless. His son was commendable in every aspect, save for his overly carefree disposition. Now that the great war of the myriad strongholds has concluded, accompany me to find your mother. He patted Lin Yang on the shoulder. Lin Yang suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lin Tianyuan glared. Nothing. I just recalled something amusing. Lin Yang insisted. Let us hurry. Mother must be growing impatient. Oh. Lin Tianyuan nodded, a bit dazed. Thus, Lin Yang, his sister, and father entered the Lingxiao treasure hall together. Ha ha ha, Ruyan, it's been 10 years. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. I've missed you dearly. Lin Tianyuan's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Ruyan, striding eagerly toward her. Lu Ruyan smiled, but as Lin Tianyuan approached, she raised her eyebrows and seized his ear. Lin Tianyuan was bewildered. Dear, what are you doing? That hurts. Honestly, how did you manage to force our little Yang to cultivate? He doesn't even listen to my words anymore, does he? Lu Ruyan interrogated. Huh? Me? Forcing him? Lin Tianyuan, increasingly incredulous, replied. Ruyan, how could I possibly force this little ancestor? I merely suggested a goal of conquering the purple bamboo forest. He obliterated it with a single sword and then ran off to indulge in the mundane world for a decade. Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, you did not force him to cultivate? Lin Tianyuan shrugged innocently. Of course. I have never once witnessed him in the act of cultivation. How then is little Yang so powerful? Lu Ruyan frowned. I wish to know that as well. Lin Tianyuan muttered, befuddled. I have no idea how my brother cultivated. I simply awoke one day and found myself this formidable. Lin Jiaoyu raised her hand to speak. Lin Tianyuan found himself plunged into a deep existential crisis. Is diligent cultivation truly a misguided path? Might the true way of cultivation be to embrace slothful repose? Seeing his father wavering, Lin Yang felt a surge of mischief. He suddenly contemplated introducing the doctrine of sloth, but given his father's obsession with cultivation, he doubted it would be an easy task to sway him. Nonetheless, our son and daughter are far superior to you. Lu Ruyan pouted. You, the cultivation fanatic, have secluded yourself for centuries. In your youth, you nearly suffocated me with your intensity. Lin Yang hastily covered Lin Jiuyu's ears. Mother, you are truly fierce, uttering such unsuitable words. Lin Jiuyu pouted. Brother, I am an adult now. Why can't I listen? Ahem. You have yet to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony. Lin Yang declared with righteous indignation. But brother, you have yet to undergo it either. Lin Jiuyu refused to back down. Ahem. Speaking of this coming-of-age ceremony, the Lin clan has already made preparations. Lin Tianyuan also turned to Lu Ruyin. Ruyin, you must return to attend our children's coming-of-age ceremony, right? I am well aware of your little intentions. Lu Ruyin smiled lightly. Fear not. Once the great competition of the myriad strongholds concludes, I will have time to accompany you back. Do not attempt to find excuses to evade it then. Do not speak of sore backs and weary legs. Your husband has been sharpening his sword for a decade, and is now eager. I shall not concede this time. Lin Tianyuan declared with ambition. A promise made is a promise kept. Let us depart at once. Lu Ruyin promptly opened a spatial passage. Lin Tianyuan did not expect his wife to be so eager, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, he found himself pulled back into the undying Lin clan by Lu Ruyin. Father and mother, their relationship is quite splendid, Lin Jiuyu murmured. I believe they're simply pent up from their long separation. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. Let's return as well. Indeed, Lin Jiuyu nodded enthusiastically. Upon returning to the Lin clan, Lin Jiuyu stretched lazily. Today, I am in high spirits. I shall sleep soundly at home. Lin Yang's eyes widened. Why are you stealing my words? Have you changed? If it were the former sister, she would have seized every moment to cultivate. I believe you're absolutely right. Brother, life ought to be embraced in leisure. To follow one's heart is the true path. Lin Jiuyu beamed. Endless toil only yields the heavenly king realm. I am now at the 9th layer of the Saint Sovereign. I plan to take another nap and see if I can directly break through to the Emperor realm. Lin Yang was at a loss for words. He was unsure whether to laugh or to cry at his sister's transformation. Congratulations to the Slacker sect for acquiring a distinguished Slacker disciple, with a reward of 10,000 cubic units of chaotic celestial soil. The long-dormant Slacker system finally stirred. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, indicating that his sister had indeed been trained from a cultivation maniac into a Slacker elite. Such mischief! Yet he felt a sense of joy, for who would not wish to spare their loved ones from hardship? Little Yang, your coming-of-age ceremony is in 3 days. Prepare yourselves, for there will be surprises. Before Lin Tianyuan could finish, he was dragged into the bathing chamber by the impatient Lu Ruyin. The coming-of-age ceremony, you say? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, not taking it to heart. In the next moment, he felt a peculiar pull, his gaze piercing through the endless void. Bai Yu Wei was walking through a chaotic realm with the underworld Ghost Emperor. Miss, where have we wandered to? The underworld Ghost Emperor was bewildered, having merely touched a stone tablet to enter such a bizarre realm. His strength had now returned to the great sage level, yet he remained unable to fathom this place. The thrill of unknown adventures is indeed captivating. Bai Yu Wei's eyes sparkled. The underworld Ghost Emperor was speechless, inwardly lamenting. Yes, yes. You possess various protections and contingencies from your master, rendering you untouchable. But I, alas, have nothing, and even a quasi-emperor could easily extinguish my life. The hardships of this recent adventure were unbearable. This is not merely Bai Yu Wei's adventure. It is an adventure of his own. The Ghost Emperor of the underworld is left in tears without tears to shed. On the surface, he appears to be Bai Yu Wei's protector, her bodyguard. But when true danger arises, it is the restrictions on Bai Yu Wei that activate to safeguard her. As for him, he has suffered immensely, pursued by enemies for countless miles. His body shattered multiple times by strange mechanisms. The tribulations he has endured are beyond counting. Alas, this may illustrate the stark contrast between the adventures of the wealthy and those of the impoverished. The Ghost Emperor of the underworld is at a loss for words, choking back his despair. The rich traverse the world under the guise of tempering themselves, while in reality, they seek to experience life, always cushioned from danger. Conversely, the poor venture forth into peril, facing near certain death, Even a minor setback could lead to their irrevocable doom. Sigh. Those novels that encourage ordinary individuals to embark on adventures, the authors deserve condemnation. The Ghost Emperor's mind seethes with indignation. A chilling, eerie laughter echoes from the depths of chaos. Chapter 78. Kneel or Die. The chaos parts, revealing a swirling darkness. Sinister shadows launch their assault. Damn it. The Ghost Emperor grits his teeth, unleashing a formidable aura to shatter the shadowy attacks. He fights valiantly, continuously slaying the strange shadow creatures. After an entire hour of relentless combat, he finally eradicates the bizarre beings. He chortles. How dare you retaliate when I am here to kill you? The sinister laughter grows ever closer, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Cowardly rodents, if you possess any skill, come forth and fight. The Ghost Emperor bellows. How intriguing. The voice falters momentarily, and an ancient figure emerges. His body is immensely aged, beginning to decay, surrounded by a bizarre aura, swarming with countless insects and maggots upon his rotting flesh. Your soul's essence is remarkably familiar. Allow me a moment to ponder. Ghost Emperor of the Underworld. I remember you now. You became an emperor before me. Yet upon our reunion, you appear in such a pitiable, ghastly state. Truly lamentable. The Ghost Emperor is left bewildered. Though I cannot recall your identity, you are far uglier than I am now. Who is truly in a ghastly state? While he scoffs outwardly, internally he is filled with urgency. This is undeniably the most terrifying crisis he has encountered since embarking on this adventure. The adversary is a formidable figure from his own era, which implies that this being has existed for nearly 1,000,000 years. At the very least, he has reached the pinnacle of power in his previous life. Observing his decayed appearance, it seems he has not succeeded in living a second life and is on the verge of death. Even in their twilight years, supreme emperors can be dangerously mad, and though their strength wanes, they remain formidable. If he desires to crush the Ghost Emperor now, he would have no chance to flee. It matters not. You were once the idol I admired in the dark arts. It was my admiration for you that led me to this path. The decayed elder reminisces. So I have a little admirer. The Ghost Emperor insists. Then you ought to release us at once. Yet my idol has become a mere lackey for another. You shall all perish. The decayed elder's eyes suddenly blaze crimson, and the entire chaotic cave descends into madness, with howling winds and wailing spirits. What a twisted, infatuated soul. The Ghost Emperor's mind reels. The notion of infatuation is unsettling enough when attributed to a young girl, let alone this rotting old man. Overcome with disgust, he feels the urge to vomit. Flee, he bellows. Having lived for 1,000,000 years as a peak emperor, his oppressive aura is terrifying. Even 100 of his current selves would be futile. Flee, you will all perish. Become the sustenance that prolongs my life. The bizarre, decayed elder cackles. He has lured countless powerful beings to his chaotic cave with treasure maps, feasting on their life essences to extend his existence for 1,000,000 years. As the chaotic mist dissipates, the desolate cave is littered with skeletal remains. Without any hidden cards or backing, one should not indulge in fantasies of sudden fortune. For behind every opportunity may lie treasures or decrepit old men like me. The decayed elder's complexion flushes with excitement. To slay his idol from youth would be an unparalleled delight, coupled with the energy from that innate spirit of a little girl. This could grant him a millennium of life. He slams his palm down with overwhelming force, striking the Ghost Emperor's back. The Ghost Emperor's body immediately fractures, collapsing to the ground, his gaze filled with despair. You are too old. I shall consume you later. The decayed elder licks his lips, preparing to devour by Yue. Boom! Recently blessed with fortuitous encounters by Yue, now having ascended to the realm of saints, unleashes a terrifying sword intent. Alas, the disparity in strength is insurmountable, and she is swiftly overwhelmed. Buzz! Just as the elder's maw prepares to engulf her, she radiates a golden light. The elder's teeth shatter upon contact with a golden aura. What formidable protective light! The elder furrows his brow, slapping by Yue against the wall of the demonic cave. Humph! There will come a day when I exhaust your protective energy. He turns back, cackling at the ghost emperor. Then I shall devour you first. Idol, this is your choice. I chose your mother. The ghost emperor snaps, desperation rising as he attempts to struggle, but his body lies shattered, utterly immobile. Despair washes over him, his expression reflecting a readiness to face death. His master, so aloof, likely does not hold him in regard. How could he possibly come to his aid? This damned life is finally drawing to a close. The ghost emperor sighs. Bai Yue, however, is filled with urgency, her eyes reddening. The ghost emperor has always protected her. With her innocent nature, how could she be devoid of feelings? In a moment of utmost desperation, her indomitable will awakens her formidable spiritual intent, allowing her to break free from a seal. Bai Yue's spiritual intent morphs into a long sword, striking downward. Oomph. The decayed elder claps his hands, shattering the spiritual intent, astonished. What a formidable presence. Merely invoking some spiritual intent allows you to contend with me for a moment. There is no time to waste. I must consume him swiftly. The decayed elder's gaze hardens. He hastily seizes the ghost emperor, intent on devouring his head. Bai Yue, fallen nearby, has no time to assist. Tears stream from her eyes as she whispers in despair. Master, if only you were here. As long as that invincible silhouette remains, everything else seems trivial. In the next moment, the space shatters. A pair of eyes pierce through infinite realms. An unparalleled will descends, resembling the supreme emperor commanding the myriad worlds. I've always been here. Lin Yang's authoritative voice instills dread in foes and solace in friends. Who are you? The decayed elder furrows his brow, an unsettling sense of panic rising within him. Yet he shakes his head vehemently. I am the ultimate emperor who has defied death for 1,000,000 years. Who do I fear? His gaze projects across the vast expanse. A cruel spectacle to witness his descendants being mercilessly devoured. The decayed elder provocatively laughs maniacally. Master, the ghost emperor, his vision blurred, trembles at the sight of those supreme eyes, his once cold blood boiling with excitement. This is the power of his master. Wherever he exists, even a mere distant gaze can instill an overwhelming sense of safety. What? He's your master? The decayed elder's brow furrows, foreboding dread welling up within him. End it yourself. You are too ugly. I shall not dirty my hands with your death. The indifferent voice resounds, as if pronouncing his fate. Ah. The decayed elder erupts in maniacal laughter. I have lived for 1,000,000 years, and this is the first time I have heard such a comical joke. Kneel. As the terrifying decree spreads, the decayed elder unwittingly falls to his knees. How is this possible? I am the ultimate emperor who has lived for 1,000,000 years. The decayed elder bellows in indignation. Death. The terrifying decree resounded once more as the decrepit elder, in a fit of uncontrollable madness, unsheathed the long sword at his waist, aiming it at his own throat. No. The elder, in a state of utter bewilderment, exclaimed, I am the supreme emperor. The supreme emperor. Heaven's will. What in the world are you doing? Are you deaf? How could you allow this? Splat. Blood splattered. And even as his head rolled and his soul dissipated, he could not comprehend what kind of existence could, from an unfathomable distance, compel an ultimate emperor to succumb to self-destruction with merely a single utterance. Chapter 79. Are you an inherent, foolish, sacred body? Master. Bai Yue's eyes sparkled, her heart racing. Lin Yang stepped forth from the endless distance with a faint smile. Your training has been commendable in such a short period. You've already attained the sacred realm. Master, this servant is guilty. The nether ghost emperor bowed in contrition, lamenting, It is my weakness that has led the young lady into peril. You speak the truth. Lin Yang nodded, but without casting blame. Yet, you have indeed done your utmost. Merits and faults balance each other. I shall bestow upon you a Han Hai sacred pill. He tossed the sacred pill to the nether ghost emperor. Gulp. The nether ghost emperor felt a shiver run down his spine. This Han Hai sacred pill was something even quasi-emperors would vie for. A quasi-emperor, when injured, could recover instantly upon consuming it. for those below quasi-emperor. Their realms would surge rapidly. Master, how can I repay you? The Nether Ghost Emperor was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Enough. You are over 1,000,000 years old. Manage your expressions. Lin Yang Zhuklet. Among the ultimate emperors he had encountered, the Nether Ghost Emperor's talent for humor was undoubtedly unparalleled. In good spirits, Lin Yang decided to reward him with 10 more pills. He casually tossed out another 10. Such trivial pills were abundant to him, akin to bestowing mere clumps of earth. The sight of others treating clumps of dirt as treasures was indeed amusing. Gulp. The Nether Ghost Emperor prudently accepted and consumed them all, instantly breaking through to the 9th layer of the sacred sovereign realm. Closer and closer, as long as he clung to his master's leg. Restoring his ultimate peak would be but a matter of time. The Nether Ghost Emperor was filled with enthusiasm. What ultimate emperor, what leader of the demonic path? Serving as a loyal subordinate to his master was far more delightful. Boom! Lin Yang shattered the decaying cave, obliterating everything within, save for a singular ultimate emperor weapon and a seal that remained intact. This emperor weapon was a fishing rod, revealing the elder's peculiar hobby. Lin Yang seized the seal, smiled faintly, and then tossed it to Bai Yue. It's a treasure map. Take it and have fun. After achieving invincibility, adventure became pure leisure, a sensation he relished. Once the rite of passage was complete, he would continue to savor life. Lin Yang grinned broadly. Filled with anticipation, let us head out. He led Bai Yue and the Nether Ghost Emperor out from the stone tablet. Finally, a living person emerges. An entity hidden in the shadows transmitted information through a communication stone. Young master, we have a delivery. Hurry. In the next instant, the fabric of space tore apart. Hundreds of powerful figures surged forth from the rift, encircling Lin Yang and his companions. This cave is a legacy from my ancestors. All treasures within belong to me. You dare to steal from me? You shall pay. With a fan in hand and a hat atop his head, the dandy young master appeared, nonchalantly casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yang's group. If you wish to rob, just say so. What else with all the pretense? Truly foolish. Lin Yang was a loss for words. The dandy young master's expression turned cold upon having his thoughts exposed. He had long been aware of the elder's fishing signals and discovered the cave, but cautious as he was, he did not dare to explore it himself. He merely stationed guards to watch. Anyone who dared enter the cave had perished. Only Lin Yang and his companions emerged alive, indicating that all the benefits within had undoubtedly been claimed by them. This is akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How could you dullards comprehend my profound wisdom? The dandy young master sneered. Lin Yang waved dismissively, shattering the space, causing another group of ambushers to tumble out from the dimensional layers. You think you're the oriole? Lin Yang could not help but chuckle. Shang Tianyan, your family has been our Night family's sworn enemy for countless years, and now you seek to seize my spoils. The dandy young master seethed with anger. Seize your spoils? Had it not been for him discovering our movements, you would have already met the same fate as them. Shang Tianyan adjusted his attire, speaking coldly. Your Night family is but a newly risen first-rate power, while our Shang family has maintained its first-rate status for countless millennia. You, with such a pitiful background, dare to be my nemesis. Truly shameless. You, get lost. The treasures of the cave are mine. The dandy young master roared. Shang Tianyan was unfazed, turning to Lin Yang. If you assist me in eliminating this Night scoundrel, I might begrudgingly accept you as my servants. Confident in his intellect, he thought exposure mattered not. He could still command the situation. Master, are they really this foolish? Bai Yue could not help but comment. Lin Yang laughed heartily. Perhaps they are simply inherent fools. Sharp-tongued and ungrateful die. Shang Tianyan, enraged, commanded his men to charge. Splat! The Nether Ghost Emperor, having already broken through to the sacred sovereign realm, grinned widely, unleashing his devastating nether extinction technique. In mere moments, he annihilated all of Shang Tianyan's subordinates. What? Shang Tianyan was struck with horror. He had brought only powerful figures above the sacred sovereign level. Over 100 sacred sovereigns had just been slaughtered, Flee. He turned to escape, only to be struck dead by the nether ghost emperor's hand. Thud. The dandy young master fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. This scene had utterly terrified him. Oh, my ancestors, I was wrong. I did not know your great powers. Spare me. He had already sent out a distress signal, harboring a vengeful heart. My clan is filled with powerful figures. When my father arrives, you shall all perish. In the next moment, the patriarch of the Shang family, leading his powerful kin, tore through space and arrived. Who killed my son? They surged with fury. As the leader of a first-rate power, he had reached the 7th layer of the quasi-emperor realm. Beside him, several elders were also quasi-emperors, accompanied by over 10 sacred sovereigns. The display was terrifying. A mere sacred sovereign, truly blind to dare kill my son? Kill him. The patriarch of the Shang family bellowed, extending his hand to execute the nether ghost emperor. Boom! In the next instant, his body exploded. Everyone was stunned. A sacred sovereign had been obliterated by a quasi-emperor. It was only then they realized this was the ethereal youth. Because he merely glanced at the patriarch, the latter had exploded. Holy moly! Their scalps tingled. This was undoubtedly a grand conspiracy against our Shang family. Using a sacred sovereign as bait. What an exquisite calculation. Speak. Who are you? I. Boom. 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 Lin Yang, growing impatient, cast a dismissive glance, causing all their bodies to explode in succession. Enough with the prattling. It was grating on his ears. He dug into his ears. Just then, the spatial barrier opened, and the patriarch of the night family peeked out, only to witness a scene that sent his soul fleeing in terror. Lin Yang, with a benevolent smile, looked at the pale-faced patriarch of the night family. Do you have business as well? Chapter 80. I've heard there's a powerful individual named Lin Yang. Golf. No, nothing. My apologies for the disturbance. The patriarch of the night family was so frightened his words stumbled. This was his sworn enemy, the patriarch of the Shang family, whose power overshadowed him by leaps and bounds. He had just opened the barrier and witnessed Shang's powerful figures exploding one after another. The shock was simply too overwhelming. Regardless of what transpired here, even if his entire lineage perished in this place, his instinctive reaction was to hastily flee from this realm of chaos. Did I permit your departure? Lin Yang Goli. The head of the Yi family felt a chill envelop his body, frozen in place. And master, do you have any commands? His son had just attempted to rob me. Lin Yang smiled slightly. What? Abominable wretch. Infidelson. The head of the Yi family decisively turned his gaze toward the eldest son, Yi Mingxian, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yi Mingxian frantically waved his hands. Father, I am your. Before he could finish, a single slap from the head of the Yi family reduced him to a mere pulp, his blood evaporating into a mist. Until his last breath, he could not fathom that his father had traveled such a great distance only to deliver his death. With a grin, the head of the Yi family celebrated his narrow escape. If that fool had uttered even a few more words, the Yi family would have met its doom. Esteemed senior, this wretch has been slain by my hand. I implore you to temper your wrath. He bowed repeatedly, humbled to the utmost degree. Your reflexes are quite impressive, Lin Yang remarked disdainfully, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, begone. Thank you for sparing my life, esteemed senior. The head of the Yi family, along with the elders, prostrated themselves fervently before hastily retreating through the spatial portal. Upon touching the ground, they were drenched in cold sweat, collapsing in exhaustion. Cursed be it, he is too powerful. In this fantastical world, a gentleman's vengeance is best served after a millennium. Ahaha! An elder of the Yi family exclaimed furiously. When I become a supreme emperor, I shall avenge this day. Yet, that was a matter for many years hence. Until one possesses strength, it is wiser to remain in hiding. The head of the Yi family adjusted his attire, impressed by his own performance. If only my foolish son had inherited even a fraction of my acting prowess or a mere sliver of wisdom, he would not have met such an end. He chuckled to himself, but before his laughter could echo, the spatial rift behind him collapsed with a thunderous roar. What? The head of the Yi family turned in horror, only to behold a stern-faced youth across the void. Esteemed senior, allow me to explain. In the next instant, a terrifying finger peers through the endless expanse, emanating chaotic energy and radiating an otherworldly brilliance, akin to a celestial treasure. This singular finger, reaching from heaven to earth, crushed the Yi family's secret realm with a mere press. The very fabric of reality shattered, and countless powerful members of the Yi clan screamed in agony, their bodies disintegrating in the aftermath of the cataclysm. The dormant ancestors of the Yi family, too, had no time to react, being reduced to ashes in their slumber by the finger of boundless might. In an instant, the entire Yi clan was obliterated from existence. Did you think that being slightly distanced from me would shield you from my ears? I can hear your slander, Lin Yang remarked with a cold smile. Anything that could yield a connection to him would resonate within his awareness. As long as it chose to listen, he could perceive events from any distance. Incredible. The ghost emperor of the underworld sighed, overwhelmed by his master's might, which surpassed comprehension. Perhaps only true immortals, before the severance of the immortal path, could achieve such power. Come, let us return to the Lin clan, Lin Yang commanded, effortlessly enveloping by Yu Wei and the ghost emperor of the underworld in his presence as they traversed vast distances to the Lin clan. You two have just broken through. Spend this time solidifying your realms within the clan until I return from my coming-of-age ceremony, Lin Yang stated calmly. Having two companions at his side was far more enjoyable than embarking on the journey alone. Understood. Bai Yu Wei and the ghost emperor of the underworld nodded in unison. Meanwhile, in the heavenly dome realm, within the city of Fire Dragon, the capital of the Fire Dragon Empire, bustling crowds filled the streets, exuding an air of prosperity. What in the world is that? Someone exclaimed, as calamity struck. A demonic claw rent the heavens, descending upon the city, reducing it to ruins. One moment, the thriving human city was vibrant. The next, it lay silent in desolation. A colossal head emerged from the clouds, inhaling deeply, devouring the blood essence of the inhabitants. Delightful, she moaned in ecstasy. After being sealed underground for so many years, to emerge and feast upon such a sumptuous banquet was exhilarating. Perhaps allowing humanity to thrive for a time was the right decision. At least we are enjoying a lavish buffet now. Indeed, splendid, echoed several ancient and fearsome alien beings, the strongest of their races, who had been dispatched to gauge the current state of humanity. Over the years, they had made little progress, merely swelling in numbers compared to ancient times. Yet, ants remain ants. No matter how many, they exist solely to be devoured by us. The alien prodigies laughed heartily. Feast without concern. The ruling powers of this territory have all been slaughtered. The nearby dozen or so imperial dynasties are now our prey. The prodigy of the Golden Dragon clan, Batian, remarked coldly, indeed, as expected of Brother Batian, a single individual can annihilate the pinnacle of humanity. The Kuan clan prodigy, Kuan Zhanlu, grinned. I have accessed the memories of these humans. In their perception, aside from the Lin clan, the mightiest they recognize are the ruling powers. It appears humanity poses no threat. We could easily extinguish them, Batian declared with utmost confidence. I even found out that 18 years ago, a newborn human was celebrated as the savior of humanity, the sole protagonist in the impending calamity, the hope of all humankind. What was his name? Lin Yang? Skokfit Kunsanlu. The laughter of the prodigies echoed. How pitiful. Humanity relies on an 18-year-old child to confront the impending doom? Truly pathetic. Let us eliminate this so-called savior and shatter humanity's delusions. Kunsanlu grined wickedly. How amusing. He shall go, exclaimed a female prodigy from the Six-Winged clan, clapping in delight. Then let us make haste. It is time to remind humanity of the terror they once endured under our dominion. Batian strode forth with an air of dominance. Chapter 81. King Against King? 3 days later, in the ancestral grounds of the Lin clan. This place is far removed from the Lin clan, merely an inconspicuous town within the heavenly dome realm, seemingly ordinary, yet guarded by Lin clan soldiers in the void. The coming-of-age ceremony for the core disciples of the Lin clan must be held here to honor our origins, Lin Tianyuan stated, guiding Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu. nostalgia evident in his eyes, though he walked with a slight limp, likely fatigued from the recent days. Mother truly is remarkable. Lin Yang muset internally. In just 3 days, she had exhausted the formidable man who had once pierced the Second-Era Emperor with a single thrust. This is indeed the ancestral home of the Lin clan, where our progenitor was born. Lin Tianyuan smiled faintly. Oh! Lin Yang gazed in astonishment at the thatched cottage before him. The progenitor who established the immortal Lin clan, the ruler of the 8 desolations, emerged from such an unremarkable place. Within the ancestral home, a barrier set by the progenitor allowed only the younger generation of prodigies to enter. Inside, they would face trials of adulthood. Those who succeeded would receive the progenitor's blessings. Lin Tianyuan explained. All right, shall we enter? Lin Jiuyu waved her hand. Lin Tianyuan watched Lin Yang and Lin Jiuyu enter. His expression relaxed. After all, the trials of previous generations had been relatively easy, with only injuries reported. Never any fatalities. Buzz. A mirror of water and moonlight hung in the sky, as Lu Ruyin remained vigilant about everything occurring within the ancestral home. One must not be careless. Lin Zhen, the ancestor of the Lin clan, is said to be a legendary celestial emperor, and his will and methods are beyond our imagination. Lin Tianyuan felt his wife was being overly tense, yet he refrained from contradicting her, merely smiling as he watched alongside Lu Ruyin. In a distant land, the Golden Conqueror Kuan and the Six-Winged Celestial Maiden, among other exceptional beings from various clans, were traversing the void. The Lin clan's origin was a nondescript little town. The vastness of the celestial realm made it difficult to locate. We must have obtained the coordinates. We will surely find it. If we cannot, we can simply storm the Lin clan and eliminate them directly. Wouldn't that be more entertaining? The Six-Winged Celestial Maiden grinned. It is indeed a consideration, Golden Conqueror nodded, but suddenly raised his head, frowning. The void abruptly produced a vortex, transforming into a massive mouth that swallowed them before they could resist. Inside the Lin clan's ancestral home, Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. Interesting. This house possesses an entire world of its own. To construct an independent world requires high-grade materials. The ability to transform an ordinary thatched cottage into a grand world exemplifies the ancestor of the Lin clan's prowess. He may have fully mastered the principle of space. Lin Yang nodded, strolling through this vast world with Lin Jiuyu. In the next moment, the fabric of space tore apart, and several disheveled figures were expelled from a spatial rift, crashing into the barrier of the ancestral home. Damn, what a bizarre spatial vortex. How unfortunate. Kun Gursid, visibly displeased. How unlucky, how unlucky. What fun, what excitement. By the way, where are we? The Six-Winged Celestial Maiden gazed around, puzzled. The keen Golden Conqueror had already spotted Lin Yang, less than 100 million kilometers away. A human, although I cannot sense his energy fluctuations. His aura speaks volumes of his strength. Golden Conqueror's blood instinctively boiled, filled with an overwhelming desire to defeat this young man before him. The absolute sense of relaxation, the arrogant disregard for all indicated that this young man believed himself invincible. Golden Conqueror, self-proclaimed as unmatched, instinctively wished to tear apart such an opponent. Damn! Kun exclaimed nearby. What are you screaming about? The Six-Winged Celestial Maiden frowned, reproaching. He is Lin Yang. Kun loaned manically. Wonderful. Truly, heaven is assisting us. The heavens favor all clans. Is this real? This is too delightful. The Six-Winged Celestial Maiden could not help but chuckle. This human is indeed unfortunate. Since fate wishes to end him, how can we not comply with destiny? Brother Bai Tian, why are you not surprised at all? Golden Conqueror shook his head. I had anticipated this. Such an air of invincibility can only belong to the sole protagonist of the human race. Brother Bai Tian, there is no need for you to intervene to eliminate such a minor character. I can handle it, Kuan offered eagerly. He is strong. You all cannot compare. Golden Conqueror replied calmly. Kuan was unconvinced. Then let us wager. He produced a flask of warm wine. Before this wine cools, I shall return with Lin Yang's head. Otherwise, I shall present my own head. With that, he flew directly toward Lin Yang. Brother, What do you think the ancestors' trial will be for us? Lin Jiu asked eagerly. It matters not. Whatever it is, I shall defeat it in one move. Lin Yang waved dismissively as a terrifying energy reverberated, transforming into a fearsome hurricane. Kuan had just approached, and before he could utter a peculiar laugh, he was crushed by the hurricane, dissipating into a cloud of blood. Brother, did you just kill a Kuan? Lin Jiu blinked. Everything transpired too swiftly. Even her keen sight could not catch it in time. Oh, perhaps this is one of the trials of the ancestor. Indeed, it offers little challenge. The ancestor is a celestial emperor after all. He should at least conjure a few celestial kings for us to spar with. Lin Yang lamented as they walked. He only needed to wave his hand to express his thoughts. While far away, Golden Conqueror and the six-winged celestial maiden had much to ponder. The six-winged celestial maiden's jaw nearly dislocated in shock, her scalp tingling. A quasi-emperor powerhouse was dispatched with a mere wave of his hand, though her strength surpassed Kuan's. One was at the 7th level of quasi-emperor, and the other at the 9th. Going would surely mean death. Very strong. This makes it interesting. Golden Conqueror's blood surged, his eyes brightening. Such an opponent is indeed intriguing. Golden Conqueror, have sought to be unmatched for endless years and have finally encountered a worthy adversary. If Lin Yang could obliterate Kuan, he could surely do the same to Golden Conqueror, signifying that their strengths were comparable. Gulp. The six-winged celestial maiden nodded. Only a being as formidable as Golden Conqueror could contend with such a monstrous powerhouse. It seems the humans possess considerable prowess. Golden Conqueror grinned. At least their foremost warrior is commendably strong. Before long, Lin Yang and Lin Jiu had traversed over 100 million kilometers. Brother, there is someone ahead, Lin Jiu exclaimed. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, only to see a young man adorned with golden dragon horns and golden skin blocking their path. The six-winged celestial maiden internally cheered, her eyes sparkling. The strongest genius of the human race faces off against the strongest genius of the other races. A duel of kings. Who will emerge victorious? Chapter 82. The Celestial Realm and the 3,000 Domains. It seems this is the ultimate trial the ancestor has set for us, Lin Yang remarked. Raising an eyebrow, it looks quite appealing. Appealing? What do you mean? Golden Conqueror was taken aback. Your true form is a dragon, right? After this long journey, I am famished. It would be perfect to slay you for a meal. Lin Yang licked his lips. Golden Conqueror's anger boiled over. Do you find yourself amusing? Human, you are doomed. Those who provoke Brother by Tion do not survive beyond 3 seconds. The six-winged celestial maiden chuckled coldly. I do not consume humanoid forms. With a mere snap of his fingers, Lin Yang sent the six-winged celestial maiden flying, her bones shattered, blood spewing as she crashed to the ground. Indeed, she was obliterated. It is all up to you now, Brother by Tion. The six-winged celestial maiden's eyes were filled with despair. This human was exceedingly beyond expectations. What trial is this from the ancestor? We are the top geniuses of our races. I represent the elite of all clans and challenge you. Golden Conqueror's veins bulged. Top geniuses of all clans? Lin Yang scrutinized Golden Conqueror, laughing. You are a genius who cannot even step onto the Emperor's path? To tread upon the Emperor's path, one must possess the might of an extreme Emperor. Damn it, you have enraged me. Golden Conqueror seethed with fury, his aura skyrocketing, transforming into an immense golden dragon that reached the heavens. The might of the extreme path radiated from him, extending for millions of miles. Not bad, Lin Yang nodded. You indeed qualify to tread the Emperor's path. Shall I capture you alive and use you as sustenance on the Emperor's path? Golden Conqueror was infuriated by Lin Yang's blatant disregard, his golden blood igniting as he unleashed his most potent attack. The path of golden decay. A golden road erupted from his mouth, dazzling yet capable of annihilating all. Crush. Lin Yang Li Utret. The golden road shattered instantaneously. Golden Conqueror's pupils constricted. This was the innate skill of the Golden Dragon clan. If it exploded, the flesh would become loose and unappetizing. Lin Yang was careful extending a finger to make a slight incision. The golden defeated heaven was filled with rage. But in the next moment, the space was completely severed. Its vision plummeted rapidly. Its head had been severed without it even realizing it. The six-winged celestial maiden's pupils widened to their utmost, and with a mere twitch of her pinky finger, she decapitated the golden defeated heaven. That was an extreme emperor who had already stepped into the realm of ultimate power. How could a mere child of the human race be so formidable? What a farce! The alien race was destined to lose. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's corpse fell, and golden blood splattered for countless miles. Ah, splendide! Lin Yang ignited flames and set up a bronze cauldron, truly beginning to stew the golden dragon meat. The meat of the golden dragon was exquisite. A paragon among dragon meats. Lin Yang licked his lips. After the myriad races were sealed away, golden dragon meat became a legendary delicacy that existed only in ancient texts. And today, he finally had the chance to taste it. Really? Lin Jiuyu's little nose twitched, her eyes brightening. It smells so good. The six-winged celestial maiden screamed internally, her hair standing on end in fright. Was there any difference between this and consuming a human in front of them? This human prodigy was terrifying, too ferocious. He had actually devoured the alien race's prodigy king, the golden defeated heaven. Indeed, it was delicious, truly delightful, worthy of being recorded in ancient texts. Lin Yang feasted heartily, savoring the meat and drinking with gusto, relishing every bite. Would you like a piece? He squinted and smiled, glancing at the six-winged celestial maiden. A demon. The six-winged celestial maiden felt her scalp tingle, her soul nearly fracturing in fear. Not giving face, then perish. Lin Yang's expression turned cold, and with a single glare, he obliterated the six-winged celestial maiden into a cloud of blood mist. In the deepest recesses of the ancestral space, the mysterious will was exasperated. In countless eons, this was the first time encountering a junior with such an imaginative mind. Hey, stop peeking over there and come eat with us. I'll treat you to drinks. Lin Yang's voice thundered in his ears. The mysterious will confirmed for several seconds, finally realizing Lin Yang was speaking to him. His scalp tingled, disbelief washing over him. You can detect my presence. Is it difficult to achieve? Lin Yang inquired. Buzlet. The mysterious will emerged from the thatched cottage, both amused and dumbfounded, marveling internally. The new generation truly is remarkable. He was enveloped in genuine celestial radiance, his white garments billowing, the Tao flowing around him, manifesting substance. With a single step, he traversed endless space and appeared before Lin Yang. Are you the progenitor of my Lin clan? Lin Jiuyu asked in astonishment. No. The mysterious man shook his head with a wry smile. After the celestial realm fractured, the celestial emperors mysteriously vanished, including the progenitor of my Lin clan. I'm the world spirit of the ancestral secret realm created by the progenitor. You may call me Mr. Realm. The celestial realm fractured? This was the first time Lin Jiuyu had heard this term from a mouth. Indeed, we originally existed within the celestial realm, and the various immortal powers also hail from there. Mr. Realm smiled slightly, but a terrifying calamity befell us, and the supreme powers shattered part of the celestial realm to prevent the invasion of the enigmatic progenitor. This shattered part transformed into the 3,000 realms we know today. What? This secret left Lin Jiuyu wide-eyed. The vast and boundless 3,000 realms are merely fragments of the shattered celestial realm? If we are descendants of celestial emperors, why do we find ourselves confined within these fragmented realms? Lin Jiuyu inquired. Mr. Realm paused, sighing. I do not know, but we shall soon find out. Why do you say that? Lin Jiuyu pressed. The celestial realm possesses self-healing capabilities. The passage between the 3,000 realms and the celestial realm is about to reconnect. This passage is what everyone refers to as the path to ascendance. When that time comes, we shall return to the celestial realm through the path to ascendance. On that day, all secrets will be revealed. Mr. Realm stated, the path to ascendance is the route to the celestial realm, while the Emperor's path is the first half of the path to ascendance. The opening of the Emperor's path this time is crucial. We must activate the celestial root at the end of the Emperor's path to truly awaken the path to ascendance. However, it is likely that beings from the celestial realm will seek to thwart our return. Therefore, the contest on the Emperor's path will be fraught with peril. Celestial beings will come to obstruct us? Lin Jiuyu was quite worried. She glanced at Lin Yang. She knew that her brother would undoubtedly participate in this contest on the Emperor's path. No worries, if a few come, we'll deal with them. It's merely a matter of a few slaps. Lin Yang grinned, unperturbed. Chapter 83 Lin Tianyuan. I want to write my son on the first page of the clan genealogy. How did these alien races end up here? Lin Jiuyu was somewhat puzzled. This is a rule set by the progenitor. Any junior participating in the coming-of-age trial must be tempered according to their cultivation level. I could not discern your brother's realm, so I had to find these few to make up the numbers. Mr. Realm smiled slightly. After all, they are from an alien race. Their strength is acceptable. I see. Then they truly are unfortunate. Lin Jiuyu couldn't help but laugh. If we cannot defeat them, wouldn't that be terrible? Then I shall intervene. How could the juniors of the Lin clan fall during the coming-of-age ceremony laid out by their own ancestor? Mr. Realm smiled enigmatically. Lin Yang merely scoffed. I see you are rather greedy, huh? Having seen through his inner thoughts, Mr. Realm was momentarily taken aback. Your realm is indeed difficult to fathom. You are correct. Having been here for so long, I occasionally wish to indulge in a feast. This golden dragon meat is truly delectable. He devoured heartily, savoring every bite. The dragon meat was tender and flavorful, the dragon tendons crisp and chewy. And with a sip of the clear and fragrant dragon soup, it was simply exquisite, so delicious that one might wish to swallow their own tongue. Since this Emperor's path presents great opportunities, I wish to participate. Lin Jiuyu raised her hand. What, me? Mr. Realm was taken aback, unsure how he had suddenly acquired this new task. Do you not wish to? Lin Yang grinned. After all, I am a creation of the progenitor, with a high status in the Lin family. How could you command me? That is rather presumptuous. Mr. Realm retorted. There is a famous saying in the cultivation world. The strong are respected, and the capable come first. Lin Yang smiled slightly. The reason bloodline and seniority maintain order is that elders are generally more powerful than juniors. If you are strong enough, there is no need to concern yourself with hierarchy. What? Are you suggesting you are stronger than me? Mr. Realm frowned. Although this brat was a promising junior, he was a bit too arrogant. Such frivolity would not last long in the cultivation world. For the future of the Lin clan, he needed to let him experience the reality of the world beyond. Lin Yang grinned, Indiet. He casually picked up a stone and tossed it at Mr. Realm. Mr. Realm chuckled and casually extended 2 fingers, intending to catch the stone. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. So heavy, he could not help but cradle it with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, channeling all his celestial power. The entire world surged. As the spirit of the world, he summoned all the celestial power of the great world. Quickly, retract your divine ability. Mr. Realm shouted urgently. He could not catch this stone. If he persisted, the entire ancestral realm would be crushed by this stone. Lin Yang smiled faintly and waved his hand, retrieving several grains of chaotic celestial soil clinging to the stone. Previously, he had transformed his sister into an elite disciple of a decadent sect, and the system had rewarded him with 10,000 cubic units of chaotic celestial soil. Goyulu. Mr. Jia was drenched in cold sweat, staring at Lin Yang in astonishment. Indeed, I was presumptuous. You are formidable. I am willing to heed your commands. He himself was created by the ancestral founder of the Lin clan to serve its members. However, due to his high lineage and immense strength, no one could compel him to bow anymore. After countless eons, Lin Yang had achieved this feat. Outside, Lu Ruyin and Lin Tianyuan were petrified. Their son exceeded their wildest expectations. The earlier slaying of several alien prodigies fell well within their realm of acceptance, as they were not surprised. After all, in the Great War of the Heavenly Court, their son had already slain a supreme emperor-level powerhouse. Yet this Mr. Jia, a being of extraordinary lineage, was effortlessly subdued by their son. This was an achievement unparalleled even by the ancestors of their ancestors. Lin Tianyuan exclaimed, Return and revise the family tree. I want our son's name inscribed on the first page. Lu Rian laughed as well. The stronger their son became, the better. As for whether it was logical or too outrageous, that was not her concern. The more extraordinary, the better. Buzz. Lin Yang stepped out of the grand world. Seeing his parents grinning foolishly before the water-moon mirror, he shook his head and chuckled. Mom and Dad, enough of that. Let's head home. My sister is inside cultivating with old Jia. We should return first. All right. Lin Tianyuan nodded. His son had brought him immense pride. Now he understood Lu Rian's words. Their son was such a genius that even in decadence, he could remain invincible. Ha! Son, we can play however we like when we get home. I promise I won't utter another word. Lin Tianyuan beamed with joy. What a joke. He might not even be stronger than his own son now. How could he still have the face to educate him? Oh, Lin Yang laughed, surprised that his father had undergone such a transformation. How delightful. To express my gratitude, I shall share this intelligence with you. Lin Yang transmitted the information he obtained from defeating the golden adversaries to Lin Tianyuan. Hiss! Lin Tianyuan gasped, realizing that those individuals had been effortlessly dispatched by his son. Not only were they slain, but their souls were also simultaneously searched. This strength was indeed extraordinary. He was astounded. These aliens plan to emerge on the day the Emperor's path opens, targeting all human prodigies and severing the future of humanity. This is a monumental issue. We must alert other factions to be cautious. The calamity facing humanity was not merely the emergence of alien beings, but also the impending opening of the path to immortality. If these ancient prodigies were ambushed and killed, it would indeed spell the end of humanity's future. Lin Yang stretched lazily. With his laid-back demeanor, he would never voluntarily shoulder such troublesome affairs. Let the old ones deal with it. As for him, having completed his coming-of-age ceremony, it was time to savor life. Chapter 84. I am merely too handsome. What crime have I committed? Just as he returned to the clan, he had to set out to explore again. Lin Tianyuan's eyes widened with delight. Go. Here are 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Spend them freely. And this supreme defensive artifact, exquisite dragon jerky. Seeing Lin Tianyuan's fervent and enthusiastic demeanor, Lin Yang felt so bewildered. Dad, I'm not quite used to this. Is this truly the same father who used to pressure me to cultivate 24 hours a day? Lin Tianyuan grinned widely. If there's nothing else, hurry and enjoy yourself. Just return before the Emperor's path opens. Wait, your excessive kindness makes me suspicious. Speak quickly. What do you want from me? Lin Yang said. Truly nothing. Lin Tianyuan coughed, then added, but if you happen to pass by, could you visit the Tianyin sect and check on the Water-Moon Fairy for me? Just don't tell your mother. Lin Yang rolled his eyes, grinning slyly. Could it be that you owe her a debt of gratitude? Lin Tianyuan's expression turned serious as he waved his hands repeatedly. How could that be? I am a man of integrity. Oh, then it's not interesting. I want to go. Lin Yang initially thought he could indulge in some gossip, but now he felt disinterested. Lin Tianyuan's eyes widened. All right, I once fought across the 8 desolates when I was young, suffered serious injuries, and she took care of me. But I assure you, there's nothing between us. No need to elaborate, Dad, I understand. I will go. Lin Yang affirmed resolutely. He was quite interested in uncovering his father's secrets. With that, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and departed. Damn it, what do you comprehend? Lin Tianyuan gritted his teeth, then sighed. Just as he turned around, he saw Lu Rian silently standing behind him, smiling at him. My dear wife, let me explain. Lin Tianyuan stiffened, hastily speaking. Good, I have ample time today. Take your time explaining. Lu Rian smiled sweetly, yet it made Lin Tianyuan's scalp tingle. Alas, tonight would undoubtedly involve some strenuous exertion. Lin Yang strolled through the celestial realm. Bai Yu Wei and the Ghost Emperor were still consolidating their realms, so he journeyed alone, finding it quite leisurely. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore apart, and a radiant and alluring bone-soft bunny sprang forth. Oh, a human? Just when I was dozing off, a pillow presents itself. The bone-soft bunny smiled enchantingly. It immediately attempted to cast a charm skill on Lin Yang, aiming to control him. However, Lin Yang's soul was far too elevated. The charm skill rebounded against his soul, magnified 1,000-fold. Buzz. Instantly, the bone-soft bunny's soul was enslaved. Her eyes grew vacant, then filled with irresistible infatuation. Master. The bone-soft bunny transformed into a captivating human form, her complexion flushed, approaching him with desire. Lin Yang swatted her away. Scram. You rabbit demons reproduce countless times a year. Such filthy beasts are not worthy of my attention. The bone-soft bunny immediately regained her senses, kneeling and fervently bowing. Master. I was wrong. I am unworthy. I seek forgiveness. Lin Yang glanced at the bone-soft bunny and couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting. This alluring bunny was in her mating season, relentlessly seeking suitable partners for reproduction. Those fortunate enough to be chosen were drained of life. His striking appearance evidently caught her eye, but unfortunately for her, his soul came with a rebounding shield, turning her charm skill into one of enslavement. Your bloodline has mutated. By draining a robust male and achieving a state of extreme een, you can condense a soul bone and evolve into an extreme jade rabbit. Lin Yang grinned. Even amidst the celestial realm, the jade rabbit was a rare treasure, brimming with valuable attributes. Supreme celestial beings would go to great lengths to nurture one. Not only could they provide sustenance, but they were also visually appealing and could yield treasures, truly a multifaceted pet. Nothing escapes the discerning gaze of the master. The bone-soft bunny lowered her head, exceedingly humble. The extreme jade rabbit would produce a gem of extreme each month, beneficial for his sister's cultivation. Lin Yang stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should find a robust male for this little rabbit to drain. As an idea formed in his mind, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Just as Lin Yang was deep in thought, the space fissured once more. So you are the master of this bone-soft bunny. You commanded the death of our Hecatus sex young master. Plipala. A group of cloaked figures charged out, roaring. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yang merely glanced at them, and they turned into a mist of blood. The Hecatus sex young master was simply lacking in skill and overly playful. He sought to absorb the energy, but found himself overpowered and drained instead by the bone-soft bunny. The death is utterly unjust. Damn it, who killed my son? The void expanded further, and a stunningly beautiful woman emerged, exuding a palpable aura of menace. However, upon seeing Lin Yang, the fury in her enchanting eyes dissipated in an instant. How handsome! To engage in a passionate love affair with such a flawless being, a consummate dream for any practitioner of the Harmony sect. The beautiful woman smiled slightly, internally reflecting, My son, your death serves you well. Had you not perished, your mother would never have encountered the opportunity to achieve completion in the Harmony path. Young man, from whence do you hail, and whither do you go? The alluring woman approached with a gentle smile. I have no interest in you, begone. Lin Yang replied indifferently. For the first time, the beautiful woman questioned her own allure, a flicker of displeasure crossing her mind, yet she maintained her soft tone. Young sir, do not be so heartless. My bed is large and soft, and the tea is delightful. Would you care to visit my Harmony sect for a while? I shall personally attend to you. I am not interested in your kind of promiscuity. Lin Yang shot a cold glance at the woman. Speak another word, and I shall end you. The beautiful woman furrowed her brow in confusion. What is promiscuity? Never mind, since you refuse to acknowledge my kindness. I shall have to impose upon you. She sensed the surging yang energy emanating from Lin Yang. If she could successfully absorb it, she might well ascend to the realm of the Supreme Emperor. She could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Boom! The beautiful woman summoned the Harmony red rope, her quasi-imperial aura erupting, seeking to forcibly bind Lin Yang to the Harmony sect. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. The red rope shattered instantly, and the beautiful woman was taken aback, turning to flee. But she could not outpace Lin Yang's murderous intent. Bang! The beautiful woman's delicate form exploded in midair, transforming into a shower of blood. Gulp! The supple-boned, alluring rabbit swallowed nervously. Her master was terrifyingly excessive. A quasi-emperor was annihilated in an instant. What crime have I committed? I am merely too handsome. Lin Yang lamented his misfortune. In less than an hour, he had already attracted the attention of two female cultivators seeking to absorb his energy. Being handsome is indeed a curse. Chapter 85. I am Xiao Wu. The fifth one, it seems I truly require a servant to accompany me, to spare some trouble. Lin Yang turned to the supple-boned, alluring rabbit. What is your name? Xiao Wu, the fifth of 1, 2, 3, 4? The rabbit replied repeatedly. Lin Yang's previous display of pressure was so formidable that even without soul enslavement, she dared not act recklessly. Lin Yang nodded. Soon, feeling troubled by his own good looks, he sought out a tavern to drink and ease his mind. Upon entering, all eyes turned to him. Wow, so handsome. In an instant, men felt ashamed while women crossed their legs. Lin Yang shook his head and chose a prime window seat. Waiter, bring the wine. Step aside. This seat is reserved for our young master. A boorish servant approached. Lin Yang gazed coldly. The servant's words were unfinished before his body shattered. Along with him, the young master seeking trouble and his accompanying protector also exploded. Even those miles away who intended to avenge this young master, parents, lovers, mentors, and ruffian allies, all disintegrated in an instant. To trouble me when I am in a foul mood is indeed your fault. Lin Yang's gaze remained indifferent. Xiao Wu trembled. Her master was truly a killer. A single disagreement turned others into blood mist. Was he a reincarnated demon god? Gulp. The surrounding patrons hastily averted their gazes, no longer daring to look at Lin Yang. The once boisterous tavern fell into silence. Admiring a handsome man is certainly important, but one's life is far more precious. The trembling waiter quickly brought forth the food and drink. With such a ruthless individual capable of annihilating a second-rate young master in an instant, they could not afford to provoke him. The tavern's strongest owner was merely at the emperor's realm. The food and drink were quite good, and Lin Yang's mood lightened considerably. Meanwhile, two women entered the tavern. Is it always this quiet in taverns of the lower realm? What a peculiar custom. The woman clad in fiery red raised an eyebrow. Her noble demeanor radiated an air of disdain, her skin as delicate as jade, with ethereal patterns faintly visible, her eyes containing the essence of the universe, sharp and unapproachable. Who knows? The woman in the water-blue dress beside her exuded a gentle charm, creating a stark contrast to the fiery red woman. Gulp. A strikingly handsome man just entered, and now two stunning beauties follow. The tavern patrons were bewildered. Was it some special holiday today? A rare gathering of such exquisite beauties and handsome men? Hey, ladies, come over for a drink. Whatever you consume, it's on me. A rotund man grinned widely, rising with great enthusiasm, evidently a local tycoon. Repugnant, greasy worm from the lower realm. The woman in red frowned, and with a flick of her hand, reduced the fat man to a mist of blood. Are today as handsome men and beauties all so volatile? The tavern, which had just begun to liven up, fell silent once more. What are you staring at? Are the servants in the lower realm so lacking in perception? Sir, the food. The woman in red shot a glance at the waiter. The waiter's face paled, quickly scurrying to prepare. What kind of infernal beings have come today? We cannot provoke them. These people from the lower realm are truly weak. The woman in red scoffed. In this tavern, not even a saint can be found. The gentle woman smiled slightly. We come bearing a mission. It is best not to be too arrogant. The lower realm is not devoid of extraordinary talents. After all, the descendants of those ancient beings are still propagating in the lower realm. So what? Those ancient existences have vanished, the path to immortality severed. Even if their descendants are formidable, in this environment devoid of celestial energy, how far can they truly grow? I doubt we can even find a supreme emperor who could survive a second life. The woman in red scoffed, clearly looking down upon what she referred to as the lower realm. The gentle woman shook her head. The path to immortality is about to revive. The lower realm has birthed many eternal prodigies, not to be underestimated. Ha ha ha. The woman in red sneered. What nonsense, eternal prodigies. In the celestial realm, they would likely be considered unremarkable. Lower realm ants dare to call themselves prodigies. Her beauty flashed with contempt. We have come to shatter their delusions of returning to the celestial realm. The gentle woman nodded. aside from completely severing the hope of reconnecting to the celestial path. There is another task, to retrieve the engraved stone at the end of the imperial path. Those were left by once mighty beings and hold immense value. Perhaps they contain the ultimate secret that could allow an emperor to reverse their fate for 9 lives. The woman in red nodded, her expression growing grave. An emperor's accumulation deepens with each life, becoming increasingly powerful after attaining immortality. 1 life as an emperor can also lead to immortality, but almost no one in the celestial realm chooses to ascend in their first life. Yet, in the celestial realm, those capable of reversing their fate for 4 lives are deemed extraordinary prodigies. The secret to reversing fate for 9 lives has long been lost. Their journey to the 3,000 realms is twofold: to sever the path to immortality and to seek the secret to reversing fate for 9 lives. They spoke casually, unafraid of being overheard, for they regarded the inhabitants of the 3,000 realms as mere ants, insignificant beings. What would it matter if they knew? Those who dared obstruct them would simply be killed. There was, however, one individual of note. The gentlewoman spoke. This person is known as Lin Yang. Born under the auspices of the great Tao, hailed as the foremost prodigy of humanity. Even in the celestial realm, such a phenomenon is unheard of. Should we encounter him, even I might have to engage in a fierce battle to defeat him. Sister Ling Lan, you have overly esteemed him. What grand celebration of the Tao! Perhaps it is merely the boastful claims of those uninitiated in the mortal realm. Upon witnessing a few celestial phenomena, they proclaim it a celebration of the Tao. The woman in red curled her lip, saying, by the time it comes to that, you won't even need to intervene. If he dares to impede your progress, I shall strike him down with a single sword. As she spoke, she noticed the little woo-woo dining with Lin Yang. This is the soft-boned, enchanting rabbit about to evolve into a jade rabbit. A pure blood at that. Her excitement surged. Even the mightiest beings in the celestial realm covet a jade rabbit, which is worth its weight in gold. Who would have thought we would encounter such a top-tier celestial beast in the mortal realm? Sister Ling Lan, we are truly fortunate. The woman in red licked her lips, her eyes ablaze. Hey, that man. She tossed a bag of spirit stones over. This spirit stone is your reward. I shall purchase the enchantress beside you. Chapter 86. What beauty! A single step to obliteration. Lin Yang turned indifferently, uttering a single word. Scram. What? You insolent fool. How dare you be so ungrateful? The woman in red's brows furrowed. Red, do not act impulsively. The gentlewoman felt a terrifying pressure and immediately stood, gazing at Lin Yang with gravity. In this trifling domain of 3,000 realms, there exists a presence that even she finds perilous. May I inquire your name, sir? I humbly seek your guidance. Lin Yang cast a glance at the gentlewoman and replied coolly, Lin Yang. What? The gentlewoman staggered back several paces, a flicker of horror crossing her eyes. You are Lin Yang? Does that mean you overheard everything we just said? The expression of the woman in red immediately turned frigid. You know too much. You cannot be spared. Just as she prepared to strike, her head was severed in half, her body collapsing coldly to the ground. How formidable! The gentlewoman gasped. Though the woman in red was not her equal, she was still a supreme emperor, yet she perished so effortlessly. She hadn't even seen how Lin Yang made his move. This handsome man is ruthless. He kills beautiful women with such decisiveness. The surrounding diners were unfazed. Under normal circumstances, they would have fled at such an occurrence. But after witnessing countless deaths in such a short span, they had grown numb. With her companion obliterated, Ling Lan was both shocked and furious. Since he will inevitably become my obstruction, I must confront my fears head-on. She swung her sword, an infinite sword intent descending, aiming to obliterate the entire city. Everyone gasped. The dread of death loomed, and they felt as if they were beckoned by their ancestors. Disperse. Lin Yang waved his hand casually, dissipating the overwhelming sword intent along with the gentlewoman's entire magical power. What sort of technique is this? Ling Lin's scalp tingled with fear. She held a not insignificant status in the celestial realm, yet she had never heard of such a horrifying technique. to directly nullify an enemy's magical power. How could one contend against this? You think your origins in the celestial realm grant you significance? Lin Yang smiled coldly. Were it not for our ancestors defending the celestial realm against bizarre invasions, the 3,000 realms would not have shattered from the celestial domain. One could say that the beings of the 3,000 realms are benefactors of the celestial realm. Yet you, in your ignorance, repay kindness with disdain. Truly laughable. His words were not directed solely at Ling Lan, but were a lamentation. He had witnessed many such tales, and the ugliness of humanity left him dissatisfied. Now that he had encountered it and found himself invincible, he felt compelled to vent his inner frustration. You actually know of the events from ancient times? Ling Lan's pupils constricted in disbelief. This was a great secret. Humph. Do you wish to debate right and wrong with me? Do you think you are worthy? Lin Yang sneered. Get down. Ling Lan was taken aback. She was eloquent and confident in her ability to leave Lin Yang speechless. Yet, it seemed he had no intention of engaging in debate. In an instant, overwhelming terror enveloped her, the immense pressure forcing her to prostrate on the ground. Boom! Lin Yang, disinterested in uttering another word, descended with a foot, crushing Ling Lan's head. With a second step, he obliterated her upper body. With the final step, Ling Lan was entirely reduced to a mist of blood, leaving only a humanoid bloodstain on the ground. My goodness, how vicious, yet how satisfying. The onlookers felt cold sweat trickling down their spines, yet their blood surged with exhilaration. The alternating sensations left them trembling. Thus, Lin Yang nonchalantly exited the tavern, leaving the patrons in a daze. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, atop a peak radiant with 7-colored celestial light, a woman's expression turned icy as she shattered the chessboard before her. Sect Master, what has transpired? The accompanying sect elders stuttered in fear. Someone has killed my daughter Ling Lan. The woman's tone was frigid, as if she could kill. Did not the holy maiden go to the 3,000 realms? With her strength, she should easily sweep through the mortal realm. How could she be killed? The sect elders were stunned, their pupils trembling. Now that the celestial path was severed, sending someone to the 3,000 realms required a bloody price. Even the mighty in the celestial realm would feel the sting. The holy maiden, sent at such a great cost, was inexplicably slain. Convene the full strength of the sect. I demand a complete divination. I wish to see who has slain my daughter, the woman coldly commanded. She did not believe someone from the 3,000 realms could have killed her daughter and instinctively thought it was a prodigy from the celestial realm. At the plaza of the Xianglan sect, numerous elders and powerful figures gathered, all with solemn expressions. The divination mirror was set at the center of the plaza, and these strong individuals were channeling their energy into it, striving to perform a divination. The sect master's countenance was grim as she focused on the surface of the mirror. Buzz! The fog gradually dissipated, and the face of a handsome, aloof youth became increasingly clear. Who is he? The sect master furrowed her brow. Before she could ponder further, the cold youth gazed over. He is looking at me. The sect master was bewildered. The divination mirror only relates to causality. How could this youth sense the causality? This is utterly absurd. Even a true immortal could not. Yet, that youth was indeed gazing at her with indifference. You insignificant ants dare to divine the true deity. What audacity you possess. Lin Yang chucklet coldly. Oh, little beast, have you reversed your words? We are the true deities, you are but. Before the elders could finish their meaningless banter, the heavens transformed dramatically. There was no need for Lin Yang to take action. The terrifying punishment of causality descended. A boundless storm of calamity, thunderclouds emerged, extending across untold billions of miles. This is a backlash of causality. Even the Tao is aiding him. How is this possible? The elders of Xianglan sect wailed. Boom! The chaotic thunder descended, shattering the divination mirror. What? At that moment, the sect master was filled with regret. Endless regret. That was the sect's treasured artifact. It was shattered just like that. But evidently, the tribulation was merely beginning. Soon, endless calamities rained down, countless figures disintegrating into ash amidst the tempest. One elder after another burst apart. Even the ancestors' emergence was futile under such a level of calamity. They were no different from ants. Despair tightened around the sect master's throat, rendering her breathless. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, her desperate form was engulfed in the endless radiance of thunder. The once thriving Xianglan sect was instantly reduced to a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. Only the remnants of the divination mirror bore witness to the existence of the Xianglan sect. Chapter 87. The Valley of Inquiry, St. King Tang San. Huh. Lin Yang turned his head. If he did not wish it, no one could divine his essence. All of this was by his own design. The little Wu trembled beside him. A foreboding presence seemed to lurk in the shadows, poised to awaken the bloodline of a celestial beast within her, evoking a primal fear. Yet, as her master merely turned his head, that terror dissipated instantaneously. The profound sense of security she felt in his presence was intoxicating, akin to a potent drug. Once experienced, she could never bear to lose it. Xiao Wu understood, well, that whether human or demon, the deepest yearning of any female was for safety. Lin Yang, in this realm of cultivation, was the epitome of that assurance. Sigh. She could already envision the captivating scenes of the future. Is this the valley of emotional queries you spoke of? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. In Xiao Wu's memories, he uncovered intriguing revelations. Boom! Within the valley, a young man lay despondently on the ground, while a blue-haired figure with wings wielded a trident, laughing maniacally. Huiyu, you worthless fool! How dare you harbor feelings for my daughter? What nonsense about being the child of destiny! You are fit only to be my dog. Before you lie, but two choices. Serve me faithfully as a dog, or perish. Absolutely not. The young man's eyes shone with determination. Though he was nearing his breaking point, he had endured relentless torment from the blue-haired man for what felt like an eternity. Even the strongest can wane under the ceaseless barrage of overpowering force. Excellent. Truly worthy of being the child of destiny. Your resolve is commendable. The blue-haired man cackled with madness. The firmer your will, the greater my sense of accomplishment when I conquer you. Once you yield, I shall seize your destined power. Perhaps I shall ascend to the realm of the supreme sage. Boom, boom, boom. The blue-haired man unleashed a torrent of attacks, mercilessly tormenting Huiyu, the child of destiny. Huiyu's heart-wrenching cries echoed as his iron will was gradually eroded. Could it truly end like this? His vision blurred, bloodshot eyes glinting with fury as a third eye opened in the center of his forehead. Buzz! The third eye radiated purifying light, but was effortlessly shattered by the blue-haired man. A third eye? Delightful. The blue-haired man was exhilarated. Once you submit to me, I shall extract that eye and claim it as my own. By usurping your destiny in that third eye, I may seize the opportunity to ascend to the revered realm of the sage. His blood surged with fervor, with his innate talent. Reaching the sage king was his limit. Huiyu's emergence ignited a flicker of hope within him. He had meticulously orchestrated events to make Huiyu fall for his daughter. Once love was kindled, he could exploit the valley to torment Huiyu at will, ultimately usurping his fate. Today, his grand scheme was on the verge of fruition. Failure? Even after unlocking his hidden potential and awakening the third eye, was it still all for naught? Huiyu sighed. His own strength was insufficient, limited to the celestial monarch realm. Even with the third eye awakened, he could not contend with the blue-haired man of the Sage King realm. Rage. I hate this. Tears of blood streamed down Huiyu's cheeks as he gazed at the deranged man. Until now, he had felt guilt for harboring affection for the blue-haired man's daughter. But today he realized it was all a conspiracy orchestrated by Sage King Tang San. A complete scheme aimed at his demise. Struggle all you want. It is futile. Tang San sneered. Endless torment will inevitably lead to your surrender. Eventually, all will capitulate before despair without end. If you survive today, what will you choose? A calm and languid voice echoed throughout the valley of emotional queries. Huiyu was momentarily stunned, his confused gaze suddenly becoming clear. Tang San trembled, looking around in alarm. Who goes there? Show yourself. He had not sensed the presence of an enemy. Answer my question. Lin Yang's voice resonated again. He had come here solely on a whim. He despised Tang San, but he also loathed cowards. Those who forsake themselves are unworthy of salvation. If I survive, I shall undoubtedly take my revenge on Tang San and obliterate the Tang sect. Huiyu gritted his teeth. Very well, what of Tang San's daughter? The voice rang out once more. She has known from the very beginning that this was a trap. What purpose does such a woman serve? She deserves no mercy. Huiyu's heart ignited with the flames of vengeance, a terrifying killing intent boiling in his eyes. Excellent. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction, apearing alongside Xiao Wu. Tang San's pupils constricted as he beheld Xiao Wu. Isn't that my reincarnated wife? Who are you? Why are you with her? Lin Yang flashed a smile. She is my servant, and she no longer recognizes you. Go, Xiao Wu. Her eyes shone with determination. With the absorption of another robust man, she could ascend. If he were a sage king, it would be perfect. She lunged forward fiercely. Impudent. Even if you are my reincarnated wife, you have sealed your own fate. Tang San's fury erupted as he unleashed a lethal strike. For killing her was inconsequential. He could extract her soul and allow her to reincarnate once more. Tang San was indifferent to her fate. Boom! Tang San and Xiao Wu clashed violently, both at the Sage King level, locked in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Lin Yang approached Huiyu, glancing at his attributes. Name, Huiyu, child of destiny, timeless prodigy, possessing, third eye, celestial transformation physique, spirit emperor blood, devouring soul. Evaluation, a prodigy born to counter humanity's great calamity. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. In the past, encounters with such beings would trigger a disciple collecting task from the system. Yet this time, it remained silent. Was it because I had grown weary of your constant meddling? Lin Yang muset internally. Lazy system, currently lazing around. Issue the task. Lin Yang commanded. Lazy system. Task to collect a disciple triggered host. Refused. Lin Yang stated directly. Lazy system. Host has rejected the task, resolutely lazing around. Reward. 100 million celestial crystals. Turning his head, Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction and addressed Huiyu. From this moment forth, you are my disciple. Do you understand? Huiyu was taken aback, his eyes soon gleaming with euphoria as he bowed repeatedly. Thank you, benefactor. No, thank you, master. Congratulations to the host on acquiring a disciple. Rewards. Celestial artifact. 1 chi transmuting celestial cauldron. Rare treasure. Divine water of creation. Chapter 88. The awakened Huiyu, consumed by the